swallowed by a black hole, and he can come back. I was completely stunned by this move. Luze opened his eyes and was completely confused at I just get tricked by Blackbeard and Marineford? Why does this room look so familiar when I look up? He suddenly glanced at the clock on the bedside, and the next second he was completely petrified. Huh. Immediately, this guy burst into wild laughter, tears streaming down his face, almost choking on his breath. His stubbled face was red and swollen. He was so excited. Is there really such an operation? Am I really the protagonist? Can you guess what happened? He actually reincarnated. Back to 10 years ago. In his previous life, this guy lost a lot. He crossed over to Blue Morningstar and was living quite well, but then he encountered the game Pirate. Oh, that's right. It's the magical online game that allows you to bring all the abilities and items from the game back to reality. The key is that no one in this world knows about One Piece. He is the only one with a full script. So what happened? This guy initially treated the game as a nostalgic plaything, messing around with ridiculous operations every day, just like he murmured back then. The accumulation from 2 years of foresight has all gone to waste. Starting over is really a huge loss. When the system announcement came out, he realized he had missed out on several hundred million. At that moment, he felt like slapping himself. Others were using this game to turn their fate around, eating a devil fruit to directly use supernatural powers in reality. But him? He couldn't even catch up, and in the end, he recklessly confronted Blackbeard, ending up swallowed by a black hole. But now, he has returned with all his memories, back to when Pirate OL just launched. What does this mean? Those stolen devil fruits, hidden treasures, missed opportunities now, they are all his. While others are still groping in the dark, he already knows all the plot directions. He knows exactly when Luffy enters the Grand Line, where the strongest fruits are hidden, crystal clear. The frustrations of his previous life? This life will make up for it. Blackbeard? Just wait. The most amazing thing? The abilities from the game brought into reality. And he isn't afraid of seawater. Isn't this just cheating? Folks, what do you think this wave of reincarnation can lead to? Will he first go grab the Quake Fruit, or directly raid Roger's treasure? What's even bolder, will he immediately press Blackbeard to the ground and rub him? Want to know how Luze turns the tables and shakes up the pirate world? Tell me in the comments what you most expect him to do first. The next issue will drop some serious spoilers. Reborn before the game launch, he actually gets to see Roger's execution in advance. This wave of foresight is off the charts. Luze clenched his fists, feeling hot all over. He missed the peak in his previous life, but this time he must seize it. In Pirate OL, even a single broken fruit can trigger bloodshed, with various forces fighting over it. And now he holds the entire script. He was filled with determination. Now that I have the chance to start over, besides the advantage in the storyline, I also have enough understanding of the game's secrets. Luze is determined to reach the pinnacle he never achieved in his past life. He got out of bed to stretch, his body weak, as a Nudlino wonder he was a shootin' before. But he wasn't worried at all, since he would soon enter the game and cheat real-world training. He'd talk about that after getting system assistance. Staring at the numbers on the calendar, the light in his eyes was almost burning. It's almost time. Just a few days left finally. The server opened. The moment he laid down in the game pod, goosebumps covered his body, everything went dark and then bright again, and he was already standing on a small sailboat, the sea breeze with a salty taste hitting his face. It felt so real. Suddenly, a seagull wearing a little hat dove down, dropping a rolled-up newspaper and folding it. Good heavens! A photo of Roger's execution was right there. The next second, the scene changed abruptly, and he was transported into the crowd at the execution site. Red-haired Shanks, choking back tears, the not yet deformed Moria, Crocodile with a cigar, a young Mihawk, the sinister smiling Doflamingo, even a tearful Buggy. All these future big shots were here. Luze's heart raced, but he remained calm on the surface, with only one thought in his mind. The future is going to be exciting. My treasure? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. Everything in this world is there. As Roger's laughter faded, the sword fell, and the crowd erupted. The scene of countless sails racing by flashed before his eyes, and the shocking announcement echoed in his ears. The era of great pirates has arrived. The scene froze, and a countdown appeared. Only 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 59 seconds left until the server opened. The system prompt sounded. Would you like to create a character? Luze took a deep breath. A cold smile spreading across his face. He had already thought of his ID for this life. Folks, can you guess what name he will choose? Will he use his real name, or come up with a cool and flashy alias? More importantly, will his first action in the game be to grab the rubber fruit or head straight to Alabasta to trouble Crocodile? Let's play some bets in the comments. Those who guess right might get a surprise in the next issue. Want to know how he will dominate the field right from the start? Stay tuned. It will be revealed soon. A reborn player unexpectedly reveals hidden talents? This attribute panel has NPCs stunned. Folks, look at this operation. The moment Lu Ze entered the character name, the system prompt exploded intelligence 20, spirit 20, two talents that players could never obtain suddenly in his hands. He looked at the panel and gasped. Extraordinary talent. Skill proficiency required for improvement 50, learning efficiency 50, intelligence-related skill consumption 50, and gains a 30 effect bonus iron will. Spirit negative resistance 50, stamina recovery speed 50, spirit-related skill consumption 50, and gains a 30 effect bonus. What is this if not a talent? This is like being in God mode. It's known that no matter how good a Blue Morning Star player's physical quality is, dreaming of breaking the 20-point extraordinary limit is impossible. These two talents, even native NPCs would fight over. Lu Ze couldn't help but smile widely. Looks like this is the biggest benefit of reincarnation. Strength, constitution, and agility are still the same, but intelligence and spirit have directly crushed his previous life. Skill consumption is cut in half and adds effects. While others train for a year, he can catch up in 3 months. What's the point of playing? What's even more amazing is the character customization phase. He rapidly modified the model blonde hair tied in braids, ice blue pupils, and a slight facial adjustment gave him a disguise that would make acquaintances ask, "Who are you?" Perfectly avoiding all trouble, but do you think this is the end? He chose to be born in East Blue's Frost Moon Village. How many secrets does that place hide? Kong Shalong's dojo, Kuina's sword, and he might even encounter a young Zoro. With double talents, will his first move be to grab a sword or directly join the dojo? What's even bolder is behind this disguise. Will he secretly make a big move? Like intercepting Luffy's opportunity in advance. Let's guess in the comments. Who will he go after first in the game? Will he learn all skills at lightning speed, or hide his identity and play the fool? The next issue will directly showcase his wild moves in Frost Moon Village, guaranteed to blow your mind. Follow for updates, or you'll regret missing out. Daring to choose the no-guidance mode right from the start? Is this guy really fearless, or does he have cheats in hand? Family, look quickly. Lu Ze directly skipped the system's novice village and chose the self-selection mode. The cost was no guidance, but the benefit was a random gift pack that could yield blue gear. In his last life, he only opened a broken wooden stick, but this time he has the Rebirth buff. Do you think he can become lucky? As soon as the map unfolded, his eyes widened. If there are no shadows covering it, this map should be the perfect one that Nami wants to draw. With a swift gesture, he pointed directly to the East Sea target, Frost Moon Village. Why did he choose this? Because there is the One Heart Sword Dojo there. In his previous life, many transmigrators scrambled to get in, and this time, with his dual talent buff, wouldn't he just turn the dojo upside down? The scene shifted, and on the beach after the storm, a snotty little kid named Maggie suddenly shouted, "Look, it seems like there's a person lying under that rock." As a result, the other kids thought he was just bragging. Last time you said you saw someone flying in the sky. We're busy saving money to learn swordsmanship at the One Heart Dojo. We don't have time for you. Maggie, red-faced and angry, rushed over, and there really was a man lying there. His chest was slightly rising and falling, and beside him was a broken wooden board, clearly a victim of a shipwreck. The little kid sniffled and muttered, "No skull mark. The fabric of the clothes is pretty good. He shouldn't be a pirate, right?" Attention everyone. The one lying on the beach is none other than Lu Ze, who just entered the game. Why is he appearing in such a position? Did the random gift pack yield trash? Or is he deliberately pretending to be dead to avoid detection? What's more critical is that Maggie and the other kids are heading to the One Heart Dojo. Doesn't this mean that Lu Ze will encounter potential future talents as soon as he opens his eyes? He might even meet a young Zoro in advance. With his dual talents, he chose the strongest novice village in the East Sea and encountered key NPCs right from the start. This layout is too ruthless. What do you think his first words to Maggie will be? Will he directly ask where the dojo is, or will he pretend to have amnesia to gain favor? Next issue will reveal how he creates a scene in Frost Moon Village. Make sure to follow so you don't miss out. This wave is definitely high energy. Starting out as a corpse on the beach thanks to the system, but then he ends up directly residing in the ultimate boss's dojo. This plot twist left me stunned. As Lu Ze opened his eyes, he was almost blinded by the sunlight, and his first words were a curse. Damn system. There's one thing I absolutely have to say. It turns out that the random gift pack didn't yield treasures, but instead threw him onto the beach after the storm, almost making him a real shipwreck victim. Fortunately, he was discovered by the little kid Maggie and was directly taken to the One Heart Dojo. That's right. It's the dojo run by Gung Shiro. Gung Shiro, wearing round glasses, smiled warmly. "Kinwei, you can stay here for now. We'll talk about other matters once your body recovers." Lu Ze thanked him verbally, but was clear in his heart. This is the man who raised Zoro, has connections with the Revolutionary Army, and beneath his seemingly peaceful exterior might hide unparalleled strength. But he couldn't care less about that right now. He pulled up his status panel and was dumbfounded. Health at 67. Strength and physique reduced to shambles, and even intelligence and spirit dropped from 20 to 18. No wonder he felt as limp as a noodle. Even more outrageous was that he gained a specialty called Storm Baptism. Is this a hidden benefit from the Typhoon? However, Luze wasn't worried at all. He came here with one goal. One heart sword, I must learn it. This skill binds the mind and swordsmanship together, perfectly matching his steel-hearted talent. While others train for a year, he can cut the time in half thanks to his extraordinary talent. Isn't this tailor-made for him? Lying in bed eating porridge, he calculated in his mind. First, he needs to recover his body and restore his attributes, then take the opportunity of staying at the dojo to learn from a master, and maybe even encounter a young Zoro at that time. Should he build a good relationship with the future great swordsman or directly snatch his opportunities? Attention, everyone! Does Gongshiro really trust a mysterious shipwreck survivor this much? Or has he already seen that Luze is not simple and is deliberately letting him in? What's more exciting is that Luze's status panel still shows hungry and dehydrated. Will he get mistaken for a spy and beaten up by the dojo apprentices as soon as he gets out of bed? How do you think he will approach Gongshiro to learn swordsmanship tomorrow? Will he flaunt his talent directly or pretend to be weak to test the waters? Next issue will showcase his amazing moves at the dojo, guaranteed to be more thrilling than Zoro's sword training. Follow for updates. You don't want to miss this. The system actually set a trap for the Reborn. He was thrown to feed sharks at the start, but then he knelt and praised Gongshiro. This operation is amazing. Family, look at this big fool. As soon as Luze entered the game, he received a system pop-up. Detected player attributes exceed limits. Balancing mechanism activated. The next second, he was thrown into a burning ship with a friendly reminder. The storm will arrive in 3 minutes, holding onto a broken wooden plank in the sea. He cursed the system's ancestors repeatedly. In his heart, this isn't balance. This is clearly trying to delete his account. You have to know that the death penalty in this game is severe. Deleting the account means starting over, real-life attributes plummet, and he has to wait a month to create a new account. In the end, this guy managed to survive the storm by clinging to the half-sunken ship's plank, not only living through it, but also unlocking Navigation Beginner and Storm Baptism. This specialty effect is incredible. Gains a faint premonition of the storm's arrival. During the storm, you and the ship you are navigating suffer 10 from various negative effects caused by the storm. Did he get hidden benefits from being bullied? After finally crawling ashore, he immediately put on a sob story in front of Gongshiro. It's all because I'm too weak that I couldn't fight back against the pirate raid. I hope Mr. Gongshiro can teach me swordsmanship. After finishing, he plopped down on his knees, crying and performing. His acting skills were off the charts. Do you think Gongshiro agreed? Anyway, Luze is now in the dojo wearing a training outfit, just waiting to learn the one heart sword and level up. What's more exciting is that he is about to meet the young Zoro at that time. Will he become brothers with the future great swordsman or snatch his master and his sword? Attention, everyone! He still has 2 random gift packs lying in his backpack, unopened. In his previous life, he opened a wooden stick this time. With the storm buff, will he directly open a divine weapon? And does Gongshiro really not see through his act? Or is there another purpose for deliberately taking him in? Next issue will reveal his first encounter with young Zoro, absolutely more explosive than you think. Follow for updates, don't miss out. I will definitely work hard. By the way, Teacher Gongshiro, I have had a special love for cooking since I was young, and my cooking skills are not inferior to those of a restaurant chef. If possible, I hope to prepare the meals for the dojo in the future. Gongshiro knows that Luze does not want to eat for free at the dojo, and anyway, the meals at the dojo have always been prepared by the disciples living there, so it doesn't matter if someone else does it now. He readily agreed to Luze's request without thinking much about it. Since that's the case, let me take you to meet Zoro, which will help you get along in the future. His talent is truly astonishing. Gongshiro smiled gently, his round-framed glasses revealing a hint of pride. Besides his deceased daughter Kuna, Zoro is the most talented person he has seen in Kendo, and perhaps the obsession with the world's greatest swordsman could be realized through him. However, his little quirk is quite troublesome. Have you seen Zoro? Gongshiro, who had been searching for Zoro with Luze for a long time, once again pulled a few apprentices to ask. We haven't seen Brother Zoro. He might have gone out to train. The apprentices exchanged smiles and answered Gongshiro's question. This kid Zoro is really a headache. Since we can't find him, let's introduce you two at dinner. Gongshiro sighed helplessly and signaled Luze to go about his own business. As his own direct disciple, Gongshiro certainly knows Zoro's terrible sense of direction. He said this to Liu Ze to consider Zoro's image, so that Zoro wouldn't lose face in front of Liu Ze before they even met. Then I will definitely prepare a sumptuous dinner tonight for everyone to taste my cooking. Liu Ze secretly smiled to himself. Zoro's problem with directions is really well known. Then, teacher, I will go prepare dinner now. Okay, go ahead. I'm already looking forward to your dinner. Watching Liu Ze's figure gradually disappear, Gung Siro sighed discreetly. I hope this kid Zoro can find his way back before dinner. I am Roronoa Zoro, and from now on, I will teach you how to use a sword. Liu Ze looked at the young man in front of him, who had 3 swords at his waist and a somewhat inexperienced air about him. Amidst his excitement, he couldn't help but recall what happened last night. During dinner yesterday, Liu Ze had already prepared a sumptuous feast. At the dining table, Gung Shiro looked around but couldn't find Zoro, so he cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Zoro is probably too engrossed in his training. Ken, could you save a portion of food for Zoro? Starting tomorrow, I'll introduce you to him and we can begin learning the basics of swordsmanship together. Don't worry, teacher. I've already set aside an extra portion for him in the kitchen. Liu Ze replied, his lips twitching. Still not back yet? The legendary swordsman, known for being directionally challenged, truly lives up to his reputation. Chapter 6. Basic Swordsmanship and Cold Weapons. Longsword. You have never encountered anything related to swordsmanship before, so the most important thing for the time being is to undergo basic knife training. Once you have built a solid foundation, improved your physical fitness, and mastered the knife as if it were an extension of your own body, you can then delve into deeper levels of swordsmanship. Now, let me demonstrate for you. Hold the wooden sword and learn from me. Pay attention to my posture with the knife. As Zoro spoke, he drew one of the 3 swords at his waist and began to demonstrate some basic knife movements for Liu Ze. It wasn't a legendary sword, just an ordinary standard long sword. Zhuo Ze first turned off the system notifications to avoid distractions and practiced the basics with a wooden sword, following Zoro's movements. He felt a bit disappointed, thinking that he still wanted to see up close the great sword of the 21 craftsmanship level. This was a purple epic level long sword, which was worlds apart from the green quality sword Zoro was currently using. However, considering the timeline of players entering the game, it was probably about a year before Luffy set sail, and it was normal for Zoro, who hadn't gone to sea yet, to be unable to find a good sword in such a small village. Bang! Just as he started, he got distracted. Focus on your sword practice. Zoro's voice suddenly rang in his ears after a painful hit on his head. Zoro was indeed strict when it came to teaching. Zhuo Ze muttered in his heart, knowing he was in the wrong, but not arguing. Instead of rubbing the spot Zoro hit, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the sword practice. Seeing Zhuo Ze quickly immersed in practice, Zoro showed a hint of surprise and nodded in satisfaction. Although this Kenwei was not young, at least his attitude towards learning was good. He then continued to teach Zhuo Ze. In fact, in his past life, Zhuo Ze joined the Navy and didn't use a sword much but preferred the close combat style of the Navy's 6 styles. However, with his thorough training and extensive combat experience, his sword skills were unlikely to be much lower than Zoro's current level. The reason he pretended to be a beginner was still to fit his character as someone who had just survived a shipwreck. Now that he had started learning the sword, he wanted to quickly showcase his talent and shorten the tedious basic training. As long as he learned the one-mind sword way and gained some self-defense capabilities, he would be able to set sail. Otherwise, staying in this village for too long with few opportunities to acquire skills, job templates, and experience points would make it difficult for his strength to improve, and if he delayed too long, other players might get ahead. Moreover, here he had to be careful to conceal his abilities, and he couldn't quickly utilize the skills he had mastered in his past life. If it weren't for the other attributes being too weak and the advantage of his mental and intelligence attributes being too significant, and since the one-mind sword way was the best choice in the early stages, Zhuo Ze wouldn't have wanted to come here. Of course, this didn't mean that the one-mind dojo was bad. In fact, it was very suitable for players without any foundation of practice. The stable environment and comprehensive teaching could help players significantly improve their skills and attributes in the early stages, which would be very beneficial for setting sail in the future. However, Zhuo Ze didn't lack methods to become stronger. He came here just to learn the one-mind sword way to gain stronger combat power. With Zhuo Ze intentionally revealing some abilities, Zoro's basic teaching quickly came to an end. They started the swordsmanship lesson in the early morning, and it was only a little past 9 in the morning. Zoro looked up at the sky, a bit surprised that Kenwei's talent was quite good. He could grasp the basics so quickly without ever having learned swordsmanship before. Since that's the case, my task for today is complete. Ahem! I've already taught you some basic content. Now you can take a break for a while, and then practice well without being lazy. I need to go train. Is that it? Jose feigned surprise as he looked at Zoro. Yeah, today I only taught the basics. Kinwei, your talent is pretty good and you learn quickly. Once you become proficient in the basics, I'll teach you more advanced content. Hearing Zoro's praise, Jose scratched his head embarrassedly, his golden hair becoming a bit messy. Hee. Maybe it's because I'm good at using kitchen knives, so I can transfer that knowledge. Performance 2. Look at this guy who's almost 30 in mental age, pretending to be innocent without any shame. However, it seemed the effect was quite good, as Zoro nodded and didn't ask him any further questions. Before putting away his sword and preparing to leave, Zoro deliberately put on a serious face and looked at Jose. Although you learn quickly, don't think that this means you can be lazy. Without going through thousands of swings to develop familiarity with the sword and a strong physique, you will never become strong and become a true swordsman. I understand, Jose replied seriously, looking at Zoro. Well, I'll be going now. Zoro nodded and walked outside the courtyard with his hands behind his head. Watching Zoro's figure fade away, Jose also prepared to take a break. His strength and physique of 7 didn't even reach the average level in the world of One Piece. After exercising continuously since breakfast, he was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. Originally, Jose wouldn't be this tired. But since he turned on the real freedom mode after cooking yesterday, all his senses, including pain, returned to 100, no longer restricted by the system. Suddenly, the drawbacks of his low physique and strength attributes were revealed. However, turning on the real freedom mode was necessary, as it was the only way he could unleash his true abilities. It was also the only way he could truly learn the real swordsmanship from the One Mind Dojo, rather than just a skill that appeared on his personal panel. If he chose to turn on later, mastering the skills on his personal panel would require a considerable amount of time for adjustment. As for why he didn't turn it on when entering the game, it's not pleasant to drift at sea, and Jose wasn't a masochist. Having the system block some senses made things a bit easier. The existence of the real freedom mode was the root of players becoming stronger. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, pouring himself a glass of water, Jose sat on the patio of the courtyard and began to check the system messages he had deliberately turned off earlier. Story character Zoro is teaching you sword techniques. Your talent is exceptional, and skill learning efficiency is increased by 50. You have acquired the combat skill Cold Weapons Longsword, a part of the basic swordsmanship information. You practice sword swings under the guidance of story character Zoro. You have acquired the combat skill Cold Weapons Longsword, a part of the basic swordsmanship information. Ding! Congratulations. Player, you have mastered the combat skill Cold Weapons Longsword Beginner. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have mastered the combat skill Basic Swordsmanship Beginner. After a session of swordsmanship training, the player's strength 0. 2. Physique 0. 1. Phew, that was quite fast to master. Now, I wonder if I can. Luze looked at the system prompt and recalled the scene from last night when he was cooking, his gaze starting to flicker uncertainly. Chapter 7 Memory Synchronization Name. Cold Weapon Long Knife. Basic. Effect. You have initially mastered the method of using a long knife, increasing attack power by 10. Consumption. Stamina learning conditions. None remarks. You are initially qualified to use a long knife. Name. Basic Swordsmanship. Basic. Effect. You have initially grasped the essence of swordsmanship. Increasing attack power by 10 when using sword-type weapons. Consumption. Stamina learning conditions. Must master at least one basic skill of sword-type weapons. Remarks. Anyone can use a knife, sword. But not everyone can use a knife, sword. The speed of this mastery is indeed as expected. Luze thought about the first time he cooked after activating the real freedom mode last night. After finishing a meal, Luze hadn't even had time to clean up the kitchenware before being startled by a series of system prompts. Skipping through a series of information acquisition prompts, he scrolled down and saw this message. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have mastered the life skill Cooking, entry level. Name, Cooking, entry level. Attribute related. None skill category. Auxiliary effect. Can simply make some home-cooked dishes. With a certain chance to create food with special effects. The chance is determined by the quality of ingredients and skill level. Consumption. None learning conditions. None remarks. Keep it up, young man. Glorious cuisine is your ultimate goal. The terrifying speed of skill acquisition was secondary. The key point was that the cooking skill in his personal template was glowing. This indicated that the skill was in an upgradable state. However, when Luze clicked on it, he found that the proficiency of the skill was basically empty. Ding! Cooking, entry level, has reached the upgrade standard. Would you like to upgrade? Even the system prompt came. It seemed that it wasn't a system error after all. Luze chose to upgrade with a trial and error mentality, thinking that even if he made mistakes in cooking, it wouldn't affect his strength. Then the suffix of his cooking skill changed from beginner to proficient. and the upgrade notification still hadn't disappeared. Is there no synchronization between knowledge acquisition and physical coordination? Luze sensed something was off. In Pirate OL, players who activate the True Freedom mode after mastering and upgrading skills do not simply see an increase in some numerical values on their panels. The magic of this game lies in the fact that, with the system's assistance, players genuinely acquire knowledge and abilities corresponding to their skills. The differences among players stem only from the varying ways of improvement and the time required to adapt. However, Luze felt nothing from this upgrade in cooking, as if he already knew these skills and didn't need any further teaching. In the game, skill levels are divided into 9 ranks: beginner, proficient, mastery, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, peerless, and supreme. In his previous life, Luze had worked as a chef at the Bartai restaurant out of interest for a long time, and he had brought his cooking skill to the peak of expert, just one step away from master. When he told Gung Shiro that his cooking was good, he wasn't joking. In a situation where life skills were limited to the grandmaster level and hard to transcend, expert-level cooking was far beyond just being good. Even Sanji, who would later create wedding cakes that even the Empress Big Mom would be enamored with, probably only had this level of skill at this stage. So, let us continue to upgrade. Luze had a faint suspicion in his heart as he looked at the system prompt to continue improving his culinary skills. Ding! Your cooking skill has reached the mastery level, and you can choose one of the following special effects. A. Rich in color, aroma, and flavor increases the chance of obtaining special effects for dishes. B. Unique flavor. The dishes you cook may have unknown special effects. This special effect generated under the system's enhancement lacks coordination with relevant abilities and knowledge. Luze has always been indifferent to option B, which purely relies on luck. Without hesitation, he chose A, and the skill still indicated it could be upgraded. So Luze chose to continue improving. Just as expected, Luze looked at his culinary skill, which had been upgraded to expert level without further prompts, and finally confirmed his suspicion. It seems that the cooking skills I displayed when I cooked in my past life were detected and acknowledged by the system. The culinary skill is merely one of the many abilities I mastered in my previous life that does not enhance character attributes. Since cooking can be improved through memory synchronization, could it be that my combat skills, which do enhance attributes, can also be improved? If that's the case, it looks like I can increase my strength even faster. At this moment, the effect of the culinary skill had significantly improved compared to when it was at the beginner level. The skill effect transformed from being able to make simple home-cooked dishes with a certain chance of creating food with special effects to mastering the production techniques of most dishes, with a high chance of bestowing special effects on food during cooking. In the time it took to prepare a meal, Luze's culinary skill had risen from nothing to the level of his past life. Ding! The system detected that the player has mastered culinary skills, expert, exceeding the required skill level for the chef profession template by 3 levels, confirming that the player automatically qualifies for the chef profession template. Congratulations! The player has obtained the chef profession template. Profession, chef, expert, attribute bonus, agility 1. 5 special effect bonus. The chance of dishes you personally cook gaining special effects 20 skill. Extreme cooking greatly enhances the taste and effects of a dish in a single cooking session. Evaluation. As a chef, your status is determined by your culinary skills. Requirements. 1. Master culinary skills, proficient. 2. Receive recognition from 10 or more diners or higher-level chefs for your cooked dishes. Returning to the present, Luze had previously concealed his true swordsmanship skills, only demonstrating the level of a beginner. Besides aligning with his character persona, he aimed to test how sensitive the system was in detecting player abilities. As he suspected, while the system could detect a player's abilities, it was powerless against the hidden parts that remained undemonstrated in the player's memory. This realization eased his mind considerably. After all, no one wants others to pry into their memories, even if it's just a game system. Not to mention someone like Luze, who had crossed over and been reborn, with so many secrets to keep. However, if that is the case, it seems I could improve overnight. Watching the clouds slowly change in the sky, Luze's gaze flickered, and there seemed to be flames burning in his clear eyes. Chapter 8. Unboxing in the Hand of the Unlucky. Please collect. Please recommend collecting his thoughts. Luze practiced the basics of wielding a knife for over an hour before stopping to prepare lunch. His diligent attitude and orderly knife techniques pleased Gung Shiro, who had quietly appeared beside him. Since he had missed the best time and insisted on embarking on this path, achieving something would undoubtedly require more effort. If Kenway didn't understand even this, Gung Shiro doubted he could teach him more profound content. Although Gung Shiro thought that this man, whose origins were unclear due to a shipwreck, had just begun his journey in the way of the sword. It was still hard to say what the future held. However, having heard from Zoro that Kenway seemed to have a good talent for using a knife, actually appeared that way. If he could maintain this momentum and put in enough effort, perhaps he could achieve something. Let us observe him for a while longer, Gong Shuro thought to himself. Ding! The favorability rating of the character Gong Shuro towards you has increased by 9 points, now totaling 37 points, with the current favorability level being friendly. In the kitchen, as Liu Ze began preparing lunch, he couldn't help but smile at the system prompt, revealing his joy. As long as my cold weapon skill with the long knife and basic swordsmanship reach a level that satisfies Gong Shuro, and my favorability with him reaches the threshold of 50 for trust, I should be able to learn the one-minded swordsmanship from him. With the accumulation from my past life, improving my cold weapon skill with the long knife and basic swordsmanship should be no problem. As for favorability, I think I've found a shortcut. Remembering the numerous favorability prompts after Gong Shuro, Zoro, and others had enjoyed the meals he cooked, Liu Ze smiled lightly. Now you guys are in my hands. The power of delicious food is indeed boundless. Now that I've figured out the way, the next question is whether my hands can stop shaking. Looking at his hand, which was shaking like it had Parkinson's syndrome while holding the kitchen knife, Liu Ze felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He had considered that low stamina could lead to an inability to handle high-intensity training, but he hadn't expected it to be this severe. Shaking out his arms to relax, Liu Ze focused his spirit throughout his body to enhance control, tightening his grip on the knife, trying to minimize the impact of his shaking hands on cooking. Unfortunately, the effect was not very good. Currently, his main attributes of strength, agility, and constitution were still too low, making it unsuitable to begin the training for life restoration, which rendered this best solution unusable. Given this situation, perhaps I should consider unboxing. In fact, Liu Ze could completely upgrade his skills to gain attribute rewards, which could be said to be a permanent solution. However, since his attributes had not all reached above 10, that would be a waste, so Liu Ze didn't consider this. Although he could also consider using food supplements. The kitchen at the dojo only prepared some ordinary ingredients, given that the quality of the ingredients was not up to standard. Even though Liu Ze possessed expert-level culinary skills to maximize the taste and effects of the ingredients, the results would still be limited. At most, it would be better than nothing, but it wouldn't produce immediate effects. After cycling through various methods in his mind and finding none suitable, Liu Ze could only choose to unbox and gamble. Perhaps after being reborn, I'll have better luck. The unyielding Liu Ze thought to himself. However, even though every unlucky person has a shining royal heart, the harsh reality always makes them recognize their own kind. The tribe is their eternal home. That night, after Liu Ze tidied up the kitchen, he began his preparation for unboxing. Boiling water, bathing, burning incense, praying. He washed his hands a full 8 times, nearly rubbing his skin raw for good luck. Waiting until deep night, Liu Ze, filled with excitement, opened the task panel, selected survival and completion, and claimed his rewards. Ding! Task rewards. Random gift pack 2 have been issued. Please check. Suddenly, 2 exquisitely packaged gift packs appeared before Liu Ze, shimmering with blue light, indicating their item level. Name, random gift pack type, miscellaneous quality, rare attributes. Opening it can yield a random item ranging from gray and broken to blue and rare of any level. Special effects. None remarks, young man. It's time to validate your bloodline. Looking at the 2 small gift boxes in front of him, Liu Ze swallowed hard and slowly extended his slightly trembling hand. It all comes down to this. Will it be a young model, or will I have to work hard? Liu Ze's eyes were filled with fervor as he muttered strange words. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he began to feel a mysterious power enveloping him. His hands started to emit black smoke, drawing closer to the 2 gift boxes that resembled lambs waiting to be slaughtered. My fate is in my hands, not dictated by heaven. Liu Ze gritted his teeth and silently roared in his heart. Just as he thought it, he quickly grabbed a random gift box and chose to open it. A flash of faint light passed, and an object resembling a glowing green book quietly emerged, causing the first gift box to vanish in a burst of light. Is this a green skill book? Liu Ze's heart leaped with joy as he hurriedly picked it up to examine it. In Pirate OL, many rare skills and specialties appeared in the form of skill books. If this was one of them, Liu Ze would definitely break even and make a profit. Unfortunately, reality often differed from expectations. Looking at the item in his hand, Liu Ze fell into silence. His expression seemed calm, but the veins on his forehead throbbed increasingly violently. What a useless book. Even if I burn this thing or throw it away, there's no way I'm keeping it. Luze just took a closer look and was surprised to find that he was holding a Miss Universe magazine. Collector's edition. Name: Miss Universe magazine, collector's edition type. Miscellaneous quality. Excellent attribute. Can be used to increase the favorability of certain plot characters' special effect. None note. Although the beauties are great. Don't go overboard. TSK, TSK, TSK. These ladies are really beautiful. Luze was engrossed in flipping through the newly arrived magazine, occasionally commenting on it, completely forgetting what he had said earlier. After a while, he exclaimed, "Hey, is it over already? Is a collector's edition really this short and lacking?" Luze looked at the magazine in his hand with surprise, completely neglecting the remaining random gift box beside him. What a buzzkill. What was I doing just now? Oh, there's still a box I haven't opened. After pondering for a moment, Luze suddenly realized. Junk ruining my youth, go away. Luze angrily threw the magazine into the corner and turned to look at the remaining gift box. The front part is just a cushion. Now I need to get serious. Luze rubbed his hands together and decisively planted a flag for himself. Chapter 9. Hair from Another World. Awaken my Emperor's Soul. As Luze's low growl echoed, the remaining random gift pack vanished in a flash of light. A special gleam of gold and blue flickered and disappeared. Luze fixed his gaze, sensing that what he was about to receive was definitely unusual. System, where's my stuff? Could it be that I'm so unlucky that even the guaranteed gift pack yielded nothing? It shouldn't be. I clearly saw the unique glow of the item just now. After staring carefully for a while, Luze indeed saw nothing in front of him that had been opened. Given the circumstances, Luze had no choice but to complain to the system. He would never admit to being unlucky. He could never admit to being unlucky in his lifetime. If something went wrong, it must be the system's fault. I mean, why did the system give me 2 gift packs? Turns out one of them was empty. So it's still just one. Luze murmured softly as he skillfully opened the system panel to file a complaint. Don't ask me why he is so familiar with the process of appealing to the system. Life is already so tough, and some things are better left unsaid. Hey, system, you have a bug and swallow my rewards. Hurry up and compensate me. Ding. Checking player data for abnormalities. Ding. Check complete. Player data is all normal, and the random gift rewards have been successfully distributed. Please check your inbox. Huh, no issues? Did I just get a bunch of air? Luze looked at his hands, somewhat skeptical. Since the system said there were no problems, then there surely aren't any. Based on past experiences, if there was an error in the system data, there would be related compensation, so Luze didn't doubt that aspect. But shouldn't be this bad, right? A bunch of air can't even reach the gray, broken level. Am I just seeing things? I must be seeing things. Let me look again. Let me look again. Luze was too nervous to breathe, carefully searching the spot where the box had just disappeared for a long time, and finally made a discovery. Wow. Ha ha ha. My destiny fruit is indeed that of a lucky emperor. Luze was seen holding a hair-like object in one hand, with the other hand on his hip, looking up and letting out a wild chuckle. From the looks of it, if it weren't the middle of the night, he might have shouted out in excitement. Oh boy, I'm so awesome right now, just striking a pose while talking. As for what exactly he obtained that made Luze so happy, whether it's a decline of human nature or a distortion of morality, let us take a look at what this hair-like object really is. Name: Hair from Another World type. Miscellaneous quality. Rare, original legend. Attribute 1. Can inherit the original owner's personality after being acknowledged by them. This effect cannot be activated without acknowledgement. Attribute 2. After use, Strength 3, Constitution 3, Agility 2, and a certain chance to comprehend the specialty of Strong Body. The bonus takes effect only if the corresponding attribute is below 15. Special effect. None remarks. This hair comes from a man known as a symbol of peace, and the changes in time and space have allowed its power to linger, but it is merely a remnant. Usage method special note. Eat the whole thing. Luze's heart surged with excitement as a comic book uncle with 2 sky-high bangs flashed through his mind. All Might's arrival couldn't have been more timely. I must say, the rewards from these 2 treasure chests have truly amazed Luze. It's a million times better than that broken wooden stick from my past life. I really am a hidden lucky person. Speaking of which, Luze's luck this time is really great. He hasn't even mastered the sword path yet, and he unexpectedly got a hair from another world with a ridiculously low appearance rate, which significantly filled in his shortcomings. Finally, he was no longer in a state that couldn't even reach the world's average level. In Pirate OL, reward from random item draws can yield 99. 9 of items from the One Piece world, but there's also a 0.01 chance to draw items from worlds that are relatively close to the One Piece rules. However, compared to drawing items from the One Piece world, Most items from other worlds are quite disappointing. Getting a legendary item like All Might's hair from My Hero Academia, which Lu Zhe just drew, is truly a one-in-a-million occurrence. Perhaps Lu Zhe's bad luck in his past life has indeed turned around after his rebirth. It's a pity that if I could get All Might's recognition with this hair, wouldn't I be able to inherit the incredibly powerful one for all ability? If I could really obtain it under full power, I wouldn't say I could take on the 4 emperors, but at least there should be few opponents among the vice emperors. Right? It would be a sure step to the top. TSK, 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 it feels like my heart is twitching. I feel like I've lost 100 million. Luz looked at the golden hair in his hand and murmured to himself, but he was well aware that mastering abilities in the world of One Piece was impossible. This was simply because there had never been any rewards related to power systems among the prizes drawn from other worlds. Any abilities he could get would at most be skills that didn't involve the unique systems of various worlds. Therefore, players from his previous life concluded that instead of expecting special items from other worlds during the lottery, it was more practical to think about equipment and items from the One Piece world. After talking to himself for a while, Luz noticed it was getting late, yet he still felt very energetic. Tonight's lottery was too exciting. He couldn't sleep at all. Since he couldn't sleep, why bother looking at magazines? Taking advantage of the quiet night, he decided to consume that strand of hair first. Holding the golden hair and examining it for a long time, he noticed a faint glow on it. With both his spirit and intelligence surpassing 20, Luz could feel a weak yet immense power emanating from it. It was the convergence of the beliefs of generations of successors. Sauvi, Ankru. Luze stared intently at the hair, silently reciting a phrase in his heart. Then, with his eyes closed and a resigned expression on his face, he stuffed the hair into his mouth and swallowed it down mixed with saliva. It felt really strange. Luze's expression was somewhat stiff. Luze's expression stiffened for a moment, and he didn't feel any changes in his body. The system prompt did not appear either. It should take a little time to digest. Since it was getting late, he decided to go to sleep first. He still had to get up early to make breakfast tomorrow. Luze recalled the situation when Midoriya Izuku first consumed the hair, knowing that digesting this power posed no risk, just requiring some time. Therefore, he did not intend to wait any longer. He would naturally know the results upon waking up. Chapter 10. Strengthening the body as night deepened. While Luze was sleeping soundly, the hair he had consumed from another world was nearly digested, and the power hidden in his DNA was gradually being released. With the diffusion of energy, the exposed parts of Luze's body, his hands, feet, and face began to faintly display thick dark red veins, emitting a subtle red glow and exuding a strange aura of power. Ding. Player absorbs energy from the hair from another world. Strength 3, Constitution 3, Agility 2. Ding. Detected that the hair from another world contains information related to the specialty of strengthening the body. Player body adaptation in progress. Ding. Current adaptation progress is 1. Friendly reminder. Due to the player's low constitution, the information related to strengthening the body is being consumed rapidly. If the player fails to complete adaptation before it is completely consumed, the player will be deemed to have failed to master it. Ding. Player specialty gifted activated. Player body adaptation progress accelerated. Ding. Current adaptation progress is 4713225970971100. Ding. Congratulations. Player has mastered the specialty strengthening the body. The system notifications kept flashing, but they had no effect on the soundly sleeping Luze. In such a deep sleep, he naturally could not perceive the changes happening in his body. When the alarm rang, the morning sunlight streamed directly into Luze's eyes, urging him to wake up. At the moment, he groggily opened his eyes. The dark red veins that had faintly appeared on his exposed skin flashed, and then disappeared, so quickly that he did not even notice. This was a sign of residual power. Once Luze completely absorbed the energy from the hair from another world, it would no longer appear. After all, he was not Midoriya Izuku, who had inherited one for all, so there would be no permanent marks left on his body. Upon waking up, Luze felt unprecedentedly refreshed. He was full of energy, and even the soreness from a day of sword practice yesterday was gone, replaced by a continuous surge of power. Flipping through the previous system notifications and seeing the records of changes in his body, Luze couldn't help but whistle in delight. Because of his originally low constitution, Luze had not held much hope for the specialty strengthening the body and had gone to sleep without thinking much of it. But who knew that the specialty gifted would be so powerful, even influencing the acquisition of another specialty like strengthening the body? It seemed he could no longer underestimate the learning efficiency boost of 50. Perhaps I should try to learn a skill I've never mastered before to test it out. Skills are not easy to come by, so I might as well give it a shot, Luze thought while stroking the stubble on his chin. Putting that aside for now, with some time left in the morning, I'll check my attribute changes and the specific attributes of the specialty strengthening the body. Thinking this, Luze opened his attribute panel. Character panel name, Edward Kenway race, human occupation, common cook, expert, rank, unranked, ordinary person, health, 100 strength, 10, 2 constitution, 10, 1 agility, 12, 5 intelligence, 20 spirit, 20 note. The average attributes of normal adults in the world of One Piece are 10. These basic attributes are the results derived from the system's scan of the player's body. Talent, not activated specialties. Gifted, Iron Will, Storm Baptism Eye. Strengthening the body, basic skills. Survival at sea 13, swimming 27, performance 9, deception 5, negotiation 13 life skills. Navigation, beginner, cooking expert. Extreme cooking, chef template skill, combat skills, cold weapons, long sword, beginner, basic swordsmanship, beginner, experience points, 746 next. Let us take a look at the specialty strengthening the body from All Might. Speaking of which, Luze always felt that while One for All is a powerful and pure physical strength that can be inherited, it must be said that to perfectly unleash this power, All Might's physical strength is absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, if the physical strength doesn't keep up, one would end up like the early Midoriya, Izuku, who would incapacitate himself with just a slight use of his ability. From this inference, the specialty strengthening the body is definitely worth looking forward to. With this thought in mind, Luze clicked on the strengthening the body in his personal template. Strengthening the body. In order to develop the powerful strength hidden in your body, you have trained over the years to develop a physique that is hard for ordinary people to compare to. Effect, body strength 30. Stamina recovery speed 20, while a body strength increase of May 30th seem modest. In reality, body strength represents the overall strength state of the player's body. Summarizing the player's body attributes just below stamina. The strength attributes from skin to muscles, and from muscles to blood vessels and organs, are all encompassed under the body strength attribute, providing an overall enhancement to the player. Any player obtaining this specialty is akin to undergoing a rebirth. Moreover, this specialty increases by percentage. As the player's stamina attribute increases, the growth of body strength will only become greater under this base value. With this change in power, Luze's body gradually began to transform, and this was one of the main reasons he felt such significant changes within himself. Let us see who dares to say my luck is bad now. Let us see them draw a hair from another world and still have the luck to learn strengthening the body. It must be said that Luze was a bit infatuated. A single hair from Uncle O made him gain benefits that would have taken countless effort to obtain, to the point where he now felt like he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Simply put, he was swelling with pride. Knock, knock, knock. Kenway, are you up? The voice of the sword dojo apprentice came from outside. It seemed Luze had been silent for too long, and others were eager to have breakfast. Oh, is that Evans? I'm up. I was just tidying up my room. I'll be right in to make breakfast. Awakened by the knocking, Luze no longer cared about his pride. If Kaishur thought he was slacking off and got a bad impression, his favorability would drop. After tidying up and washing his face a bit, he tied his somewhat messy golden long hair into a small braid at the back of his head and jogged to the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. While rinsing rice to prepare porridge, Luze couldn't help but grumble to himself. Just as he was starting to feel a bit proud, he was suddenly called to make breakfast. It seemed he needed to be more careful about his demeanor in the future. Chapter 11. The players, please collect. Please recommend. And so, over a month passed, and the first batch of players who entered the game had mostly left the beginner village, or was it an island? The adventure of going out to sea has begun for them. According to information from forums in the previous life, these players actually didn't learn many skills in the novice village, and their combat power hasn't even formed yet. They are basically in a reckless state of just charging in. Aside from the essential cold weapon skills or basic unarmed combat skills that everyone has, other abilities have to be explored by the players themselves on the island. Oh, you asked me why there are only options for cold weapons and unarmed combat? Want to learn how to use guns? Sure, as long as you can afford to buy a gun with your belly. Besides that, you also need to find the right native mentor and manage to increase your favorability so that others are willing to teach you. However, Pirate OL does not have a recharge system. This means that until players find a stable belly seller outside the game, All their economic sources can only rely on their own earnings. Some players, however, are not limited by poverty in their imagination. Once they realize the high realism of this game, they even start to think about self-learning skills. Unfortunately, if they haven't been trained in reality and don't have a skill level recognized by the system, it's impossible to trigger skills just by randomly swinging a sword or firing a few shots, thinking about the possible newbie benefits. When asking NPCs for common knowledge, do they think they can learn skills without any effort? The clever natives would tell you no way. Thus, players who are restricted in various aspects upon entering the game are forced to start working for the natives, enduring a miserable life of herding pigs in the mountains, planting rice in the fields, and fishing in the sea. As for the thrilling and exciting life at sea, sorry, there aren't even permanent naval bases near the newbie island according to the system settings, and a shadow of pirates is nowhere to be seen. Even if they're taken out to sea by the natives, they can't go far, just catching a few fish in the near sea and running away, fearing they might be targeted by the king of the near sea and become someone else's meal. Well, what about those players who didn't choose the novice village? A few commoners who barely reach the average attributes of the Pirate King world, with no combat power or skills, still want to make a name for themselves? Don't be ridiculous. Except for a few tough ones, those players might have an even worse gaming experience than the novice village players. After all, the novice village players are still under the protection of the system's restrictions. If the players choosing the novice village are like starting at a level 110 novice difficulty, those who are daring might be starting at a level 99 hell difficulty if they are unlucky. For those in the know, this refers to Liu Zei. But Liu Zei has persevered, and after choosing Frost Moon Village, he arrived at his destination without expending much effort and joined the One Heart Dojo. Whether this is due to Kai Shi's inherently kind nature or Liu Zei's good fortune, it can be attributed to the rewards after completing the system's starting tasks. However, not everyone has his level of strength to endure until the system provides subsequent rewards. Even if the starting tasks are relatively simpler, it is still not easy for a group of players who have enjoyed the comforts of the modern world to deal with. In this situation, although a large number of new players are entering the game every day, countless players are also being deterred by this frustrating game. These players gather on the official forum to post complaints, which became a hot topic online, gradually increasing the attention on Pirate OL. I live a luxurious life in reality, and this game actually makes me run around the mountains herding pigs, or I'll starve to death. I can't stand this injustice. I play games for entertainment, and this damn game makes me more exhausted than working. What the hell? What? No pay to win. Goodbye. I'm almost starving in a place called the Kingdom of Goya, and the natives here are so terrifying. What should I do? Waiting online. Damn, this game is unbelievable. I accidentally died once, and it directly prompted that the character has been deleted. And the worst part is that rebuilding takes a whole month. Goodbye. I, Wang Jinkai, would rather die of boredom in other games, jump out of my house, than play this game for even a second. Posts like these are everywhere on the official forum, and besides them, there are hardly any serious posts. The official forum has completely turned into a base for players to complain about their gaming experiences. This content has also become Liu Zei's main source of entertainment during his leisure time. These guys are having a great time complaining now, but after a while, you'll be ready to shamelessly say it's actually fun. Liu Zei chuckled meaninglessly, not hiding his glee at the misfortune of these players. On a leisurely afternoon, Liu Zei lay on the terrace enjoying the cool breeze, eating dorayaki while watching the joy of others entering the forum through the system panel, and he would occasionally comment on interesting parts. However, judging by the situation, it seems that most of the players who entered the game at the same time as him should have left the novice village by now. TSK. It seems I can start making some preparations. After all, it's been a while since I've done anything. After hiding my skills for so long, I'm starting to feel a bit itchy. After finishing the recent posts on the forum, Liu Zei, while enjoying himself, recalled some events that happened during this stage of players in the previous life. After resolving the upcoming events, Kai Shi's favorability towards me would probably reach a trust level of over 50 points. It's interesting to note that, under the onslaught of delicious meals, Kai Shi's favorability towards Liu Zei had already reached 49 points, just 1 point away from the 50 points needed for trust. But that 1 point of favorability has stubbornly locked the favorability level between Liu Zei and Kai Shi, and it's been nearly a month without any movement. Whether Liu Zei tries various ways to make dishes that everyone likes or displays an increasingly diligent attitude and outstanding swordsmanship talent in daily sword training, he cannot make Kai Shi's favorability go from 49 points to 50 points. On the other hand, the favorability of others in the dojo, including the calm and collected Zoro, has all reached over 50 points. There's even a gluttonous character whose favorability towards Liu Ze has skyrocketed to over 70 points, reaching a level of respect. Perhaps this is the heartfelt admiration that a foodie has for someone who can cook. Although in the anime, besides Zoro and Kai Shur, the other native characters in this dojo seem to have little presence, their favorability increases don't really matter. But Liu Ze, who has experienced this once, knows that every character in this game has their own thoughts, and one should never underestimate the presence of any native. You never know when they might give you an unprecedented surprise or shock. Chapter 12. Dorayaki, not to mention other things. At least the attitudes of the others in the dojo towards Liu Ze will indirectly influence Kai Shur's judgment of him. In this environment where everyone holds great favorability towards Liu Ze, although the favorability value hasn't budged, Liu Ze has gradually noticed that the wariness hidden beneath Kai Shur's gentle smile is decreasing. Now, Kai Shur is constantly saying things like, Kinwai's cooking is really delicious. Kinwai practices swordsmanship so diligently. He can compete with Zoro, and Kinwai's progress is really fast. Look how much his body shape has changed in such a short time. It is impossible to say that he was not affected at all by such words. Even the calm and proud Zoro occasionally praises Liu's in front of Kaishiro, saying that his rice balls are delicious and that he is very serious when practicing swordsmanship. It must be said that Liu's cooking skills, his diligent attitude displayed while training, and his remarkable talent in swordsmanship are all highly recognized by Zoro. This is also the main reason why Zoro's favorability towards Liu's has increased by more than 50 points, reaching a level of trust. Even Kaishiro, who is Zoro's direct disciple, has gradually softened his attitude towards this man who has only been at the dojo for a little over a month, believing that perhaps he can teach Liu's the one-mind swordsmanship. With a spirit level of 20 points, Liu's is already qualified to touch the threshold of observation haki, allowing him to sense subtle changes in the emotions of others. Liu's has also noticed the changes in Kaishiro's emotions during this time. He knows that he just needs an opportunity to showcase his abilities, to position himself more clearly so that Kaishiro recognizes and trusts him. And then the one-mind swordsmanship will naturally come to him. The sun doesn't seem so harsh anymore, so let's take some dorayaki and go visit Magi's house. That kid really loves sweets. Liu Ze looked at the sun gradually being covered by clouds, then glanced at the dorayaki in his hand. And suddenly this idea popped into his mind. Without hesitation, he decided to act. Liu Ze rolled off the terrace mat and wrapped the dorayaki on the plate in oiled paper, tying it up with string. After greeting the apprentices in the dojo, he carried the oiled paper package and headed towards the sword hall. Just as he was about to walk out the door, Liu Ze slapped his forehead and quickly turned back to find Evans. All right, Evans, I made some dorayaki. If you want to eat, just go to the kitchen and get some. I've saved the ones for Zoro and Teacher Gung Shurlang in the cupboard. So please help me brew some tea and take it to Teacher Gung Shurlang. I'm counting on you, Liu Ze said to Evans with his hands clasped together, the oiled paper package shaking in his hand. As for Zoro's, I'll wait until he comes back to tell him. Let him try it himself. Although the guy doesn't really like sweets, he should still give it a taste. Evans was a burly guy with a buzz cut about 9 meters tall. In reality, he would be considered tall, but in the world of One Piece, where the average height is around 9 to 2 meters, he could only be considered of medium height at best. From this perspective, Luffy, who is only 72 meters tall, really is short. Size, I have to say, being born in the world of One Piece is somewhat sad. Even if you're not short, there are always people who call you a little shorty, which is frustrating. At this moment, facing the sincere Liu Ze with his hands clasped together, the burly Evans had one hand on his knife and pinched his nose with the other, revealing a sly grin that did not match his honest appearance. I can certainly help with this little task. However, Liu Ze knew his little plan was exposed as soon as he agreed, immediately turning around and running while shouting, "Thanks a lot. I'll be back before dinner for sure. Please. Hey, I haven't finished talking." Evans stared blankly at Liu Ze, who was disappearing around the corner, a hint of sadness for failing at extortion rising in his heart. "Please, I'll make you fresh grilled fish when I come back tonight." Liu Ze's voice floated back from around the corner. Upon hearing this, the pain on Evans' face instantly vanished, replaced by a sense of surprise at having regained something lost. Kinway really is something, Evans thought, his smile gradually warming as he stood there for a moment before turning to help Liu Ze deliver dorayaki to Jing Sairo. "It seems you and Kinway get along really well." Evans, hearing a mature voice filled with laughter from behind, Evans shuddered slightly, and hurriedly turned to bow to the middle-aged man behind him. No need to be so formal. You've been training at the dojo for so many years. You know my habits, the man said, waving his hand with a gentle smile, his round-framed glasses reflecting the sunlight. Weren't you going to bring me dorayaki? Why are you still standing there? The lunch break is almost over. You should be getting ready to teach those apprentices. Adjusting his glasses, the man smiled gently, teasingly addressing Evans. This was Jingsairo, who had been drawn over by the conversation between Liu Ze and Evans. Yes, Jingsairo-sensei. I'll go right away. Please wait. Evans slightly bowed and immediately rushed to the kitchen. Although Jingsairo had always told him not to be so polite, he felt that being respectful to the man who saved his life and taught him the way of the sword was the least he could do. Kenwei will pass on the heart of swordsmanship to him once his swordsmanship improves a bit more, Jingsairo thought silently, while watching Evans disappear down the corridor. Ding! The favorability level of the character Jingsairo towards you has increased by 3 points, now totaling 52 points, with the current favorability level being trust. At that moment, Liu Ze, who was at Maggie's house chatting with the little guy who had ostensibly saved his life, was thinking about how to keep the family from going out as much as possible recently. The sudden system notification startled him, and he looked at the inexplicable increase in Jingsairo's favorability by 3 points, breaking through to the trust level of 52 points, leaving him somewhat confused. I didn't do anything. How did the favorability increase on its own? Liu Ze thought, puzzled. Could it be that Jingsairo really likes sweets or dorayaki? No way. After cooking for so long, I know he prefers light flavors and only has a passing taste for sweets. Unable to make sense of it, Liu Ze scratched his head in confusion. Kenwei! Kenwei! Maggie's voice called out, bringing the slightly dazed Liu Ze back to reality. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Let's just consider it a buildup of good while leading to a qualitative change. Liu Ze shook his head to throw out the distractions in his mind and turned to look at Meiji, who was holding a partially eaten dorayaki in one hand, and smiled. It's nothing. I was just lost in thought. I specially brought this for you. Go ahead and eat. Brother Kenwei really makes it well, Meiji said with his mouth full of food, speaking indistinctly. Liu Ze, Chapter 13. Lies. Liu Ze looked at Meiji, whose mouth was full of red bean paste, and thought for a moment before deciding to come up with a reason to keep Meiji's family from going out to fish for the next few days. Watching Meiji finish the dorayaki in his hand and carefully wrap up the leftovers to put away, he remembered the little guy saying that such delicious dorayaki should definitely be saved for Mom and Dad to try together. Eating it all by himself would be selfish. The little guy really knows how to be considerate. Seeing the thoughtful child, Liu Ze's expression became serious. Meiji, you know that I have some knowledge of navigation, so you must listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The originally friendly brother, Kenwei, suddenly became serious, making Meiji feel a bit anxious. But he also knew that Liu Ze wouldn't harm him, so he just obediently responded, indicating that he was listening. Liu Ze nodded in satisfaction with Meiji's reaction and continued speaking. Now that your parents are not home, I'll tell you this. You must remember to inform them when they return. Based on my observations, I have noticed a strong storm approaching from afar, though the exact time it will reach this area is still unclear. However, you must believe me, in the near future, it won't be long before the storm arrives. So, I advise you all not to go out to sea during this time. Otherwise, the risks will be great. Your family's small fishing boat won't last even half a minute in such a storm. You are my lifesaver, and I would never harm you. Please, your family must believe me. Absolutely do not go out to sea. Furthermore, if possible, please spread this information as a rumor, but do not speak of it directly. After all, I'm just speculating, and if nothing happens, it would be bad for your family to be blamed by the villagers for no reason. When it was almost dinner time, as Liu Ze left Meiji's house, Meiji still looked a bit dazed, but soon his small face became determined. He wanted to protect the village. Protect everyone. In the past, fishermen had no way to deal with storms, but this time was different. Then let us start spreading the rumors, little Meiji said with a smile. Phew, it's a good thing the storm really exists. Otherwise, this excuse wouldn't hold up. Walking under the sunset, Liu Ze cast a long shadow behind him, and a smile on his face shone brightly in the sunlight. If he weren't holding a live fish in his hand, his image would be even more perfect. Liu Ze had indeed crafted a plausible reason. The reality was that pirates could come to plunder at any time during this period. But the storm was also real, just perhaps not as severe as Liu Ze claimed. Spreading rumors aimed to reduce the number of fishermen going out to sea, to minimize casualties when the pirates attacked. Staying on land in one's own home still allowed for some maneuvering, but if encountered by pirates at sea, it would basically mean death, and there would be little chance of survival. This was a raid initiated by players who were going out to sea for the first time, seeking to truly join the pirate ranks and obtain the pirate profession template. Such raids were occurring all over the seas, and Frostmoon Village was one of them. Players who had not activated the true freedom mode and were under the system's sensory restrictions were merely playing a game. But for these natives, it was a matter of life and death. Luze felt that he couldn't just stand by and watch. The reason he remembered this small incident from his past life, which happened right at the beginning, was because he was also shocked when he saw it on the forum back then. He never expected that this group of players would dare to invade Zoro's hometown, especially while Zoro himself was still around. Moreover, besides Zoro, there was also a hidden master swordsman, Yang Shiro, in Frostmoon Village. Even if the Navy was caught off guard, how could these two sit back and watch Frostmoon Village being plundered by pirates? The outcome from the forum in his past life indeed did not disappoint Lu Ze's expectations. A group of players and amateur pirates were brutally defeated by Zoro and the town's garrison, ending up in prison thanks to the Navy. It was like they were just delivering themselves to behead. But even so, they still harmed quite a few villagers. Lu Ze muttered to himself. Not far away was the One Heart Dojo. I don't like to meddle in other people's business, but I've lived with the villagers for a while, so I can't just watch you brainless idiots run amok. Just as he was about to reach the dojo's entrance, a hand suddenly emerged from behind him, ready to pat his shoulder. Kenway, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ze instinctively moved his shoulder slightly to avoid the hand that reached out to him from behind. Hey, you actually dodged. Noticing that the voice behind him sounded somewhat familiar, Lu Ze turned his head and was surprised to find that the person who had patted his shoulder was actually Zoro. Lu Ze was stunned. Zoro? Why are you back so early today? You actually didn't get lost today? Lu Ze had a strange expression on his face, as if he had discovered something incredible. What do you mean by that? Zoro shouted, somewhat embarrassed, but understanding the meaning behind Lu Ze's expression. Have you really improved to this extent? You actually dodged my hands so easily, after being called a directionally challenged person for so many years. Zoro had become accustomed to it. Despite feeling a bit embarrassed, his attention was more focused on the instinctive dodge Lu Ze had just performed. Given Zoro's current strength, it should have been an easy task to approach someone like Lu Ze, who had only recently started practicing swordsmanship. This was not just a difference in physical ability, but also in combat skills and awareness. However, when it came to combat skills and awareness, Lu Ze, with the accumulation from his past life, was not significantly inferior to the current Zoro. He might even surpass him. How about we have a match? Zoro retracted his hand that had reached out to pat Lu Ze, feeling somewhat excited. As someone aiming to become the world's greatest swordsman, he had a considerable interest in any exceptional swordsman. Although Lu Ze was still a bit away from being a true swordsman, the technique he had just displayed was enough for Zoro to extend the invitation. You really are something. All right. Lu Ze looked helplessly at the green-haired youth beside him, rubbed his nose, and then smiled, gladly accepting. Well, let's do it after dinner. Let me see how far you've come now. Zoro also smiled, a fire igniting in his eyes. The two exchanged a knowing smile, filled with fighting spirit, and walked towards the dojo as dinner time arrived. Hey, Kenway, I want rice balls. Zoro's voice echoed from the dojo, faint but clearly happy. As for how Zoro managed to return to the dojo before dinner, that would probably remain a mystery. Chapter 14. The Match Bang. The three wooden swords collided fiercely, producing a crisp sound. The two faced off, filled with fighting spirit. One side was Zoro, holding two swords in his hands, while the other was Lu Ze, gripping a single sword with both hands. In the spacious hall, the two stood with swords drawn, surrounded by apprentices from the dojo. Seated at the front, Yoshikawa smiled as he watched the back and forth between the two. After dinner, once Lu Ze tidied up the kitchen and took a short break, they approached Yoshikawa to request a match. And now, the match began. Crack! The three wooden swords engaged briefly, then swiftly pulled back, redirecting each other's force to the side. Bang! Crack! Bang! Releasing the force from their swords. The two did not pause, immediately changing their sword momentum, attacking like lightning, giving no chance for their opponent to catch their breath. A few ordinary wooden swords seemed to be endowed with souls by the two, becoming agile and full of variations. Both Zoro and Lu Ze were filled with high spirits, their eyes burning with fierce fighting intent. Even though Lu Ze's attributes and swordsmanship were currently inferior to Zoro's, he did not show any signs of weakness. His sword danced with impeccable precision, launching powerful attacks without any hint of defeat. For a moment, the two were evenly matched, indistinguishable from one another. How terrifying! Zoro is one thing, But Kenwei has only been practicing swordsmanship for a little over a month. How is this possible? No. Look closely. Kenwei is already breathing heavily, but Zoro is only slightly heavier in breathing. But even so, his swordsmanship is terrifying. He has only been learning for less than 2 months. I suddenly feel an unprecedented sense of defeat. Was all my previous practice for nothing? These two guys are simply monsters. As they watch the increasingly intense battle between Liu Ze and Zoro, the apprentices surrounding them murmured among themselves. And the strength Liu Ze displayed during the match made their faces turn a bit pale. Fortunately, the teacher had the foresight to require them to use training wooden swords for the match. Otherwise, given their current intensity, someone might have been injured long ago. Ignoring the apprentices' discussions, Evans sat still, his robust body watching the two battling fiercely in the arena, his breath gradually becoming heavier as the thought of competing rose within him. But he also felt a hint of worry. Kenwei's attacks were becoming fewer, starting to tire from defense, his reaction time slowing down, his breathing rapid. His stamina was nearing its limit. He couldn't hold on much longer. Unlike those noisy apprentices, Evans was calm and had a clear judgment of the situation in the arena. Yes, Liu Ze is going to lose. Zoro is far superior to me in terms of physical strength, power, and speed. I've exerted all my effort just to maintain this back-and-forth situation, but my stamina is about to give out. Liu Ze swallowed, silently thinking to himself. At this moment, he held his sword in a defensive position, sweat pouring down his face, soaking his clothes, his eyes fixed on Zoro, trying hard to calm his rapid breathing. Seeing Liu Ze, who was clearly nearing his limits yet still refusing to concede, Zoro paused for a moment before smiling. Saying nothing more and simply biting down on one of his wooden swords. He decided to defeat Liu Ze with his full-power three-sword style. Seeing Zoro's action, Liu Ze was momentarily taken aback, and a provocative smile appeared on his sweat-soaked face as he shifted from a defensive stance to an offensive one. This guy, looking at Liu Ze before him, Zoro for the first time placed him on equal footing. Suddenly, Zoro shouted, raising his swords in a cross position, his figure lunging towards Liu Ze, sealing off Liu Ze's attack and defense routes with 3 swords. This is it. 3-sword style, Demon Slash. In an instant of Zoro's sword momentum, Liu Ze reacted with his fastest speed, his long sword slashing diagonally towards the 2 swords rushing at him like lightning. However, under the absolute disparity in power, he could block 1 sword with both hands, but could not withstand the force of Zoro's dual sword strikes. Bang! 1 wooden sword flew high into the air, landing in a nearby space, leaving the dojo in complete silence. Looking again at the scene, Zoro's 2 swords were already poised at Liu Ze's neck. You lost, Zoro said, his voice muffled as he bit down on the sword handle. Looking at the 2 wooden swords resting on his neck and feeling his empty hands, Liu Ze looked up at Zoro and grinned. Yes, you won. Zoro nodded, retracting his hand and taking the sword from his mouth, tossing all 3 swords into the corner bamboo holder. Ding! The character Zoro's affection for you has increased by 10 points, now totaling 66 points, with the current affection level being trust. Clap, 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 clap. Don't get the wrong idea. It was unclear who started it, but the surrounding apprentices suddenly burst into enthusiastic applause, the sound echoing around, making Zoro, standing in the arena, a bit embarrassed. As for Liu Ze, with his thick skin, this kind of scene was completely child's play, just a drizzle. Shut up. Enough noise. Zoro roared, his face growing more embarrassed, startling the others into silence, afraid to continue applauding. After the arena quieted down, Zoro nodded at Liu Ze, then slightly bowed to Yoshikawa. Please give us your feedback, teacher. Yoshikawa smiled gently, thought for a moment, and began to point out the strengths and weaknesses displayed by Liu Ze and Zoro during the match. Zoro, you started to underestimate your opponent. Kenwei here did well by staying calm. But Kenwei, your shortcomings in swordsmanship are still quite evident, like how you could have responded earlier. Zoro's swordsmanship foundation is already very solid, but there is still room for improvement. That's about it. Do you have any questions or anything to add? After Yoshikawa finished speaking, he turned to look at the other apprentices, his gentle gaze behind his round glasses revealing a sense of inquiry. Thank you, Teacher Yoshikawa. No, nothing. The apprentices pondered their gains seriously and quickly responded. All right, let's call it a day. Kenwei, stay behind. Yoshikawa nodded, turning to Liu Ze as he spoke the last sentence. Yes. The apprentices responded in unison, quickly dispersing. Once everyone had left, only Yoshikawa and Liu Ze remained, facing each other in the spacious hall. Kenwei, you have great talent. Your progress in swordsmanship is unparalleled in my experience. It's thanks to senior brother Zoro and you, teacher. Liu Ze smiled broadly, and he probably guessed why Gung Sailang kept it behind. There's no need for flattery. Since you've come this far, we can teach you the secret swordsmanship of the Yi Sin Dao. Chapter 15. Transcendent Limits. Please collect. Please recommend. Without too much ado, Gung Sailang discussed some sword techniques with Liu Ze, and after confirming that his foundation was solid enough, he began to teach him the Yi Sin swordsmanship. The secret swordsmanship I possess shares the same name as the dojo, called Yi Sin swordsmanship. With your current foundation, you are qualified to practice this swordsmanship. The Yi Sin swordsmanship is a technique based on the mind and spirit, using sword techniques. It is not enough to have a decent foundation in swordsmanship to unleash its power. Only with a powerful mind capable of sensing the breathing and rhythm of all things can one uncover the true power of the Yi Sin swordsmanship. Therefore, before teaching you the Yi Sin swordsmanship, I will first teach you the method of meditation. You must meditate daily to strengthen your spirit. Only then can your practice of the Yi Sin swordsmanship proceed smoothly. Ding! The character Gung Sailang is imparting knowledge related to meditation and secret swordsmanship to you. Ding! Your talent extraordinary gift has been activated, increasing your learning efficiency by 50. Ding! You have gained some information about the combat skill meditation and the Yi Sin swordsmanship. Ding! The combat skill meditation and the Yi Sin swordsmanship have been detected, and the relevant attribute is spirit. Your specialty iron will has been activated, increasing learning speed by 50. Ding! Congratulations, you have mastered the combat skills meditation and Yi Sin swordsmanship. Ding! It has been detected that the spirit attribute of the combat skill Yi Sin swordsmanship mastered by the player has reached the transcendent limit. Would you like to proceed with the breakthrough assessment? Friendly reminder. After completing the breakthrough assessment, the attributes of the player reaching the transcendent limit can continue to improve. The system prompt rang in his ears, waiting for him to check. But at this moment, Liu Ze was not concerned with these trivial details. Thud! By the time Gung Sailang finished explaining the relevant content of the Yi Sin swordsmanship, it was already late at night, and the dojo was silent. The sound of Liu Ze kneeling and bowing was particularly loud, with his body kneeling and his head resting on the ground. Liu Ze spoke in a muffled voice. Thank you, Master, for imparting the teachings. At first, Liu Ze's purpose in coming to the dojo was not pure. But after spending some time together, he had come to regard Gung Sailang as his true teacher, and the other apprentices in the dojo were also close friends. For Gung Sailang's trust and guidance, as he was about to set sail, Liu Ze had little to repay him with, only a sincere bow to express his gratitude. Looking at Liu Ze kneeling on the ground, Gung Sailang remained silent for a moment, his gentle smile unchanged, and he reached out to adjust his reflective round glasses, which completely obscured his eyes, making him seem somewhat enigmatic in this environment. I understand. Get up, Kenwei. Gung Sailang said as he stepped down and personally helped the sweaty Liu Ze up. Gung Sailang also knew that Liu Ze's origins were unclear. His sudden appearance in Shuangyue village might not be pure. However, after today, those things no longer mattered. No matter what Liu Ze's background or purpose was, all he needed to know was that Liu Ze was his disciple, and that was enough. Just like when Zoro suddenly appeared to challenge the dojo. With an unclear background but the same thirst for swordsmanship, he accepted him without any reservations. Thank you, Master. Liu Ze looked at the middle-aged man who helped him up, his voice still muffled. It's getting late. We need to practice swordsmanship tomorrow, so go back and rest. Gung Sailang patted Liu Ze's shoulder and said gently, Don't forget to try meditation when you get back. Gung Sailang paused and added another sentence. Okay, Master, I'll start practicing meditation when I get back. Then I'll head back. You should rest early as well, Master. Liu Ze smiled, indicating that he would not slack off, and walked out of the hall towards his room. With a splash, he closed the door, let out a sigh, and began to rub his sore arms and shoulders while preparing to fetch water for a shower. It was impossible to avoid defeat in the competition with Zoro without paying some price in a short time. After taking a shower, Liu Ze lay comfortably on his bed, casually grabbing the leftover dorayaki he had taken from the kitchen, too lazy to move as he ate it in bed. First, he had consumed a lot of physical strength during the competition with Zoro, and then he had been left by Gung Shiro to learn the one-mind sword technique. He was indeed feeling somewhat mentally exhausted now. While munching on the dorayaki, Liu Ze flipped through the numerous system notifications that had popped up after his competition with Zoro. When he reached the notification about Zoro's affection level, Liu Ze suddenly chuckled. So, this guy Zoro finally sees me as an equal opponent, huh? Shaking his head, Liu Ze continued to browse through the system notifications. Huh, After learning the one mind sword technique, did the breakthrough assessment for the extraordinary limit get triggered? It had been quiet before. It turned out it was because he didn't have the corresponding skills to utilize these attributes, and thus couldn't gain the system's recognition. But now, should he choose to break through to the extraordinary rank? Luze chuckled and decisively chose no. Ding! The player has chosen not to undergo the extraordinary breakthrough, and the player's spirit and intelligence attributes will be capped at 20 points and cannot be increased. Warm reminder, players can choose to undergo the assessment for the extraordinary rank at any time in the system panel. Upon successfully completing the assessment, the capped attributes can continue to be improved and corresponding rewards will be granted. Players are encouraged to keep up the effort. It's not urgent. Having just entered the game, the spirit and intelligence attributes have already reached the extraordinary limit. With such a significant advantage, how could one not continue to accumulate? Luze casually flipped through the system prompts, already having a plan in mind. In Pirate OL, every 10 points of attributes represent a difference in ranks. For instance, the current 20 points that Luze has represent the boundary between the mundane and the extraordinary. Each time an attribute limit is broken, the player can receive corresponding rewards for each attribute that surpasses the limit, and the more attributes that break through during a rank up, the greater the rewards will be. However, gains and risks have always gone hand in hand. The more attributes broken through at once, the greater the difficulty of the breakthrough assessment. Each player's assessment is unique and must be completed individually. While they may be similar, they are not identical, as the system generates them automatically based on the player's attributes, skills, combat style, personality, and even their devil fruit, hockey, and other abilities. The increase in difficulty is just a minor factor, considering the benefits gained after the breakthrough. Taking a little risk is worth it. Luze swallowed the sweet dorayaki in his mouth, silently thinking to himself, there's still a long way to go. If I want to compete with those monsters, how can I possibly be their match without attempting the 5-element limit breakthrough? Chapter 16, Leap in Strength. Clap. He placed the empty plate aside, satisfied as he wiped his mouth and hands. Late-night desserts are always so sweet and delicious, making them hard to resist. In the time it took to glance at the system panel, he accidentally finished them all. After letting out a satisfied burp, Luze patted his slightly bulging belly made of muscle and got out of bed, ready to do some meditation practice before sleeping. Just as he settled into position, calming his mind and closing his eyes to prepare for meditation, Luze suddenly opened his eyes, slapped his forehead, and broke out of that state. All right, I haven't checked the specific attributes of the one-heart sword technique. No wonder it felt like I forgot something. It's hard to calm down. Rubbing his rough chin stubble, Luze directly opened his personal panel. Character panel name, Edward Kenway race, ordinary human profession, common chef, expert, sword master, beginner, rank, elite, quasi-supernatural, health points, 100 strength, 16, 1 constitution, 16 agility, 18 intelligence, 20 not broken through, spirit, 20 not broken through. Note, in the world of One Piece, the average attributes of normal adults are 10. These base attributes are derived from a scan of the player's body by the system. Talent, not activated specialties, exceptional talent, iron will, storm baptism, I. Strong physique, basic skills, survival at sea 13, swimming 27, performance 12, deception 10, negotiation 17, life skills, navigation, beginner, culinary arts, expert, extreme cooking, skill acquired from chef template, combat skills, cold weapons, long sword, mastery, basic sword technique, mastery, meditation, mastery, one heart sword technique, beginner, Iato / skill acquired from sword master template, experience points, 2647. Looking at his personal panel, which showed significantly more impressive data, Luze didn't examine it in detail. Instead, he first opened the meditation and one heart sword technique he had just acquired today. First, meditation. Name, meditation, basic, mastery, related attribute, spirit effect. You can train your spirit, hone your will, and recover energy through meditation. The specific effect depends on your spirit attribute. Cost, spirit power learning conditions. Spirit attribute must reach 10 note. Meditation is the key to opening the door to the spiritual world and the beginning of discovering mental power. Next is the first advanced skill Luze learned since his rebirth, one heart sword technique. In Luze's personal panel, this skill shimmered with a purple glow, distinctly different from the other white font skills, indicating that one heart sword technique is at least an advanced skill of epic rank. Name, one heart sword technique, beginner, related attributes, spirit, strength, constitution, agility effect. 1. Blade of the mind, active once activated. Each of your attacks will inflict an additional spiritual damage of 3 spirit attribute. The target hit will undergo a spirit attribute check, and those who fail the check will fall into a 13-second mental daze. Effect 2. Will as sharp as a blade, passive 5 to resistance against negative spirit effects cost. Stamina. Energy learning conditions. All attributes above 15. Basic sword technique. Mastery. Meditation. Mastery. Note, the secret of this sword technique lies in the mind. Hiss. Looking at the detailed attributes of the one-heart sword technique, Liu Ze inhaled sharply. His spirits lifted, and all his fatigue was instantly swept away. The one-heart dojo was indeed the right choice. Liu Ze was somewhat excited and began to involuntarily calculate the effects of the one-mind sword path. The additional mental damage, combined with the mental daze from the mental judgment, created a rhythm that could control a person to death. This was just the entry-level effect. And there was also the consumption of -50 for the mental-related attribute from the Steel Heart specialization, along with a 30 effect bonus that hadn't even been counted yet. This was truly worth it. Liu Ze looked at the panel and had a preliminary understanding of the power of focusing on the sword path. As for meditation, although the attribute description was not very clear, Liu Ze knew very well the characteristics of this skill and valued it highly. After all, the prerequisite for life return also had a level requirement for meditation, which was why Liu Ze had cultivated it to the expert level in his previous life. Therefore, as soon as he started using the meditation skill, it had already reached the maximum mastery level achievable at 20 points of the extraordinary limit. After Liu Ze's mental attribute broke through 20 points to reach the extraordinary rank, as long as he performed a deep meditation once, the skill would break its limits and advance to expert level. However, before that, it was impossible for its level to change even slightly. When leveling up, the corresponding attribute could be improved, but the level increase was limited by the rank of the attribute. This was the downside of basic skills like meditation. Without breaking through the rank, the maximum attributes and skills could not be improved, while the strength of the native enemies and players he had to face was getting stronger and stronger. Whether to consider the current strength or the potential for the future was a huge challenge for those players who wanted to break through multiple attributes. After all, they were not like Liu Ze, who could directly elevate his skills to the level he had already mastered using the game's rules. For ordinary players, in order to increase skill levels, they either had to spend a lot of time practicing to improve their proficiency or spend a lot of experience points to boost it. However, for Liu Ze, who was already far ahead of the players, this was not much of a pressure, but rather a bit of a pity. Although he had immediately met the prerequisite learning conditions for focusing on the sword path, the 2 points of mental attributes wasted in leveling up meditation from entry to mastery felt like a loss, even though it was destined to be unattainable. Now that the mental attribute could finally be utilized, his combat power was starting to take shape. As for the intelligence attribute, it would be better to wait until he defeated that self-proclaimed god and obtained that fruit before making further plans. Liu Ze looked at the skill glowing faintly on the attribute panel and the attributes nearing the extraordinary limit, silently calculating in his mind. His strength, constitution, and agility had each increased by 4 points from beginner to mastery level due to the cold weapon, long sword, and basic swordsmanship, plus an additional 0, 9, 0, 9, and 0, 5 points from his consistent sword practice and cooking assistance over the past month. His strength reached 15, 1, constitution reached 15, and agility reached 17, meeting the prerequisites for learning the one-mind sword technique. After mastering the one-mind sword technique, the subsequent job template further increased Liu Ze's strength, constitution, and agility by 1 point each, reaching levels of 16, 1, 16, and 18. Ding! Detected that the player has mastered the combat skills basic swordsmanship, mastery, and one-mind sword technique beginner. The player receives relevant information for the job of swordsman. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the job of swordsman. Job, swordsman, beginner, attribute bonus, strength 1, constitution 1, agility 1 special effect bonus, sword and blade weapon compatibility 10 template skill, Iato mastery, a technique to draw and strike from a sitting static position or a standing dynamic position to win instantly. The player must explore and adapt it to their own swordsmanship. Evaluation. With a solid foundation in swordsmanship and having initially mastered one sword technique, you can barely be considered a swordsman, but in this monster-filled realm, you have only just scratched the surface. Acquisition conditions. 1. Basic swordsmanship. Mastery. 2. Mastery of one advanced sword technique. Beginner. Even if he was hiding his talents, his progress was rapid. and there were still many skills from his previous life that he had not synchronized. Once he left the one-mind dojo and set sail, he could unleash a burst of power and achieve extraordinary results overnight. Chapter 17. Pirate. After organizing the accumulated changes in attributes during this period, Liu Ze calmed his emotions and meditated for a while, trying to gather his somewhat scattered mental energy since his rebirth. During this process, he began to attempt to sense his surroundings, aiming to quickly master observation haki. However, mastering observation haki in a short time was clearly not easy. Even though Liu Ze's mental attribute had reached the minimum threshold to touch the power of haki, the results were still minimal. As a beginner, activating the latent power of haki within his body without appropriate external stimuli undoubtedly required strong guidance from someone well-versed in this path and a long period of practice. Having already mastered haki in his previous life, Liu Ze naturally did not need guidance. But even though he once possessed that power, it was not easy for him to regain it in a short time with his current attributes. Therefore, persistent practice was essential. Thus, he meditated until midnight, feeling his spirit being tempered and unified without stagnation before finally collapsing into sleep. Skills are not rigid data on an individual panel. Only through continuous practice can one truly understand, master, and unleash their real power. After a dreamless night, Liu Ze, having adjusted his mental state through meditation, woke up feeling unprecedentedly refreshed. After resolving the breakfast issue and listening to the shouts and sword sounds coming from the front yard, Liu Ze began to practice swordsmanship in the yard by himself. From the beginning, Liu Ze was taught by Zoro and had never learned swordsmanship with those snot-nosed kids. Now that he had reached his level, there was no need for him to mix with them anymore. Perhaps Yasaku had considered that his age, being in his 20s, was not suitable for learning swordsmanship with those children, which is why he had Zoro teach him. It was truly thoughtful. Liu Ze turned off the system's prompt about skill improvement and focused on practicing his swordsmanship. While practicing, he contemplated the specific effects that the angle and technique of his strikes could bring. He continued this way until the sun was nearly overhead, close to noon, when he finally stopped, tidied up his sweat-soaked clothes, and prepared to cook. Just as he was organizing himself, he suddenly blurted out a realization. That's right. Perhaps I should practice on the open space at the beach. Liu Ze was just thinking about how to participate in the upcoming pirate raid as quickly as possible to buy some time for the innocent villagers to react, allowing the militia and villagers to minimize their losses. Then, Zoro's daily training inspired him. As long as he stayed by the seaside, he would be the first to encounter the pirates once they arrived, naturally allowing him to join in at the earliest moment. Liu Ze questioned himself, knowing he was not a good person, but he always held a certain sympathy for these simple villagers. With the arrival of the great era of pirates, they were the biggest victims. Due to the rampant pirates, the weakness of the navy, the corruption of the world government, and the revolutionary activities of the revolutionaries lurking around the world, the living environment of these ordinary civilians became unstable. Coupled with the power struggles among various factions, the world turned dark and chaotic, and the entire world was in the most corrupt and darkest period before transformation. Living in such an era, most of them were merely struggling to survive while being deceived. Therefore, when faced with the disruptions caused by players that harmed the villagers' stable lives, Liu Ze chose to intervene as much as he could. After all, he felt that these living beings were not as simple as data in an online game. Since he was here, he could not turn a blind eye. Taking care of this matter could be seen as a way to repay the villagers of Shuangyue village and honor the teachings of Geng Shilang. Let's do this, Liu Ze decided firmly. Soon, he explained to Geng Shilang his desire to train alone by the seaside. From that day on, besides cooking and resting, Liu Ze spent most of his time on the beach, wielding his sword against the waves. After a few days, Liu Ze was sitting under a tree resting and browsing the forum, wanting to see if there were any new updates. Suddenly, his expression changed as a brand new post caught his eye. Live stream of raiding coastal villages, revealing the conditions for obtaining pirate templates. Liu Ze clicked to take a look. Besides a live stream link, there was also an image, which was probably taken by a player using the system's built-in camera from a first-person perspective. In the picture, a player dressed in tattered clothes, with a curved knife at their waist, stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance. Not far away was land, and upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see the greenery behind the beach and people resting under the trees. Why does this place and this person in the photo look so familiar? Liu Ze was lost in thought and took a closer look. Oh my god, ISNT that me. Suddenly awakened from his obsession with the forum, Liu Ze quickly closed the forum panel and looked up to see a two-masted ship with black sails sailing towards him. This water post had caused a problem. Realizing the enemy was almost at his doorstep was just too embarrassing. Liu Ze rolled over and stood up from under the tree, mumbling to himself. Seeing that the pirate ship was getting closer and time was running out, he didn't bother to put on his half-removed clothes, quickly tied his waist with them, grabbed a whiteboard-long knife beside him, and ran towards the village. Fortunately, the rumors spread by Meiji were effective, and there weren't many fishermen out at sea these days. Now there wasn't a single one in sight. While running, Liu Ze kept thinking and shouted loudly about the pirates coming, warning the defenseless villagers to quickly go home and hide. Liu Zitsai shouted a few words, and suddenly, McGee appeared out of nowhere. "Brother Kenway, the pirates are about to land." Liu Zitsai didn't want to waste time notifying the villagers, so he grabbed McGee and prepared to send him to inform them. "McGee, hurry and tell the villagers that a pirate ship is coming. Tell them to go home quickly and hide. After you've informed them, come back home quickly. Don't linger outside." After finishing speaking, Liu Ze released the boy and ran back in the direction he came from with a knife in hand. "Brother Kenway, where are you going?" Seeing Liu Ze running towards the beach again, MacG shouted anxiously. "Don't mind me. Quickly inform the villagers and the defense army." Hearing MacG shout, Liu Ze didn't stop for a moment. He just urged MacG not to delay any longer and quicken his pace, a faint cold smile appearing on his face. A group of pirates who were at most elite level and a combination of novice players. Let us see how they fare against the results of my training during this time. Chapter 18 / Boom. Before Liu Ze could run across the main road to the seaside, a sudden roar erupted, fire and smoke rose ahead, and a large tree was blown in half. Liu Ze, farewell. Looking at the large tree that was as thick as a person's embrace fallen in front of him, Liu Ze turned and walked away. He hadn't even reached the extraordinary limits in his three basic physical attributes: strength, constitution, and agility. Yet he wanted to charge in and attack with cannons. What a joke. With just swordsmanship and no physical attributes to support it, chopping cannonballs was merely a laughable idea. It was better to wait until they disembarked and landed before engaging in close combat. This wasn't cowardice. I'm just following my heart. Liu Ze reassured himself as he walked in a wide circle through the shade of the trees to the side of the pirate ship. Boom, boom, boom. As Liu Ze circled around to observe the movements of the pirate ship, several flashes of fire erupted from the approaching brigantine, and the smoke, along with the speeding cannonballs, devastated the port. Boom, crack, as the pirate ship violently crashed into the port, firmly embedding itself into the shattered dock. A group of filthy, ragged pirates leaped off the ship, brandishing curved sabers as they surged toward the village like locusts. Charge! Women, wealth, fine wine. Whoever gets it first, it's theirs. Ha 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 ha. The lion dog pirate crew is invincible. Move quickly before the navy reacts. Watching the pirates rushing down from the ship, Liu Ze's gaze turned cold as he drew his long white blade and stepped out from the shadows of the forest, standing at the only main road leading from the port to the village. Hey, look, there's a kid with a sword standing at the front of the road. One of the pirates charging ahead shouted to alert the others. What is the big deal? It's just a kid. We have so many people. Another pirate scoffed. Ha ha. Just a brash young fool wanting to be a hero. Ignore him and charge on. Old Toby, you're not scared, are you? The pirate who first spotted Liu Ze and shouted was suddenly flushed with excitement, loudly declaring, just a greenhorn. How could he possibly scare me? Watch how I deal with him. At this moment, dozens of pirates were almost at the intersection where Liu Ze stood, with old Toby at the front of the crowd, spurred on by others, excitedly drawing his sword to charge at Liu Ze, ready to take him down and prove his courage and strength. Kid die. Remember, you died at the hands of old Toby. Old Toby, bold enough to be at the front of the group, naturally had some strength. Unfortunately, this strength was only relative to their pirate crew when compared to Liu Ze. Clang. One sword style, Iato, slashed the wave. Accompanied by Liu Ze's calm and icy voice, a brilliant blade light burst forth from his waist, slicing through the air toward the charging old Toby with the force of a wave cutting through the sea. A scream rang out as the blade light faded, blood splattering, and a deep wound appeared on old Toby's face, stretching from his head down to his groin, almost splitting him in half. With a look of pain and disbelief on his face, he was in a horrific state. How is this possible? Old Toby's eyes widened in anger as he expended his last bit of strength to look at Liu Ze. Thud, there is nothing impossible. You're just too weak. That's all. Shaking off the blood from his blade, Luze glanced at the fallen pirate and said flatly. After that, Luze slowly raised his head and turned to look at the other pirates. Trash pirates, are you really deciding to attack this village? At this moment, because Luze had casually killed Old Toby, who was ranked in the top 5 in strength within the Lion Dog pirate crew, the group of pirates was immediately stunned, feeling a bit wary and hesitant to approach the seemingly unfathomable Luze. Intimidation 6, seeing the pirates, who were previously charging like locusts, now intimidated by him. Luze was pleased to pose dramatically. After all, he didn't intend to single-handedly deal with all the pirates. His goal was merely to delay them from entering the village. As long as he could wait for Zoro and the garrison to arrive, there would be no risk to the villagers. Thus, the situation on the field changed instantly, with a large pirate crew being held up by just Luze. I hope Zoro and the town's garrison move quickly. I can't handle so many people alone. Just a single volley of random gunfire would be too much for me to withstand. Although Luze appeared to strike with lethal precision and immense strength, this was merely a facade he had forcibly created just to buy some time for the village to react to the enemy. In a one-on-one situation, he wouldn't back down against anyone present, but if they charged in together or fired randomly, he would still struggle to hold up, especially since this wasn't an anime, where bullets never hit their targets. This kid killed Old Toby. Kill him. Avenge Old Toby. Suddenly, a shout rang out among the pirates from the guy who had previously urged Old Toby to confront Luze. At this moment, this guy was energetically shouting about avenging Old Toby. He asked just one person, "What are we afraid of?" A voice emerged from the pirates. "Open fire, everyone, open fire. Kill him for me." Instantly, the pirates, previously intimidated by Luze, regained their morale and raised their flintlock pistols. Not good. Luze's pupils contracted as a strong sense of crisis surged within him. He pushed off the ground and instantly vanished from his spot. Luze heard the continuous shouts from the pirates and had a premonition, ready to dodge at any moment. The instant the guns were raised, he reacted. Did he retreat? No. He dodged the hail of bullets and charged straight at the pirates from another angle. The target was precisely those guys who had been shouting to boost morale. The Blade of the Mind was activated. Ripples gradually appeared in Luze's eyes, and the long knife in his hand seemed to undergo some change. With a swoosh, he knocked over a group of pirates. Luze's long knife was fierce, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, starting to reap. The exquisite knife technique, combined with the mental damage of the Blade of the Mind, made it nearly impossible for any pirate to withstand Luze's strike. Even those who could endure the first blow, in a dazed state for even just a second, could not withstand Luze's subsequent second strike. In an instant, the entire main dog pirate crew found no one who could match Luze in a single encounter. However, just as Luze seemed to have gone invincible, moving in and out of the crowd, killing at will, a massive claw clenched into a fist suddenly emerged from among the pirates, accompanied by a booming roar, and smashed towards Luze's back. Arrogant kid, do you really think there's no one in my main dog pirate crew? Chapter 19. Main dog, arrogant kid. Do you really think there's no one in my main dog pirate crew? Luze swung his sword and knocked down a pirate. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis surged over him, causing the hair on his back to stand on end. Without a second thought, he rolled on the ground and quickly escaped the battle circle. Boom! Just as Luze dodged, a beastly paw the size of a large pot smashed down with immense force at the spot where he had just stood, creating a large pit in the ground, with cracks spreading outwards. As he exited the battle circle and quickly adjusted his stance, Luze turned his head and saw the aftermath of that punch, causing his eyelids to twitch violently. Luze watched as the pirate across from him slowly pulled his fist out of a large pit in the ground. The guy was dressed in a patchy mix of black, white, and yellow fur that looked incredibly ugly, and he had a dog-like head. Luze felt a sinking sensation in his heart and was somewhat annoyed. This must be the captain of the Mastiff pirate crew, transformed into the dog fruit, Mastiff form. With such strength, this guy's power was at least above 20 points, reaching the extraordinary level, coupled with the attribute enhancement from the transformation, if he smashed down on me. The difference between 20 points at the extraordinary level and 15 points at the elite level was like heaven and earth. Every point of attribute difference after reaching extraordinary was a huge chasm compared to elite. The gap in combat power was immense. Not to mention the difference between extraordinary and elite. With my current strength, my physique would definitely not be able to withstand this guy's punch. If he hit me, it would surely trigger a crushing effect. Too much to handle. Better to wait for Zoro to arrive and let him deal with it. Luze silently cursed in his heart. Although he did have a bit of a chance if it came to a fight, he had no intention of dedicating himself to the village of Shuangyue until death. He just wanted to help the villagers a little. But why did such a guy suddenly appear when he was told that it was just rookie players and silly pirates? This difficulty is a bit too high. Director, I want to see the script. This is not what we agreed on. However, since it had come to this point, Luze had no intention of running away. Although Zoro was a bit of a directionally challenged person, he had never let him down at critical moments. As long as he could hold on a little longer, it would be fine. Zoro, don't run off on your own at a time like this. Luze looked at the dog-headed captain, surrounded by a bunch of pirates, and felt particularly worried about Zoro's sense of direction. He was clearly the biggest directionally challenged person in history, but was inexplicably confident, which made it hard for Luze not to worry. If Zoro was late, he might end up losing his 100+ pounds of meat here. There was no way to run. It was impossible to run in this lifetime. After all, one still had a save face. Damn it, the opponent's agility, enhanced by the Inu no Mi, was lower than his. Luze would rather die than eat shit. The opponent's agility was not lower than his, and there were a bunch of little brothers with guns. How could he possibly escape? Since he couldn't run and the opponent was too strong, Luze naturally wouldn't take any more risks. At this moment, he had stepped out of the battle circle, holding his sword with both hands, and was confronting a group of pirates from a distance, occasionally cutting down a few reckless pirates who charged at him. After a few rounds like this, the captain of the Inu pirate crew finally couldn't hold it in anymore. If he couldn't deal with a mere kid with his own presence, then his subordinates were truly a bunch of useless trash. So, he pushed away the little brother beside him, clenched his fist, and walked towards Luze, speaking as he walked. What a bunch of useless trash, just a kid. And he still needs Lord Cortez to take action personally. But since this lord has taken action, then kid, you can say your last words. Before the words fell, Cortez of the Inu kicked off the ground, his figure darting towards Luze like a sharp arrow, his hand transformed into claws, glimmering coldly and howling with the wind, aiming directly at Luze's head to strike down hard. Can't block it head on. Watching the claws coming at him from a short distance, this thought flashed through his mind, and his body instinctively made a dodging move. Whoosh! The fierce beast claw struck down hard, and Luze's figure moved rapidly. Oof! Luze let out a muffled grunt. Although he had dodged the fatal blow, he still couldn't completely evade the opponent's attack. 5 gruesome claw marks appeared on Luze's abdomen, blood quickly seeping out and pooling to dye the clothes around his waist a deep crimson. This speed, indeed. Luze gently touched the 5 wounds on his abdomen, glanced at the blood on his hand, and then casually wiped it on his waist. It's just a superficial injury. I can't fight. Meanwhile, with a knife in a defensive stance, Luze noticed that the sounds of heavy footsteps were approaching from the village behind him. The garrison had finally arrived. They just needed to hold on a little longer. The kid reacts pretty quickly, but he won't be so lucky with the next strike. The brutal-looking coats licked the blood and flesh stuck to his claws while sneering at Luze. Seeing through the inferior intimidation tactics, Luze remained calm and mocked kid. Still tough when death is at hand. Go die. Coates roared, his figure vanishing again. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and Luze's senses heightened. To him, everyone's movements slowed down, including Coates. The mind blade activated. Ripples danced in Luze's eyes. A strange aura enveloped him, and the white-bladed long knife in his hand brimmed with a unique power. Stimulating his mind forcefully, Coates' every move appeared in slow motion to Luze, with the trajectory of his strikes laid bare. One-sword style weasel. With a slight shift of his foot, Luze watched as Coates' claws swiped past him. He tilted the long knife and, with the speed of a gale and the force of lightning, slashed upward diagonally toward Coates' arms. It's better to injure 10 fingers than to sever one. Coates' strike missed, and a chill ran down his spine as an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him. He's going to chop off my arms. The thought flashed through his mind, and Coates' eyes widened with rage as he desperately tried to dodge. However, after missing the previous strike, his body was in a state of old strength fading and new strength not yet rising, making it difficult to react in time. Moreover, Luze named this strike Weasel not just for show. It was sharp and swift like a whirlwind, allowing the enemy to be slain without even realizing it. That was the essence of the Weasel technique. A severed arm, accompanied by a gushing fountain of blood, shot into the sky before crashing heavily to the ground. My hand. Coates, who had managed to evade most of the blow but still lost half of his arm, covered his severed right arm and wailed in agony. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, and the mental trauma combined with intense pain continuously stimulated Coates' nerves, making him want to roll on the ground in frustration. Kill him. Everyone, kill this kid for me. Chapter 20, Dog Slaughter. Kill him. Everyone, kill this kid for me. Coates, having lost an arm, quickly retreated away from Liu Ze while painfully shouting, not forgetting to try to kill Liu Ze even while gravely injured. However, before his pirate subordinates could draw their knives or aim their guns at Liu Ze, a sudden flash of a blade caught Coates off guard, his body momentarily freezing as his eyes widened in anger. An ordinary-looking long knife, stained with blood, pierced through Coates' chest, breaking through his defenses, with half of the blade protruding from his back, landing squarely on his heart. Looking back along the blade, a man with a bare upper body covered in blood, and with his golden hair tied back, was gripping the knife handle with strong hands, gazing coldly at the other pirates. It was Liu Ze who, after using the weasel technique and regaining some strength, continued his assault. The wildfire cannot be extinguished. Spring winds blow again, and with the great opportunity right before him. How could he let this dog escape? Damn, I didn't expect this guy to become so weak just from losing a hand. It seems it's time to collect some heads. While Liu Ze appeared aloof on the surface, he thought this to himself without hesitation as he gathered his remaining strength to strike at Coates. Thud! Liu Ze suddenly pulled out the knife, and blood burst from Cortez's chest like a geyser, instantly dyeing his tattered captain's outfit red. With a ruptured heart, Cortez could no longer support himself. His mottled fur quickly faded away, and the dog-like features on other parts of his body returned to human appearance. His tall and robust body crashing to the ground. An invisible treasure chest of the natives gradually appeared on Cortez's corpse, emitting enticing blue light, showcasing its rare quality. As the blue chest appeared, some of the pirates, who had been shrinking back with white text floating over their heads, suddenly became excited, exchanging glances and showing signs of wanting to rush forward and seize it. This guy looks strong, but we outnumber him. As long as we can get our hands on it, we'll be rich. This might be the first blue treasure chest in the game. Let us do it. Get ready. This was probably the meaning expressed through the eye contact of these goofballs. However, feigning ignorance of their reaction, Liu Ze simply stepped on the treasure chest, which, in the eyes of the native pirates, looked like he was stepping on Cortez's corpse. He surveyed the surrounding pirates holding knives and guns, their expressions betraying their concealed fear. Who still wants to come up and die? Upon hearing this, a wave of imposing aura surged from Liu Ze, instilling a psychological pressure that suppressed every pirate who made eye contact with him, deeply planting fear in their hearts, making them reluctant to move. This included the players who were too weak to do anything but paddle around during the raid. Damn, this guy looks really strong. Why don't you go first? I'm not going. You go first. I'll go if you go. You guys just watch my moves and rush in together. Hey, why aren't you moving? Go ahead. I've already made up my mind. Now it's up to you guys. Damn, just like that. A group of players who were supposed to be brave stood frozen in place, not daring to move. With a flick of his long knife, Liu Ze shook off the sticky blood from it, stepping on the corpse of the dog-like Cortez, his knife angled as he faced off against the group of pirates. Finally scared this bunch off. After that move against that dog-like creature, I was almost out of energy. If they hadn't been scared off, I would have had to run. At this moment, Liu Ze, who seemed invincible, felt a sigh of relief inside as he saw the pirates finally intimidated by him. So, it turns out this guy is just for show, only able to scare people. If those frightened players knew what they missed out on, they might even consider deleting their accounts. This is not the ridiculous random starter gift package. This is a genuine over-level treasure chest dropped from Liu Ze after defeating an extraordinary demon fruit user alone. And who knows, it might contain a corresponding demon fruit. Of course, the chances may not be as high as one might think. Moreover, the current players probably couldn't fully appreciate the value of the demon fruit, so they remained quite timid. Meanwhile, the earlier post Liu Ze discovered about live streaming the raid on the coastal village, revealing the conditions for obtaining the pirate template, had completely gone viral, with the comment section nearly going crazy. The player who posted started the live stream as their ship approached Frost Moon Village, broadcasting all the changes happening on the scene, making a group of viewers extremely anxious. When Liu Ze appeared at the intersection, trying to block the pirates' advance, the comments were like this: is this guy a native or a player? He is actually planning to block so many pirates by himself. He must be looking for trouble. Wow, no matter how many there are, I'll go. So cool. This guy is really handsome. Great figure, Saab. Please don't die like this. Check out my profile picture for what you want him. Something strange seems to be popping up. After Liu Ze executed the old Toby with a swift slash, The comments changed to, "What the hell? I thought he was a fool looking for death, but this guy is actually so fierce. 1/kill. He is incredibly strong. Wow, is that what it feels like to have a heartbeat against weak and trash pirates? I think I'm in love." When Liu Zhe was rampaging through the pirates, the viewers basically turned into a bunch of fish that could only shout 666, while 666 was flooding the screen. A few comments occasionally popped up urging the streamer to get away and not get killed, or they wouldn't be able to watch the live stream. Streamer, I really appreciate your concern. Under Liu Zhe's powerful presence, the streamer completely turned into a cameraman, losing all sense of presence. Then, when the dog-like Cortez suddenly ambushed Liu Zhe, Expert quickly dodged. There is a dog sneaking up on you from behind. This dead dog actually dared to ambush my husband. Don't stop me. I'm going to chop him down myself. Damn, a punch made such a big hole. Is this dog's head going to defy the heavens? After Liu Zhe successfully countered and stepped on Cortez's corpse, surveying the surrounding pirates and asking who wanted to die, the live stream was initially met with silence, with no comments for a while, before suddenly exploding with a massive flood of comments that nearly drowned the entire screen. Honey, come see the godlike figure. Oh, I seem to not have a wife. A bloodthirsty counterattack. 666. Did anyone see that slash just now? It seemed like the blade flashed and then disappeared. The god is amazing. IG is amazing. What is this strange thing again? I've decided. From today on, I have a boyfriend. Is this guy a player or a native NPC? If he is a native, that is fine. But if he is a player, that is terrifying. GM, I want to report. There is someone cheating here. A variety of bizarre and massive comments flew rapidly across the live stream, all expressing their admiration for Liu Zhe's displayed strength. Chapter 21. Bounty, please collect. Please recommend a group of pirates who were holding onto a glimmer of hope yet dared not approach due to Liu Zhe's intimidating kill of the dog-like Cortez stood off at a distance. As time passed, more and more pirates quietly slipped away from behind, while some fearless ones attempted to rush in or sneak attack Liu Zhe to take him down. Then, Liu Zhe gave these brave souls a quick end. Shortly after, a commotion of footsteps came from the village behind Liu Zhe. Roars and shouts. The clattering sound of weapons shaking, mixed with the footsteps, grew closer and closer. Hearing this sound, the pirates, who had long been scared silly by Liu Zhe, no longer dared to stay, quickly scattering and rushing towards the pirate ship docked at the port. The captain was killed by Liu Zhe in just a few moves, and nearly half of the companions had died in the battle against Liu Zhe alone, leaving behind only some players who were just treading water and slippery ones avoiding combat. Having stood off against Liu Zhe for so long without being a match, they were clearly holding onto a sense of luck and greed to the point of recklessness. Now that the village had already reacted and prepared defenses, with the guard army fully assembled and advancing towards them, there was clearly no chance for wealth anymore. If they didn't run now, were they waiting to report to the Navy base for dinner? In this situation, the player who was live streaming quickly fled upon realizing the situation was dire. His escape had no effect on Liu Zhe, who was weak and barely had any presence. So Liu Zhe didn't bother with him. However, the viewers in his live stream were not having it. As he started to run, the camera naturally shifted, and they could no longer see what was happening behind Liu Zhe. Although the streamer quickly switched to a rear view, he couldn't escape the barrage of comments. Don't be a coward, streamer. Why are you running? I haven't seen enough of the god's prowess yet. You run away, but at least ask for the god's ID first. What the hell? How can there be so many armed forces in just one village? Streamer, don't look back. Run fast. Why are you running, you coward? Go back and ask the handsome guy's name, and I'll gift you. Are you guys robbing others, or are others robbing you? What are you running for without getting anything? Pathetic. Wow, this game is so thrilling. I want to play too. The streamer cursed MMP. A bunch of troublemakers just watching the fun. This guy was also fearless. While running, he glanced at the comments and, unfortunately, caught sight of one telling him not to look back and to run quickly. Unable to resist, he turned around for a quick look and almost got scared out of his wits. At that moment, behind Liu Zhe, a group of uniformed armed guards rushed out from the main road Liu Zhe was guarding, kicking up thick clouds of dust and looking fierce, ready to capture any pirates daring to invade their village. Charge! How dare these third-rate pirates come to our village? Let's take them down, the guards shouted angrily. Leading the charge was a green-haired youth with 3 swords at his waist. They had gathered immediately upon receiving news of the pirate invasion. The time spent sending someone to bring Zoro over was the longest. Although it seemed like Liu Zhe had been fighting for a long time, most of the battles ended in a flash, and he hadn't spent much time at all. It was during the intimidation phase, after taking down several high-level enemies, that Liu Ze and the pirates had been stalling for some time. Finally, reinforcements arrived, and Liu Ze let out a sigh of relief. After a few strong kills against the Beast Cortez, he was nearly exhausted in both stamina and energy. If it weren't for the 50 energy recovery speed and 20 stamina recovery speed bonuses from his iron will and strong physique, Liu Ze probably wouldn't have had the capacity to continue confronting the other pirate minions after slaying Cortez. Kenway, are you okay? Seeing Liu Ze covered in blood from a distance, Zoro's heart tightened, and he quickly leaped forward to Liu Ze's side. He hadn't run in the wrong direction after all. Luz looked at Zoro, who showed a hint of tension on his face, and felt a warmth in his heart while silently mocking him. Don't do anything. This is our dojo's apprentice. Seeing the guards running over with signs of raising their weapons, Zoro shouted at them, then turned back to Luz. Ha ha, it's fine. Just some minor injuries. You guys are way too slow. If you didn't come, I would have chased these pirates away by myself. It wouldn't be that you, the directionally challenged guy, held us back, would it? Liu Ze deliberately laughed a few times at Zoro and made a few sarcastic remarks to show that he was perfectly fine. Kenway, you brat. Zoro was initially a bit worried, but after hearing Liu Ze's teasing, he felt relieved, yet couldn't help but feel the veins on his forehead bulging. How could this proud guy stand being teased about his biggest weakness? The no-sword-style Zoro gritted his teeth and silently recited, "Bang! Ouch! That hurts so much. What are you doing, Zoro? I'm a wounded man right now." Liu Ze shouted at Zoro while holding his head, his blood-stained face filled with indignation. Just how sensitive was this guy about his terrible sense of direction? Liu Ze held his head, thinking bitterly. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to die? You've only been learning swordsmanship for a month or two, and you're already bold enough to block a pirate crew by yourself. After knocking Liu Ze's head, Zoro crossed his arms and began to lecture him, clearly worried about him. I'm thinking of the villagers too. What if those guys run into the village? Besides, I want to fight, okay, Liu Ze said indignantly. As he spoke, he pointed to the corpse he was standing on, boastingly telling Zoro, look, even their pirate crew's captain, that guy named Cortez, was killed by me. After saying that, he squatted down and picked up the chest on the ground, which was emitting a faint blue glow and was invisible to the natives, accessing the treasure interface provided by the system. Can't forget about this. Although there are no storage spaces in Pirate OL, there is a treasure storage interface, allowing players to store unopened chests without worrying about where to place them. Could this guy be the pirate Cortez? While Zoro and Liu Ze exchanged a few words, the village's defense forces finally arrived. Besides the main group that went after the fleeing pirates, a few stayed behind to ask Liu Ze about the situation. However, before they could even ask, they were shocked by the corpse at Liu Ze's feet. What's going on? Is this guy famous? Zoro frowned and turned to the speaking soldier. Of course, this guy has a bounty of 8 million berries. The soldier seemed to see a monster, looking at Liu Ze with a strange expression. Zoro, on the other hand, remained calm, thinking that an 8 million bounty was just a matter of one slash. Liu had only one thought. Finally, I have money to buy a ship and go to sea. Chapter 22. Swordsmanship in the room. After washing off the blood and treating his wounds, Liu changed his clothes and knelt on the floor. In front of him sat a serious-looking Gang Shiro. Kenway, you were too reckless this time. Although your strength has improved quickly, it's far too dangerous to take on an entire pirate crew alone. What if you don't win? Do you think there's any way out for you? In that kind of situation, playing the hero, what do you consider your life to be? Gang Shiro looked at Liu, who was kneeling before him. His usually gentle smile had turned somewhat angry. In his view, although Liu could exchange a few moves with Zoro and was among the best in the dojo, he had only been studying swordsmanship for a short time and didn't have much combat experience. If he lost his life because of a moment of impulse, it would be a huge waste. Moreover, as soon as Zoro heard the news, he rushed over with the defense forces as quickly as possible. With them there, the chances of those pirates causing harm to the village were minimal. In this situation, Liu's attempt to single-handedly block an entire pirate crew on the main road was nothing but a senseless act of suicide. If he truly wanted to help the villagers, wouldn't it have been enough to notify them and the defense forces as soon as he discovered it? If he hadn't improved so rapidly and been strong enough, they might have been preparing his funeral by now. Gang Shiro didn't want to hold a funeral for his newly accepted disciple just a few days after taking him in. Ever since his daughter passed away due to an accident that year, he didn't want to easily lose those close to him anymore. Listening to Gang Shiro's voice filled with suppressed anger, Liu felt a warmth in his heart, but his face involuntarily showed signs of tension. Since the death of his grandparents, who had raised him on Earth, No one had ever scolded or lectured him like this. This warm feeling of familial connection was both strange and touching to him. It also made him a bit fearful. After saying a few words, Gongshiro noticed that Luz kept his head down, so he slightly shifted his gaze. The round glasses reflected light, and beneath the white frames, a hint of danger emerged in his expression as he said irritably, "Do you have something to say, Kenwei?" Luze slowly stood up from the ground, still with his head down. After standing straight, he bent deeply and bowed to Geng Shilang. "I'm sorry, teacher. I was too impulsive. I won't do this again." With this man, who cared so much for him as a teacher, Luze had no reason to argue. No matter what the reason, when faced with the blame from a concerned family member, as long as it didn't go against his own will, it was best to obediently admit his mistake. Any further argument was meaningless. Seeing the golden-haired youth bowing deeply in front of him, nearly touching his head to the floor, Geng Shilong's expression, hidden behind his round glasses, showed a moment of astonishment, followed by anger, which quickly dissipated, replaced by his usual gentle smile. "Since you know your mistake, then get up." With a sudden motion, Luze raised his deeply bent upper body, his eyes slightly reddening, and smiled at Geng Shilang, saying, "Teacher, I have one more thing to say." What else is there?" Geng Shilang looked at Luze in surprise. "During the battle with that group of pirates, I think I have preliminarily entered the one-heart sword way." Instantly, Geng Shilang's expression was no longer calm. This disciple always seemed to surprise him. "Is that so? Let's go to the yard, and you can show me." As they stood up and went outside to the yard, Luze took a wooden sword, felt the wounds on his body, and without hesitation activated his mind blade. In an instant, Luze felt his spiritual power magnified, and the world seemed to change. The wind, water, trees, stones, and earth, he could sense their subtle movements. Ripples gradually appeared in his eyes, and a spiritual aura lingered on the ordinary practice wooden sword in his hand, as if it had gained some extraordinary power. After wildly unleashing several sword moves, the spiritual power surrounding Luze also fluctuated, becoming sharp and impactful, delivering extra damage to his opponent with each move. "That's enough. This power is remarkable. You have indeed entered the one-heart sword way." Geng Shilang waved his hand, signaling Luze to stop, as he had already understood Luze's current level. "Perhaps your spiritual power is inherently strong, allowing you to enter the one-heart sword way in such a short time. The power it displays in your hands seems particularly formidable, since you are so compatible with the one-heart sword way and have such a solid foundation. You must persist in meditation and work hard to explore the power of your mind. Perhaps in the future, the one-heart sword way can shine brilliantly in your hands. Moreover, the essence of the one-heart sword way is not as simple as what you currently perceive." Geng Shilang took a long knife and a piece of paper, and Luze felt a sense of familiarity watching this scene. As Geng Shilang spoke, he gently tossed the paper into the air. Just as he said that, Geng Shilang swiftly drew his long knife and shouted, slashing at the floating paper. "However, teacher, you didn't cut it." Luze watched this familiar scene with a pained expression, but his heart was filled with shock. The sharp long knife did not cause any damage to the paper at all when it slashed it. This sword technique, putting away the long knife and paper, Geng Shilang led Luze to sit on the terrace of the corridor and glanced at the photo of Kuna in the room, his expression gentle. "Listen carefully, Kenwei. In this world, there are swordsmen who cannot cut through anything, yet they can cut through steel and even harder things with the same knife. The so-called strongest sword technique is the power to protect what you want to protect and to cut through what you want to cut. A sword that harms everything it touches is not a sword to me. Do you understand?" Luze showed a contemplative expression on his face. The scenes in the anime were different from the real teachings. Just now, Luze truly felt the essence revealed by that sword strike. "I seem to understand a bit, but it seems that I can't do it right now," Luze said somewhat bewilderedly. "Your path ahead is still long, so there's no need to rush. One day, you will be able to comprehend the essence within it." Yoshikawa smiled gently and patted Luze's shoulder. "All right, you should go cook now." Luze was taken aback. "I'm injured and still have to cook? It's just some superficial wounds. It won't affect your cooking. Hurry up," Yoshikawa emphasized with a smile. Okay, teacher, I'll go cook now." "Is this the punishment? I thought it would just be brushed aside, and I could slack off for a few days." Luze's heart was wailing. Chapter 23. Opening the box after a few days, Luze's injuries, except for the scratch on his abdomen inflicted by the hyena Cortez, had mostly healed. Previously, he had accompanied the garrison to a nearby naval base to exchange the head of the hyena Cortez for a bounty, and, as a result, He had gained some attention from the East Blue Navy. After all, he had single-handedly dealt with a pirate with an 800,000 berry bounty leading a pirate crew. Moreover, it must be said that the Navy had a good reputation in this regard. At least there were no delays in bounty payments or forced exchanges, which Liu Zhe had worried about. This way, Liu Zhe had obtained his first pot of gold after entering the game. Although in his original plan, the first pot of gold was supposed to come from another source, taking down this guy who had eaten the dog fruit, hyena form, and claiming the bounty was a pleasant surprise, and the outcome was still good. It significantly accelerated his progress and provided him with more room for planning. Although the Navy initially set up pirate bounties to attract other neutral strong individuals to assist them in eliminating powerful pirates to relieve their pressure and reduce the rampant situation of piracy, bounties had now become the main criterion for pirates to measure their strength and status. The amount of the bounty was no longer a Damocles sword hanging over their heads, but had turned into a part of their reputation and glory. Most pirates would prefer their bounties to be higher, as it would enhance their deterrent effect when spoken of and make it easier to solve certain problems, sometimes without lifting a finger just by talking. Moreover, after encounters, most pirates would choose to report their respective bounty amounts. If the difference was too great, the party with the lower bounty often had no confidence and would usually compromise, ceding interest to avoid unnecessary disaster. However, for Liu Zhe, these seemingly untouchable high bounty pirates did not scare him. To him, they were just a bunch of walking berries. Killing them would yield treasure chests, allow him to engage in black market dealings, and claim bounties, a win-win situation that was too good to pass up. After all, Liu Zhe was just starting out. He didn't even have his own ship yet, and the road to becoming stronger always required the enthusiastic support of other pirates and the Navy. The accumulation of initial capital was always filled with bloodshed, which left Liu Zhe feeling helpless. Of course, the premise for exchanging bounties was that Liu Zhe himself did not become a pirate. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to exchange a head for a bounty. If he dared to do so, he might even get caught himself. Although his early plans did not involve triggering the Navy's sensitive nerves by adding a number to his photo, this was only the plan before heading to the Grand Line. What would happen afterward was uncertain. However, by that time, Liu Zhe probably wouldn't need to rely on bounties to survive. After resting for a few days, Liu Zhe felt that he had recovered enough. After receiving the bounty, he had already arranged for a shipbuilding commission at a shipyard. Now all that was left was to wait. Since he had some time on his hands and had just seen some luck, he decided to open the box he received for killing Hyena Cotes. Only someone like Liu Zhe, who was driven to the edge, could relate luck to being injured. After finishing dinner that night and tidying up, he happened to see some luck and didn't even bother to bathe or change clothes. He just kept washing his hands again and again until they turned red. If I can't even consider my hands red after washing them to the point of swelling, then I really want to see what counts as red hands, Liu Zhe muttered to himself while looking at his almost raw hands. After saying this, he suddenly shivered violently. It wasn't cold. Why was he shivering for no reason? Liu Zhe looked at his hands with a puzzled expression. Hee, if you're telling such a cold joke. Cannot be cold? Coughing. He shook his head, focusing on business. Liu Zhe opened the treasure chest interface and took out the only blue chest from Hyena Cotes. In Pirate OL, there are generally two ways for loot to appear after defeating an enemy. The first is a treasure chest, and the second is a specific item directly from the enemy. Both will automatically manifest with a special quality glow after the enemy dies, ensuring players won't miss out. Typically, chests contain ability-type items, such as skill books or devil fruits, while items that manifest directly are mostly equipment and props. To open a devil fruit from a chest, the damage dealt by the individual or members of the same team or crew to the enemy who consumed the devil fruit must be over 90. Only then can a devil fruit potentially appear in the chest. Otherwise, the power of the devil fruit will dissipate and regrow in some corner of the world. However, even if the above requirement is met, the chance of obtaining a devil fruit from a chest is still extremely low, and this probability depends on the chest quality. In Pirate OL, item levels are divided into 7 grades: Ruined Gray, Ordinary White, Fine Green, Rare Blue, Epic Purple, Legendary Orange, and Mythical Gold. The item level of devil fruits is always fixed at Legendary Orange, although the disparity within the same grade among zone types is indeed a bit excessive. The higher the chest grade, the closer its quality is to that of a devil fruit, increasing the chance of obtaining one. However, it is by no means guaranteed. For the blue rare grade item in Liu Zhe's hands, while it wasn't entirely impossible to open the corresponding dog fruit, the probability was so low that Liu Zhe had basically given up hope. only thinking that this guy he had taken down might surprise him in other ways. After all, it was the first treasure chest he had killed since his rebirth, and to say Luze had no expectations at all would be a lie. After all, the first two system random gifts had given him tremendous surprises, so who knows, maybe this time his luck would hold strong. After a moment of random thoughts, Luze stopped procrastinating and directly chose to open the blue treasure chest in front of him. Click! A dazzling blue light exploded, and the chest slowly opened. Holy crap! It's sparkling. Luze trembled with excitement, a surge of blood rushing to his head. If there was a sparkling phenomenon when opening a chest, it indicated that the quantity or quality of the items inside would have a significant leap. Luze excitedly rubbed his hands together and reached into the treasure chest to grope around. Ding! The player gained 500 general experience. Ding! The player obtained the specialty skill Book Beast Instinct. Luze looked at the system prompt, feeling extremely excited. He wanted to continue touching it, but ended up with nothing. Huh, is that it? Luze, not believing in evil, continued to rummage through the box and turn it upside down to have another look, but he found nothing more. I just started to feel something, and you ended it. Looking at the box slowly disappearing in front of me, Luze smacked his lips a few times, his expression revealing a strong sense of unfulfilled desire. Chapter 24, True Warrior. Beast Instinct. Having absorbed special powers or undergone certain arduous and unique training, you possess a keen perception ability akin to that of a beast, with an instinctive response to danger. Effect significantly enhances your perception of threats such as danger, killing intent, and hostility, which may pose a risk to yourself. In the face of danger, even if you fail to perceive it subjectively in time, your body can react instinctively. The perception effect is Intelligent Spirit, 20, and it is ineffective when suppressed by perception ability higher than your own. Tip: this specialty can stack with most perception-related abilities. Tip: this specialty is difficult to master, and unexpected incidents may occur during the mastering process. Please use this skill book in an absolutely safe environment. Tip: using this specialty skill book requires the consumption of 10,000 general experience points. In my past life, I had not mastered this specialty, but it compensates for my shortcomings in perception abilities. It is quite frustrating to have attributes without applicable abilities. From the effects, it seems to be a downgraded version of the Beast Heart specialty that comes with animal-type devil fruits. Although its effects are not as good as the Beast Heart, being a neutered version, it does not have the prerequisite of needing to eat an animal-type fruit to obtain it, which is very important. Moreover, it can stack with other perception-related abilities, and I estimate that observation hockey is among them. This significantly increases the value of this specialty. However, this tip, Luze looked at the warning that the skill book should only be used in an absolutely safe environment, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. He had heard about this in his previous life. Skills or specialties that had this warning on their skill books were never easy to master. After all, skill books allow players to acquire abilities that others have spent years training for in an instant, besides needing to meet prerequisites and consuming general experience. It is quite common to have to pay some additional cost. The principle is basically to condense years of training into just a few seconds, allowing the player's body to synchronize, adapt, and master the ability in this process. If the ability is relatively mild, it might be manageable, but for combat specialties like Beast Sense, trying to master it in an instant without consuming the corresponding devil fruit would almost be impossible without suffering some hardships. Well, if I have to die, then so be it. Luz looked at the skill book in his hand that was glowing blue, gritted his teeth, and decided to spend 10,000 general experience points to use the skill book. After all, it would be unreasonable to give up a practical skill just because of the fear of pain, right? Moreover, Luz hesitated not only because of the pain, but mainly because he was reluctant to part with those 10,000 experience points. With this amount added to his previous experience accumulation, he could level up his civilian profession to the maximum and gain a 2 bonus to all attributes. However, compared to the relatively unhurried leveling of his civilian profession, acquiring this life-saving ability early would give him peace of mind, especially when facing ambushes in the future. As the 10,000 general experience points were deducted, the skill book transformed into a beam of light that shot into Luz's body. In an instant, Luz's expression changed from bland to bulging eyes. His face flushed, revealing an overwhelmed look. Damn, this is a bit too intense. Luz managed his voice intermittent, as if he was about to run out of breath, squeezing out each word. After activating the skill book, he felt his perception magnified countless times, becoming extraordinarily sensitive. At the same time, it was as if he had suddenly transformed into a wild dog in a tropical grassland, surrounded by various enemies eyeing him hungrily. And countless thoughts of crisis, hostility, and murderous intent flooded his mind, continuously stimulating his sensitive nerves. These almost tangible external consciousnesses, under his magnified perception, felt like thousands of steel needles simultaneously piercing into his brain, stimulating his sensitive and fragile nerves, bringing him unprecedented pain and a sense of crisis. By this time, it was deep into the night, and not wanting to wake anyone else, Luz could only let out a silent roar, trying to vent the terrifying sensations that surged over him. Oh, it wasn't unprecedented, at least in his previous life, when he awakened the observation hockey. The overwhelming clarity of the various sounds of the world hitting his fragile nerves felt even more painful compared to this. Moreover, at that time, the observation hockey had just awakened, and the ability was hard to control, causing the pain to last for quite a long time, essentially equivalent to Luz undergoing the same duration of torment. After that, Luz's only thought was, thankfully I didn't awaken like that idiot Kobe during the Marineford War. Otherwise, without Oda's blessing, even if I didn't die, I'd probably still be skinned alive. At this moment, feeling the terrifying sting in his brain, Luz had only one thought. Dr. Steven is truly a hero. What I'm feeling is just like being pricked with needles. He was actually tied up by the Blackwood throat and poked in the head without betraying the revolution. What a man. Well, in this situation, as if he were in a hell of 1,000 needles, Luz's ability to think wildly is hard to say whether he was thick-skinned or just distracting himself. Fortunately, the torment only lasted a few seconds. After a few seconds, Luz's body became accustomed to the ability, and the pain naturally faded away. Phew! The pain suddenly ceased, and the redness and discomfort on Luz's face instantly froze. His tense body relaxed abruptly, turning into a look of being completely worn out, drenched in cold sweat, and slumped onto the bed. I should have known things wouldn't be that simple. The moonlight shone on Luz, who was sprawled on the bed, reflecting his limp body, vacant eyes, and a mouth that opened and closed weakly. However, in the next moment, he sensed danger. Luzating sprang up from the bed, channeling energy through his palms, and struck a certain spot in the room with a gust of wind. Bang! When he spread his hand to take a look, it was just a mosquito. The vigilance on Luze's face relaxed, and he sprawled back onto the bed in a star shape. The ability to perceive even the crisis brought by a mosquito seems to be much more useful than I imagined. Lying on the bed, Luze's eyes remained vacant, but he probably had an idea of the specific effects of this ability in his mind. It seems that tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Luze wiped his mouth and turned over, burying his head in the pillow, muttering helplessly. Even a mosquito approaching from far away would trigger a reaction. This perception ability seemed wonderful, but for Luze, who still couldn't fully grasp it, it was just a chuckle. Chapter 25. Borrowing Money and Refusal the Next morning. Luze got out of bed with 2 panda eyes. It was time to make breakfast for everyone. Crack, crack, crack. In the kitchen, Luze squinted, his face adorned with thick dark circles, lethargically chopping vegetables. Although he was very tired and looked completely devoid of energy, his hands were steady and strong as they chopped. The rhythm of the knife, the vegetables, and the cutting board created a harmonious sound. At that moment, someone walked in, covering their mouth to stifle a yawn. Looking half asleep. What are we having for breakfast today, huh? The person who walked in was yawning while asking what they were having for breakfast. But before they finished speaking, they couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing Luze's appearance. Ha 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 ha. Oh my, what were you up to last night? Luze looked expressionlessly at the guy in front of him, clutching his stomach and laughing loudly while leaning on the cabinet, and slowly raised the hand holding the kitchen knife. Zoro, if you dare to laugh again, not only will you have to forget about your breakfast today, but the wine I secretly helped you brew before will also be. Kenway, calm down, calm down. I won't laugh anymore. As soon as he heard about the wine, Zoro's wild laughter immediately stopped, and he nervously waved his hands at the expressionless Luze. Breakfast was just a small matter, but the wine was his lifeline. Now that his lifeline was in the hands of the person in front of him, Zoro dared not make fun of him anymore. So, for breakfast today, we have smoked fish, rice balls, sandwiches, milk, and fresh fish soup. How does that sound? Is there anything else you want to eat? Luze stared at the green, algae-headed guy in front of him for a while, repeated what he had prepared for breakfast, and then lowered his head again to prepare the ingredients. This is good enough. Zoro scratched his head, hesitating to say something. So the two of them, one seriously handling the ingredients and the other standing by watching him, remained in that situation. Luz understood that Zoro must have come to him for a reason so early in the morning, but he wasn't in a hurry to ask since Zoro wasn't speaking. He just focused on preparing the ingredients for breakfast. However, by the time Luz had everything ready and the fish soup was simmering in the pot, Zoro still hadn't said a word. When Luz finally looked up, he found that Zoro had actually fallen asleep leaning against the cabinet, his head bobbing as if he were fishing. "You sleep so well, while I, who haven't slept the whole night, still have to cook for you." Luz was feeling a bit frantic. Hey you, stop sleeping. Wake up. Luo Zhe decided to deal with this Zoro first before focusing on cooking. Otherwise, having this guy sleeping so soundly here really affected his mood. Hey, what's up? Zoro was shaken awake by Luo Zhe, a bit dazed, and yawned as he asked. Go ahead, what brings you here so early in the morning? Luz hugged his arms and asked the guy in front of him who had annoyed him early in the morning. Oh, what is your name again, Kenway? Can you lend me some money to buy a ship? Zoro looked at Luz, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. Upon hearing that Zoro wanted to borrow money to buy a ship, Luz finally realized that it was indeed about time for Zoro to set sail. According to the original story, Zoro should have set out to sea in the same year as Luffy, and he should have done so a bit earlier, wandering alone as a bounty hunter for a while before arriving at Shellstown. He was arrested by the Navy due to his act of bravery, thanks to Colonel Kamen's son, Helmeppo, and was later rescued by Luffy, which is how he ended up on the ship. However, Luz always suspected that Zoro had been wandering around for so long because he couldn't find his way back to Frost Moon Village, and he became a bounty hunter to make a living, eventually ending up in Shellstown. Although he didn't know exactly how long Zoro had been at sea before Luffy, it indeed seemed like it was about time for Zoro to set sail. Oh, is that so? No problem. How about this? I've already ordered a ship and am preparing to set sail, but I still have some leftover berry. I should be able to buy another ship for you to set sail with. Shall we go to the shipyard and take a look? Luze pretended to be surprised and agreed without any hesitation to Zoro's request to borrow money to buy a ship. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind, and he smiled awkwardly at Zoro. Since we are both preparing to go out to sea for training, why don't we go out to sea together? Let's form a pirate crew. I'll be the captain, and you can be the vice captain. What do you think? Luze looked at Zoro with anticipation, waiting for his answer, feeling a bit nervous at that moment. Although he had approached the idea of inviting Zoro to go to sea on a whim, it didn't mean he wasn't serious. Having Zoro join would ensure a powerful force for the future. However, Zoro's response was, no way, I won't let someone weaker than me be the captain. Kenway, take me to see the ship. Crack. That hit hard, Zoro. At that moment, Luze seemed to hear the sound of his own heart breaking. You're really not giving me any face. Fine. Let's go our separate ways. Luze looked at Zoro, who had a disdainful expression, suppressing the urge to beat him up, and patiently replied. The reason he had to hold back was that Luze simply couldn't defeat Zoro right now. In terms of combat power, Zoro was much stronger than that previous guy, Kotez. Without going all out, Luze was completely no match for Zoro. So disrespectful. I'll definitely make sure to take down this green algae head who is so prideful next time, Luze thought to himself, jotting down this grudge in his little notebook. At that moment, Luze somewhat understood why Sanji got so angry whenever he saw Zoro. All right, after we finish breakfast, let us go to the shipyard. Don't disturb me while I'm cooking now. Luz waved his hand, signaling Zoro to leave quickly. All right, it's settled. With the ship issue resolved, Zoro felt great, and, upon hearing Luz's order to leave, he decided not to linger and watch Luz cook any longer. He headed outside, hands on the 3 swords at his waist. The recruitment failed. Luz felt somewhat downcast. After accumulating some time together, Luz had developed a decent rapport with Zoro, which gave him hope of bringing Zoro aboard. Who would have thought this guy would completely disregard feelings and not give him face, refusing without a second thought? And he still had to lend him money to buy a ship. What kind of situation is this? It's one thing to fail at recruitment, but now the situation was basically Luz personally spending money and effort to send Zoro out to train, then waiting for Luffy to come to the rescue, and subsequently coaxing him onto the ship. This rather frustrating situation left Luz feeling quite complicated. It really isn't easy to change these guys' established course. He still needed to be stronger. Luze sighed and continued to focus on cooking. Chapter 26. Setting sail since he had promised Zoro. Luze didn't intend to delay. After having breakfast and getting permission from Gung Shiro, he headed straight to the shipyard with Zoro. We probably won't be back for lunch. It turns out that Kira is cooking at the dojo, right? So could you please ask him to take care of your lunch? Luze instructed the reluctant Evans. saying that lunch would be up to them to handle as he was going out to have some fun. Evan's reluctance was understandable. After all, anyone who had grown accustomed to the exquisite dishes prepared by top chefs would feel resistant to eating plain food. Although this comparison might be exaggerated and somewhat cruel to Kira, who had always cooked for the dojo, the difference in culinary skills between the two was indeed significant. Perhaps even greater. All right. Evans opened and closed his mouth a few times, seemingly wanting to say something. Hey, why are you two men chatting so much? Are you leaving or not? Zoro, who was waiting at the door, suddenly shouted at them, looking somewhat impatient, clearly eager about their upcoming sea adventure. Zoro's abrupt interruption caused Evans to swallow back the words he was about to say, and he smiled helplessly at Liu Ze. All right, you guys go and come back quickly. No problem. As long as we sort out the boat, we'll be back right away. Liu Ze noticed that Evans had something to say, but it was obviously not very important, so Liu Ze didn't ask further. After taking care of the cooking matters, he bid farewell to Evans. Let's go. It's just a boat for going out to sea. There's no need to rush. It won't leave without you. Luz walked towards the door, casually waving at Zoro and teasing him about his impatient reaction. Oomph. In response to Luz's teasing, Zoro rolled his eyes and let out a humph, but said nothing more and just followed him out of the dojo. The matter of going out to sea by ship still fell on Luz, as Zoro wouldn't provoke anyone before the ship was even ready. What? My shipbuilding order is still in line and will take over a year to process. Luze looked at the shipyard owner in front of him, who had sparse hair and wore glasses, with some surprise. A feeling of frustration arose within him, and he momentarily forgot about Zoro standing beside him. How long do we have to wait? By the time we get a ship, the food will be cold. Luze secretly grumbled to himself, realizing that pursuing the shipbuilding route was not feasible and preparing to seek other options. Are there any other ready-made ships available? Luze still asked, unwilling to give up. After saying that, he glanced at Zoro standing next to him and added, "We need 2 ships, not too big, just seaworthy." Now, it had gone from a luxurious, fully equipped, and easy-to-operate single-masted sailboat to just any boat that could go to sea. Luze felt, but he had no one to talk to. Exactly. As long as we can go to sea, that's enough. My request isn't high. Zoro, who was standing beside him, also said, for this directionally challenged guy, any ship is fine, as long as he gets on land. He probably won't be able to find his way back to the ship again. As for how he managed to return every time he disembarked from the Straw Hat Pirates, everyone on board knew he was directionally challenged, so how could they not keep an eye on him? But if he were alone, these things would be hard to ensure. If all he needed was a way to go to sea, the shipyard did have a boat that could meet your requirements. The shipyard manager thought for a moment and led Liu Ze and the others to a certain area of the yard. What do you think of this? Is it okay? What the heck? Isn't this a fishing boat? Liu Ze looked at the ship in front of him, feeling a bit disappointed. All right, the ship problem has been solved. Next is to get the teacher's approval and then set sail. Staring at the blazing sun, Liu Ze said expressionlessly to Zoro, who had a constant smile on his face. Ah, where's the luxury vacation ship we talked about? This isn't real. Liu Ze wailed in his heart, still unwilling to accept the fact that his custom luxury ship had turned into a small fishing boat with only a shed. Finally, we can set sail. I must become the world's #1 swordsman and gain a reputation that can reach the heavens, whether it's a bad name or a good name. Zoro slowly drew his sword, pointing it at the sky, and said without hesitation. Watching this guy do such a middle school-like act, Liu Ze suppressed his desire to complain and looked seriously at Zoro, saying to this still extremely inexperienced guy, I believe you can become the world's #1 swordsman. But could you please put the sword away for now? The way others are looking at us is off. Puffed. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Zoro choked and started coughing, hurriedly putting his sword back into its sheath. Cough, cough, let's go. Maybe we can still make it back for lunch, Zoro said, feigning calmness, his steps quickening. Hey, slow down, I can barely keep up. Teacher, I want to go to sea to train and further hone my abilities. I hope the teacher can agree. In the room, Liu Ze and Zoro deeply bowed to Gung Soreo, presenting their request to go to sea. They're their own masters and have the freedom to do what they want, but that doesn't mean they can just leave without considering other factors. It is necessary to get the approval of their teacher Gung Soreo before leaving the Isen dojo, as it shows respect to him, unrelated to anything else. Looking at the 2 young men before him, Gung Soreo sighed silently. Zoro, you have also reached the age I set back then. I agree you're going to sea to fulfill your promise with Queen Ah. However, Liu Ze, you have only been in the dojo for a few months. Although you have quickly grasped and understood the swordsmanship and have proven your strength by being able to hold off a pirate crew led by a bounty pirate, You indeed have the qualifications to go to sea. Saying this, Gung Soreo paused for a moment and continued slowly, but I hope you can continue to settle in the dojo for a while longer. It would be better to reach Zoro's level before going to sea. Facing Gung Soreo's advice, Liu Ze had long anticipated this. He raised his head and said seriously to Gung Soreo, "Teacher, you've already taught me the basics. I believe the only way to improve is through battles with strong opponents. I felt this before when fighting the Manticore pirates. I want to become stronger, to have the power to protect the things I want to protect. This kind of power cannot be obtained by staying in the dojo. So, I still want to go to sea now. I earnestly request the teacher's permission." Looking at Liu Ze's serious expression, Gung Soreo sighed again. "All right then, you two must take care of yourselves. Teacher, we've troubled you during this time." Liu Ze and Zoro both knelt down and bowed to Gung Soreo, their eyes slightly red and voices heavy. After leaving the room and letting Zoro go ahead, Liu Ze turned back to look at the closed door, standing still and silent for a long time. After a while, Liu Ze finally moved his feet and walked toward the other end of the corridor. "Now, let's start creating my own legend. However, before that, I still need." Liu Ze walked forward, thinking to himself, with the kitchen as his destination. Since it was a farewell, how could he not prepare one last grand meal for everyone that he had cooked himself? End of Volume 1. EC Raiders Chapter 27. Setting sail. All right, Maggie, let go. I have to go now." Liu Ze helplessly patted the little guy who was clinging to his thigh and crying as if they were parting for life and death. Watching him wipe his running nose and tears on his pant leg, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to force him away. So, Liu Ze turned his gaze to Maggie's parents, who were standing nearby. Liu Ze's help to their family is not insignificant. In addition to some care on a daily basis and the earlier advice to avoid the storm, Liu Ze even specially went to their home last night to give them some money, allowing them to have extra financial means to improve their living conditions and to send Maggie to the Isen Dojo to practice swordsmanship. Liu Ze has done what he should do, and whether Maggie can truly change his fate depends on himself. Ahem, Maggie, be good. Kenway has to go now. It's not auspicious to miss the right time to set sail. With that, Liu Ze gestured, and Maggie's parents immediately understood, quickly coming over to gently pull the little guy while encouraging him. Okay ding. Kenway, you must come back to take me out to sea," Maggie said, sobbing while looking at Liu Ze with emphasis. "All right, it's a promise. But when the time comes, if you're not strong enough, I won't let you on my boat." Liu Ze looked at the little guy, giving him a final encouragement. "I will definitely train hard," Maggie shouted excitedly with a crying tone. "That's it then. I really have to go now. Everyone goodbye." Without dragging it out any longer, Liu Ze bid farewell to those seeing him off. "Teacher Gung Shiro, I apologize for the trouble during this time." Liu Ze stood at the port, gazing in the direction of Isen Dojo, silently saying a word. After that, Liu Ze turned and leaped onto his fishing boat, smiling at the person who had been waiting on it. Evans prepared to set sail. The strong black man laughed in agreement. "Aye, Captain." However, at that moment, a voice came from the direction of the village, distant and mournful, startling everyone, including Liu Ze. "Wah, Kenway, don't go, wait for me. I don't want to go back to eat the food made by Gila anymore." Liu Ze and Evans turned their heads to see a somewhat plump guy with a knife at his waist running towards them, carrying a backpack full of food. "Wait for me, Kenway. I want to go to sea with you too." As he shouted, he saw Liu Ze, who was about to leave the port, and this guy suddenly leaped into the air, his fat and the food in his backpack shaking along with him. His slightly chubby body flew through the air like a cannonball, tracing a strange arc, and with the astonished gazes of the crowd. He heavily landed on Liu Ze's small fishing boat. Boom! In an instant, seawater splashed everywhere, and Liu Ze and Evans were almost knocked off the boat. Quickly climbing back up, the guy who had fallen from the sky looked up and grinned at Liu Ze and Evans. "Hee Kenway, I want to go to sea with you too." "Bait, what are you doing here, causing trouble?" Liu Ze and Evans exclaimed in unison, looking at the guy who almost sank the boat. "I've already thought it through. I will die if I can't eat the food you make, Kenway. Plus, I'm not weak. I can easily keep up with you guys on the sea." The teacher agreed too. This chubby guy said to Liu Ze and Evans with a smile, "Kenway is indeed not bad. Why not take him along?" Evans suddenly said from the side, looking at Bait. Liu Ze thought for a moment and felt that this guy did have some talent, and it wasn't just about strength. Taking him along might not be a bad idea. "All right, I agree to let you go to sea with us. However, just to be clear, if your strength doesn't match my ambitions and you die halfway, don't blame me." Liu Ze's expression was serious. His words carried an unprecedented seriousness, and his gaze was sharp as he looked at the two people in front of him. "Ha ha, just what I wanted. Ah, It seems a bit scary, but for the sake of delicious food, I can face death. Well, since you all have made up your minds, let's set sail. Set sail. Evans and Beth shouted together, stowing the ropes. The sails unfurled, filled with the sea breeze. And a small fishing boat was transformed into a multi-masted ship ready to head out to sea by the efforts of the three of them. Before them lay vast blue waves and an expansive sky, and behind them were the crowd bidding farewell to their mentor, Gunyan. Today, Liu Zhe set sail. Apart from the inexplicable guy who suddenly boarded the ship, to understand how Evans ended up on Liu Zhe's boat, we need to review what happened after Liu Zhe's farewell banquet yesterday. You want to go out to sea with me? Liu Zhe looked at the serious and earnest-looking black strongman in front of him with some surprise. That's right. After practicing swordsmanship for so many years, I also want to go out to sea and see a different world. Liu Zhe fell silent for a moment, to confirm whether the other party was serious. He asked again, but my goal is the Grand Line, which is not as calm as the EC. A small mistake could lead to death at the hands of others. Are you really sure about your decision? Ha 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 ha. If I can die in battle against a strong enemy, then all those years I spent learning swordsmanship won't be in vain. In that case, welcome aboard. Liu Zhe did not expect the other party to have such awareness and immediately agreed. Perhaps Evans is not strong enough yet, but with such awareness, as long as he survives through countless battles, becoming a true strongman is just a matter of time. Such a person is destined to walk alongside Liu Zhe. The small boat swayed gently on the sea, and the ocean currents and sea breeze caused Liu Zhe and his companions to move at a rapid pace. Before long, the outline of the coast disappeared from sight. Our primary goal is the sea restaurant Barati, but with our shabby boat, it is impossible to reach the destination before our supplies run out, so we need to plan and see if there are any suitable supply points along the way. Liu Zhe took out a nautical chart of the EC and pointed to an area on it while speaking to Evans and Bert. At that moment, the muscular man was being pushed into a corner of the boat by Bert, listening intently to Liu Zhe's words. With a knife that Liu Zhe had recently bought for him from the blacksmith shop in the village cradled in his arms. Liu Zhe never expected that this seemingly honest yet slippery guy was actually a knife enthusiast like Daisuke, well-versed in various famous blades. Of course, aside from the Wado Ikemonji in Zoro's hand, he hadn't seen a single famous sword. This guy's greatest ambition is to battle the masters of renowned swords around the world. And if the opponent's strength doesn't match up, then sorry, your sword belongs to me. When Liu Zhe heard him say that, he was also quite puzzled. Dude, how can someone who hasn't even appeared in the anime be so arrogant? On the other hand, the guy who wasn't part of the plan, Bet, was straightforward. He was the only one in the Isin dojo who had developed a sense of respect for Liu Zhe. However, Liu Zhe didn't expect that he would actually want to follow him to the sea just for food. What else could Liu Zhe say about this guy? No one can stop a foodie from seeking delicious food. Chapter 28, King of the Near Sea. Wow. The Bartai restaurant? I heard it's the best restaurant in the East Sea. I wonder how their dishes compare to Kenwai's. When Liu Zhe mentioned the seaside restaurant Barati, Beat, who was listening nearby, instantly perked up, shouting excitedly. It seemed he thought of something, and saliva began to visibly drip from the corner of his mouth. Ah, this guy's so embarrassing. I somewhat regret encouraging you to bring him along, Evans said helplessly, covering his face as he watched Beat's increasing drool. All right, Beat. My cooking skills are no worse than theirs. You've been eating my food for so long. Can't you show a little progress? Liu Zhe looked at this foodie with frustration, wanted to take off his shoe and stuff it in Beat's drooling mouth. Moreover, I'm going over there to challenge them in the kitchen. So if you embarrass me too much, be careful that I won't take care of you anymore. Liu Zhe spread his hands, revealing a fierce smile as he looked at Bet, who was still daydreaming about food. Seeing Liu Zhe's gaze and thinking about the fate of being abandoned by Liu Zhe at the Bartai restaurant in the sea, Bet shivered all over, feeling that maybe it wasn't such a bad idea after all. Eating is eating, no matter where. While Bet was lost in thought, he heard Liu Zhe's voice drifting from his side. You might think that staying there isn't so bad, but you have to know that restaurant was once a pirate crew. Do you really think after I challenge them, you'll have a good treatment left as a penniless person? Oh wow, the best restaurant in the EC is actually run by a bunch of pirates. Hearing Liu Zhe's words, Bet thought again, his body shuddered, and his saliva instantly turned into cold sweat, rushing to wipe his mouth while showing a flattering smile. Captain, don't joke around. How could their dishes be better than yours? You challenging them is a guaranteed win, right? Flattering won't help. If you show any fear later, just wait for me to deal with you. Liu Zhe said to Bet while holding his knife. Liu Zhe said this seriously. He was clearly up to something. The people he brought along were immediately saying, "This is delicious. This is also delicious." Wow, this is so good. Can you imagine this kind of scene? This isn't just crashing a party. It's practically a comedy show. So you, my friend, better perform well. If you do a good job, I'll make you a big feast. How about that? Are you moved? Luze said to Bet slowly, but was sweating nervously. I can't move. I can't move. Seeing Bet acting like a clown, Ivans finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huh, Kenway, don't scare him. You know this guy is most afraid of not getting good food. Luze smiled and was about to speak when a sudden sense of danger surged in his heart. He quickly shouted, be on guard. The next moment, a torrent of water surged into the sky, nearly capsizing their small fishing boat. A gigantic beast with a long and slender body appeared in front of Luze and his companion's small boat. Luze looked up and immediately narrowed his eyes, staring at the giant beast that resembled a dinosaur, instantly making a judgment. This is the king of the near sea. Ha ha ha, how interesting. To encounter such a big guy right after setting sail. The ocean is truly fascinating. A creature this size, if I could catch it for a meal, it should taste pretty good, right? No wonder Evans and Bert were chosen by Luze to come on board. Encountering such a giant on their first trip at sea without a hint of fear and even feeling eager to take it on, with one even wanting to kill it for meat. This mindset is completely different from those pirates who get smashed by the king of the near sea as soon as they set sail. Be careful in the sea. This guy poses a significant threat to us. Luze calmly observed the king of the near sea before his right hand rested on the hilt of a knife hanging at his waist. Perhaps they could kill this smaller sea king, but one misstep could result in their ship being destroyed by this monster, so Luze had to be cautious. Roar! Suddenly, the king of the near sea lunged, opening its foul, gaping maw wide as it aimed to bite Luze and the others. Seeing that the king of the near sea was indeed attacking them, Luze cursed under his breath, leaping from the ship towards the giant mouth, his long knife flashing brilliantly as it was drawn. Damn monster, stay away from my ship, Luze roared, his leaping figure exuding an unstoppable momentum. Sharp and resolute like a long blade. One sword style, Iato, slashed the waves. The blade light suddenly appeared, then burst forth into a massive blade aura, slashing towards the gaping maw of the near-sea king with the force of splitting waves and cleaving mountains. The sharp edge emitted a piercing shriek as it cut through the air, jarring the senses. Roar! As the blade light flashed, blood surged forth, causing the near-sea king's attack to falter, and it let out a painful roar. One side of its jaw, violently shaken, fell off from its head and plunged into the sea, instantly staining the surface a deep red. Luze struck successfully, preventing the Sea King from attacking the small boat. Evans and Bet followed closely behind, drawing their swords without hesitation towards the giant beast. One sword style, Rock Breaker. One sword style, Giant Devourer. Two beams of sword light flashed, and the Sea King revealed a massive X-shaped wound on its body above the water. Blood gushed out uncontrollably, the wound deep enough to see the bone, with slowly writhing innards faintly visible within. Despite suffering such severe injuries, the Sea King did not die. Its powerful life force as a small Sea King-class creature sustained it, preventing an immediate death from its grievous wounds. In intense pain, the ferocity of the Sea King was completely unleashed. It roared and exerted all its strength to lift its tail violently from the seabed and smash it down towards the small fishing boat. One sword style, Weasel. However, just as its tail was raised, a figure flashed past its neck with a gleam of the sword and then landed heavily on the boat. I said to stay away from my boat, Luze said coldly and lightly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Sea King's head began to slide down from the point where the sword light had passed, revealing a smooth cross-section beneath. Blood gushed out like a fountain, with an eerie beauty, spraying wildly onto the sea, the boat, and the three of them. Boom! Boom! The body and head of the Sea King fell heavily into the sea, dyeing the waters a vivid red. The Sea King was dead. What are you two staring at? Hurry up and go collect some materials before the sharks arrive. This is rare Sea King meat from the East Sea. We can't waste it like this. Bet and Evans, awakened by Luzek's shout, quickly snapped to attention and dove into the sea without a second thought, biting their swords. Looking at the calm, yet eerie crimson surface of the sea, Luzek sighed. These two guys are so jumpy over a bit of basic operation. How will they handle big scenes with me in the future? Chapter 29. Braised Sea King Brain and Coconut Stew with Sea King Heart Pata. Pata. In front of the campfire, Luzek, Evans, and Bet sat around, with large pieces of meat glistening with oil and emitting an enticing aroma roasting over the flames. As Luzek occasionally turned and seasoned the meat, The fat gradually gathered, slid down, and eventually dripped onto the blazing fire, creating bursts of flame and sizzling sounds. "Captain, how much longer until we can eat?" Bet, unable to resist the sight of the meat dripping with clear oil, asked while drooling. As soon as Bet spoke, even Evans beside him couldn't help but swallow hard. This was the meat of a small Sea King class creature. They had never eaten anything like it despite being alive for so long, and it looked really delicious. Luze glanced at the two guys, his hands busy flipping the meat, and said lightly, "Don't rush, the timing isn't right yet for the best taste." Another anxious wait ensued, of course. This was only for Evans and Better. Luze had eaten plenty of Sea King meat in his previous life, so he wasn't very eager for the near Sea King's meat. Right now, he was simply enjoying the joy of cooking. After being reborn for so long, cooking with ordinary ingredients every day, he hadn't had a chance to indulge himself in a while. Moreover, Luze didn't expect that this creature, which symbolized the beginning of witnessing Luffy's new pirate king and stepping beyond the near sea into the vast, endless ocean, had surprisingly decent meat attributes. Name: meat of the near sea king type. Food, raw material quality. Excellent attribute 1. Direct consumption grants health points. Stamina recovery speed 20 for 150 seconds. Attribute 2. Cooking has a chance to enhance the ingredient's effects. Specific changes depend on the chef's skill level. Special effects. None remarks. The meat of the near sea king can only be enjoyed by those who have defeated it. And this was just the most ordinary meat from this near sea king. After seeing the attributes of this piece of meat, Luze quickly called out to Better and Evans, who had just climbed aboard to dive back underwater. Taking advantage of the near sea king's body not yet sunk to the deep sea, they hurriedly dug out its head and heart. As expected, these two ingredients, being the key parts of the near sea king, had attributes that completely outclassed the ordinary meat chunks they had previously cut. Name: brain of the near sea king type. Food, raw material quality. Rare attribute 1. Direct consumption grants intelligence 1, spirit 1. Effective until corresponding attributes are below 25 points. Attribute 2. Cooking has a chance to enhance the ingredient's effects. Specific changes depend on the chef's skill level. Attribute 3. Can be made into special incense special effects. None remarks. The brain of a near sea king contains special substances that could further develop the consumer's brain. In fact, making it into incense for meditation would be a long-term strategy, but unfortunately, none of them knew this craft, so they had to treat it as an ingredient. Name: heart of the near sea king type. Food, raw material quality. Rare attribute 1. Direct consumption grants strength 1, constitution 1, health points 100, excluding health point bonuses. Effective until corresponding attributes are below 25 points. Attribute 2. Cooking has a chance to enhance the ingredient's effects. Specific changes depend on the chef's skill level. Special effects. None remarks. The heart of the near sea king is the source of the immense strength that supports this giant beast, and the powerful force contained within can help the consumer's body become stronger. Given the attributes of these two ingredients, Luze felt that killing the near sea king was definitely worth it. Although they got sprayed with blood and had to wash the whole ship, the only real loss was that they couldn't collect other parts due to the other sea beasts being attracted by the near sea king's blood. The grilled meat was ready to eat. After flipping it a few times, he cut a piece to taste and said to the already eager Better and Evans, "It's time to eat. Long live the captain." The two cheered and quickly rushed over, each grabbing a huge piece of grilled meat, not caring about the heat, and biting into the oily, golden skin. As the grilled meat entered their mouths, their eyes widened, and the next moment, they showed extremely enjoyable expressions, turning into gluttons as they devoured the grilled meat hungrily. While eating, they gave Luze a thumbs up, mumbling through their food, "It's so delicious. I've never eaten anything this good. The captain is amazing." Looking at the two greasy guys, Luze smiled and reminded them, "The coconut fruit stewed with the Sea King's heart is almost done, and the braised Sea King's brain can also enter the final stage. So don't miss the main event just because you ate too much ordinary grilled meat." "Got it." Shaking his head, Luze didn't bother with the two who were eating messily and went to the other two fires to start the final cooking. These were ingredients that could enhance attributes, so Luze certainly treated them with care. Extreme cooking activated. "Oh, I'm so full, this is so happy. I've never eaten such delicious dishes." Going to sea with the captain was definitely the right choice. After the meal, Evans and Better lay on the beach, each holding their bulging bellies, with two empty pots discarded nearby, still emitting residual fragrance. One pot had a rich, aromatic smell, with various spices mixed with a strange fragrance continuously wafting out, then scattered by the sea breeze. The other pot had a delicate, lingering aroma, perfectly blending the unique scent of coconut with the meaty fragrance of the heart, evolving into a unique flavor that was hard to forget. Seeing these two guys, Luze was in a good mood. Today, besides indulging his cooking skills, the attribute gains from the dishes were not small. After Luze's extreme cooking, the power of the brain and heart of the Near Sea King was completely activated, and the attribute bonuses of the braised Sea King's brain became Intelligence 2, Spirit 2, while the coconut fruit stewed with the Sea King's heart became Strength 2, Constitution 2, Health Points 300. After this meal, all three of them gained significantly. Not in a hurry to clean up, Luze's group had come to this island to rest and had plenty of time. Moreover, they hadn't checked the rewards for killing the Near Sea King yet. So Luze opened the system prompt panel. Chapter 30. The beginning of the legend. Please collect. Please recommend. Ding. Player chooses to form a team. Ding. No pirate or navy profession template detected for the player. Ding. The player's team nature is a neutral adventure group, currently consisting of Edward Kenway, player, Adams Better, native. Ward Evans, native. Ding. The player is the team leader. The loyalty of the natives Adams Better and Ward Evans towards the player automatically converts from favorability. Currently 80, respect, and 71, respect, respectively. Better had already raised his favorability towards Luze to above 70 points of respect back in the dojo, while Evans had only around 60 points before setting sail. After deciding to follow Luze and experiencing today's series of events, their favorability, or rather, loyalty towards Luze soared by nearly 10 points. The most important moment of this increase was when Luze showcased his powerful strength by slaying the Near Sea King with 2 strikes. Only with convincing strength can one earn unwavering loyalty. This is an unchanging truth in this world. Scrolling down, Luze skipped some prompts about sailing skill proficiency increases and earned general experience until he reached the section after killing the Near Sea King. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing the regional boss, the Near Sea King, and receiving a purple epic treasure chest 1. General experience 15,000. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing the regional boss, the Near Sea King, achieving the kill achievement Near Sea Killer, and unlocking the hidden achievement, the beginning of the legend. Ding! System announcement. Player Edward Kenway has killed the regional boss, the Near Sea King. Seeing this system announcement that repeated 3 times, Luze was taken aback and felt a bit confused, thinking to himself how defeating a Near Sea King could warrant a system announcement, and why he hadn't noticed it at the time. Then he realized it was because he had a habit of turning off the system notification panel, usually only checking it at the end of the day for summary. TSK, the system announcement came, and now I'm afraid I've become famous. I should keep the system notifications on in the future, so I don't miss anything important when I'm not paying attention. Luze stroked the rough stubble on his chin and muttered to himself, "Sigh, being too outstanding isn't good either. One careless move, and I end up on TV. How am I supposed to develop quietly in the future?" Gazing at the dark sea in the distance, the flickering firelight cast a shifting glow on Luze's face, revealing a hint of the lonely arrogance of a master. Fortunately, he had already turned off the name hovering above his head. If he didn't say anything, how could they know who he was? In this day and age, dogs are the true rulers. If I walked around and these new players popped up to cling to me, that would be a disaster. TSK, TSK, TSK. If there were some pretty female fans, that would be a different story. No way, no way. You mere mortals shall not seek to uncover my true identity. Luze muttered to himself, as if he had fallen into a certain state, and the aura of pretentiousness emanating from him became even stronger. However, Luze now realized that it was too late to notice that he might have become popular. That day, in a live broadcast of that streamer, Luze single-handedly faced a pirate crew of Manticore and not only did not lose, but achieved victory, even defeating their captain, a feat that had already been made into a video and circulated. Additionally, the blue treasure chest that appeared after he killed the Manticore Cortez exposed his identity as a player. Now, his image as a knife-wielding expert with a muscular upper body, 5 scratch marks on his abdomen, and short golden hair tied back with a blank expression had become familiar to many players, and was one of the reasons why many players entered Pirate OL. Some yearned to be like him, 1 against 100, the loneliness of a master. Some desired to find a handsome god like him to solve their lifelong issues. Others simply developed an interest in the game and wanted to experience its wonders. However, after dealing with the Manticore pirate crew, Luze had a lot on his plate and did not revisit the forums. so he was temporarily unaware that he had become a legendary figure on the forums, establishing a rather attractive image for future players. For a moment, Lu Zhe, this little butterfly, gently flapped his wings, causing the start of Pirate OL to become somewhat different. Under his image's attraction, the number of players entering Pirate OL increased overnight, and more players gradually gathered on the sea, slowly changing the situation of this world. At this moment, Lu Zhe was still oblivious. After finishing his act of pretentiousness, after feeling lonely, Lu Zhe came back to his senses and shifted his attention to the 2 achievements obtained from killing the Sea King, directly clicking to view the specific details. Nearshore Killer. You, who have killed the Sea King of the East China Sea stained with its blood, can be regarded as a nightmare for nearshore sea beasts and small sea kings. Achievement Reward. Same name title. No need to equip. Intimidation 30. Initial Hatred 10 against sea beasts and small sea kings. Intimidation increased by 30. The Nearshore Killer achievement was quite standard, with nothing too special about it. What intrigued Lu Zhe was the special achievement called the Beginning of a Legend, which looked very appealing and was certainly not simple. The Beginning of a Legend. You, who have killed the one, symbolizing the beginning of a new era, are about to start your own legend. Requirement. First time go to sea and killing the Sea King. Achievement Reward. Luck 1. What the hell? Luck 1. Lu Zhe was instantly shocked. Could it be that my luck as a non-lucky player finally has hope? Heaven has eyes. Lu Zhe trembled with excitement, wanting nothing more than to let out a howl to the sky. Oh, he did howl, startling Bet and Evans, who were about to fall asleep, causing them to jump up from the ground. The importance of the luck attribute is well known, so I won't elaborate further. Just know that as a hidden attribute, every additional point of luck can bring a qualitative change to the luck of players or natives. From this perspective, the preciousness of the achievement, the beginning of a legend, is evident. Lu Zhe calmed the 2 people down, settling their emotions before continuing to scroll down. What followed were just system prompts from Lu Zhe's cooking and the effects of the 3 dishes consumed. Here, there was also some interesting content. Ding. Player consumes rare food braised sea king brain. Intelligence 2, Spirit 2. Ding. Detected that the player's spirit and intelligence attributes are at the extraordinary limit. Attribute enhancement failed and has been sealed. It will be unsealed after breaking through the extraordinary limit. Ding. Player consumes rare food coconut jelly stewed sea king heart. Strength 2. Constitution 2. Health 300. Ding. Detected that the player's strength and constitution attributes are at the extraordinary limit. Attribute enhancement failed and has been sealed. It will be unsealed after breaking through the extraordinary limit. Ding. Absorbing beneficial substances. Player's health 300. Yes, Lu Zhe's physical attributes have reached a total of 20 points, hitting the extraordinary limit. This is also the reason why he appeared so effortless when facing the Sea King. The night before going out to sea, Lu Zhe practiced all the basic skills he mastered in his previous life. After receiving the system's approval and synchronization, the physical attribute enhancements granted during skill upgrades not only brought his physical attributes to a total of 20 points, but also left some surplus. However, these surplus attribute enhancements did not have a high enough priority like the 2 dishes today, which could be sealed for further enhancement after breaking through the extraordinary level. Due to tier limitations, once the attributes were reached, these excess enhancements could only be wasted. However, those were secondary. The key point is that Lu Zhe has finally begun to walk the path of the strong. In his previous life, he hadn't even touched the threshold of this level, merely breaking through the attributes of strength and agility, while the enhancement of spirit and intelligence was only due to awakening the observation hockey. This time, everything is different. Chapter 31. The Final Gift of the Sea King. Ahem, it's time to witness the power of Luck 1. Lu Zhe sat alone on the exposed rocks of the beach, holding a treasure chest that flickered with a faint purple light in his hands, his expression serious as he muttered something. He had not forgotten the purple epic treasure chest obtained after defeating the Near Sea King. He had rarely seen chests of this quality, even in his previous life, and he didn't expect that defeating a Near Sea King with merely extraordinary strength would yield such a surprise. Lu Zhe estimated that it was likely due to the Near Sea King's significant symbolic meaning in the original storyline, combined with the reward bonus for his extraordinary victory, which resulted in this epic treasure chest. Coincidentally, the achievement reward for defeating the Near Sea King also included a 1 luck bonus, a miraculous reward Lu Zhe had never seen before, making it the perfect opportunity to test the quality of both. Habitually rubbing his hands together, Zhe felt a bit excited. The rewards he had gathered throughout the day were substantial, raising his expectations for this treasure chest. He couldn't believe that with the 1 luck bonus, a treasure of epic quality could contain anything of inferior value. Zhe looked at the box and decisively planted a flag for himself. Counting the various actions this guy had taken since entering the game, he resembled an old general on a stage, covered in flags, yet still unaware of it. Let's go. Zhe felt his emotions had brewed enough and directly chose to open the purple epic treasure chest in front of him. There was no special light flashing, and the box slowly opened, revealing a purple glow that obscured whatever was inside. No flashing, Zhe muttered, extending his slightly trembling hand to feel around in the purple glow. Zhe's expression froze, as he seemed to touch something straight and hard. If that thing related to the king of the offshore was revealed, just wait for it, system. Zhe muttered fiercely, gritted his teeth, and pulled out that thing from the box. As soon as he pulled it out, Zhe immediately focused his gaze. It can't be that thing. Please don't let it be. Oh my, I really thought it was that thing. It startled me. It's just rare grade, but that's not bad, right? Zhe looked at the long, blue-glowing, white bone-like object in his hand, its rough surface instantly lifting his spirits as he marveled at it. Name: Essence of the King of the Near Sea type. Raw material. Enhancement item quality. Rare attribute 1. Can be used as raw material for crafting weapons or items. Attribute 2. Can be used on equipment, weapon, or item to enhance its corresponding attributes and significantly improve its quality. The enhancement effect depends on the item's own attributes and rank. Special effect. None note. This is a condensation of the essence of the King of the Near Sea, containing most of its accumulated power. Wow. Even though it's just a rare item, with this thing, I can enhance the knife I'm using. Looking at this long object that somewhat resembles certain ladies' products, Zhe felt a surge of happiness. He couldn't help but think that if this were an epic grade item, just obtaining one would already be a big win. Since whether for crafting equipment or enhancing items, the options would suddenly increase, broadening its applicability and thereby raising its value. However, it's a pity that this item is only of rare quality, but it's still pretty good. Seeing that the purple mist in the box had not yet dissipated, he knew there were still items left to find, and Zhe felt even more delighted as he continued to reach into the box. Why haven't I found anything after searching for so long? Zhe looked puzzled, thinking that there were clearly still things inside, yet he couldn't feel them. Got it. After another round of groping, Zhe finally pulled out a uniquely styled ring that resembled a small skull of the Near Sea King, coiled into a circular shape. Name: Sea Soul Ring type. Accessory quality: Epic attack power. None usage requirement. Kill the Near Sea King attributes. Strength 1. Constitution 1. Special effects 1. King's Aura. Any creature that makes eye contact with the wearer will experience a mental intimidation. If their mental state is 2 points lower than the wearer's, they will make a mental check. If they fail, they will take damage equal to the intimidation skill level mental 5, lasting for 3 days. Special effect 2. King's Devour. When you activate this skill, the damage you deal will be converted into health points at a ratio of 10, and it will heal your injuries, lasting for 3 days. Note: that year, the Near Sea King swallowed a king's left hand. The king's immense power was deeply hidden in the arm bone, making it difficult to digest. It wasn't until the Near Sea King fell that its essence combined with the remaining arm bone to become this ring. What jackpot! Zhe looked at the ring in his hand, and his heart burst with joy. Zhe originally thought that it would be great if this obviously inflated purple treasure chest could yield more than 2 rare items. But he didn't expect such a big surprise to come so soon. Not to mention the purple epic, it actually turned out to be the rarest ring among the equipment. This round is definitely worth it. Luck 1 truly lives up to its name. Zhe, in surprise, put the ring on his left thumb without thinking. The ring, which originally didn't fit well, immediately began to rotate and adjust automatically, perfectly fitting his finger. Suddenly, Zhe felt a surge of heat emanating from the ring, infusing his body as if breaking through a barrier, significantly enhancing the vitality within him and the latent strength in his muscles. With the aid of the equipment, Zhe's strength and physique broke through the extraordinary limits for the first time. Although he hadn't truly surpassed the restrictions, the overwhelming sense of power made him feel that his capabilities had undergone a qualitative change. The difference between 20 points and 21 points seemed like a mere 1-point difference. But in reality, it was like heaven and earth apart. At this juncture, Zhe boldly claimed that with the Sea Spirit Ring, he could completely crush his former self, who had not worn the ring. In terms of strength and physical recovery, his attacks now far exceeded those he could perform while limited by his previous rank. This state, where a player breaks through their limits with the help of equipment, is referred to as a pseudo-rank. A pseudo-rank means that attributes have surpassed rank limits with the assistance of equipment, but the player hasn't received the corresponding breakthrough rewards. Their combat power cannot match that of true breakers, but they're significantly stronger than those merely at the brink of a breakthrough. If their combat talent is strong enough, they can even overpower those who have not broken through. Although it is only a pseudo-rank, it is sufficient for the time being. Luja clenched his fists, feeling the power within him, contemplating the combat power level of Donghai and making a rough estimate. Chapter 32. Breakthrough Assessment Within a Day. Thanks to the gifts from the King of the Near Sea, Luja's strength made a significant leap. Looking at Evans and Bert, who were sleeping like dead pigs by the campfire, Luja shook his head. He had taken a watch for the first half of the night anyway, and since he had nothing else to do, he opened his personal panel to sort out his attributes. Character panel name: Edward Kenway Race. Ordinary human title: Near Sea Killer. Occupation: Civilian Chef, Expert, Swordsman, Beginner. Rank: Elite Peak, Pseudo Extraordinary. Health: 100. Strength: 21-2. Not Breakthrough. Constitution: 21-2. Not Breakthrough. Agility: 20. Not Breakthrough. Intelligence: 22. Not Breakthrough. Spirit: 22. Not Breakthrough. Note: in the world of One Piece, the average attributes of normal adults are 10. These base attributes are results obtained by the system through scanning the player's body. Talent: not activated specialties. Exceptional talent: Iron Will, Storm Baptism, I, Robust Body, Beast Instinct. Basic skills: Sea Survival 13, Swimming 31, Performance 12, Deception 10, Negotiation 23, Intimidation 57. Life skills: Navigation, Beginner, Culinary skills, Expert. Extreme Cooking, Chef Template. Acquired skill: Combat skills: Cold Weapons, Long Sword, Proficient. Basic Swordsmanship, Proficient. Meditation, Proficient. One Mind Swordsmanship, Beginner. Aiajutsu, Swordsman Template. Acquired skill: Unarmed Combat, Proficient. Firearms, Light Weapons, Proficient. Basic Footwork, Proficient. Experience points: 23,258. All skills will present reward options upon reaching the Proficient level, and Luja clicked on each one listed. The Proficient rewards for Cold Weapons Longsword are as follows: A. Blade Light Sharpness, Blade Attack Power 10B. Lightning Strike, Blade Speed 10. Lu Zhe chose a without hesitation. When it comes to speed, he already has the skill Scythe, so there's no need to pursue it deliberately. The rewards for mastering basic swordsmanship are as follows: A. Sword Heart, 10 compatibility with sword-type weapons. B. Sword Technique, 10 enhancement for sword-type skills. Lu Zhe chose A. Although compatibility seems inconspicuous on the surface, he knows that the more comfortable he feels with his weapon, the more discomfort he can inflict on his opponent during an attack. The rewards for mastering meditation are as follows: A. Calm Mind, 100 increase in energy recovery speed when entering a meditative state. B. Strong Will, 10 mental resistance. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe chose B. Compared to the recovery that requires entering meditation, he values the more practical mental resistance. The rewards for mastering unarmed combat are as follows: A. Dual Wielding Mastery, 1 strength attribute when attacking with both hands. B. Leg Combat Mastery, 1 strength attribute when attacking with both legs. C. Combat Mastery, hidden 1 strength attribute when attacking with any part of the body. The choice here is more obvious. Lu Zhe directly chose C. This option requires players to master unarmed combat to a limited level, and the attributes of strength, constitution, and agility must all reach 20 to trigger it. This way, even in unarmed combat, Lu Zhe's combat power won't be significantly weakened. It's worth noting that in his past life, he excelled in hand-to-hand combat. Once he breaks through the limits and masters the Navy's 6 styles, it will be even more so. In his previous life, he was most proficient in one of the 6 styles, Storm, Kick, and Shave, and in this life, he only prioritizes swordsmanship because of his focus on it. The rewards for mastering light firearms are as follows: A. Extreme Reload, 1 agility when replenishing ammunition. B. Extreme Aiming, 1 mental attribute when aiming at a target. Lu Zhe hesitated for a moment, then slapped himself. He basically won't be using firearms in this life, so what is there to worry about? Oh, if he could take down that guy and eat that fruit, he could act as a human electromagnetic cannon. Considering this possibility for the future, Lu Zhe chose B. Finally, the rewards for mastering basic footwork are: A. Fleet of Foot, 10 movement speed. B. Agile steps, 10 evasion efficiency. Luze liked both options. But movement speed can be compensated with other items or equipment, while evasion ability has fewer ways to enhance it, so Luze chose B. Luze's skill enhancement during this time has been organized here, most of which were learned in his previous life when he joined the Navy and trained there. With not much application in this life, it's still early, so Luze pulled up the panel, clicked on the extraordinary breakthrough next to the attribute points, and the system prompt came right away. Ding! It is detected that the player's 5 attributes, strength, physique, agility, intelligence, and spirit have reached the extraordinary limit. Would you like to take the breakthrough assessment? Ding! If the player chooses to break through all attributes, the difficulty of the breakthrough assessment will be 500 times that of a single attribute breakthrough. There are only 3 chances for failure in the assessment. If all 3 fail, the player will lose the qualification for promotion. Please choose wisely. Looking at the prompt marked in blood-red font, Luze sneered. If he couldn't face this little difficulty, how could he talk about the path of a strong person? Without any hesitation, Luze chose yes. Ding! The player has applied for the elite rank to extraordinary rank breakthrough assessment. System is reviewing. Ding! It is detected that the player's existing specialties, extraordinary talent, iron will, strong physique, and beast intuition have reached the standards for extraordinary rank. Ding! It is detected that the player's existing life skill cooking expert has reached the standards for extraordinary rank. Ding! It is detected that the player's existing combat skills, cold weapons long knife, mastery, basic swordsmanship, mastery, meditation, mastery, one-minded swordsmanship, beginner, unarmed combat, mastery, hot weapons light firearms, mastery, basic footwork, mastery, have reached the standards for extraordinary rank. Ding! It is detected that the player's existing profession templates, chef, expert, swordmaster, beginner, have reached the standards for extraordinary rank. Ding! Information is being integrated, generating assessment tasks. Ding! Task generation complete. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have triggered the extraordinary task. Task description. To reach the extraordinary rank, you need to complete the breakthrough assessment to break the rank limitation and promote to extraordinary rank. Task requirements. 1. Use cooking skills to defeat all chefs at the Sea Restaurant Bar Thai. 2. Kill an extraordinary creature with at least 1 attribute reaching 25 points or above. 3. After completing the first 2 tasks, rewards will be issued. Task reward. Promotion to extraordinary. Failure penalty. Assessment attempts -1. The system really thinks highly of me. Luze's mouth twitched. Chapter 33. It's decided, it's you. The Sea Restaurant Bar Thai was originally my target, and now it's just on the way to solve it. At least the requirement for an extraordinary creature with an attribute of 25 points is troublesome. Looking at the assessment task generated by the system in front of him, Luze felt a bit of a headache, given his current expert-level cooking skills. The only chefs at the Sea Restaurant Bar Thai who might reach master level are the Redleg Zeph and Sanji, but defeating them is not impossible. After all, Luze's hometown was a gluttonous empire renowned in the multiverse. However, the second requirement isn't that easy. For example, take the Near Sea King that Luze and his group just killed. This guy looks fierce and overbearing, but in reality, it can only show off in the EC. At most, it has the strength and physique attributes that break through to extraordinary, and any more is just due to its racial template bonus, which makes its combat power much stronger. Moreover, considering that the newly emerged Luffy could knock it down with 1 punch, this creature might not even have any attribute reaching 25 points. After all, from the extraordinary rank onward, the gap between each point of attributes is huge. If Redleg Zeph hadn't broken his leg, maybe his agility attribute could be around 25. But now, well, calculating this way, aside from some hidden unknown natives and sea beasts, the only plot characters in the EC that might have attributes above 25 are the clown Buggy, Kuro, and Arlong. After all, Buggy was once a crew member of GOLD, Roger's ship, and an old friend of the 4 Emperors Shanks. If he didn't have some standard, wouldn't that be a joke? Captain Buggy, I tricked you once in my previous life. Let us call it even this time. That's right, in his previous life, Luze once boarded Buggy's ship for fun, but later, after discovering the truth of the game with the system update, he stopped messing around with Buggy. He directly took advantage of his identity as a chef to drug the food, knocked out everyone on the ship, and sent them all to the naval base, thus siding with the Navy. After all, he was Sanji, and didn't have such a pure commitment to cooking. Doing something like drugging caused him no psychological burden at all. Although Luze tricked Buggy once in his previous life, for Buggy, it was just an early trip to prison. And in the end, he still broke out with Luffy during the Marineford War. But since he had already tricked this guy once, Luz decided not to cause him any trouble again. So Luz's obvious option left is only Arlong. What? You say Kuro? That guy might have strength over 25, but since he only relies on equipment to ambush people, there is probably not much substance to it. Plus, he has too many subordinates. And it would be inconvenient for Luz and his two companions to cause trouble, so there is no need to waste energy fighting him. So, Arlong, you're not a good guy either, it's decided, it's you. Thus, Luz silently set Arlong as his target to complete the task. After all, although Arlong and his crew have a deep connection with the Sun Pirates, with Jinbe's character, once he knows what Arlong has done, even if Luz kills Arlong, he won't blame Luz. As long as Jinbe's attitude is fine, it doesn't matter what the other fishmen of the Sun Pirates think. At this moment, far away in Cocoa Village, Arlong suddenly shivered. Boss, what is wrong? A fishman with dark blue skin and fins on his hands asked. It's nothing. Arlong shook his head indifferently, took a sip of wine, and looked around without finding that familiar figure, then asked, Where did Nami go? Hearing this, the other fishmen exchanged glances, all revealing sinister smiles. Where else could she go? Out to sea to scam money. Haha, what a naive little girl. She actually believes that kind of talk. Looking at these fishmen in front of him, hearing their loud laughter, a smile also appeared on Arlong's jagged-nosed face, which looked even more sinister and terrifying against his monstrous features. You guys better not let anything slip in front of that little girl. There's still a lot of value in her that hasn't been exploited, so she can't know the truth too early. As he spoke, Arlong's smile widened a bit more, revealing the terrifying sharp teeth hidden beneath his lips, looking chilling and scary. But even if she knows, it doesn't matter. As long as those stupid humans are in our hands, she has no choice but to obey. Ha 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 ha. Exactly, with those stupid human emotions. She can only be used by us until she dies. Ha ha. Below the sea surface, a round red sun slowly rises. The sky begins to transition from gray-blue to warm white. Seabirds glide over the layers of waves, and the world is beautiful and peaceful. You two, get up and prepare to set sail for me. Luz kicked Bet and Evans awake, who were snoring loudly in their sleep. Hey, who is it? The two, startled from their deep slumber, quickly scrambled to get up from the ground, nearly rolling into the still smoking campfire, looking so flustered that they almost drew their weapons. Ouch! Kenway, what are you doing? It's so early. Upon realizing it was Luz, they dropped their guard, followed by a series of complaints. Have you said enough? Luz looked at them expressionlessly. Seeing his expression, they immediately dared not speak anymore. That's enough. Go clean yourselves in the boat. I want to take a nap. Wake me up when you're done to get ready to set sail. Luz finished speaking, yawned, and went to the ship to grab a blanket that was still relatively clean and not stained by the blood of the Sea King. He walked to the shadow of the rocks, wrapped himself up, and fell asleep. As he lay there snoring, Bet and Evans exchanged glances, realizing that Luz had kept watch for them all night alone. Instantly, they stopped talking, quickly washed up, found some dry food on the ship to eat, and began cleaning the areas on the ship that were stained by the Sea King's blood, as well as the tools that needed washing. During this process, both of them tried to be gentle in their movements, yet maintain their speed. Time always flies quickly while working, and, as the sun gradually shifted, a ray of sunlight escaped from the shadow of the rocks and shone directly onto Luz's face. The sunlight was blinding, and Luz woke up from his slumber. He pulled off the blanket, stood up from the ground, and slowly stretched, feeling completely relaxed and full of energy. Since mastering meditation, his mental strength had been refined, and his body's adjustment capabilities had improved. Luz only needed 24 hours of sleep to fully recover his energy. Hey, the captain is awake? Everything is cleaned up, and we can set sail anytime. Looking at Bet and Evans by the sea and their freshly cleaned little ship, Luz smiled, draped a blanket over himself, and walked towards them slowly. Ready to set sail. Chapter 34. The buggy pirate crew seeks recommendations. The journey at sea is always tedious. Perhaps at the beginning of the voyage, people are still enchanted by the vast and magnificent scenery of the ocean. But it doesn't take long before, faced with the monotonous views, one quickly loses interest. After sailing for a few days, Bet and Evans felt this way now. Kenway, when will we reach land? There's nothing but sea, no treasure, no adventure, and no enemies. How boring. Watching the two guys sprawled over the ship's railing like salted fish, causing the little boat to sway. Luz felt speechless and couldn't be bothered with their antics. Although sailing at sea is mostly dull, if one can't even endure this little loneliness, They can forget about reaching the pinnacle of this world. Speaking of which, Bet and Evans weren't really that impatient. Their antics were just a way to pass the time and entertain themselves. Huh. Luze suddenly moved his gaze, looking at the sea not far away, where there seemed to be a three-masted sailing ship much larger than their small fishing boat, with a black flag flying at the top of the mast in the wind. This flag Luze immediately recognized the emblem on the black flag, representing a pirate crew, a skull with a red-nosed cross-eyed face. Oh, isn't this our old friend Buggy? Luze couldn't help but laugh. Thinking about it, they were also about to sail to Orange Town, which was occupied by the clown Buggy, so finding Buggy wasn't impossible. Get up quickly, there's work to be done. Luze called out to Bet and Evans, who were lying on the ship's railing pretending to be dead fish. The two immediately sprang up, hands on their knives, looking eager to try. Where? What is the target? Captain, give the order. I can't wait to get into action. Finally, some living people. I was about to suffocate, seeing the two in front of him come back to life in an instant. Luze revealed an aggressive smile and pointed at the three-masted sailing ship far on the horizon. Adjust the course and head over. Let us grab it and run. Luze called two people over to start arranging the plan. Captain Buggy, there's a small boat over there. It's drifting towards us. A pirate on the lookout tower of the Buggy pirate ship shouted loudly while holding a telescope. Let Lord Buggy take a look. Buggy came out of the captain's room, snatched the telescope from a nearby pirate, and looked in the direction the pirate pointed. Through the telescope, Buggy clearly saw a person lying motionless on the side of the small boat, next to a large bag. From the slightly open mouth of the bag, he could see piles of neatly bundled green bills. That was a big bag of berries, at least over 5 million. Buggy was instantly excited. You guys, send someone to bring that small boat back. Without hesitation, Buggy waved his hand holding the telescope down, abruptly turned around, and ordered in a slightly sharp voice. Yes, Captain. A group of oddly dressed subordinates responded eagerly. The entire pirate crew quickly sprang into action, lowering the small boat using a hoist, and several crew members jumped in and began rowing towards the discovered small boat. Upon reaching the small boat, a few pirates first checked the condition of the person lying on the side. No problem, this guy should have fainted from heat stroke, said the inspecting pirate to the others. And the berries here are real. At least 5 million. We hit the jackpot. Another pirate who checked the bag exclaimed joyfully to the others. He's unlucky to run into us. Search. The two pirates who boarded the boat directly entered the cabin of the small fishing boat and rummaged around for a long time before coming out. There's nothing valuable in there. Let's go. The two pirates who searched said with disappointment to the other two guarding their own boat, and as they spoke, they returned to their original ship with the bag of berries. What about this guy? A few pirates were ready to leave with the money when suddenly one of them asked, Oh, the captain seemed to say to bring this boat back. Forget that. Let's bring this guy and the boat back. After a brief discussion, they took out ropes and hooks to connect the two boats and headed back to the pirate ship. However, as they turned to row back to the pirate ship, two heads slightly emerged from beneath the surface of the water below the small fishing boat, took a breath, and disappeared again. For Beta and Evans, who grew up in a fishing village, holding their breath underwater was as easy as pie. And for Luze, who mastered the art of life return in his previous life, temporarily simulating the symptoms of heat stroke was also a piece of cake. Report to Captain Buggy. The mission is complete. The boat has been brought back. We found a guy who fainted from heat stroke, and this 5 million berries. Several pirates climbed aboard and reported to Buggy. Buggy's hand flew out from his arm, grabbed the bag, floated back to him, and with the other hand, he rummaged through the bag full of green bills, instantly bursting into a pig-like laugh. Laughing, Buggy carried the bag and walked towards the captain's room while instructing the pirate subordinates to squeeze more value from Luze. Yahaha, I'm going back to the captain's room. You guys take care of waking this guy up. Let's see if he discovered any treasure. Bang! The door to the captain's room slammed shut, leaving a group of pirates dressed like circus performers staring at each other. Hey, Machi, keep your line away from that guy. We can't let him get eaten before we ask the captain's questions. A guy with hair covering one eye, wearing a scarf and a cloak with a gloomy aura, suddenly shouted at a pirate wearing a plush doll headpiece. At his shout, everyone noticed that a certain sharp-toothed lion, with its mind set on eating, was slowly approaching the guy they had brought on board with its mouth wide open. This startled them greatly. They hadn't completed the captain's orders yet, and if this guy died, how would they get off the hook? Machi, the pirate with the plush headpiece, even ran and pounced on the lion, grabbing its mane and shouting loudly, Ricky, stop! You can't eat that guy. The captain will kill us. The lion Ricky turned its head to glance at the partner on top of it, reluctantly looked at the motionless guy lying on the ground, and with a rather human-like sigh, crawled to the side, flopping down with a disappointed expression of unfulfilled desire. Huh. Seeing Ricky being stopped, the pirates breathed a sigh of relief. Luze, lying on the ground, also subtly relaxed his slightly clenched fist. Chapter 35. Taking action. That stupid lion almost exposed me. Luze cursed inwardly. Luz deliberately pretended to be dizzy to be taken aboard Buggy's pirate ship. His main purpose, aside from facilitating infiltration and action, was to wait for Bet and Evans to succeed in their underwater combat, so he could respond as quickly as possible. Although it was inconvenient to exert force underwater. Being the son of a fisherman who grew up by the sea and possessing a solid foundation in swordsmanship, Bet and Evans could easily cut several holes in Buggy's ship in a short time. Not to mention, Luz had previous experience with the Buggy pirates, which provided guidance. What Luz needed to do was to eliminate Buggy, Moji, and Kabeji, the three main combatants, during the chaos caused by the ship's leaks. So he wouldn't have to worry too much about the other pirate lackeys. As a user of the chop fruit, Buggy was not afraid of blades and swords. So Luz didn't even take a knife. He directly handed it over to Evans. When dealing with someone like Buggy, it didn't matter if a knife couldn't kill him. Using his fists to teach him a lesson was sufficient. As for Moji and Kabeji, one relied purely on a lion for comedic effect, while the other only used underhanded tactics, with a fighting style that was more about showmanship than practicality. Luz had dealt with these two in his past life, and from his estimation, it wouldn't take much effort to take them down, just a few punches and kicks. Considering this, while the Buggy pirates appeared strong, they could only dominate in the East Blue, the weakest sea, if it weren't for the later addition of Arlita, who consumed the slip fruit to compensate for the lack of high-level combat power, and Buggy being more obsessed with treasure hunting than conquering. They would just be cannon fodder on the Grand Line. However, with Luz around, it was uncertain whether Arlita would even have the opportunity to join the Buggy pirates after eating the slip fruit. Once Luz dealt with the three leaders of the Buggy pirates, the remaining pirate lackeys would just be cannon fodder, not significantly stronger than those from the Muzzle Dog pirates. In the past, even when Luz's attributes and skills had not reached their limit, he could defeat the Muzzle Dog pirates, let alone now against the Buggy pirates. If he wasn't fully confident, why would Luz take such risks? Ship's doctor, wake that guy up. Kabeji, whose hair covered half of his face, suddenly shouted. Let's see where this heat-stroke gentleman got all this money from. Hurry up, Captain Buggy has been inside for a while. Hearing Kabeji's order, the ship's doctor squeezed through the crowd, also dressed in a peculiar manner, and approached Luz. He took out a small bottle from his pocket and waved it in front of Luz's nose. Immediately, Luz felt a sharp, cool, an extremely pungent smell rush into his nostrils, irritating his sensitive nerves. Reluctantly, Luz had no choice but to pretend to wake up, struggling to open his eyes. Where's this? Upon seeing Luz wake up with a confused expression, the surrounding pirates all laughed strangely. Where's this? Ha ha, this is the Buggy pirates. The group of pirates spoke to Luz in a bizarre tone, and Kabeji, without a moment's hesitation, grabbed Luz by the collar and pulled him in front of himself, glaring with his exposed eye and fiercely asking, Kid, you've fallen into the hands of the Buggy pirates. If you want to live, honestly tell us how you got that money. Luze immediately showed a panicked expression, his eyes darting around as he nervously said, What belly? I don't know anything about belly. Seeing Luze still trying to argue and pretend to be unaware, Kabaji sneered, Stop pretending. That bag of 5 million belly on your ship is already ours. If you keep playing dumb, don't blame me for feeding you to the lions. After Kabaji finished speaking, Machi immediately signaled the lion Ricky to assume a fierce posture, as if it would pounce and bite Luze's neck at any moment. Looking at the lion Ricky, whose drool was dripping from its large mouth, Luze felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. But he put on a terrified expression and shouted, I'll tell you, just keep that lion away from me. Those belly were dug up by me on a small island, according to a treasure map. Upon hearing this, the members of the Buggy pirates immediately brightened up, and a flame of greed ignited in their hearts. Kabaji looked around, his desire burning even more intensely, and he tightened his grip on Luze's collar. Tell me, where's the treasure map? Where's that small island? Luze lowered his head and hesitantly spoke. The treasure map and the island are. At that moment, it felt as if the bottom of the boat had hit something, and the boat suddenly shook slightly. The others were initially unconcerned, but then a few similar sounds came from the bottom of the boat. At this time, a series of splashing sounds echoed from the bottom of the cabin, and the ship began to show obvious changes. Water was leaking from the bottom of the boat. Immediately, shouts from pirates echoed from the cabin floor. Luzexin knew that Bet and Evans had succeeded in their mission, and without hesitation, he clenched his fist, channeling his energy, and let out a low roar. That little island is in your dreams. Accompanied by Luzex's roar, his fist struck out like a cannonball, smashing fiercely towards the nearby Kabaji, targeting his core. Bang! Caught off guard by the heavy blow, Kabaji had no way to dodge. Under the immense force of the punch, he flew out like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the ship's side. Blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his body deeply embedded in the wooden planks, clearly in a state of near suffocation. With a successful strike, Luzex's figure instantly vanished from the spot, and the next moment he appeared beside Lion Ricky, delivering a powerful whip kick. Gale foot. His foot instantly became as sharp as a blade, slicing through the air and emitting a sharp whistling sound. Lion Ricky was kicked away, blood and saliva spraying in the air, before he crashed heavily against the mast, collapsing to the ground, motionless. The king's aura activated. In an instant, Luzex resolved the 2 main combatants of the buggy pirates, remaining still in place, alleviating the soreness in his legs from forcibly using the 6 styles, while his gaze swept over all the pirates present with immense authority. King's aura. Any creature that makes eye contact with the wearer will experience a mental intimidation. If their mental state is 2 points lower than the wearer's, they will undergo a mental check. If they fail, they will suffer damage equal to the intimidation skill level plus mental 5, lasting for 3 days. Thud, 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 one after another. The pirates who made eye contact with him fell to the ground, rolling their eyes and fainting like grass being cut. Some even bled from all 7 orifices upon meeting Luzex's gaze, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. In just a few breaths aside from Luzex, no one was left standing on the deck. Bang! The captain's cabin door swung open violently, and Buggy looked at the scene before him, his expression darkening immediately. The clown makeup on his face adding a touch of terror. You dare to cause trouble on Buggy the Clown's ship? You got some guts. Leave it to me. Chapter 36. Luzex versus Buggy. You dare to cause trouble on Buggy the Clown's ship, kid? You got some guts. Leave it to me. Buggy's face was grim as he looked at his subordinates, who had collapsed on the deck, lifeless, with several senior officers severely injured. Hearing the cries from the crew below deck, the killing intent on his face intensified. Seeing the murderous intent on Buggy's face, Luzex smiled nonchalantly, provocatively beckoning Buggy with a finger. With his comprehensive abilities, Luzex was not afraid of Buggy at all. To be honest, as long as he could carefully block the daggers that Buggy launched from various strange angles after separating, Buggy's other tactics posed little threat, since Buggy was not particularly strong in direct combat. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so obsessed with developing the Buggy bomb. You arrogant brat, go die at the hands of Buggy the Clown. Buggy shouted sharply, his voice piercing, as he detached his hands holding the daggers, sending them flying rapidly towards Luzex. Watching the 2 hands changing trajectory in midair, Luzex's eyes narrowed, and his body slightly shifted in place. Paper drawing. Just as the 2 daggers were about to stab at Luzex's vital points at a bizarre angle, Luzex's body moved as if he were painting on paper, effortlessly changing states and sensing the airflow changes caused by Buggy's hands flying at high speed. At the critical moment, he twisted strangely to evade the 2 daggers' sneak attack. Soru. Buggy's attack missed, feeling unwilling at heart, and just as he was about to continue his assault, he didn't anticipate that Luzex would exert force in his legs, instantly disappearing from his spot. The next moment, before Buggy could react, Luzex's blonde-haired, blue-eyed face appeared right in front of him. How could, pointing finger, Luze did not hesitate, gathering all his strength into his fingers. His fingers, as hard as steel, shot out in a flash, striking fiercely towards Baki with a powerful force akin to a bullet. Shattered and in a desperate escape. Realizing the danger, Baki immediately activated his ultimate move to save himself, and his body instantly split into several pieces, flying away. The concentrated strike from Luze landed forcefully in the gap left by Baki's split body, creating a sharp sound as it cut through the air. Just waiting for this moment. Luze's strike missed, but his heart remained unfazed. Using the momentum from his thrusting spear, he swiftly scooped up Buggy's feet, which were still planted on the ground, and then hurled him violently towards the sea. No! Buggy shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Splash! 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 His legs fell away from his body and into the ocean, causing Buggy's disassembled body parts, which were floating in mid-air, to lose their ability to fly and plummet to the ground like dumplings, no longer possessing any power, each piece struggling on the ground. How'd you know, kid? Buggy asked, unwilling to accept his fate as he tried to reassemble his body. However, Liu Ze would not give him another chance. He directly grabbed a nearby rope and haphazardly bound Buggy's scattered body parts together into a human ball, rendering him incapable of resistance. After doing all this, Liu Ze finally looked at our old friend, Captain Buggy, with a playful expression. The red-nosed clown Buggy, the user of the Chop Chop fruit, could also be called a Chop Chop Man. His body could split apart and control the separated parts to attack enemies, but his feet must remain on solid ground, and all other parts must be centered around his feet and kept within a certain range. Slashing attacks were ineffective against him. Captain Buggy, do you think I'm right? Liu Ze, having memorized the encyclopedia, smiled as he looked at the human ball Buggy, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Who are you calling a red nose? Buggy was nearly driven mad at the mention of the words red nose. He couldn't even pay attention to what Liu Ze said afterward, as his bound body struggled repeatedly, looking as if he wanted to fight Liu Ze to the death. Red nose, red nose, red nose. Ha 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 ha. I told you. Buggy, what are you going to do about it? Liu Ze laughed heartily, looking at the furious Baki, whose face was turning red and seemed like it was about to smoke. He felt quite pleased to have his fun. In his previous life on this ship, Liu Ze had endured a lot. Captain, two at this moment, Bet and Evans, who had completed the underwater breaching operation, climbed onto the deck, still wet. Huh, Captain, you were too quick to act. Leave us some enemies. The two climbed onto the ship, just greeting Liu Ze, only to find that besides Liu Ze and the two of them who had just boarded, there was no one else standing on the entire deck. It seemed that the lightly injured ones had only fainted, but the severely injured ones were embedded in the ship's railing, blood flowing from their 7 orifices, looking like they were about to kick the bucket. There was no room left for them to take action. So, the two directly shouted at Liu Ze. All right. It's not our fault that you two were too slow, which is why I had to deal with these guys myself. Next time, you two need to move faster. Liu Ze waved his hand dismissively and directly handed the baseball in his hand to Evans. Keep an eye on this guy. Don't let him run away or die. I'm going to check if there's anything good in the captain's cabin. With that, Liu Ze turned and headed towards Buck's captain's cabin. Oh, right? I should deal with this guy first and see if I can get the sword he's using to drop. Liu Ze's had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly thought of Kabaji, the guy he had nearly knocked unconscious with a punch, who hadn't even had time to draw his knife. This guy also used a knife. After being a pirate for so long, there was no way Kabaji's weapon would be the same plain knife as the ones used by Liu Ze and his 2 companions. So, Liu Ze directly walked over to Kabaji, who was wedged against the ship's railing, and yanked him out, throwing him onto the ground. Crack! Liu Ze kicked out, and Kabaji's chest completely caved in, with shattered ribs piercing his heart, declaring him dead. The player killed the plot character Kabaji and gained 2350 universal experience. Baki Pirates Hatred 10. Current hatred value is 68. Ignoring the prompts for experience gain and hatred increase, Liu Ze looked at the green treasure chest appearing on Kabaji's body, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his face. However, just after the treasure chest appeared, another green light emerged beside Kabaji's broken body, revealing a long sword at a glance. Got it. Liu Ze felt a surge of joy, and his disappointment instantly dissipated. He quickly bent down to pick up the treasure chest and stored it in his inventory, then reached out to take the long knife hanging from Kabaji's waist, sheath and all. Name, Tsui type, sword type weapon quality, excellent sharpness, 37 attributes, agility 1, effective for corresponding attribute up to 25 points, special effect. None remarks. Its master, who enjoys juggling, has the title of Tsui. Chapter 37, Buggy's Treasures. Seeking recommendations finally, he had a decent knife. Looking at the Tsui in his hand, Liu Ze was so moved he was about to cry. He ran to the main character, realizing that the newbie village was a trap, where basically no good items would come to him. In Shuangyue village, all the good knives had already been taken out to sea by Zoro. Not to mention the great blade Wado Ikamanji that had a fateful bond with him and Kuna. Even the other 2 knives he used were excellent long knives that had been treasured by the village's blacksmith for generations. After searching the village, Liu Ze found not even half a knife. It was such a sad thing to want to compete with the main character for resources and end up finding nothing for himself. Thus, under the pressure of reality, Liu Ze ended up carrying the standard whiteboard long knife from the blacksmith shop out to sea without any dignity. Now, this Tsui was the first excellent level weapon Liu Ze had seen apart from Zoro's. After playing the game for so long, he finally had a knife he could show off. He strapped the Tsui along with its sheath to his waist and ignored everyone else, heading straight for Captain Buggy's cabin. If he didn't hurry, the ship would sink, and he could look for knives later. As Luze walked, he muttered to himself, completely disregarding the angry roars coming from Buggy, who was being held by Ivans. Let me see what treasures our Captain Buggy has. Luze rubbed his hands and pushed open the door to Captain Buggy's cabin. You little brat, if you dare touch Buggy's treasures, you're as good as dead. Buggy's sharp voice howled, filled with intense hatred, as if he had a deep-seated grudge against Luze for killing his father and stealing his wife. Oh, robbing someone of their wealth is like killing their parents. So that's no problem. Buggy, please continue your performance. Luzer's expression remained unchanged as he pushed open the door to the captain's cabin, glanced around at the situation inside, and immediately exited the room, turning back to call out to Bet. Bet, come here and help move the stuff. We've got quite a haul this time. We need to wrap this up before the ship sinks. Oh, coming. Bet, who had been curiously looking at the baseball that Evans was holding, was intrigued since it was his first time seeing a devil fruit user. Curiosity was only natural. However, as soon as Loser called him, he quickly snapped back to reality and hurried towards the captain's cabin. Damn, we struck gold. We struck gold. Once Bet followed Loser into the cabin, he was immediately dazzled by the treasure filling the entire room, repeatedly uttering phrases similar to those of the previous Buggy Pirates crew. Among Buggy's collection, the bag containing 500,000 berries that Loser had brought aboard was just a tiny part of it. Can you understand now how much Bet meant when he said they struck gold? Look at your lack of ambition. This should be treasure they just acquired and haven't had the chance to spend yet. Stop looking. This ship won't hold out much longer. Hurry up and move. Luze reminded him, and then ignored him as he walked towards the captain's room, tapping his feet against the floor, producing a series of muffled sounds. Bang! A sound different from the previous ones rang out. Hey, this should be it. Luze's eyes lit up as he immediately bent down and punched the wooden board. Crack! The board shattered, splinters flying, revealing a dark, hollow compartment in front of Luze. Looking at the scroll, flickering with blue light in the hollow, Luze felt a surge of joy, knowing he hadn't made a mistake in his search. He quickly swept away the wood chips and took it out. Standing up, he sat in Buggy's captain's chair and unfolded the scroll without avoiding Bet, who was moving things nearby. Name, recipe for Buggy Bomb type. Recipe quality, rare attribute. Allows learning the making method of Buggy Bomb after use. Special effect, none learning conditions. Gunpowder knowledge, proficient. Bomb making craft, proficient. Below the recipe, the attributes of the Buggy Bomb were also attached. Name, Buggy Bomb type. Bomb quality, fine attribute. Causes 200 points of explosive damage, excluding cannon impact damage, within a 100m 5m range after being fired from cannon, and 10 points of flame damage for 300 seconds. Special effect, none remarks. This is the result of all of Buggy the Clown's hard work, with great power, but it seems there is potential for further development based on the recipe's content. Indeed, Luze had been searching for the recipe for the Buggy Bomb while knocking around in Buggy's captain's room. To be fair, Luze had witnessed the power of the Buggy Bomb when it was fired, so he thought it would be a shame not to take a look since he was already there. However, he didn't have high hopes initially. He just wanted to try his luck. Who knew that Buggy would be so unreliable as to hide the recipe so poorly in a compartment? This turn of events was fortunate for Luze, and he couldn't blame anyone else. Although none of Luze's group had the living skills of gunpowder knowledge and bomb-making craft, they could always recruit suitable talents in the future. This recipe would surely find its use someday, and Luze wasn't worried about that at all. The only regret was that the current Buggy Bomb hadn't been developed to the powerful level it would reach later in the story. If it were to be improved, they could only hope that the person who learned this recipe in the future would have a high enough level to explore a more powerful version on their own. Captain, I'm done moving. At this moment, Bet suddenly spoke, jolting Luze from his deep thoughts. Oh, then let's call Evans and hurry up and leave. If we don't leave soon, we might not be able to. Luze rolled up the recipe and stuffed it into his clothes as he walked outside. Opening the door, Luze called out to Evans, telling him to leave Buggy behind on the ship and get ready to jump onto the boat they found from the Buggy Pirates. This boat was much better than their original small fishing boat, so they decided to switch to it since they had found it. You three, dare to steal from me. Do you dare to leave your names? Buggy was casually thrown onto the deck by Evans like a ball, and having witnessed Bet move his treasures the whole time, his accumulated anger erupted. Unfortunately, he couldn't break free from the ropes despite using all his strength, so he had to shout at Luze. Seeing Buggy looking so furious he might die on the spot, Luze laughed loudly at him. My name is Edward Kenway. If you're not afraid of death, come seek revenge on me. E.M. Adams Bet. I am Ward Evans. Red Nose, if you're not afraid of death, come find us. Ha ha ha. The three laughed heartily as they jumped off the buggy pirate's gangplank and landed on the small boat below, splashing a large amount of water. Also, Buggy, here, as one last gift. Hope you like it. Luze shouted at Buggy from the small boat, not caring if the other party could hear him. After speaking, Luze pushed off and jumped down from the small boat. Moonwalk. Just like that, Luze stepped on the air, pushing the small boat swiftly away from the sinking buggy pirate ship, which was already half submerged. Just as the small boat had left a certain distance, it was still not particularly safe. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion occurred on the buggy pirate ship, which was close to sinking halfway. A complete ship suddenly exploded in the blast, turning into part of the submerged hull, and countless fragments scattered across the sea. At that moment, a figure suddenly flew out of the firelight. Edward Kenway, I will not rest until I have my revenge on you. Chapter 38, Dividing the Spoils and Rules. Watching Buggy, enveloped in smoke and flames, arc through the air. Luze's face was full of smiles as he waved goodbye in the direction Buggy flew. Captain Buggy, in my past life, I tricked you once. This time, I'll let you go. We're even now, standing on the ship. Luze watched the surviving pirates of the buggy pirates swimming in the direction Buggy flew, silently reflecting in his heart. Raise the sails, it's time for us to go. Turning around, Luze looked at the excited Evans and Bet, smiling as he spoke. Yes, Bet and Evans shouted in unison, still exhilarated from the day's events. They hadn't calmed down yet. Just by casually grabbing something, they ended up with a boat full of treasures from the buggy pirates. This haul was truly a windfall. Entering the cabin, Luze looked at the treasures and belly piled inside, estimating with his own eyes, even without counting his own bag of 5 million belly. There was at least close to 20 million belly worth of goods here. Finally, he had some money in hand. What should he do next? Of course, it was time to buy. Luze was in a great mood, and with his small treasury filled, he felt an unprecedented desire to shop. The ship he planned to build needed to be constructed in the shipbuilding capital of the Seven Water City, but that was still far away, and the money he had was not enough to create his ideal ship. So he decided to solve the equipment issue first. Luze murmured to himself. Up until now, aside from the recently acquired musical instrument, everyone in Luze's group still had plain knives. The weapon shop in Rogue Town had 3th-generation swords like the Ghost Cut and Snow Walk gathering dust. However, heading that way would first take him past the Bartai restaurant and Cocoa Village, which are also on his list of destinations. In the end, he wouldn't have any money to spend anyway. Luze pondered for a long time and suddenly felt a bit discouraged. In this day and age, why is it so hard to find a place to spend money? Forget it. Let's stick to the original plan. Luze shook his head helplessly. He opened the cabin door and walked out, looking at the excited expressions on the faces of Evans and Bert, who had not yet calmed down. I roughly estimated our gains this time. The total value of those treasures is at least 20 million berries. At this point, Luze paused, enjoying the excitement and surprise on the faces of the two in front of him, and continued, this time I did most of the work. So I'll take 10 million berries, and the remaining 10 million will be split between you two. Upon hearing Luze's words, the two exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with joy. After all, they only drilled a hole in the ship. It was Luze who dealt with all the enemies. Yet they didn't expect to share so much money in the end. Long live the captain. All right, this is what you deserve. Luze waved his hand, not caring too much. Although there are only 3 of them now, it's better to establish some rules early on. However, this ship is too shabby. No matter how we develop in the future, we need our own ship. Plus, there are various miscellaneous expenses that need to be covered. So I propose that we set aside 30% of each harvest as a public reserve for expenses like buying a ship and supplies. What do you think? Luze looked at Bert and Evans, his tone calm, seeking their opinions. No problem. Evans thought for a moment and then agreed happily. Bert, on the other hand, didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed, but he also added a small condition. Haha, money doesn't matter. Just make sure you cook me some good food. Luze glanced at this guy, feeling somewhat helpless. As someone who has honed his culinary skills to an expert level, it's impossible for him to feel too much disdain for someone who enjoys his cooking. But the problem is, this guy can eat way too much. And once he starts, there's no end in sight. Moreover, he is not even a cute girl. No, he is not even a girl at all. He is just a fat guy weighing nearly 200 pounds. Luze really didn't want to waste so much energy every day cooking for him. Not to mention the lack of happiness. He felt like he was feeding pigs. So, Luze ignored him, treating it as if he had agreed, and made up his mind to find a qualified chef to cook. If this continued, when there were more people, he would have to cook, which would be a pain. Even if he had to cook, It could only be occasionally to enjoy the pleasure of cooking. The captain also wanted some dignity and enjoyment. Spending every day in the kitchen cooking was not a good look. Since you all have no objections, then it's settled. Luze nodded, quite satisfied with these two guys. Their strength was decent, both having a dual attribute breakthrough in power and physique, and their viewpoints were not much different from his own. They were companions worth cultivating. Next, when sailing near Zilabu village, he needed to pay attention to the nearby waters for any pirate ships with a cat-faced skull and crossbones as their pirate flag. That was their next target. They were not far from Zilabu village, and Luze suddenly remembered the hypnotist named Zhang Yao, so he decided to make a move on him. Although he had already maxed out all attributes to 20 without any shortcomings, he was still quite interested in Zhang Yao's hypnosis techniques, and if possible, he would try to acquire them. Perhaps if developed well, they could have good applications. Bert and Evans agreed and began to compare their current position with the sea chart and compass, steering the small boat towards Zilabu village. Back in the cabin, Luze took out the chest that had dropped from Kabaji, preparing to see what was inside. It was just a green, fine-quality chest, and Luze didn't have high expectations. He was too lazy to perform the customary hand rubbing and directly open the chest. Green light burst forth, illuminating the cabin with an eerie glow, leaving Luze looking bewildered. What the heck? This can also shine? Luze was somewhat confused. It seemed that the power of Luck One was far greater than he had imagined. Even a chest dropped by a loser like Kabaji could shine. Have I finally turned into a lucky king? Luze was excited. However, excitement aside, a chest dropped from a loser could only yield a limited amount of loot, and Luze was well aware of that. So, he nonchalantly reached into the chest and pulled out a book, after which the chest vanished in a flash of light. Name: Mastery of Juggling Type, Skill Book Quality, Fine Attribute, grants the ability to learn master-level juggling skills after use. Special Effect: None Luze. What a piece of junk. With a snap, he threw the green skill book in his hand onto the ground, stomping on it several times in frustration before finally calming down and putting the skill book away. Although it seemed useless, it could still be sold to players for some money, so it couldn't be wasted. Chapter 39. The Legend of the Plunderer. Another few days of pleasant sailing passed. Due to the small size of the ship, Luze occupied the top of the cabin to bask in the sun and fish, while Bet lay bored on the ship's railing, lazily splashing his sturdy arms in the sea. Unlike Betty's boredom, Evans beside him was lost in thought, holding his knife and unwilling to waste a single moment of opportunity to improve himself. Captain, we've been circling this area for a while. Do you really think that Black Cat pirates will show up? Bet asked, munching on a dried fish with one hand while splashing the sea with the other, turning his head to look at Luze with a bored expression. Don't worry, let us look for one more day. If we still don't see any trace of them, we'll head straight to the Bartai restaurant, Luze replied casually, looking at the fishing line. On the surface, Luze was focused on the fishing bobber. However, in reality, he was seriously looking at the legend point notification that appeared on his personal panel. Player gains 1 point of legend. Sea area level legend. East Blue the Plunderers led by you, a 3-person adventure team, defeated the infamous Buggy Pirates in a premeditated encounter and captured their captain, Buggy. After completing this, you didn't eliminate them completely. You merely took away all their treasures and blew up their ship before flying away, with the activities of the surviving members of the Buggy Pirates and their tales spreading to others. The name of Edward Kenway as a plunderer is gradually spreading in the East Blue. Legend points 1 legend points, Luze murmured softly, feeling inexplicably delighted. Although he had previously speculated that such a scam against Buggy might yield legend point rewards, he was still immensely surprised when the system notification actually arrived days later. Legend points are a very special system. They function similarly to deterrent skills in player negotiation, but their effect surpasses and goes beyond mere deterrence. It summarizes a player's personal influence within the game. Moreover, for every 1 point of legend, any means of gaining general experience will receive a 1 bonus. In other words, 1 point of legend, a permanent 1 experience gain buff, and it can stack. This game doesn't offer any system experience items. Legend points are the only way to gain experience bonuses, highlighting their preciousness. In his previous life, Luze had only managed to accumulate a mere 3 points, all from riding on the coattails of the plot. Oh, but not entirely. His first point of legend, Betrayer, was also related to Buggy, obtained after he poisoned the entire Buggy Pirates crew and used that as a token to ally with the Navy. Thinking about his past life, and then the present, Luze couldn't help but feel a bit misty-eyed as the sea breeze blew against him. Finally, I've turned the tables. After sighing at the legend point panel for a while, He felt a tug on his fishing rod and reluctantly closed the panel to look at the sea. Looks like it's a big fish. Luze squinted at the bobber, which had been pulled underwater, and said with a serious expression, "So, for dinner, I need to focus." Luze tightened his grip on the fishing rod, the fishing line pulling taut and then slackening, driving the hook deep into the fish's mouth while continually exhausting its strength, and then he struck. Watching the fishing line thrashing in the water, Luze remained calm, his hands steady. The fish had no way to escape the hook-esque grasp, and the fishing line was relaxed, showing no signs of breaking. "Captain, we've spotted the Black Cat pirates." Just as Luze was fully focused on dealing with the fish he had hooked, Bess, who was observing the distant horizon with a telescope, suddenly shouted at him without even lowering the telescope, afraid of losing track of the target. Bess's sudden discovery momentarily distracted Luze, just as the fish began to struggle more fiercely, causing Luze to nearly snap the fishing line with a shake of the rod. "Bess, keep an eye on their position. I'll reel in our dinner first." Luze kept his gaze fixed on the surface of the sea, and, as the fishing line tightened, he could gradually see the slender, muscular shadow of the fish beneath the water. "Got it, Captain. Don't let our dinner get away." Mentioning dinner seemed to energize Bess, who instantly became full of vigor, his eyes sharpening as he focused on the distant ships, his spirits soaring, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. "Captain, do you need my help?" Evans, jolted from his meditation, looked over at the situation and asked. "I'm quite skilled at fishing," he insisted, relaxing his grip on the rod. Luze glanced down at Evans, considering the risk of losing track of the Black Cat pirates, and gestured for Evans to take over. Handing the rod to Evans, Luze looked at him earnestly. "I'm going to the Black Cat pirate ship to deal with one person and we'll be back quickly. If I find out you let our dinner get away, you'll have to jump in and catch one yourself." With that, Luze leaped off the top of the cabin, ready to land on the water. Moonstep, walk on water. Luge's feet caused ripples, and splashes of water exploded around him as he swiftly moved across the waves, rushing towards the direction pointed out by Bet. Indeed, with the 1-point agility boost from his skills, his agility attribute had reached a pseudo-superhuman level. Additionally, with the slight leverage gained from stepping on the water surface, the consumption of stamina and the strain on his feet were significantly reduced, allowing him to use the moonwalk technique with ease. Luze was racing across the surface of the sea, feeling the sensations beneath his feet and the load on his body, carefully assessing his condition. In fact, to use the 6 styles freely, one's physical attributes should at least break through the extraordinary limits. Otherwise, it would be difficult to withstand the force during an outburst. This is also the main reason why the mastery of the 6 styles by Navy or CP agency agents is often not comprehensive, as their grasp of the techniques is limited by their own attributes and talents. At this moment, Luze, at the fully enhanced level of all attributes reaching 20, can be considered to have barely qualified to use the 6 styles. However, due to not having broken through the extraordinary limit, the burden on his body is still significant. For instance, when Luze dealt with the buggy pirates before, using the 6 styles to their fullest caused excessive strain on his legs from using shave, gale, and moonwalk, resulting in considerable injury. Fortunately, Luze's physical attributes, boosted by the Sea Soul Ring, broke through the pseudo-extraordinary limit, and his body's self-repairability improved significantly. With this foundation, after carefully treating himself and resting for a few days, his legs almost fully recovered. Now, with 21 points in agility under the pseudo-extraordinary attribute, Luze can use the 6 styles much more freely, and naturally, he won't let himself get injured by techniques that exceed his physical limits. Chapter 40. The fat and thin duo requests votes as he looked at the increasingly approaching 100 Strategies Black Cat ship and the skeleton cat black sail fluttering in the wind from the mast. Luze sneered. He suddenly stomped his foot, causing the waves to explode outward from his center, splashing a large amount of water and creating a mist that enveloped the area. In this hazy mist, Luze took several quick steps, moving like the wind, and within a few flashes, he jumped onto the gangplank of the 100 Strategies Black Cat ship. Bang! With a loud crash, Luze made a brilliant entrance. On the deck, he landed heavily, cracking the deck and startling the surrounding members of the Black Cat pirates. A group quickly drew their weapons, warily surrounding Luze. Where did this guy come from? There's not a single ship around, just the sea. A timid voice from the crowd expressed the incredulity shared by most members of the Black Cat pirates. It looks like he ran across the water all the way here. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Another hesitant voice chimed in. Impossible. How could a person run on the surface of the sea? Upon hearing this response, The Black Cat pirates surrounding Lu Zhe were instantly shocked. From murmurs of disbelief, the crowd began to look at Lu Zhe with fear, unable to stop discussing among themselves. To be able to run on the high-speed surface of the water. Such a powerful ability is something a group of pirates who can only surf the EC has never even heard of. Who on earth is this guy? What does he want on our ship? This guy voiced the thoughts of all the members of the Black Cat pirates. Lu Zhe looked around for a week and found that he didn't see that weird guy wearing heart-shaped glasses. Looking at this group of pirates surrounding him, all wearing cat ear hats, and even chatting, he felt quite annoyed. Therefore, Lu Zhe furrowed his brow slightly, and his imposing aura immediately poured out towards them without reservation. With 57 points of intimidation plus 1 point of legendary bonus, mixed with the killing intent engraved in Lu Zhe's memory from various battles. It surged like a flood or a giant wave, impacting the hearts of these pirates, instilling fear in them, making them dare not act rashly. "Where's your captain? Call your captain out," Lu Zhe asked with a frown, looking at this group of pirates who surrounded him as if he were a rare animal. Upon hearing Lu Zhe speak, the cat-eared pirates stopped talking in fear, exchanging glances without saying a word. Lu Zhe had already anticipated their reaction, and just as he was about to speak again, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. "Oh, you want to find our captain?" A fat guy wearing a black cat mask, bare-chested but draped in a cloak, squeezed out of the crowd. "First, let us see if our cat people brothers agree. Next." Another person with green bangs curling in front, small in stature, wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a buckle and a bow tie, stepped out from the crowd. Before he could finish speaking, the two suddenly burst forth with astonishing speed, charging towards Lu Zhe, who stood in the middle of the crowd. They were actually going to attack Lu Zhe directly, especially that fat guy, whose seemingly plump body now unleashed speed that was no less than that of the thin one. As they charged at high speed, they raised their gleaming cat claws, their eyes filled with malice as they pounced at Lu Zhe. "Do you too, who can only rely on sneak attacks and dirty tricks to hold your own against Zoro, really think you're fast?" "Shave." Lu Zhe's figure standing in place suddenly froze, then turned into an afterimage and gradually dissipated. The chubby and thin duo, charging forward, felt their hair stand on end at this sight. A strong sense of crisis washed over them, but they had no means to respond, only faintly hearing a voice in their ears. "One sword style, burial of flowers." The blade light suddenly appeared, transforming into a sky full of brilliance, blood splattering, like red flowers withering. The chubby and thin duo maintained their charging posture. Behind them was Lu Zhe slowly sheathing his sword. The two struggled to turn around, but found below their waist they had lost all sensation. Crack! From the waist down, the upper bodies of the chubby and thin duo suddenly detached, sliding down at an angle, accompanied by spurting blood revealing a smooth cross-section, with organs and vertebrae clearly visible. My lefts. Don't mention legs. With this cut, the little brother is gone. Thud! Thud! The lower halves collapsed to the ground. The two upper bodies that lost their support fell heavily onto the deck, but they dared not linger, hurriedly crawling away from Lu Zhe, blood and colorful intestines flowing all over the deck. "Devil! You are a devil! Don't come over!" Watching Lu Zhe approach with his sword sheathed, the chubby and thin duo desperately crawled forward, trying to distance themselves from him. Meanwhile, the other pirates witnessing this scene felt a chilling fear seep into their bones. Their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Their hands shook so much that they could no longer hold their weapons, and with a series of crisp metallic clattering sounds, this group of pirates actually dropped their knives to the ground. With the captain absent, even their strongest brother, the Catman, was killed in a single blow by the opponent. These pirates had no desire for resistance whatsoever. Lu Zhe walked a few steps to stand in front of the terrified Catman brothers, who were fleeing in panic. He seemed unguarded as he slowly crouched down, looking at the two bloodied figures before him, who had only half of their bodies remaining. "Now, can you tell me where your captain went?" Lu Zhe's gaze was as deep and calm as a still lake, quietly watching the Catman brothers. I'll tell you everything you want to know." The chubby and thin duo, whose courage was shattered by Lu Zhe's knife, had long lost their earlier bravado and only wished to beg Lu Zhe for their lives. "Very good, then go ahead and speak." Lu Zhe smiled happily and spread his hands. "You see, if you had just told me from the start, it would have been fine. Why did you have to resort to violence?" Yes. You are right, sir. We overstepped our bounds." As soon as Lu Zhe said this, the group of pirates felt a chill in their hearts, but could only nod in agreement like chicks pecking at rice. After all, whether they could keep their lives depended on the mood of the other party. "All right, enough of the nonsense. tell me where your captain went, and hand over all the treasure on the ship, then I'll leave. Liu Ze waved his hand, signaling a pirate to bring over a chair to sit down, preparing to leave once they brought up the accumulated treasure. As for where Gao Zan went, he could roughly guess in his heart. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have gone to Zilabu village to report to the pirate CLO who wanted to clear his name. Now, insisting on asking was just to confirm it. Carrying 2 heads and a large bag of treasure, Liu Ze hurried towards his small ship, stepping on the waves. Behind him, the once intact ship was burning fiercely under the cover of thick smoke, its hull shattered and in pieces. The pirate screams, cries, pleas for help, and wails echoed across the sea. Chapter 41. Matching on the vast sea, Liu Ze sped along, each step on the waves kicking up splashes of water that burst open beneath his feet, propelling him forward. Before long, Liu Ze could already see his ship, along with Bet cheering and Evans, who had a pained expression while holding a fishing rod. As he got closer, Liu Ze suddenly increased his strength, creating a burst of water mist, and his speed accelerated, allowing him to easily land on his ship after a few jumps. Go, treat these 2 heads for preservation, so we can claim the bounty. Together they are worth 7 million berry. Liu Ze casually tossed the 2 bloody heads in his hands to Bet and set down the treasure he was carrying. Captain, didn't we agree that we were just going to kill 1 person? How would you end up taking out the entire pirate crew by yourself? We want to have more of a presence too, you know? If there's no more fighting, my bones are going to rust. Looking at the heads Liu Ze threw to Bet and the treasure he set down, along with the thick smoke rising from the sea not far away, Evans and Bet immediately realized what Liu Ze had done and couldn't help but protest him. We promised to set sail together, to show off together, and to soar together. Why did you get to show off all by yourself? Both Evans and Bet, who had longed for strong opponents and rivals, expressed their frustration and itch for action. They hadn't intended to wipe out the crew, but since they were foolish enough to attempt a sneak attack on him, Liu Ze thought to himself that they weren't good people anyway, so he just dealt with them. Liu Ze helplessly spread his hands, indicating that it was their own fault and not his. However, that's fine. It's another treasure added to the account. We're 1 step closer to buying a ship, Liu Ze said happily, showing a bit of the demeanor of a miser. Also, the person I'm looking for is not on the Black Cat pirate ship, but in West Rob village. Next, we're going there. I'm very interested in that guy, and I must take care of him, Liu Ze instructed, then turned to look at Evans. What about our dinner, Mr. Evans? Upon hearing Liu Ze's question, Evans, who had initially shown a somewhat indignant expression, suddenly froze, then put on a dejected face and regretfully said, I accidentally snapped the line when my hand shook. Liu Ze, without a second thought, Liu Ze kicked Evans in the waist, sending him straight into the sea. If you let him go, won't you catch another one? If we have to eat dry rations tonight, it'll all be your fault. After saying that, Liu Ze ignored the splashing Evans in the sea and turned to look at Beth, who was happily holding 2 heads. If it weren't for this guy being so carefree, holding 2 heads and still being able to enjoy the show, that's something else. Stop watching and hurry up to deal with those 2 heads, so we can go exchange them for the bounty later. Liu shot a glare at Bet and said, you can't be serious about having dry rations for dinner, right? If Evans can't catch any fish, we won't have any ingredients to cook, Bet. Bang! In an instant, Bet disappeared from his spot and rushed into the cabin to grab the preservative agent, starting to process the 2 heads in his hands. While working, he muttered to himself, hurry up, I need to catch fish for fresh fish soup, sashimi, and grilled fish for dinner. Not bothering to look at Bet, who was already in the zone, or Evans, who was diving in and out of the sea focused on catching fish, Liu took the treasure into the cabin. This treasure was worth about 6 million. Liu first set aside 30 for public property before putting the rest away for himself. Since Evans and Bet did not participate in this battle, there was no need to split the loot with them. After handling the treasure income, Liu began to sort out the equipment and treasure chest income obtained from defeating the Black Cat pirates. Well, I guess the Black Cat pirates are all pushovers. After their total annihilation, only the Cat brothers Sam and Butch contributed 2 pairs of claw gloves and 2 green excellent chests. Name, Sharp Claws type, claw weapon quality, excellent attack power, 25 attribute, agility 1, effective up to 25 points of corresponding attribute, special effect, none equipment requirement, special weapon claw weapon, proficient. Remarks, the gloves resemble cat claws with sharp hooks. If your skills are on point, it will be a rare weapon. These were 2 claws taken from the Cat brothers. They looked decent, but the equipment requirements might be a bit problematic. Liu wondered if he could open anything useful from the chests. Another green, excellent chest, he muttered with some disdain. This grade of chest wasn't worthy of a box-opening ceremony for someone like Luz, who had already ascended to being a lucky player, so he casually opened the 2 chests. The 2 chests vanished in a flash, and Luz looked at the 2 pairs of claws and 2 skill books in his hands, unable to help but fall into contemplation. Well, even if these 2 things have the same combat style, there's no need for the dropped items to be identical. System, are you cutting corners? Luz couldn't help but complain. Indeed, what came out of the chests were 2 special weapon claw weapon skill books, perfectly matching with the 2 pairs of claws. Sigh, there's really no use in learning these things. I guess I can only sell them to players. Luz sighed, putting the skill books and claws into the box that previously held the acrobatic skill book, saving them to wholesale to players later. Right now, players are all struggling. Even if I offer a bottom price for these equipment and skill books, they might not be able to afford it. Better to wait until the players are more prosperous before cutting them down. Luz shook his head, opened the cabin door, and walked out. Ha! Caught you running. You're not getting away from me. Evans did a great job. Hurry up, catch another one. Listening to the conversation between Evans and Beth, Luz looked at the few plump fish that were constantly jumping in front of him, unable to help but twitch the corners of his mouth, feeling that dinner might require quite a bit of work. I don't believe they can keep catching like this. A spark of determination ignited in Luz's eyes as he lit the stove and energetically began cooking dinner. Zillabu Village. What? The pirate crew was wiped out. The Cat brothers didn't even last a single move against the opponent and were taken down. Zhang Ao, wearing heart-shaped glasses, looked at his subordinates in shock, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead, and for a moment, he questioned life itself. Fortunately, he wasn't there. Otherwise, wouldn't he even taken down too? Zhang Ao thought to himself. Luz found it troublesome before and didn't cut down one by one. After dealing with the people who ambushed him while he was offering treasures and those who rushed in at that time, he directly blew up the ship and let them fend for themselves. It's not impossible for a survivor to come over and report, right? Captain, that guy seems to be specifically looking for you. Looking for me. Zhang Gao completely couldn't remember when he had offended such a ruthless person. But not knowing didn't affect the thought of running away that was rising in his heart at that moment. Just when he was about to take action, he suddenly thought of another person. Hey, maybe this guy could contact Captain Klo for help. Chapter 42. Zhang Gao and Klo seek recommendations, Captain. Up ahead is Zillabu Village. I can see the coast. Evans put down the telescope and called to Luz, who was leisurely sunbathing in the cabin. Oh, finally arrived? Hearing Evans shout, Luz lazily sat up from the deck chair, his voice still carrying a hint of comfortable drowsiness. It's been many days since I saw land, and finally, I can go ashore. Beau was a bit excited, and there were even faint signs of moisture at the corners of his eyes. Being squeezed in a small boat for so long in such a cramped environment was quite unfriendly for him, a seemingly lazy but actually very active fat man. It must be said that it was a good thing Luz had a sudden idea to rob a wave of the buggy pirates and change to a better ship. Otherwise, the 3 big men would have had a really tough time sailing on a small fishing boat for so long. Although the new ship is more comfortable, it's still tough. This is also one of the reasons why Luz has been thinking about changing to a bigger ship. Unfortunately, there are no shipwrights in the East Sea who can meet his requirements. He can only go to Water 7. At least for now, even if he changed ships, Luz couldn't treat it as his real vessel. After all, the ship he was looking forward to was said to be capable of flying into the sky and diving into the sea. Let's prepare to dock. We'll resupply in Zillabu Village, deal with my target, and then leave. There's no value in staying in this village. Luz stood on top of the ship's cabin, gazing at the faintly visible land in the distance, speaking in a bland tone. Although this small village had produced 2 legendary snipers, Jesus Burgess and Usopp, it was undoubtedly a place with good fortune. However, one of them had already become the chief sniper of the red-haired pirates, while the other had a long growth period and clear personality flaws, making him unsuitable for Luz's team. Aside from these 2, there was nothing else in the village that caught Luz's interest. It would be better to quickly deal with Zango and leave. The next stop was the Bartai floating restaurant, which was crucial for Luz's own advancement assessment. That was where the real action lay. Just as Luz and his group were about to arrive at Syrub Village, on the beach below the cliff of Syrub Village. Captain Kuro, the situation is like this. What did you say? Don't call me Captain. Kuro is dead. If you call me that again, I'll kill you. A man wearing glasses and with neatly combed hair suddenly showed a fierce expression and glared at Zango when he heard the way Zango addressed him. I. Zango stammered, feeling his hair stand on end in front of the man. Oomph. With a cold snort, Kuro habitually adjusted his glasses and stared coldly at Zango. Since the pirate crew has been wiped out, what are you still doing here? The escaped pirate said, that guy's looking for me. So can you help me deal with him? Zango forced himself to say. Seeking refuge with Kuro might be life-threatening, but if he didn't go to him. Once that guy who wiped out the Black Cat pirates found him, it would truly be a dead end. Oof. Don't even think about it. Kuro coldly refused without hesitation. I've been carefully managing this identity for nearly 3 years, and I'm about to reap the rewards. If I expose my identity by helping you now and ruin my plans, you wouldn't be able to repay me even if you had 10 lives. But Captain Kuro, don't you still need my help to hypnotize that young lady? Oof. That's just the safest method. Kuro waved his hand, indicating that this was not up for discussion. With the pirate crew gone and having attracted a powerful enemy of unknown strength, what value do you still have? Kuro thought to himself, then coldly said to Zango now, leave this village immediately. If you don't leave, you'll never leave. Zango looked at Kuro, whose killing intent was palpable. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead and dripping down. He felt as if he were being targeted by some ferocious beast, waiting to die without any power to resist. Okay, don't make a move. I'll leave right away. Zango raised his hands to chest level, signaling Kuro not to be agitated. Then hurry up. Kuro coldly glared at the panicking Zango one last time before ignoring him and turning to walk back into the village. Zango stood there for a moment before heading in the opposite direction. Haha, is this the happiness of being down to earth? Bet and Evans happily walked on the beach, looking as if they were about to ascend to the heavens with joy. Stop jumping around and let us go. Luze glanced at the two with disdain and called out as he walked ahead. Hey, they're coming. Seeing Luze gradually walk away, Bet and Evans hurriedly followed. They weren't overwhelmed by the feeling of being on a ship. They just really missed being on land after such a long time. Luze was walking ahead when a man with round glasses and slick-back black hair in a suit walked by. They exchanged glances and smiled at each other before passing by and heading in opposite directions. After taking a few steps, Luze suddenly turned around and asked the refined man, causing him to pause. Excuse me, sir, have you seen a person with heart-shaped glasses acting strangely? Initially, when Luze turned suddenly, Chloe was ready to confront him, but upon hearing Luze's question, he relaxed and turned back with a smile, saying, I think I saw someone like that over where I came from. Do you know him, sir? This person is acting strangely and has an unknown background. I was about to inform the village folks. As he spoke, Chloe pointed out a direction for Luze, which happened to be the spot where he had a private conversation with Gaozan earlier. After encountering Luze, Chloe sensed that this person might be difficult to deal with, so to avoid complications, he casually sold out Zhang Gao, hoping that this guy would leave quickly and not disrupt his plans. Lu smiled. This guy's a dangerous pirate, but he'll be leaving here soon, so there's no need for you to worry, sir. Also, thank you for the directions. With that, Lu's turned to call out to Bet and Evans, and without a second thought, headed in the direction of Crow. As for whether Crow would deceive him, Luz wasn't worried. This guy was smart and knew how to act in his own best interest. Compared to his so-called peaceful life, Zhang Yao's life was hardly worth mentioning. Since there was no conflict, Luz couldn't be bothered to fight with Locke. He wasn't the type to meddle in others' affairs, and he would leave the rescue of Kaya and the villagers to Usopp and Luffy. Let's go, we found the person. After taking him out, we'll treat you to a feast. Chapter 43. The matter resolved, and leaving Captain Crow doesn't care about me, so I can only run away quickly. In the forest, Zhang Yao, wearing heart-shaped glasses, looked panicked as he adjusted his top hat and hurried along. Even if that guy didn't come looking for me, staying in this small village would probably get me killed by Captain Crow. The guy who wiped out the Black Cat pirates must be the same one who recently defeated the Buggy pirates and looted all their treasure. Edward Kenway. Even Buggy, who has a devil fruit ability, couldn't match him. If I run into him, I'm definitely done for. He's lurking in these waters, so I can only escape on land. Zhang Yao quickly navigated through the forest, constantly thinking about his current predicament and strategies. But the problem was, I don't even know who Edward Kenway is. Why would that guy be looking for me? Zhang Yao was on the verge of a breakdown. I'm looking for you because I'm interested in your hypnosis technique. Hypnotist Zhang Yao. A voice suddenly rang out, and Zhang Yao's body froze mid-step. He stiffly turned around, his forehead dripping with cold sweat, and saw a tall young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, casually smiling at him while carrying a long sword at his waist. I don't know where I have offended you. I haven't even heard of your name before. Zhang Yao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a bitter smile as he looked at Luz. No, you haven't offended me at all. Luz waved his hand, speaking casually. Then why Zhang Ao's mouth moved, as if a curse was stuck in his throat, but he held it back. I'm just interested in your abilities. Luz continued to smile, but a cold light began to flicker in his ice-blue eyes. This chill deeply stimulated Zhang Ao, making his spine tingle with fear and extinguishing any desire to fight. Then I can teach you, Zhang Ao tried to say with a forced smile. But at that moment, Luz unsheathed his sword without hesitation. One sword style, Iato, splitting mountain, different from one sword style, Iato, slashing wave, which is better suited for countering enemy attacks and breaking through their momentum. One sword style, Iato, splitting mountain is a thoroughly offensive technique, using the power to split mountains and rocks to overwhelm the enemy with an unstoppable force, killing them instantly. Puffed. The blade flashed and blood splattered. Why? The heart-shaped glasses shattered, revealing heart-shaped eyes beneath. Zhang Ao looked at the massive wound on his chest that had pierced his heart, blood gushing out. And he looked at Luz in despair, his eyes filled with rage at how he could strike without warning. Luz slowly sheathed his longsword, looking at Zhang Ao with a calm demeanor, and arrogantly said, "You're not worthy to teach me." Zhang Ao, filled with rage, looked at Luz as blood continued to pour from his mouth. Unable to catch his breath, he collapsed onto the grass, lifeless. Above his corpse, two faint lights converged, one blue and one green, transforming into a treasure chest and Zhang Ao's hypnotic ring, respectively. Oh, this guy actually dropped a blue treasure chest? It seems that the hypnosis skill is not so simple after all. Lu Zhe let out a light hum as he stepped forward to pick up the box and the hypnosis ring, secretly guessing. After collecting his spoils, Lu Zhe moved forward to chop off Zhang Ao's head and carefully stored it in a small bag he carried with him before turning to leave. Zhang Ao had a bounty of 9 million berries, so he couldn't let it go to waste. Lu Zhe mumbled to himself while holding the bag. After walking a few steps, he saw Bet and Evans running towards him. "Captain, I didn't see that guy," Bet exclaimed. "Same here," Evans chimed in, both speaking to Lu Zhe simultaneously. "It's okay. I've got him over here, already taken care of." Lu Zhe raised the bag in his hand to signal to the two, then continued walking forward. "Huh, how is that possible? Another enemy taken down by you, Captain? Next time, please leave some for us." Evans and Bet exchanged glances, both seeing the shock and helplessness in each other's eyes. They could only shout after the gradually distancing Lu Zhe as they chased after him. "You two go to the village for supplies now. I'll head back to the ship first. Consider this a punishment for not finding the person. If you want to take on opponents, you'll need to be faster than me." While Bet and Evans went to Zilabu village to buy supplies, Lu Zhe returned first to properly preserve Zhang Ao's head for corrosion prevention, and then prepared for the much-anticipated box opening moment. Before that, Lu Zhe took a look at the hypnosis ring that had dropped from Zhang Ao. Hypnosis blade ring type weapon. Item quality, good attack power, 21 attributes, none special effect. When using this weapon as a tool for hypnosis, you will gain a 1 effect bonus to mental power, effective up to 25 points of mental attribute. Equipment requirement, must master special weapons, ring type weapons proficient, to use as a weapon, must master hypnosis, beginner, to use as a hypnosis tool. Note, it serves as both a ring blade and a hypnosis tool. Only by mastering both skills can the true power of this weapon be realized. This thing. Lu Zhe looked at the ring in his hand, feeling a bit of a headache. The two unrelated ability requirements were forced into one piece of equipment. What could he say? Fortunately, Lu Zhe only needed to use the hypnosis blade ring as a hypnosis tool, and Wu Ti need its weapon function. TSK. Next comes the exciting box opening. Lu Zhe rubbed his hands, feeling a bit happy. It's been a while since I've seen a blue box. Let's see what good stuff this guy can give me. Lu Zhe took out the box, silently chanting, "I'm the luckiest of the lucky," and then reached out to open it. Swish! A burst of blue light exploded, looking particularly beautiful in the dim cabin, and it also lifted Lu Zhe's spirits. "It's shining. TSK, TSK, TSK. I really am the luckiest." Lu Zhe shamelessly praised himself while reaching into the box, internally worshipping the luck one effect. How could he not know his own luck? In his previous life, he was a man who could open gray items for blue boxes. He didn't believe that being reborn would change his fortune. The only thing that could possibly affect him was the legendary beginnings luck one reward. Sure enough, it was a skill book. Let's see what else is in there. What the hell? Lu Zhe rummaged through the box and pulled out a skill book. Just as he was about to search further, he realized the box had vanished, and he couldn't help but let out a classic curse. Only one skill book came out of that shiny box. This doesn't make sense. Oh, damn. Lu Zhe, who was still mumbling, glanced at the skill book in his hand and couldn't help but curse again but this time the tone reflected surprise rather than dissatisfaction. Chapter 44. Talent Hypnosis. Looking at the Talent Hypnosis skillbook in his hand, Lu's eye was filled with excitement, murmuring, "My earlier guess was indeed correct. Zhang Yao's hypnosis is definitely not just an ordinary hypnosis. Name: Talent Hypnosis. Beginner. Effect: hypnotize others through actions involving props, gestures, eye contact, and language. The effectiveness and level of this skill are determined by your intelligence and spirit attributes. Consumption: energy learning requirements. Spirit and intelligence attributes must be 15 or above upgrade requirements. Spirit and intelligence attributes must be 20 or above note. Unlike conventional hypnosis, this is a special ability derived from within yourself. As long as your mind and spiritual power are strong enough, you can perform stronger hypnosis on others." Looking at the skill description, Lu's eye suddenly recalled that Zhang Yao's hypnosis was not learned through the system. Years ago, before becoming a pirate, Zhang Yao was a wandering dancer, a rather unsuccessful one. Unable to gain fame, he often slept to conserve energy and save expenses, sleeping anywhere and anytime. One day, after sleeping too long on the grass, a striped mold mushroom grew on his chin. Not afraid of poison, when hungry, he thought nothing of it and directly ate the mold mushroom. Although it tasted terrible, Zhang Yao gained the ability of hypnosis from it. This was the backstory of Zhang Yao, a minor character in the early stages. If Lu's eye hadn't seen this talent hypnosis skill, he would have almost completely forgotten about it. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of thing that mold mushroom on Zhang Yao's chin was, to enable an ordinary person like him to have a mental breakthrough and master hypnosis. It's not a devil fruit, but it's better than a devil fruit. Why can't I come across such good things? Lu Zhe recalled Zhang Yao's life while expressing his dissatisfaction, his tone filled with a sense of injustice, as if the heavens were blind. Then, without hesitation, Lu Zhe slapped the skill book and chose to use it. As he watched the skill book turn to light and enter his body, he began to feel certain parts of himself changing. The sensation in his eyes was the most intense, even causing him a bit of a burning feeling, with tears streaming down uncontrollably. Damn, my eyes won't turn into heart-shaped eyes like that guy Zhang Yao, will they? If that's the case, I'd have to wear sunglasses like Ming Ge, never revealing the true form of my eyes. While wiping his tears, Lu Zhe's imagination ran wild, and he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He definitely didn't want to be teased, like Ming Ge. Just the thought of that possibility made Lu Zhe want to ask, "System, I don't want to learn this skill anymore. Can I return it?" Ding. The player is currently synchronizing the skill with their body and memories, and the synchronization process is over halfway complete. If the player terminates the synchronization, there is a 76% chance that intelligence and spirit attributes will drop by 2 points, a 51% chance of causing blindness, and a 28% chance of causing irreversible mutations in the eyes. Would the player like to terminate skill learning? Lu Zhe, without hesitation. He chose no. Lu Zhe, sorry, I was just joking, my apologies. The time synchronizing skills with the body quickly passed, and as Lu Zhe's tears were completed simultaneously, they immediately stopped. Once the tears stopped, Lu Zhe could finally see clearly. He hurriedly leaned over to the water's surface, nervously looking at the reflection above. What a scare. Lu Zhe took a glance and found that his eyes had not changed in appearance, and he let out a sigh of relief. Well, it wasn't entirely without change. Upon closer inspection, Lu Zhe noticed some slight differences. It seemed to be more spirited. No, it was more attractive. After looking a few more times, Lu Zhe confirmed it. Of course, the attraction here didn't refer to the kind between men and women. If Lu Zhe's eyes were like a deep pool before, after learning the talent of hypnosis, his eyes had transformed into a vast ocean with countless swirling undercurrents. Anyone who locked eyes with him, if their mental strength wasn't strong enough, could easily lose themselves in the undercurrents and be hypnotized by Lu Zhe. This skill was quite convenient. It didn't require training, nor did it need the investment of general experience. It could be upgraded as long as the attributes met the requirements. For example, I can now elevate it to a proficient level. As Lu Zhe absorbed the knowledge sinking into his mind and the hypnotic ability becoming instinctual, he praised the benefits of the skill. Looking at the talent hypnosis glowing softly in the attributes panel, Lu Zhe smiled slightly and turned it off without a second thought. No way. Unlike basic skills, advanced skills can enhance the corresponding attributes at the extraordinary level when moving from beginner to proficient, right? Talent hypnosis corresponds to the two major attributes of spirit and intelligence. So wouldn't upgrading it now be a waste given the current rank restrictions? Closing the attributes panel casually, Lu Zhe felt an increasing urgency to break through the rank. The first two tasks of the breakthrough assessment had clear directions for completion, but the third one left Lu Zhe a bit confused. He opened the task panel again, looking at the requirements for the breakthrough assessment, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Based on his gaming experience from his previous life, any task that required the completion of the first two items before generating the next was mostly a trap. Captain, we are all set. While Lu Zhe was still staring blankly at the task panel, Evans and Beth returned carrying supplies. Forget it, no more thinking. When the soldiers come, the general will block them. Let's solve the first two tasks at hand first. Shaking his head, Lu Zhe casually closed the task panel and turned to the two who had set down their things, smiling. You two have worked hard. Take a break and get ready to set sail. At this point, Lu Zhe paused, deliberately adopting a mysterious tone. Next stop, I'll take you to a feast. Captain, we are ready to go. Let's set off. As soon as Lu Zhe finished speaking, Bet suddenly jumped up from the ground, shouting loudly that he wouldn't feel tired at all for the big feast. Perhaps influenced by Betty's attitude, Evans also declared that he didn't need any rest and could set sail immediately. Even the captain's cooking skills, which he referred to as a big meal, made Evans eager to experience it. All right, then let's set off. Destination, the floating restaurant Bar Thai. Chapter 45, confirmed to be cheating? The ocean is vast and boundless. The journey from Zilabu village to the floating restaurant Bar Thai was far beyond Lu Zhe's expectations. Relying on a small boat, it seemed difficult to drift to the floating restaurant Bar Thai within a few days. With no other choice, Lu Zhe and his group stopped midway at a land with a naval base to replenish supplies. By the way, they also needed to exchange the bounties for the Cat brothers and Zhang Yao. If they didn't change them soon, those three heads would completely rot, making it impossible to identify their appearances. Here are the heads of the Cat brothers from the Black Cat Pirates and Captain Zhang Yao. I'm here to exchange for the bounty. Standing at the naval base office, Lu Zhe looked expressionlessly at the shocked young naval officer in front of him. On the table were three heads placed in boxes, treated for preservation and barely recognizable. Evans and Bet were sent by Lu Zhe to town for a stroll to purchase supplies, while he came to the naval base alone. All right, sir, please wait a moment. I don't have the authority to handle this level of bounty. I'll go ask the commander and be back soon. The young naval officer covered his mouth and nose, stammering at Lu Zhe, before turning around and fleeing as if for his life. The smell of three heads that were nearly rotten was certainly not pleasant. Watching the young naval officer leave, Lu Zhe shook his head indifferently, closed the box containing the heads, and stood there, zoning out. He actually felt a bit nostalgic about the Navy, looking at the familiar architectural style, decorations, and the running naval officers around him. Lu Zhe felt a sense of reflection. Although he didn't really agree with the Navy's ideology and joining them didn't align with his current interests, that didn't prevent him from reminiscing about his life and glory as a naval officer in his past life. While he was lost in his memories of being a naval officer, he noticed a few new recruits with white names above their heads gathered not far away, pointing and discussing him. Hey, look, that person looks like the big shot in the video. The first player to spot Lu Zhe excitedly pulled over his friend, saying with a beaming face, "What kind of eyes do you have? This isn't just similar. It's clearly the big shot himself." One of those pulled over glanced at Lu Zhe and disdainfully replied to the other, "Wow, it's the real big shot. What are we still doing here?" One person suddenly reacted, excitedly speaking to his friends. Yes, yes, yes. Take photos, record videos, live stream. Hurry up. We're about to go viral. Lu Zhe couldn't possibly miss the chatter of these goofy players, especially since their names were above their heads. It was hard not to notice. However, he never expected that these players would mistake him for a big shot and even want to take candid shots of him. Moreover, they were convinced that once they captured him on camera, they would become famous. Lu Zhe found this situation completely incomprehensible. This is what happens when you don't post on time. You don't even realize you become popular. Everyone, take this as a lesson. Lu Zhe shook his head in his heart, too lazy to pay attention to them and let them take pictures. After all, these players were all poor right now, especially the Navy, who were the poorest. It was impossible to sell the goods they had accumulated this time. If they wanted to help promote themselves, let them be. If they gained brand recognition, it would be easier to sell goods in the future. Just as Lu Zhe was calculating in his mind, a calm Navy officer walked out from the base, followed by the young Navy from before. Presumably, you are the notorious plunderer Edward Kenway, who recently gained fame in the East China Sea after defeating the buggy pirates. The officer's expression was serious, and he greeted Lu Zhe with a scrutinizing gaze. Ignoring the other's gaze, Lu Zhe casually shrugged. "I am indeed Edward Kenway. Colonel, we are not on the same side. so there is no need for too much small talk. I'm here to exchange for the bounty. 7 million berries for Cat Brother. 9 million berries for Captain Zango of the Black Cat Pirates. A total of 16 million berries for the 3 heads. Please settle it quickly for me. As soon as Lu Zhe finished speaking, the Navy colonel had yet to respond, and a few naval rookie players nearby couldn't help but exclaim in surprise before quickly covering their mouths. However, their eyes remained excited, and they began to whisper among themselves. The great god is indeed a... He defeated the buggy pirates and wiped out the Black Cat Pirates. Are we really playing the same game? Could it be that we opened it the wrong way? The players who first discovered Lu Zhe began to doubt their lives. Damn it, we're all players who enter the game at the same level. There's no reason for this guy to be so strong, right? Did the cheat? Someone in the group raised a question, their tone filled with envy and jealousy. Wait, don't you guys find the name Edward Kenway familiar? Another player seemed to have thought of something. Didn't the system announcement say that the one who killed the regional boss, the king of the near sea, was this name? Damn, soloing a regional boss and wiping out so many top pirate crews in the EC. This guy didn't just cheat. He asked the developer's favorite son. One player exclaimed in awe. Friends in the live stream, we have witnessed a living, and we find that this guy is far more incredible than we imagined. So incredible that it seems he might be cheating. Therefore, we are preparing to report this emerging live to test his authenticity. The player broadcasting the live stream wore a knowing smile, as if he had already found solid evidence. After realizing that Lu Zhe was incredibly strong, surpassing countless levels of players at the same tier, the few who initially admired him began to lose their composure. Why are we still naval rookies while you can dominate the East Sea, slaying gods and Buddhas, and now you're chatting and laughing with our base's highest officer? This is definitely not something a newcomer who just joined the game a few months ago can achieve. After all, this game is so difficult. So you, Edward Kenway, there must be something wrong. This was the voice of those players who discovered Lu Zhe, and it was also their reasoning to gain popularity. If this previously skyrocketing was caught cheating by a few of their friends, wouldn't that mean they would be famous for sure? With this thought in mind, they decided to live stream their report of Lu Zhe cheating. News spreads incredibly fast on the internet. With enough hype, the player's live stream rapidly gained popularity, skyrocketing like a rocket. Watching the rising popularity, the player broadcasting the live stream had a fervent gleam in his eyes, putting on a calm smile. Now, we will report this to the system and see what kind of character he really is. By this time, his tone had completely turned into contempt for Lu Zhe, as if he had already caught Lu Zhe cheating. However, what he didn't know was that not far away, Lu Zhe, while talking with the Navy colonel, was also aware of the commotion over there. Looking at the player who was about to reach the heavens, Lu Zhe said, "Go ahead and report. If you can solidly prove it, then I lose." Chapter 46. Smoke and Mirrors. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the moment to witness a miracle. Let the host show you whether this newly emerged Edward Kenway is truly strong or just a fraud. The host smiled confidently at the virtual camera, but his gaze towards Lu Zhe was filled with malice. However, to be honest, the level of malice he displayed was nothing compared to the killing intent Lu Zhe had faced from his enemies. Although Lu Zhe could sense it, it was like a mayfly shaking a tree, totally insignificant and not worth his attention. Not wanting to deal with the disruptive player beside him, Lu Zhe was fully focused on negotiating with the Navy colonel. "I told you I've already killed these 3 pirates, and the Black Cat Pirates have been eradicated. If you give me the money, I'll leave immediately." Faced with Lu Zhe's repeated demands for money and his unabashed look questioning whether they were out of funds, the Navy colonel's serious and scrutinizing expression gradually faded, turning into embarrassment. Clearing his throat twice, the Navy colonel forced himself to appear calm as he looked at Lu Zhe. "Ahem, Mr. Kenway. The situation is that our branch's funds are insufficient to pay the bounties for these 3 pirates. Would you be able to wait a bit until we could transfer funds from other bases? That way, we can pay you the bounty." The Navy colonel spoke with a polite tone. The Navy had always looked down on bounty hunters like Lu Zhe, but due to his strength and the fact that he had defeated the buggy pirates and wiped out the Black Cat Pirates, he had no choice but to treat him with some courtesy. Even though being a Navy officer made him somewhat displeased with the situation, he still had to consider Lu Zhe's feelings, as he had accomplished what they, as Navy officers, had not been able to achieve. In a sense, the Navy still owed him money. With this, the Navy colonel naturally felt less confident when facing Lu Zhe. "Where will you draw the funds from? And how long will this process take?" Lu Zhe asked without holding back. He was well aware of how much funds a Navy branch could have, and, at this point, His question was merely intended to exert more pressure on the colonel. Such a large amount of funds is only available at the headquarters in Road Town. Transferring from there might take over a week to complete, the Navy colonel said awkwardly. Over a week. There's no way I can stay on your Navy's territory for that long. Liu Zhe waved his hand, indicating that there was no room for negotiation. Before the Navy colonel could speak, Liu Zhe continued. How about this? Once you confirm that these three heads are indeed the bounty pirates, give me a proof, and I'll go directly to the East Sea Navy headquarters in Road Town to collect it. If this doesn't work, I have every reason to suspect your Navy's attitude towards paying bounties. Liu Zhe snorted coldly, his expression becoming somewhat unfriendly. This is not in accordance with the rules, and there is no precedent for this. Please allow me to consult with the headquarters for a response. Facing Liu Zhe's proposal, the Navy colonel found it reasonable and, after a moment of hesitation, did not immediately refuse but chose to consult his superior. Again, needing to consult this and that. The Navy's rules are too numerous. Fine, go ahead and consult, and I hope you can bring back a good result. Liu Zhe feigned impatience and waved his hand, agreeing to the other party's suggestion. Thus, the Navy colonel nodded and prepared to contact the headquarters in the back room using a transponder snail. However, just as he turned around, he heard a loud shout from the side, causing him to look back. From the Navy colonel's perspective, a naval rookie shouted with a flushed face, looking somewhat deranged. This is impossible. This rookie was the player who had previously wanted a live stream and used solid evidence to accuse Liu Zhe of cheating to elevate himself. Judging by his reaction, it was clear that his report had been rejected by the system. At this moment, because he was shouting, the other relatively stable friends quickly rushed to grab him and cover his mouth. Hey, you idiot, shut up. The colonel are looking over here. These players were feeling extremely anxious. Reporting someone for cheating in a live stream had already violated the code of the gaming community. And now their mentality was falling apart because they couldn't solidly prove it. It was just being ridiculed in the live stream chat. How big of a deal was that? If they were kicked out of the Navy by the local commander here, that would be a huge loss. We're all players. How could that guy be so strong without cheating? I won't accept it. The old brother still hasn't calmed down, completely treating the surrounding natives and Liu Zhe as thoughtless NPCs. Watching these players, the naval colonel frowned and turned to the young sailor beside him. What's going on with those new recruits? Have someone take them away and punish them for violating discipline by making unnecessary noise. Looking at the players being dragged away, the naval colonel smiled apologetically at Liu Zhe. The training of the new recruits isn't good enough. I hope Mr. Kenway won't mind. Please sit in the lounge for a while. I'll go consult the commander. As he spoke, he called over a sailor to take Liu Zhe to the lounge, while he himself headed towards the office. In the lounge, Liu Zhe sat alone on the sofa, browsing the forum. As soon as he opened the forum, he saw the pin post and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do nobles and royalty have any special privileges? The streamer reveals the mystery of the powerful, cheating gods. Silly streamer. Instead of hugging the thighs of the gods after encountering them, you still want to stir up trouble and ended up getting your face swollen, right? Oh, the commenter above is wrong. The streamer is clearly sacrificing himself for others. You want to verify the playability of Pirate OL for us. You, an unknown guy, still want to step on the gods to rise. You probably haven't seen the gods take on 100 opponents at once. The god is handsome again, especially the eyes, like the ocean. Even the highest commander of a naval branch can press the opponent without hesitation. It seems the god is even stronger than we imagined. I want to have a monkey with a god. Flipping through the comments below the post, watching the streamer being roasted, Liu Zhe couldn't help but mourn for him for a minute. Look, if you don't seek death, you want to die. Stirring up trouble in front of me. Young man, you still have a lot to learn. However, these players do have good eyes. They can even see that I'm getting more handsome. TSK. Considering your good taste, I'll give you a 9. 8 discount on sales from now on. Liu Zhe said narcissistically while stroking the stubble on his chin. Commander, this is the situation, the naval colonel asked respectfully, looking at the phone bug in front of him, which was puffing on 2 cigars with a flamboyant expression. Well, let's do as he says, the phone bug said in a rough voice, raising an eyelid while biting on the cigar. All right, I'll handle it immediately. The naval colonel replied respectfully, then hung up the phone, and the phone bug immediately returned to its original form. Meanwhile, in a smoke-filled room where one could hardly see their hand in front of their face, a man with slick-back white hair, a robust figure, and 2 cigars in his mouth, sat quietly. Edward Kenway, East Blue Raider? Chapter 47. Laughter. Mr. Kenway, the commander of the headquarters has accepted your proposal. After verifying that the 3 heads you brought are indeed the bounty targets, our branch will issue you a certificate, with which you can go to the Rotown Naval Headquarters to collect the corresponding bounty. Looking at Liu Zhe, who was lazily sitting on the sofa and almost falling asleep, the naval colonel spoke in a serious tone. Liu Zhe yawned, looking almost asleep as he stared at the serious officer in front of him. Then hurry up and sort out and give me the proof. I'm still waiting to set sail. It's really uncomfortable hanging around the Navy's territory. Our base's professionals are already verifying it. Once they finish confirming, I can issue the proof immediately, the Navy colonel said, observing Liu Zhe's casual demeanor and slightly furrowing his brow, a hint of displeasure flashing his eyes. He thought to himself, this Edward Kenway is really too arrogant, just a bounty hunter, and he dares to be so disrespectful to me, the highest officer in a Navy base. Unfortunately, he could only think about it in his mind. In terms of combat power, they really might not have anyone who could match Liu Zhe. Even if they all teamed up, it wouldn't be that great. Not to mention, he couldn't just act on impulse. As a Navy officer, he had to consider the impact, with both sides not liking each other. There was naturally nothing much to talk about. Liu Zhe and the Navy colonel sat there in silence, causing the entire lounge atmosphere to fall into an inexplicable awkwardness. Well, perhaps the Navy colonel was just sitting there in silence, while Liu Zhe continued browsing posts on the forum to pass the time, completely oblivious to the change in atmosphere. Fortunately, the verification didn't take too long. It wasn't long before someone knocked on the lounge door. Knock, knock, knock. A series of crisp knocks suddenly broke the almost frozen atmosphere in the lounge. The Navy colonel, feeling uncomfortable after sitting there for so long, quickly spoke up. Come in. Liu Zhe also came back to his senses from the forum, raised his head to look at the door, and casually closed the forum panel. It was still the young Navy officer who came in first, saluting the naval colonel before reporting. Report, sir. The identification department has confirmed that the 3 heads of Kenway belong to the Cat brothers of the Black Cat Pirates and Captain Zango. Since there are no issues, it's time to issue me the certificate, right? Just as the naval colonel was about to speak, Liu Zhe's voice came from the side. Suppressing his irritation at being interrupted, the naval colonel looked at Liu Zhe with an unchanged expression. Since it has been confirmed, I will now issue a certificate for Mr. Kenway. However, one point. This certificate can only be exchanged for a bounty by you personally at the East China Sea Navy headquarters. Others cannot do so. I hope Mr. Kenway can keep this in mind. The naval colonel added. No problem. Hurry up and write it. Liu Zhe nodded in agreement. TSK, TSK, TSK. Finally got rid of these 3 decaying heads that were almost unbearable. Things will be much easier from here on. Walking along the town's road, Liu Zhe patted the place where the certificate was kept in his pocket, speaking joyfully. This was the main reason he had been haggling with the naval colonel for so long. No matter how effective the preservation treatment was, it couldn't truly stop the 3 heads from rotting. And in the past few days, the smell coming from those heads was truly unbearable. Not wanting to waste time waiting in the small town, but also want to get rid of those heads. This was the best strategy Liu Zhe could come up with. He wondered how those 2 guys were doing with their shopping. This town was not small, and he hoped they wouldn't get lost. As Liu Zhe walked towards the dock where the ship was moored, he mumbled to himself. Speaking of getting lost, Liu Zhe suddenly thought of the directionally challenged swordsman Zoro. That guy Zoro insisted on going to sea even earlier than me. After the banquet that day, he left directly in the middle of the night. I wonder where he is now. I'm afraid he might have already gotten lost and is struggling to find his way back to the village. Starting out as a bounty hunter, Liu Zhe was lost in thought, a sly smile appearing on his face, looking gentle yet somewhat childish. A stark contrast to the aloofness he had shown in front of others before. At that moment, a female player happened to see this scene and promptly took a photo. Liu Zhe was completely unaware of the sensory isolation caused by this interface operation. Yes, that's right, besides those few silly Navy players, there were other players around as well. As Liu Zhe's character gradually stood up, more and more players entered Pirate OL, completely surpassing the number of players during Liu Zhe's previous life. It can be said that apart from the Grand Line, most places in this world have gradually begun to be filled with players' traces. Coincidentally, this female player came over after seeing the live stream, wanting to see what Liu Zhe looked like in person. Since character creation in Pirate OL only allows for slight adjustments, the difference in appearance wouldn't be too significant, which is also one of the reasons why other players were curious about Liu Zhe's looks. Without thinking, this female player posted a candid photo on the forum with the caption, "The great God smile is so warm. Is this the feeling of crush? I think I'm in love." After that, the post gained some popularity, but eventually faded away with the passage of time. It wasn't until the day Liu Zhe encountered Zoro again, and his smile was captured by netizens, that this photo was recalled once more. Of course, that was a story for later. Unaware of the actions of the female player behind him, Liu Zhe continued to walk towards the port, soon spotting his small boat and the seated Bet and Evans from a distance. "Are you all ready?" As he approached, Liu Zhe nodded at Bet and Evans and asked, "The supplies are all ready, Captain. Aren't you going to collect the bounty? Where's the belly?" Evans first answered Liu Zhe's question, then expressed some surprise. Holding up the certificate issued by the Navy colonel, Liu Zhe smiled and said, "This base doesn't have enough funds to pay the bounty. I had to ask them for a certificate and then go to the Navy headquarters in Lowtown to collect it myself." Speaking of which, Lowtown is the last stop before heading to the Grand Line, and it's also the place where the Pirate King was born and died. "It's worth checking out," Liu Zhe said with a sense of emotion. "Captain, right now, all I can think about is the big meal you mentioned earlier. Let's talk about Lowtown later," Bet said, quite dampening the mood, showing no regard for Liu Zhe's sentimental, pretentious moment. Rolling his eyes at Bet, Liu Zhe replied grumpily, "Since you're in such a hurry. Let's set off now." Chapter 48. The floating restaurant Bartai, the sea, was a vast expanse of blue. The sky was as clear as washed, and a few floating clouds changed shapes, adding some different colors to the otherwise empty and monotonous space. The sea was full of waves, the sea breeze refreshing, and a few seagulls soared over the waves, occasionally diving sharply to catch small fish from the water and swallowing them whole. In such good weather, a small boat leisurely sailed on the sea, although it looked somewhat disheveled. The floating restaurant Bartai that the captain promised should be arriving soon. "You're lying to me." Bet, drenched and somewhat dispirited, lay on the edge of the boat, speaking to Liu Zhe with a mournful tone, his pitiful gaze sending chills down the spine of Evans, who was also soaked beside him. Even with Liu Zhe's thick skin and mental fortitude, he felt a bit intimidated by Betty's mournful little eyes, let alone Evans, who was closer to him. Shaking off Betty's gaze from his mind, Liu Zhe twisted his drenched clothes. "My sailing skills are just at a beginner level. How would I know we'd encounter a small storm? In that situation, it's already quite good that I managed to get us back on course after being blown off." Rolling his eyes at Bet, Liu Zhe chose not to respond further and continued to focus on adjusting the direction of the small boat. He was the only one on the boat with a basic understanding of navigation, and with the ship having been blown off course by the storm, Liu Zhe had no choice but to take charge himself. "We really lack a chef and a navigator. As for the chef, Sanji is too lecherous. But I think Nami would be a good navigator," Liu Zhe thought to himself. Fortunately, although the sudden storm had caused them to stray from their course, it actually pushed them closer to the floating restaurant Bartai, and now they were not far from it. As Liu Zhe made slight adjustments to the sailing direction, they soon arrived at the waters where the floating restaurant was located. "Hey, look, isn't that the floating restaurant Bartai ahead?" A huge ship's outline gradually emerged on the surface of the sea, and Bet, who had been lying on the edge of the boat, was the first to spot it, excitedly shouting. Following the direction pointed by Bet, Liu Zhe took a glance and casually said, "You're right, that is the floating restaurant Bartai. Get ready. I'll take you to try their dishes and taste their culinary skills. So you won't say I'm stingy and didn't treat you to a meal when we came to such a place," Liu Zhe said with a smile, his tone casual. "After we eat, I will challenge them to a cooking duel." At this point, Liu Zhe's expression became serious, losing the previous casualness and teasing. Even if it's just a competition of skills between chefs, it still needs to be taken seriously. This was one of the many lessons Liu Zhe learned at the floating restaurant Bartai in his previous life. While they were speaking, the small boat had already approached the floating restaurant Bartai, and they could almost see the entire appearance of the restaurant and the many boats docked around it. The floating restaurant Bartai was shaped like a huge round ship, with a 3-story stacked restaurant at its center, and the bow of the ship had fish-shaped prows, with 2 masts standing tall. Having seen the original work, and having spent so much time at the floating restaurant Bartai, Liu Zhe naturally knew that this state was just the ordinary form of the ship, due to concerns about damaging the restaurant's internal facilities during battles. The entire ship could switch to a combat mode when encountering a fight, extending what was known as the fish fin combat area, which consisted of movable, floating platforms from the bottom of the ship to both sides, allowing several combatants to fight while protecting the restaurant's internal facilities. The floating restaurant Bartai was now in sight, and soon, Liu Zhe and his companions docked at the side of the restaurant. "Let's go. I'll take you to experience what a true chef is." After securing the ropes, Liu Zhe called out and was the first to step onto the stairs leading to the restaurant. "Captain, with your excellent cooking skills, aren't you a true chef?" As he followed Liu Zhe towards the restaurant, Evans asked curiously. Well, of course, I can be considered a chef, but compared to a true chef, I'm just not pure enough. Luze replied without looking back. Is that so? Bet and Evans exchanged thoughtful glances upon hearing Luze's response. The staircase wasn't long, and they quickly reached the main hall of the restaurant, where a handsome young man with blonde hair, curly eyebrows, hair covering his left eye, revealing only his right eye and right brow, was waiting at the door in a suit, holding a non-cigarette in his mouth. Welcome to the floating restaurant bar, Ty. May I ask if you have a reservation or if this is your first visit? The blonde young man smiled gracefully and asked, This is our first visit. Let's have some of your signature dishes. Luze said casually without stopping his footsteps as he looked at the young man. Don't worry about the price. Luze added, well aware of how expensive the restaurant's prices could be. All right, we have some available seats. Please come in. The blonde young man smiled as he answered and led Luze and the others to a vacant spot. Do you have any dietary restrictions? What kind of wine would you like? After seating Luze and the others, the blonde young man asked again. So, Sanji is actually this polite? I thought he was only this nice to beautiful women. Luze thought to himself, but his expression remained unchanged. No dietary restrictions, just serve what you're good at. As for the wine, you can recommend something. Okay, please wait a moment, Sanji politely said, then turned and left to report the menu. However, while he was on his way to report the menu, a beautiful woman suddenly walked in through the front door. He merely glanced at her and instantly appeared in front of her, his eyes seemingly filled with hearts as he gazed at the newly arrived female customer, showering her with care and attention to an extent that left Bet and Evan speechless. It seemed that Sanji had forgotten to report the menu to the kitchen for Luze and the others. Captain, is it really reliable to leave our menu to that guy with curly eyebrows? Bet said worriedly, watching Sanji buzzing around the beautiful customer like a bee around a flower. Yeah, that guy doesn't he look like a serious chef? He seems more like a waiter, right? No, he has not even qualified to be a waiter. Hearing Bet's concerns, Evan surprisingly agreed. Seeing the two who were unsure whether that guy was a chef or a waiter, Luze smiled and said, It's okay. Don't be fooled by his seemingly lecherous appearance. He is actually quite reliable. Let's just wait patiently for our meal. Chapter 49. Challenge as things developed. They indeed went as Luze had said, despite Sanji being unable to extricate himself from his infatuation with the beautiful woman. It wasn't long before he suddenly pushed a cart with dishes for Luze and the others in front of him. His speed was so quick that neither Evans nor Bet noticed when he ordered their meals from the kitchen, nor did they see when he went to fetch the plates. Excuse me, everyone, your meals have arrived. Sanji elegantly placed several dishes he was holding on the table. According to your request for our restaurant's signature dishes, these are prepared based on the number of guests and their approximate appetites. If it's not enough, or if you'd like to try other dishes from the menu, feel free to order more. However, one thing to note, our restaurant does not allow any food waste, so please be mindful, Sanji said seriously. At that moment, the seriousness in his right eye, which was not covered by his bangs, revealed an incredibly solemn expression, which quickly vanished as he replaced it with his usual elegant smile. This is the chef's special appetizer soup. Please taste it first before trying the other dishes. As Sanji introduced the dishes, he took out a decanter and began to aerate the wine for Luze and the others. This was the wine he had specially selected to pair with the dishes on the table at Luze's request. There was a lot of thought behind it. While Evans and Bet didn't understand, Luze, who was well versed in this area, knew Sanji's intentions and immediately smiled at him. Chef, you're quite thoughtful. The Bartai restaurant truly lives up to its reputation. Upon hearing Luze's praise, Sanji was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Luze to notice his arrangement for the dishes. A hint of pride appeared on his face as he continued to smile. It's the guest's good taste. Afterward, Sanji poured the aerated wine for Luze, Bet, and Evans, then collected the tray and cart, excusing himself to serve other customers. After glancing at Sanji tending to other customers, Luze turned back to Evans and Bet with a smile. Didn't I say he is quite reliable? Ha ha, Captain, I misjudged this time. Bet unhesitatingly admitted his mistake. Looking at the table full of dishes, his mouth was almost watering. But he didn't make a move until Luze spoke. As a foodie, this showed how much respect he had for Luze. Hey, Kenway, you're impressive. Evan scratched his head, also admitting he had misjudged, waving his hand to indicate that they didn't need to worry. Luze picked up a spoon and took a sip of the soup, nodding. All right, I see you're both about to drool. Let us dig in. Since Luze had already taken the first sip of the soup, Bet and Evans no longer hesitated and immediately picked up their spoons to sip the soup slowly. This unwritten rule was something Liu Ze hadn't mentioned, but they adhered to it nonetheless. Whether out of respect for the chef or respect for the captain, they chose to let Liu Ze take the first sip. Watching the two of them eat with such enthusiasm, Liu Ze didn't bring up any table manners. He simply enjoyed the familiar appetizer soup. He could make this soup too, but for some reason, despite trying many times, he could never replicate the taste made by Chef Zepp. Having not had it for a long time, he felt a bit nostalgic. In this moment, he was just a diner, with only the food in his eyes, forgetting all other matters and identities. Good times are always fleeting, and the time spent savoring delicious food is even more so. Before long, the dishes on the table were all cleaned up by Liu Ze and the others, without wasting a single bite. After finishing their meal, Liu Ze wiped his mouth with a napkin, glanced at the satisfied Bet and Evans, and cleared his throat. Was it good? Are you full? Delicious. It's on par with your cooking, Captain, Bet said without hesitation, rubbing his belly. No, it's not just on par. The flavors here seem quite similar to your cooking style, Captain, Evans said somewhat hesitantly. Shaking his head, Liu Ze didn't explain further, simply saying softly, since you're full, it's time to get down to business. He looked around and chuckled. Perfect, the restaurant is full, and we have plenty of judges. Then, Liu Ze waved to Sanji. Check please. Dear guests, the total comes to 36,000 berries. Sanji presented the bill while speaking. Liu didn't even look and directly tossed a gem to Sanji, saying, this gem should be enough to settle it. For convenience, Liu had already asked Evans and the others to exchange the treasures for more portable gems when they first landed. Pausing for a moment, Liu looked at Sanji, who was inspecting the gem's quality, and added, also, I hope you can introduce me to the chefs in the restaurant. I want to challenge all the chefs at the Bartai, including you. As soon as Liu Ze said this, Sanji tightened his grip on the gem, looking at Liu Ze with a fierce gaze. Customer, what do you mean by that? Given his stance, it was clear he was ready to kick Liu Ze out at the slightest disagreement. Seeing Sanji's demeanor shift from elegant to intimidating, Liu Ze smiled indifferently. What I mean is, his voice suddenly grew louder, resonating throughout the entire restaurant. I am also a chef. I hope to have a culinary showdown with all the chefs of the Bartai restaurant. Liu Ze's voice clearly reached the ears of everyone in the seaside restaurant, causing them to turn in surprise and look at him. He continued speaking, and I hope that every guest present here will serve as the judges. Bang! The kitchen door was suddenly flung open, and two people in chef uniforms rushed out, holding kitchen knives. One, wearing sunglasses, had a thick beard and a small frame, shouted, who dares to cause trouble in our restaurant? Do you want to die? The other, with a shaved head, a big mouth, and a tall, muscular build, looked fierce. Kid, you dare to mess with our place? Did you ask me, Uncle Patty? Glancing at the two who had rushed out cursing, Sanji's expression turned cold. Guests, are you trying to cause trouble in our restaurant? If you don't explain yourself clearly, don't blame us for using force. As a restaurant composed of pirates, anyone who easily provoked him would have to pay the price. Seeing the three aggressive individuals, Liu Ze smiled indifferently and waved his hand to calm down Bet and Evans, who had already gripped their knives at their waists. I said, I just want to have a cooking competition with everyone. No other intentions. Chef Zepp, do you agree? Liu Ze turned to look at the tall man at the kitchen door, who had braided his golden beard and wore a very tall chef's hat, with a wooden leg on his right foot. Zepp looked at Liu Ze indifferently for a moment before slowly speaking. How do you want to compete, kid? Hearing Zepp's response, Liu Ze instantly broke into a radiant smile. This old man had accepted his challenge. Since he had agreed, then, looking at the indifferent Zepp, Liu Ze smiled brightly. I heard that your Bartai restaurant is very skilled in rice dishes, noodle dishes, seafood, and soup dishes. Coincidentally, I'm not bad either. Let's each prepare a dish from these 4 categories to compete. The judging will be done by the guests present, and the one with the most votes wins. You send out 4 representatives for these 4 dishes, and I'll take you on with just myself, so I won't take advantage of you. Liu Ze said with a bright smile. After finishing, without waiting for others to speak, he quickly added, but one thing needs to be made clear. Since you are sending out representatives, if I defeat your 4, it will be equivalent to defeating all the chefs in your restaurant. Is that all right? Liu has already inquired with the system, and this operation is allowed. There is no need for Liu to battle each chef one by one. As long as he surpasses the representative, it will be deemed that he has completed the extraordinary task requirements. Looking at the beaming Liu, Zepp approached him slowly with a stern expression and locked eyes with him. Kid, it seems you have a lot of confidence in your culinary skills. If it's just a competition of designated dishes, I don't think I would lose to any of you. Liu met Zepp's cold gaze without flinching, smiling as he looked at the old man. Hey, kid, who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in our restaurant? The chefs in the back kitchen, having finished serving the customers, gathered around, glaring at Luz. From the looks of it, as soon as Luz made any move, they could throw their knives at him and chop him to pieces. Sensing Luz's confidence, Zep couldn't help but snort coldly. Then it settled. But there's no need to send 4 people to compete with you. Our Bartai restaurant won't resort to bullying with numbers. As he spoke, the old man waved his hand. Sanji, you will represent the restaurant in the culinary contest against him. If you lose, it means our restaurant loses. Sanji was initially taken aback by Zep's words, but then he agreed without thinking, angrily shouting at Zep. Old man, stop looking down on people. How could I possibly lose to some unknown guy? Is that confirmed? Luz asked again. Just like that. Sanji will compete with you in culinary skills. If he loses, it means our entire restaurant loses. Zep replied coldly with a snort. Well then, Sanji, I look forward to your guidance. Luz smiled and turned to Sanji. Kid, you dare to cause trouble in our Bartai restaurant. You're definitely going to lose. Sanji pulled out a lighter and lit the cigarette he had been holding in his mouth, taking a deep puff and exhaling a faint cloud of smoke confidently. Have you lit it? Looks like you're getting serious. Luz thought to himself as he watched Sanji's actions. Who wins and who loses will only be known after the competition, but since it's a duel, there should be some stakes, right? Luz looked at Sanji, who was now in serious mode, smiling without a hint of fear, and continued speaking. Is the fox's tail finally showing? Sanji snorted coldly, cigarette in mouth, his gaze towards Luz growing even colder. Speak, kid, what exactly do you want from us? Zep asked, having sensed from the very beginning that Luz's intention in proposing the culinary contest was not pure. Luz shrugged his shoulders. I've long heard of the name Redfoot Jipu. How about this? I'll use any of his 6 styles as a wager to exchange for your mastery of the Devil Wind Leg as a wager. How's that sound? Since we're here, just completing the tasks assigned for the breakthrough assessment seems a bit too straightforward. Not really Luz's style. I have to find a way to make some extra money. Not to mention, for someone like Luz who excels in Gale Leg, the Devil Wind Leg is a great enhancement to kicking skills, so I should definitely try to get my hands on it. As someone who has returned from the Grand Line, you should know about the 6 styles, right? Even just one of them is worth as much as your Devil Wind Leg. Luz smiled as he looked at Jipu. Kid, who exactly are you? Jipu's pupils narrowed slightly upon hearing Luz's words, and his expression became serious. Luz waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, old man. I have nothing to do with any of those forces. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and looked a bit embarrassed. All right, that was really rude of me. I came to challenge, but didn't even introduce myself. I'm Edward Kenway. Nice to meet you. After Luz introduced himself, several gasps echoed in the restaurant, likely because many were familiar with that name. Upon hearing Luz's words, Zep's expression grew even more serious, clearly recalling the earlier incident involving the people from the Buggy Pirates. He then glanced at Sanji, his gaze flickering for a moment. All right, we'll bet with you. After a moment of silence, Zep suddenly spoke up. In truth, what did Zep need the 6 styles for? The main reason he was willing to bet with Luz was likely out of consideration for Sanji. Then, Mr. Sanji, can our duel begin? With Zep's affirmative response, Luz was in high spirits and turned to look at Sanji. Anytime. I don't need any preparation to defeat you, Sanji said coldly while smoking a cigarette. Since this happened suddenly, I'll ask the guests present to act as judges. Luz sincerely addressed the guests, then added with a smile, of course. I'll cover the meal expenses, so you all don't need to worry. Most of the guests present smiled and agreed, expressing that they couldn't miss such a good opportunity to enjoy a feast. Those who disagreed simply took their companions and left without saying much. After all, for Luz at this moment, his influence in the East Blue was not insignificant, and these people had to show some respect. How about we each take half of the kitchen? I'll cover the cost of the materials used, Luz said seriously to Sanji. Showboating, follow me. Sanji snorted, not responding and leading Luz directly to the kitchen. After giving Luz a brief introduction to the layout of the kitchen and the placement of various utensils, Sanji asked for Zep's permission, and upon receiving it, he moved to his side of the stove. Let us begin. Sanji's eyes blazed with fire, looking at Luz with fierce determination, indicating that he was going to make the opponent look bad. Then please, old man Zep, announce the start. Luz shrugged and looked at Zep. Zep snorted start. Chapter 51, Soup. With Zep's voice echoing, Luz and Sanji, who were already dressed and prepared, simultaneously began their actions without hesitation, heading straight for the ingredients they had chosen in their minds. The first item was soup. muttering a phrase in their hearts. Luze and Sanji exchanged glances, sparks flying in the air. Not looking at Sanji anymore, Luze carefully selected from the freshwater fish box and fished out a round, flat creature with a gray-green body, resembling a turtle. Truly worthy of the Bartai Sea restaurant. Even this ingredient is available. Otherwise, I would have to consider other options. Luze praised, relying on his past life experiences, as he remembered what ingredients were typically stocked here. After giving the gray-green shelled creature a preliminary wash and treatment, Luze drew out a chef's knife and performed a flourish, then began processing the ingredient with astonishing skill. Watching the two cook vigorously in the kitchen, Zep crossed his arms and stood in the aisle, his expression calm, revealing no emotions, yet feeling somewhat puzzled, looking at this kid's movements. Why does it seem like he is quite familiar with the kitchen layout, as if he has lived here before? Boss, this kid's skills seem to be really on par with Sanji. What if Sanji loses? Said a worried chef nearby, but was immediately interrupted by Zep. Hey, we just need to trust Sanji. Even if he really isn't as skilled, losing is just losing. We can afford to lose. Zep spoke in a flat tone, and despite mentioning the possibility of losing, he showed no signs of worry, as if he had full confidence in Sanji. Meanwhile, in a corner of the restaurant, a man dressed in a flashy suit, his hair slicked back with grease and sporting white lettering on his head, was excitedly watching the kitchen direction. Observing his expression of having struck a great deal, a plump, heavily made-up woman beside him looked somewhat confused, seeing her new toy so excited. The woman couldn't help but poke the man with her finger as thick as a small carrot and asked sweetly, "Darling, what's so exciting about two cooks competing?" Well, her sweet tone was merely her own perception. Being poked by the plump woman and hearing her feigned sweetness, the man's body trembled, his excitement instantly fading, replaced by but quickly transformed into a pampering smile as he looked at the woman, saying in a deeply affectionate tone, "I just thought, darling, you'll get to eat something delicious again, so I'm happy for you." Hearing his words, a hint of shyness appeared on the woman's greasy face. One hand covering her face while the other thick arm playfully slapped the man, exclaiming shyly, "Stop it." With that slap, the man felt as if he had been struck by lightning, sitting there dumbfounded, watching the negative status appear on his panel and his health points drop by 26. Sinking into contemplation. In front of him, besides the attribute panel, another panel was continuously refreshing messages. Ugh, dude, your ability to change expressions is just ruthless. I respect you. Ugh. This kind of operation in the game is simply unprecedented. Ugh, streamer, with your acting skills and thick skin. It's a waste for you to play as a pretty boy in the game. Let me introduce you to a good place. Originally, just want to see the master cook. Why do I have to witness this scene? My eyes. Ugh, streamer, you really shouldn't be so harsh on yourself just for playing a game. Ugh, that's right. This was another player who encountered Luze causing trouble and immediately started a live stream. However, compared to previous players, his situation was somewhat special. But, isn't the point of playing a game to play? In a game like Pirate OL with such high freedom, isn't it up to the players to choose their own path? So, given that this native rich woman was keeping a close watch on him and he couldn't escape, if this guy didn't delete his account, he would just have to play with tears in his eyes. Time gradually passed, and the noise in the kitchen became quieter. As the guests in the restaurant and thousands of viewers on the forum anxiously awaited, the kitchen door finally opened. With a whoosh, everyone in the restaurant turned to look at the kitchen, their eyes fixed on the scene behind the door. Clap, clap. Zep was the first to step out, surveying the surroundings, then calmly said, "The first dish, soup." As his words fell, a group of chefs pushed a cart and streamed out one after another, serving the customers present. While watching his subordinates serve the dishes, Zep timely introduced the two soups. The two soups are oyster cream soup and bouncing turtle soup. Please enjoy. Some guests curiously asked why Zep only introduced the soups without stating which dish was made by whom. Zep didn't explain, just continued. After tasting, please place your spoons in front of the soup you prefer to vote. Looking at the situation at other tables, the pretty boy streamer took a deep breath, suppressing the pain in his heart, and looked at the woman beside him. "Darling, this soup must be delicious. You try it first." The pretty face host pushed two exquisite soups towards the plump noblewoman, speaking with a tone full of tenderness. "Darling, you are so good to me," the noblewoman said, reaching out her chubby hand to rub the host's face, her expression full of happiness. Ugh, suppressing the nauseating feeling churning inside, the host continued to smile. "It's all I should do." The two of them were being overly affectionate, making the viewers feel extremely disgusted as the barrage of comments flooded the screen, expressing strong discomfort. If you don't start eating soon, we'll report you. Let's eat together, the noblewoman happily suggested, pulling the host along. Okay, then let's eat together. Without hesitation, the host picked up a spoon and scooped the creamy oyster soup with the noblewoman, not even glancing at the cantaloupe beside them. After all, the appearance was quite different. In order to truly taste the deliciousness, the host had already adjusted the realism of his taste and smell senses to 100 before coming to the restaurant. The pretty face host eagerly took a full spoonful of creamy soup into his mouth. This taste, his eyes widened instantly as an unprecedented deliciousness filled his mouth. It was not greasy at all. The sweet aroma of cream and the freshness of oysters perfectly blended together. I've never tasted such delicious, creamy soup. The host kept scooping spoonful after spoonful, forgetting that there was still a bowl of soup untouched beside him. The soup was meant for 2 people to share, so naturally, it wouldn't last long. After just a few spoonfuls, hey, is that it? Suddenly, the host scooped up empty space, staring at the empty bowl in front of him, momentarily stunned. He exchanged glances with the noblewoman, both seeing the unsatisfied desire in each other's eyes. Since the creamy soup is finished, let's try this jumping turtle soup. I hope it's not too much worse than the creamy soup, the host mumbled, turning his gaze towards the cantaloupe on the table. Chapter 52. For dishes reaching out to open the cantaloupe lid, a faint golden glow emerged, dazzling the host momentarily. Instinctively, he felt a different sensation towards the soup. Hey, why does this soup look like this? The pretty face host stared blankly at the smooth, translucent, gel-like substance in the cantaloupe container, momentarily questioning his life. The glow earlier must have been the reflection of the gel. But when did soup become like this? Oh well, it shouldn't be too bad, the host muttered, looking at the barrage of comments urging him to quickly take a spoonful and not hesitating any longer. Darling, I've never seen soup like this. Let's try it together. The plump noblewoman also stopped pretending and directly dipped her spoon into the golden gel in the cantaloupe container. Having been wetted by the creamy oyster soup, she was already eager to indulge. Clang! When the spoon touched the shining gel, a moderate elasticity was felt, catching both of them off guard. Their hands holding the spoons slipped slightly, causing the spoons to fall onto the table, clinking against the plates and making a crisp sound. Is this the origin of the jumping turtle soup? The pretty face host and the plump noblewoman looked surprised, then shared interested smiles, continuing to scoop from the cantaloupe container. In fact, similar situations were happening at other tables, but the two had been too immersed in the delicious, creamy oyster soup to notice what was going on around them. It's a bit like jelly, the pretty face host commented, looking at the trembling gel on the spoon before bringing it to his mouth. As the gel entered his mouth, it instantly reacted wonderfully with the saliva and warmth in his mouth, melting away with a slight sip, transforming into a delicious broth that spread throughout his mouth. He squinted his eyes in enjoyment, feeling an unprecedented sense of happiness wash over him. The host opened his eyes, slightly emotional, only to find that there was barely any soup left in the cantaloupe container, and it was still decreasing. Without thinking, he pressed his hand onto the plump noblewoman, pouting, "Darling, I've only had 1 sip of this soup. Leave me a few spoonfuls." However, the reason the noblewoman was plump was for a reason. She ignored the host's pleas and swiftly finished off the gel in the cantaloupe container, leaving only an empty cantaloupe for the host to stare at in silence. Clang, clang, clang. A few crisp sounds attracted everyone's attention. Jappu, holding a wine glass and a spoon, looked at the guests flatly. "Your tasting has concluded. Please proceed to make your judgments." Saying this, Jappu personally walked to each table to check the voting situation. Soon, after checking the votes, Jappu returned to his previous position and announced the results for the first dish. Soup. Edward Kenway's jumping turtle soup wins. After announcing, Jappu paused for a moment and continued. Next up is the rice dish. With that, several chefs behind him pushed carts to serve the next course. Thus, the next 3 dishes continuously refreshed the pretty face host's understanding of food. Seafood fried rice and golden egg fried rice. Please taste. What kind of fried rice is this? It only has the simplest eggs and rice, yet every grain is distinct, with the eggs and rice blending together, shining with a unique color. For the second dish, rice, Edward Kenway's golden egg fried rice wins. Garlic lobster and clay pot lobster. Please taste. Full of mountain treasures yet without a trace of impurities. The flavors of mountain treasures and seafood complemented each other, highlighting the lobster's exquisite taste. For the third dish, seafood, Edward Kenway's clay pot lobster wins. Spicy seafood noodles and galaxy noodles. Please taste. Using cuttlefish ink combined with onions, garlic, and seasonings as the noodle broth, with pearl powder sprinkled into a galaxy shape under the sunlight, it was as if a starry night sky appeared before my eyes. For the fourth dish, noodles. Edward Kenway's Galaxy Noodles win. After announcing the victory of this final dish, he turned to Sanji beside him. Thank you. Liu Ze smiled at Sanji, speaking without any modesty. Oomph. Sanji, holding a cigarette, snorted coldly without saying much. Both chefs tasted each other's dishes, and Sanji had already anticipated this result when he tried them earlier. However, he was still displeased. He never expected that a seemingly random guy would possess such amazing culinary skills. This kid must win back his pride in the future. Leaning against the kitchen door, Sanji took a deep drag of his cigarette, resolutely thinking in his heart. It wasn't that he couldn't lose. It was that this was about his pursuit of culinary excellence, and he wouldn't give up chasing it just because of one failure. On the other hand, with each dish Chapu announced, the viewer's curiosity about Liu Ze's cooking grew stronger, leading the pretty face host to feel increasingly envious and jealous of being able to taste Liu Ze's dishes. Good-looking, strong skills, and can cook. P.S. Simply the epitome of a male god. Wow, it's like switching identities with a host. I'm dying of hunger just watching. I thought I'd be observing a master, but ended up watching an eating broadcast. Upstairs, you need to think clearly. The anchor is involved with a wealthy and powerful middle-aged woman. Are you sure you can handle it? What are you afraid of? As long as I can eat the meals cooked by the master. Not scared at all. I won't say more. The takeout has arrived. Oh, I must go find the master. I'm determined to marry this man. Get lost and upstairs. The male god is mine. The entire live-streaming room's desire for food and Liu Ze has reached a peak state. And the pretty boy anchor has earned a fortune from the gifts and has enjoyed delicious food, now smiling so widely that he can barely close his mouth. Liu Ze ignored the players that were everywhere. If he made money, then so be it. He couldn't ask them to split the profits. At that moment, he was smugly looking at Bert and Evans. How about it? Your captain is impressive, right? Yes. The captain is mighty. The captain will definitely win. Watching these two nodding their heads like chicks pecking at grains, Liu Ze laughed and scolded them before ignoring them. The first item of his breakthrough task had already shown as completed, and there was still a reward waiting for him to collect. While thinking about this, Liu Ze disregarded the murderous glares from the chefs around him and walked straight to the old man Zepp, smiling. Old man Zepp, the reward we agreed on should be given to me now, right? Chapter 53, Demon Wind Kick Old Man Zepp. The reward we agreed on should be given me now, right? Looking at the smiling Liu Ze, Zepp snorted coldly. I won't go back on my word when it comes to gambling. Wait here. With that, Zepp turned and walked upstairs, ignoring Liu Ze, who obediently stood, still waiting for Zepp. In his previous life, although he learned culinary skills and kicking techniques here, he never received the demon wind kick from Zepp. After reaching a bottleneck in his culinary skills and getting bored, he joined the Buggy Pirates. He never expected that something he spent so much time trying to achieve in his previous life would be accomplished today through a cooking competition. Life is truly full of surprises. While waiting for Zepp, Liu Ze leaned against the wall, lost in thought, feeling a bit emotional. Before long, Zepp came down with heavy steps, holding what looked like a notebook. Oomph. Here you go, kid. Looking at Liu Ze leaning against the wall, Zepp snorted coldly and directly threw the notebook to Liu Ze. Liu reached out to take a look, and the notebook in his hand instantly shimmered with a layer of luxurious and profound purple light. Name, Demon Wind Kick, Beginner. Effect, 1. Demon Flame. After activating the Demon Wind Kick by rotating and charging through friction, each of your leg attacks will deal an additional 2 agility attribute fire damage and cause 20 points of burn damage for 15 seconds. Effect 2. Kick Technique Enhancement. After activating the Demon Wind Kick, all your kick-related skills will be enhanced, gaining a bonus of 1 agility and 1 strength. Consumption, Stamina, Energy Learning Requirements, Agility, Constitution, Strength of 20 points or above, Mastery of Unarmed Combat, Double Leg Combat or Mastery of Unarmed Combat, Combat Mastery. Note, the high-temperature flames generated by intense friction make your legs swirl with fire like a demon from the world, hiding immense power within what appears to be a simple yet complex technique. Zepp shot a glance at Liu's, and seeing him eagerly flipping through his notes, he couldn't help but feel annoyed, saying irritably, "Take what you need and leave. The Bartai restaurant at sea doesn't welcome you." Seeing Zepp's frosty expression, Liu smiled indifferently. Having spent so long at the Bartai restaurant in his previous life, He already knew Zep had a bad temper and rarely showed a good face to anyone. However, since the task was completed and the demon wind kick was in hand, Luz didn't want to stay any longer, so he shrugged as if helplessly. All right. But old man Zep, I won't learn the demon wind kick for nothing. If the Bartai restaurant runs into an unbeatable enemy in the future, you can send someone to find me. Luz said this with a confident tone, and after finishing, he beckoned to Bet and Evans to walk outside. Just as they were about to reach the door, Luz suddenly paused, turned to the customers still in the restaurant, and said, "Thank you all for serving as judges for our cooking duel." Then Luz looked at Sanji, who was standing in the corner smoking, and shouted directly at him, "Hey, Sanji, I see your cooking skills are pretty good. How about coming out to sea with me? I can teach you how to cook." He added with a mischievous smile, "That's the only way you could defeat me and regain your chef's dignity." A single sentence from Luz could instantly trigger Sanji's anger. Sanji's eyes suddenly blazed with fire as he shouted furiously at Luz, "Humph, who asked you to teach me? Your skills are only slightly better than mine. There's no way I'm going to sea with someone like you." Sanji, not fond of Luz's less-than-pure cooking style, was naturally unwilling to become his partner. Watching the furious Sanji, Luz shook his head and sighed regretfully, another recruitment failure. However, he said this in a very low voice, so even his companions, Better and Evans, didn't notice what he said. "Well, if you don't want to, then that's that. See you on the sea." Luz waved his hand dismissively at Sanji as he said goodbye. "Since this guy didn't want to be our cook, let's go." Calling out to Better and Evans, Luz stepped forward without hesitation. Jumping onto the ship, securing the ropes, and raising the sails, the three of them set off again. This time, Better performed well and didn't embarrass me in front of the food, which is commendable. Sitting in the small boat, Luz smiled at Evans, his tone full of teasing. "Yeah, he ate so much, and I didn't expect him to be able to grab the knife handle at the first moment. That's quite an impressive performance." Evans chimed in, looking at Better with a teasing gaze. "I said, no matter how delicious it is, I won't mess up the captain's business. I'm not as unreliable as you say," Better said indignantly, expressing that Luz and the others misunderstood him too deeply. After that, Better added, "Moreover, aside from the initial soup and the 4 dishes we competed with later, none of their dishes can compare to the captain's skills. How could they expect me to mess things up when their skills are even worse than the captain's?" All right. No matter how much you flatter me, I won't give you extra food." Luz waved his hand, indicating that he wasn't falling for that. Jumping into the cabin and lying back in his chair, Luz said leisurely, "Next, let's head to Cocoa Village. It's the nearest land supply point, and it just so happens that the Arlong pirates are also lurking nearby. If possible, let's take care of Arlong and bring him a log town for the bounty. That guy, being a fishman, despises and enslaves the humans of Cocoa Village. And since the Navy won't handle it, we have to," Luz said, while thinking in his heart. "Anyway, he's the only one confirmed to have a property breakthrough of over 25 points. So who else would I look for? Regardless of whether it's Kuro or Buggy the Clown. Or Clutch, Luz didn't really want to deal with them. Kuro was obviously a worthless person, but he had too many subordinates, which made it a bit troublesome to deal with. As for Buggy, Luz owed him one from his past life. So even though he had grasped Buggy's weakness and could kill him, he let him go. And as for Kuro, Luz wasn't sure whether he had achieved a base agility breakthrough of 25 or if he did it under the enhancement of his silent step. Plus, Kuro's ambitions hadn't been exposed yet. What if he acted against him and the villagers got hurt? If he was a pirate, others would believe it. So, Luz hadn't considered him at all. After all, the villagers were innocent. Luz didn't consider himself a good person, but he wouldn't kill innocents for his own goals. That's his bottom line. Chapter 54. The important navigator, upon hearing Luz's set target, Better and Evans once again expressed their strong wishes. "Captain, we agreed. This time, at least leave some people from the Arlong pirates for us to deal with." "Exactly. We've been at sea for so long, and we haven't fought much. I feel like my bones are rusting." Wearing sunglasses and lounging in his chair, Luz lazily waved his hand. "This time, I'll handle Arlong. You two take care of the other fishermen officers of the Arlong pirates." Saying that, Luz's tone suddenly became serious. "But one thing you must remember, never underestimate them. Fishmen are not just different from us on the surface. Their strength, physical abilities, and other aspects are far superior to humans of the same age, especially in water. Make sure to remember these points and adapt accordingly, or don't blame me if you die at the hands of the enemy." "Yes, Captain." Two Better and Evans answered loudly, firmly remembering what Luz said in their hearts. Luz rarely had serious moments in front of them, and when he did, it was surely something very important. Since Liu Ze emphasized it so much better, and Evans naturally wouldn't harbor any thoughts of underestimating them. Then it's settled. You two get ready. It's not easy for the three of us to take on the Arlong pirates, Liu Ze said while lying in his chair, hand behind his head, in a relaxed tone while discussing life and death matters. Anyway, I can shave and use moonwalk. If I can't beat them, I can still run away, right? Liu Ze thought carefreely in his heart. Although fishmen are fast in water, as long as he doesn't fall in and can unleash a burst of speed without caring about injuries, even if he brings two people along, escaping shouldn't be too difficult. The only problem is that he can't run into the sea in a short time and can only act on land. But given their mobility, he wasn't worried about not being able to escape. So, Liu Ze felt very confident about stirring up trouble at Arlong's base. Not to mention, with the devil wind leg, Liu Ze's confidence in fighting Arlong surged. Fishmen are creatures that live at the bottom of the sea. They can stay on land for long periods thanks to the mucus their bodies secrete, which keeps their skin moist. And the high temperature and kicking techniques brought by the devil wind leg are precisely their nemesis. However, this only applies to the physiological characteristics of fishmen. The actual situation would depend on the comparison of both side strengths. Liu Ze thought for a moment. His chances of winning against Arlong were probably 50-50. The outcome would largely depend on their responses at the time, but he was very confident in himself. Never mind all that. As long as he dealt with Arlong, everything else would be simple. Shaking his head, Liu Ze stopped overthinking, adjusted his sleeping position, and fell asleep. He was well aware of Sanji's culinary skills. What appeared to be an easy win was actually the result of him giving it his all. Each dish was pushed to the limit under extreme cooking, and he did his best, which gave him a slight edge over Sanji. However, the excessive use of extreme cooking left Liu Ze utterly exhausted. Earlier, he had seemed relaxed while communicating with others, mainly to create a deep impression of his profound culinary skills in Sanji's mind. Now that he could finally relax, Liu Ze naturally fell asleep right away. Meanwhile, as Liu Ze and his party were heading to Cocoa West Village, a beautiful young girl with short orange hair, dressed elegantly, was dancing with a well-dressed and extraordinary-looking young man on a luxurious yacht, spinning and jumping. She danced with her eyes closed. After a few steps, the girl's expression suddenly changed. She frowned and made a heart-holding gesture, stopping her dance. The young man's expression tightened at the girl's unusual behavior, and he immediately stopped dancing, quickly helping her to sit down beside him, asking with concern, "Nami, what's wrong? Should I call a doctor?" Seeing the young man's worried gaze, a glint of cunning flashed in Nami's eyes, but she maintained a look of discomfort, forcing a smile as she said, "I'm fine, just felt a bit unwell all of a sudden. A little rest is all I need. Then I'll help you to rest," the young man said hurriedly. Nami didn't object, nodding her head as he assisted her toward the room. "Nami, if you're not feeling well, remember to drink more hot water and rest early. I won't disturb you," he said. Inside the room, after sending the young man away, the discomfort on Nami's face instantly faded, replaced by a lively and cunning smile. This fool. He doesn't know he's going to fall into my little thief cat's hands." She had already figured out the storage locations of the valuable items on the ship. Just wait a few more days for a suitable opportunity, and she would hit the jackpot, Nami said happily, lying down on the bed, flipping around with excitement, her eyes sparkling as if they were turning into berries. However, at that moment, the unaware Liu Ze was still pondering how to recruit Nami, the future legendary navigator, onto his ship. "Hey, Evans, how do you get a girl who genuinely despises pirates to join our ship as a navigator?" Liu Ze lay on his exclusive lounge chair, one hand resting on a fishing rod, asking with a tone of annoyance. "Hey, Kinwei, which girl do you have your eyes on?" Evans, who was originally fishing to pass the time, was startled by Liu Ze's sudden question, almost dropping his fishing rod into the sea, and looked at Liu Ze in surprise. "Hey, what are you talking about? How could you meet girls while we're stuck on this ship all day?" Bet also stopped pretending to be a slacker and quickly flopped up to look at Liu Ze in shock, only to find a fishing rod suspended in midair. "What are you thinking? I just heard that there's a talented young girl in Cocoa West Village in navigation skills. Don't we still need a reliable navigator? We're headed there anyway, so why not try to recruit her?" Liu Ze said, "With my entry-level navigation skills, I can't lead us to the Grand Line. Who knows? We might end up being swept away by the currents and crash at the foot of Reverse Mountain," Liu Ze said leisurely, causing Evans and Bet below to feel a wave of frustration, making them question for the first time if going to sea with Liu Ze was the right choice. If they couldn't even reach the Grand Line and ended up perishing at the foot of Reverse Mountain, it would truly be a tragic death. "No, we can't let that happen," Evans and Bet shouted in their hearts, and immediately began brainstorming ways to deceive the girl. Listening to their occasional ideas, Luze, lying at the top of the cabin, felt cold sweat dripping down his forehead, thinking, is my tone of voice lately too stimulating? Why do they seem a bit hysterical now? Chapter 55, Kill. Right ahead is Cocoa West Village. Let's find a more secluded place to land and dock. Luze stood on top of the ship's cabin, gazing far into the distance at the faintly visible land, cautiously briefing Bet and Evans. After all, Caucasia Village was not like the places Luze and the others had previously caused trouble in. This village had nearly been turned into a stronghold by the dragon pirates. Although the fishmen rarely interacted with the villagers aside from collecting a head tax each month, Luze decided to proceed with caution to avoid any potential spies. At the very least, he needed to protect his ship, as it contained a significant amount of treasure. Luze stood on the top of the cabin, carefully looking for a suitable docking position with his binoculars. After searching for a long time, he finally found a spot and quickly directed Bet and Evans to steer the small boat towards the location he spotted. Splashing sounds echoed as they approached the shore. Once they landed, the three of them dragged the boat ashore and hid it among the bushes under the cliff, taking appropriate measures for concealment to prevent being discovered at a glance. All right, let us go. Luze clapped his hands to shake off the sand and dirt, smiling as he spoke to Evans and Bet. Let us first check out Caucasia Village. After a moment of contemplation, Luze made his decision. He had never been here in his previous life, and didn't he know what the villagers of Caucasia were like. To ensure a safe course of action, he decided to first assess the situation in the village before making further plans. With no objections, Bet and Evans took their knives and followed Luze along the coastline towards the village. Bang! The tightly shut door was suddenly kicked open, splintering into several large pieces and small fragments that scattered across the room, injuring residents and knocking over objects, creating a cloud of dust. A month has passed. Same old rule. Hurry up and hand over the money. Otherwise, I'll take your lives. A fisherman with grayish-blue skin, fins on his hands, and a tall, menacing figure swaggered in. A cruel smile plastered across his face as he looked at the trembling human mother and daughter huddled in the corner of the room. Ooh, we really don't have any money left. Sir, can you give us a few more days? We'll definitely gather enough money. The older mother tightly held her terrified, crying daughter, suppressing her fear while pleading with the fisherman, her haggard face streaked with tears. So it seems you have no money? The cruel smile on the grayish-blue fisherman's face widened suddenly, and without a word, he raised his pistol, aiming at the mother and daughter cowering in the corner. Click! Looking at the mother and daughter before him, the grayish-blue fisherman pulled the trigger with a savage grin. No money? Then you can die. As he prepared to pull the trigger, a twisted excitement filled his face at the thought of the blood splattering from the humans as they died. Without any resistance, the woman held her daughter tightly, tears pouring out like a flood, and with a choked voice, she said to her daughter, Shelley, I'm sorry. Mommy couldn't protect you. Hey, D. The fisherman's finger twitched, excitement and cruelty flashing in his eyes as he was about to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted like a blazing, swift lightning bolt, cutting through the dim room and dispelling the shadows, leaving only daylight. The fisherman felt a blur before his eyes, and the half of his arm holding the pistol was severed, blood gushing out as it flew into the air, crashing down to the ground, leaving him with no chance to fire that shot. Before the pain of his severed arm could register, another blinding flash of light appeared. The fisherman felt a dizzying sensation, as if he saw his own headless body gushing blood and a cold man with blonde hair and blue eyes sheathing a bloody knife. Followed by a thud, and then everything went dark. After sheathing the knife, the blood on the blade was wiped clean by the fur at the mouth of the sheath. Luze turned to look at the mother and daughter huddled together in the corner. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. You're safe for now. Luze tried to appear gentle as he spoke to the terrified mother and daughter. Seeing that his words had little effect, Luze shook his head helplessly and did not linger any longer. He flashed out to the street, revealing a cold smile as he looked at the approaching fishmen, and continued to draw his sword to fight back. Luze, who adhered to a low-profile infiltration strategy, had suddenly decided to take action, which was inconsistent with his earlier plan but aligned with his intentions. Originally, he had intended to assess the situation in Caucasia Village with Evans and Bet before making any decisions. However, he never expected that his arrival coincided exactly with the time when the dragon pirates came to collect the head tax on the villagers. After witnessing the fishermen's brutal treatment of the villagers, treating them like livestock and killing those who couldn't pay, Luze felt a fiery rage igniting within him. Without a moment's hesitation, as a fisherman was about to kill a villager who couldn't pay, Luze drew his sword. As a human, he would never allow other species to treat humans like livestock, valuing them when they were useful and killing them when they weren't. He could not allow an innocent villager to die helplessly before him. After killing the first fisherman, everything else fell into place. What plans? What infiltration? What low profile? Luze cast all that aside. All he could think about now was to charge in and kill. The village street had become a battlefield between Luze and the dragon pirates, with fishermen's corpses strewn everywhere, their blood soaking into the ground and staining it blood red. The villagers they rescued had already been scared away, not daring to linger in the area. Of course, this was also what Luze wanted. If the fighting affected these defenseless villagers, the outcome would not be what he desired. Preparing for the battle, Luze knew these were just small fry. The real combat power of the dragon pirates had yet to appear. He panted slightly, looking at Bet and Evans with a serious expression. He was still in good condition, but Bet and Evans had exhausted a lot of their stamina and had sustained some minor injuries. Although ordinary fishmen were no match for them. With the increasing number of enemies, there would inevitably be moments when they couldn't keep up, and in such situations, injuries would become unavoidable. Chapter 56. Confident along these two crew members couldn't be easily taken down here. Luze was accustomed to a life of resting in a lounge chair, meditating, and occasionally cooking. If Bet and Evans fell, where would he find someone to sail the boat? Thus, despite having said some harsh words to Bet and Evans when they first set sail, now that they were in a battle that could cost their lives, he couldn't just watch them perish here. However, all he could do was provide some advice before the fight. Once Along appeared, all of Luze's attention would be focused on him, making it difficult to look after Bet and Evans. In a battle against an opponent like Along, if he dared to get distracted, he would surely pay the price. The enemy hasn't arrived yet. You two should recover your stamina and tend to your wounds. Luze glanced at the two and reminded them before drawing his sword and heading towards the dragon pirate stronghold, Dragon Park. He certainly wasn't going to single-handedly take on Along and his crew. That was beyond his current capabilities. He was simply going over there to observe the enemy's movements for better preparation. Colonel Mouse, here is a share for this time. At the head of the table sat a fishman with grayish skin and a long, sharp, serrated nose, pushing a box toward the mouse colonel on the other side of the table. His menacingly sharp teeth were revealed beneath his smile, making his already terrifying appearance even more horrifying. On the other side of the table, the so-called mouse colonel was a small-statured guy wearing a mouse-eared hood, with a few whisker-like hairs on his face. Although dressed in a Navy uniform, he couldn't hide his lewd demeanor. Behind him stood several Navy soldiers, motionless, eyes focused, seemingly ignoring the transaction happening between the two. The mouse colonel reached for the box on the table, opened it, and upon seeing the neatly stacked belly inside, he immediately squinted his eyes and smiled. A pleasant cooperation. Aaron, as long as you provide good cover for me, the benefits will be yours. Aaron responded with a nonchalant grinning menacingly. Of course, we're partners, the mouse colonel said, looking at Aaron with a hint of flattery in his smile. To be honest, even without cooperating with Aaron, the mouse colonel couldn't do much against him. It would be good enough if he wasn't killed by the other party. After all, Aaron's strength had few rivals in the East Sea, let alone someone like him. Therefore, for the mouse colonel, although Aaron was bribing him, he was still someone he needed to please. Otherwise, one misstep could mean not just losing the belly, but also risking his own life. Aaron looked at the mouse colonel, smiled, took a sip from his wine glass, and thought disdainfully, how could such a lowly human be worthy of being my partner? Perhaps as a tool. The mouse colonel wanted to speak again, but was interrupted by a voice from the doorway. Not good. Boss. The brothers who went to collect money in Cocoa Village have all been killed. Only one managed to escape and came back to report. What happened? Aaron suddenly stood up from his chair, the fury in his eyes palpable, his tall and muscular body exuding great intimidation. His already fearsome face became even more terrifying under the influence of his rage. I don't know where 3 meddling swordsmen came from. They saw our men about to kill those villagers who couldn't pay and immediately attacked our brothers. According to the brother who ran back, they are very strong, and our men are no match for them. The fisherman who entered to report said cautiously, fearing to anger Aaron. Hearing that his brothers had been killed by human swordsmen, Aaron, blinded by rage, wanted to go deal with them directly. However, upon turning and seeing the mouse colonel, an outsider, he reconsidered and calmed down. If he had to personally intervene against a few wandering swordsmen, wouldn't that make it seem like his evil dragon pirate crew was incapable? With an outsider present, He couldn't afford to be looked down upon by a lowly human navy. After some thought, Aaron suppressed his anger and sat back down, looking at the fisherman who had come to report calmly, saying, "It's just 3 swordsmen. Let Xiao Ba, Krubi, and Xiao take people deal with them, and then bring their heads back to hang on the flagpole at the harbor." At this point, Aaron deliberately grinned menacingly. "Let others see what happens to those who dare to offend our evil dragon pirate crew. Yes, I'll notify the gentleman right away." The reporting fisherman, after receiving the order, wasted no time and hurried out to inform other officers of the evil dragon pirate crew. As for whether Xiao Ba and the others would be able to handle those 3 wandering swordsmen, Aaron didn't even consider it. They were all partners he had brought back from the Grand Line, and he had also brought many officers with him. How could they possibly encounter a situation where they couldn't win in the East Sea? "Mouse Colonel, let us continue drinking. Just wait. It won't be long before Xiao Ba and the others resolve it." Aaron grinned menacingly at the Mouse Colonel, confidently raising his wine glass. Yes, yes, yes. The officers of the evil dragon pirate crew cannot possibly be matched by 3 unknown swordsmen. We just need to wait for good news. The Mouse Colonel flattered, completely disregarding his position as a Navy officer. Such is the nature of Navy scum. Where is Aaron? After instructing Evans and Bet, Luze found a rooftop to sit down, resting and recovering his strength while observing the situation at Aaron Park from afar. After a long wait, he finally saw some movement. However, Luze only caught sight of the 3 major officers of the evil dragon pirate crew and a group of thugs, but did not find Aaron among them, which made him a bit suspicious. Could Aaron have gone around the back? Luze looked at the approaching fisherman army, feeling a bit uneasy. Forget it, that guy can't possibly have that kind of tactical intelligence. Better notify those 2 first. Luze shook his head, exerted some force under his feet, and quickly maneuvered across the rooftops. With a thud, he jumped in front of the house where Evans and Bet were resting, casually pushing the door open. Seeing the 2 carefully cleaning their long knives, Luze smiled. "Get ready. The enemy is coming soon. If Aaron isn't with us, let us take them down one by one." Evans and Bet had never seen Luze smile like this before. The smile was filled with murderous intent, like it was stained with blood. Influenced by Luze's smile, the 2 exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Kill. Chapter 57. Xiao Ba, the fishmen are coming. You should leave quickly. This is not a battle you can interfere in. Luze nodded in satisfaction at Bet and Evans, then turned to another group of people standing outside the room. "This is our village. Of course, we have to defend it ourselves." A serious-looking man dressed in guard attire, with a windmill on his head and a big beard, stepped forward to look at Luze earnestly. "Although I don't know where you came from, thank you for saving the villagers. Jian is right. Thank you for saving the villagers." Saying this, a group of villagers led by the serious man, Jian, bowed deeply to Luze and the others in gratitude. "However, your sudden attack on the fishmen has brought great trouble to the village. Now, apart from deciding to fight the evil dragon pirate crew to the death, we have no way to resolve this." Standing upright, Jian said seriously to Luze, "So, please let us participate in the battle." Though his words held no blame, they still caused a hint of awkwardness to flash across Luze's face. However, Luze didn't think too much about it. In such a situation, not saving people would be against his principles. "Since you insist, then let you participate in the battle." Luze scanned the crowd and did not reject their desire to join the fight, only emphasizing, "However, the elderly and children must leave. Get ready. The enemy is coming soon." As Luze was about to say something else, his gaze suddenly turned toward the village entrance, where the enemy's presence was already faintly visible. Facing the approaching enemy, Luze decided to take the initiative to confront them, calling out to Bet and Evans as he dashed toward the village entrance. From a distance, Luze's voice echoed as he ran, reiterating, "Let the elderly and children leave. This is not a battle they should be involved in." Facing the ferocious fishmen, perhaps a few adult men could barely handle one, but if it were frail elderly people and children, they would only be sacrificed in vain, and the enemy wouldn't even expend much energy. Therefore, in Luze's view, rather than letting them sacrifice themselves for nothing, it was better to leave early and preserve the main fighting force. After a moment of silence, Jian firmly said, "I am the village's sheriff. Listen to me. The elderly and children should leave immediately. The rest, arm yourselves and prepare to fight. Leave that octopus fishman with 6 knives to me. You all deal with the fishman officer with 2 rocket heads and that sausage mouth." With a long knife pressed against his waist, Luze charged at the enemy. Pointing at Xiao Ba, Krolby, and Jiu San, who were at the forefront, as he assigned opponents to bet and Evans beside him. After a pause, Liu Ze added, "If you have the strength, help the villagers deal with some of the fisherman minions. We can't let them die too many." Xiao Ba was also quite strong, able to push Zoro to the brink of death at one point, and at least had 2 to 3 attribute breakthroughs. His strange swordsmanship, combined with 6 knives, was not easy to deal with, and he probably had some blessings from the system regarding race and class templates. Moreover, this guy had a deep connection with Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, and the original plot was indeed quite complicated. Liu Ze thought that if he could avoid killing, he would. In the face of a formidable opponent, still thinking about holding back and not killing, there was no other choice but for Liu Ze to step in personally. Coincidentally, he was also at a 3 attribute breakthrough, though it was a pseudo stage. The power boost from that was already sufficient for him to handle Xiao Ba. Chafe, Liu Ze's body suddenly vanished from the spot, and in mid-air, a blade of light flashed, fiercely slashing towards Xiao Ba and the others. Clang! The blade halted, as Liu Ze's long knife was firmly blocked by 6 other knives. Unable to strike down, since setting out to sea, this was the first time Liu Ze's blade had been stopped by someone, looking at the fishman in front of him, whose mouth was shaped like a trumpet and had star-shaped silver-gray hair, with 6 arms holding 6 knives steadily in front of him. Liu Ze scoffed. "Xiao Ba, quick reaction." Bang! With a violent pull of his knife, Liu Ze exerted force under his feet, twisting his waist, and the long knife in his hand sliced through the air with a sharp sound, once again striking fiercely at Xiao Ba, only to be blocked again. At the moment of contact, several knives even sparked brilliantly. After a few exchanges of blades, as Liu Ze and Xiao Ba remained locked in combat, Evans and Bird also faced off against Kruby. However, their battle conditions were clearly advantageous. While dealing with their opponents, they occasionally had the extra energy to help the villagers out of life and death crises. "Dare to be distracted while fighting me. Watch my 6-blade style, scabbard foot strange sword." Just as Liu Ze glanced at the situation on the other battlefield, Xiao Ba suddenly shouted loudly. The 6 knives that were originally facing Liu Ze suddenly retracted, seizing the moment when Liu Ze was off balance, and with incredible speed, began slashing wildly towards him. Chafe, a sense of crisis surged. Liu Ze's pupils contracted, and he instinctively exerted force under his feet, causing his figure to instantly vanish from the spot, leaving only a faint afterimage dissipating amidst Xiao Ba's wild slashes. As the saying goes, a chaotic punch can defeat a master. Liu Ze would not confront Xiao Ba as wild 6-blade strikes head on. 1-blade style, 100 flowers burial. In the next moment, Liu Ze's figure appeared behind Xiao Ba, accompanied by a cold voice. His long knife transformed into a blade of light, and the afterimages bloomed like flowers, striking at Xiao Ba from various angles in an eerie manner, the knife momentum fierce enough to want to dismember him. The sounds of the long knife piercing into flesh rang in his ears, blood splattered onto Liu Ze, staining his head and face, yet he remained expressionless, even suddenly accelerating his knife speed to the utmost. Although Liu Ze had the intention to hold back, at this moment, with an opponent of comparable strength, trying to hold back was almost equivalent to seeking death. Octopus 3-linked sword, bare hand catching the white blade. Puff! Xiao Ba, drenched in blood, had somehow discarded his knife, and his 6 powerful arms suddenly grabbed Liu Ze's long knife, bringing Liu Ze's momentum to a halt, preventing the attack from continuing. Liu Ze tried to retract the long knife from Xiao Ba's grasp, but found that the long knife was firmly held by his Xiao Ba's small arms, enhanced by the octopus fishman suction cups, making it quite stable. Unable to pull the long knife back from Xiao Ba's hands, Liu Ze maintained a blank expression and decisively released the long knife, suddenly launching a spinning kick. Storm kick. Liu Ze's long and straight legs carried immense power, generating intense friction with the air, distorting it and creating a vacuum, slicing through with a sharp energy like a long knife, and fiercely kicking towards the unsuspecting Xiao Ba's chest. Boom! Blood splattered as a crescent-shaped energy cut a huge wound on Xiao Ba's chest. Under the tremendous force, Xiao Ba, caught off guard, was kicked by Liu Ze and flew over 10 meters, crashing into a house like a cannonball, directly collapsing it and stirring up a cloud of dust. After which, there was no more sound. Picking up the long knife, Tsui, that Xiao Ba dropped when he was kicked, Liu Ze's cold gaze swept over the other fishmen. He has fallen, and now it's your turn. Chapter 58. Waiting for the rabbit? He has fallen, and now it's your turn. As Liu Ze spoke, he slightly triggered the Sea Soul ring on his left hand, The kingly aura activated. The talent hypnosis technique activated. His cold words carried a hint of mental suggestion that entered the ears of every fishman, causing them to involuntarily look towards Lu Zhe, who was holding the blood-stained long knife. However, upon making eye contact with him, their brains felt as if struck hard, receiving a strong mental shock. The lighter ones experienced momentary dizziness, allowing the villagers to seize the opportunity and deliver fatal blows easily. The heavier ones foamed at the mouth, bled from their 7 orifices, and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. With a wave of crowd control in effect, Lu Zhe charged into the crowd without hesitation and began to reap, knocking down the fishmen who had been a tough battle for the villagers and had even caused many casualties. Meanwhile, he didn't interfere with the battle between Bat and Evans, as both had already gained the upper hand, except for Kruby, the fishman with a martial arts level of 40, who posed a tough challenge for Evans. The spitting sausage mouth, Joe, was on the verge of being killed by Bat. However, despite the situation being so smooth, Lu Zhe did not directly resolve the 2 fishmen. After all, defeating opponents who had fought hard was meaningful. This was also his respect for Bat and Evans. As for treasure chests and the like, the 2 were part of the same adventurers group, and even though they were natives, they would not be deprived of their gains. Aside from their battle, once Lu Zhe dealt with Xiao Ba and joined the villagers in fighting the other fishmen minions of the evil dragon pirates, the battle on the field had completely turned into a one-sided situation. Before long, the fishmen were either dead, injured, or fleeing, basically all resolved by Lu Zhe and the villagers. Looking back at the battle between Bat and Cho, it had long since ended. Cho, covered in knife wounds and missing an arm, was tied up by Bat and dragged over like a lump of mud and thrown aside. Damn, have these guys' battles already ended? Glancing around, Evans panted heavily, his sharp gaze fixed on the 2 cannon-headed Orikobi in front of him, feeling a bit anxious. This fishman is stronger than I imagined. Have Xiao Ba and Cho been dealt with? Kruby's expression was cold as he looked at his fallen companions, an ominous premonition gradually growing in his heart. If I stay here and continue to fight this human swordsman, I will be in danger too. Thoughts raced in his mind. Kruby was not inclined to continue fighting Evans. He asked himself if he could overpower Evans in the water, but on land, their strengths were similar, and it would be impossible to determine a victor in a short time. In this situation, if others intervened, he would undoubtedly die. Thousand-tile breaking fist. With this thought, Kruby suddenly shouted and struck a strange pose, his body lunging forward, his fist carrying the powerful force capable of breaking 1,000 tiles in water, compressing the air. And the fist wind was fierce as it slammed towards Evans. Evans did not dodge or evade, wielding his long knife in a straightforward manner, his arm muscles bursting, attacking the enemy with pure strength. One-sword style, rampaging bull, bang. Evans was violently sent flying, his long knife disappearing from sight, his right shoulder slightly caved in, blood spewing from his mouth, blooming in the air like spots of blood. Meanwhile, Kruby was not in a much better state, lying on the ground gasping for air. The long knife that had vanished from Evans' hand was lodged in his chest, blood continuously flowing out, staining him completely. It seemed he was on the verge of death. Kruby originally intended to repel Evans with one blow and then immediately retreat to find Aaron. But he did not expect that Evans would also deliver a life-or-death strike against him, ultimately resulting in a trade of injuries for death. Seeing Evans flying backward about to crash to the ground, Lu Zhe leaped up and caught his flying body, landing steadily on the ground. Please take him to find a doctor for treatment. Thank you. Lu Zhe turned and handed the injured Evans to a Jian, who was standing behind him, with an extremely serious expression. Please make sure to heal him. Rest assured, you are the saviors of the village. We will do our utmost to treat him. Ajian also promised seriously while supporting Evans. As he spoke, Ajian turned his gaze to a young girl nearby, with wheat-colored skin, blue short hair held back with a headband, a full bosom, and a beautiful face. Noki Gao, hurry to the village and find someone to bring a stretcher to carry the injured back for treatment. After a pause, Ajian's expression turned somber. And for the villagers who sacrificed themselves, they need to be brought back for a proper burial. All right, I'll go right away. Noki Gao replied heavily and immediately turned to run towards the place where the villagers were hiding. This girl arrived just as the battle was nearing its end, wanting to see if she could help, and did not interfere with the earlier fight. Watching Noki Gao run far away, Ajian explained to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe non-committally nodded, glanced at Evans, who was somewhat dazed but still strongly insisted on continuing to fight, and then said to Ajian, I'll leave my companion to you. The upcoming battle is not something you can participate in, so leave as soon as possible. I'll be waiting here for news, and then I'll kill him. Luz spoke calmly, stating that he had not sustained any injuries during the previous battle and still retained over 90% of his strength. Fighting Arlong on land was more than enough for him. After all, for a creature like a fishman, only in water could they exert their full strength. Many of their attack methods relied on being in water. Being on land, maintaining 80% was already commendable. This was also the tactic Luz devised after he acted in anger. He lured Arlong and the high-ranking members of the Arlong pirates to the village with the news of their subordinates being annihilated, knowing that the fishmen could not unleash their full power surrounded by land, allowing him to take them down one by one. Given the current situation, this tactic was indeed very effective. At least, Crocodile, this fishman with a 40-level empty-handed martial arts skill, was limited in his abilities and ultimately killed by Evans in a life-for-a-life exchange. You be careful. Looking at the self-assured stranger before him, Akiyoshi paused for a moment and said dryly. At this time, the villagers had rushed over. The injured villagers and Evans were being supported by Nokigo on his stretchers and carried away, while the other fallen villagers were taken away in body bags. Akiyoshi stopped wasting time and quickly evacuated the battlefield with the villagers, the injured, and the bodies. Bet, aren't you going to leave? Arlong's strength might far exceed mine. If I can't beat him, we might end up dead together. Luz looked at Bet, who was resting in the shade and tending to his wounds. Speaking in a relaxed tone, I believe you, Captain. You can definitely defeat this notorious guy in the East Sea. How could I miss witnessing such an important moment? Bet laughed heartily, his confidence in Luz even greater than Luz's own. You really are something. Then just watch how I deal with this guy. Luz chuckled, his gaze suddenly turning sharp. Chapter 59. The Scale of Victory at Arlong Park. While sending out his subordinates to deal with the troublesome swordsman, Arlong leisurely drank wine, sitting across from the fawning Colonel Mouse. In fact, Colonel Mouse wanted to leave immediately after receiving his payment, but due to the disturbance caused by Luz and the others, Arlong wanted to use this opportunity to show off, forcing him to stay and await Arlong's return along with the other officers to conclude this farce. Time had passed, yet where were Xiao Ba and the others? Arlong appeared confident on the surface, but inwardly he was starting to worry. Could those three swordsmen really be so strong that Xiao Ba and the others couldn't handle them? No, impossible. Xiao Ba and the others were officers I brought from the Grand Line to the East Sea. Who could possibly be their match here? Arlong quickly dismissed his own doubts, but for some reason began to feel an ominous premonition. 3 wandering swordsmen? With the strength of the Arlong pirates' officers. They should be an easy defeat. Ha ha ha. Colonel Mouse, who originally wanted to chat with Arlong while he drank in silence, was interrupted when several injured fishmen rushed in, shouting, Boss Arlong, it's bad. Xiao Ba and the other brothers have been defeated by those 3 wandering swordsmen and those lowly villagers from Kokosha. Instantly, Colonel Mouse's face stiffened, and he was rendered speechless. Arlong, on the other hand, was filled with disbelief and fury. He abruptly stood up, knocking over the table before him, and strode towards the fishmen, grabbing one by the collar and lifting him up, his eyes blazing with fury. How is that possible? How could Xiao Ba and the others not be a match for 3 unknown swordsmen? How dare those lowly villagers? Be Boss Arlong. The fishman stammered in terror, his voice cracking with a hint of tears. When we escaped the battlefield, Xiao Ba and Jiao had already been defeated. Only Crocodile was still holding on, and the other brothers are almost all killed. That blonde guy at the forefront is terrifyingly strong. Just one glance caused our brothers to bleed from all 7 orifices and faint. They're probably all dead now. Listening to the fishman's words, Arlong was on the verge of madness, not even considering the possibility that the enemy might possess Conqueror's Haki. To him, dealing with 3 troublesome wandering swordsmen should have been easy. He could also show off in front of Colonel Mouse, an outsider. Why, in the end, were all his men defeated, leaving only a few small fry to report back. This was not how the script was supposed to go. Just moments ago, he was the leader of the most notorious pirate crew in the East Sea, possessing over 20 villages. How could such a favorable situation turn into this tragic scene? Arlong felt as if he had woken up from a dream to find himself utterly alone. Everything before him surreal. Anger, disbelief, sorrow, regret, and various other emotions surged within Arlong, like countless venomous snakes gnawing at his soul, making him tremble with rage. Watching Arlong's face change repeatedly, full of murderous intent. Not only was the fishman he was holding terrified, but the other fishmen who had fled back also dared not breathe. Even Colonel Mouse, drenched in spilled wine from the table Arlong had flipped, wore a gloomy expression but dared not provoke the almost explosive Arlong at this moment. Gather the remaining crew. I will make sure to kill them all. Arlong's eyes were bloodshot as he tossed the fishmen aside and stormed outside. However, what crew could he call? The 2 batches he had sent were already taken down by Luz, and in Arlong Park, only a few low-ranking, injured fishmen remained. Nevertheless, in his fury, Arlong didn't think much about it. At that moment, revenge was the only thing on his mind. Right? You too. Call your Navy subordinates to help me kill those 3 damned humans. Arlong took a few steps, suddenly turning back to seize Colonel Mouse, looking at him with blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. Or I will kill you now. Okay, no problem. I will call for people right away. Facing Arlong's menacing face, Colonel Mouse felt his legs weaken, quickly agreeing, fearing that Arlong might impulsively crush him. I'll go ahead. You need to call them over right now. If I don't see your people, you know the consequences. Arlong snorted coldly, disdainfully glancing at the Navy soldiers behind Colonel Mouse, who were pointing their guns at him. He tossed Colonel Mouse back onto the chair and turned to leave. Boss, your sword. Several fishmen struggled to lift Arlong's massive blade, the great saw, towards him. Arlong caught it with one hand, looking around at his remaining subordinates, his feelings of regret and sadness intensifying, which then transformed into raging fury and a murderous intent towards Luz and his group. Go! I want them to pay the price, Arlong shouted, charging towards the village. At the entrance of Kokosha village, Luz was meditating in the shade, trying to recover his physical strength and energy quickly, while Bet stood on the rooftop, looking into the distance, keeping watch for Luz. Captain, more fishmen are coming. Suddenly, from the rooftop, Bet made a discovery and quickly shouted to Luz. Arlong really is coming. Emerging from his meditative state, Luz jumped onto the roof and saw a few scattered fishmen approaching from a distance. Upon spotting the burly fishman leading the group with a large saw blade, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In fact, even if Arlong didn't come, Luz would eventually have to go to Arlong Park to find him. After all, Arlong was his mission target, and Luz couldn't leave this mess for the villagers. Given the Navy's weak stance, as long as Arlong was alive, the 20 or so surrounding villages would never have peace. Therefore, Luz would inevitably have a showdown with Arlong. But where this battle would take place was crucial. If it were at Arlong Park, TSK, Luz was well aware of the Straw Hat Crew's battle situation from the original storyline. Arlong's crew, relying on their sea-accessible pool and favorable terrain, had severely bullied Luffy and his friends in the early stages of the fight. Although Arlong was ultimately defeated by Luffy, the battle was incredibly difficult, and Luz wouldn't choose such a situation where the enemy had the upper hand. Thus, from a moment he recklessly charged out, he decided to use the deaths of Arlong's subordinates, like adding fuel to the fire, to stoke the anger inside Arlong until he was blinded by rage and left his stronghold, coming to a village with vast water sources where he had no means to act, to face him in battle. At this moment, the blazing sun hung high. The land was devoid of water, and Arlong's men were nearly wiped out. The timing, location, and people were all in Luz's favor. Under Luz's rough yet effective tactics, the scales of victory were gradually tilting in his direction. Chapter 60. Arlong die. Leave Arlong to me, you just watch here. If those fishmen dare to head into the village, deal with them. Luz pointed at the approaching group of Arlong to Bet. The strength of the fishmen wasn't very strong, and Bet easily dealt with them without much effort. He still had some energy left, so Luz felt reassured letting him handle those fishmen. Don't worry, they won't have a chance. Bet grinned and agreed. Luz nodded, said no more, and directly jumped down from the rooftop to the village entrance. Come on along. Let me see just how strong the highest bounty hunter in the East Sea really is. Luz murmured as he watched Arlong charging towards him with rage, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. The one-mind sword path is activated. As Arlong got closer, Luz gripped the knife handle with one hand and pressed down on the sword sheath with the other, slightly bending his body, gradually gathering his energy. One sword style Iato split mountain. The long knife was drawn, wielding the power to split mountains and rocks, carrying an unmatched momentum. The knife's force heavy as a mountain and shattering stones, cutting straight towards Arlong. Clang! Sparks flew. Luz swung the long knife in his hand, channeling immense force towards Arlong, drawing a sharp blade of light in the air. However, just before it struck Arlong, it was blocked by a long knife full of massive serrations. The two weapons clashed, emitting a crisp sound. Lu Zhe and Along stood facing each other, each holding their weapon, sparks flying as they clashed. Their faces were just inches apart. "Kid, I want you dead," Along shouted, his eyes blood-red as he gripped his large saw blade, suddenly applying more force and fiercely pressing down towards Lu Zhe. Feeling the immense power coming from the long knife in his hand, Lu Zhe inwardly exclaimed that it was bad, not good. He really has a strength of over 25. I can't block it. Lu Zhe would certainly not attack his opponent's strengths with his own weaknesses. Without hesitation, he slightly relaxed his grip on the long knife, redirecting the force to the side and disarming Along's large saw knife. Although Lu Zhe's own center of gravity was also shifted as a result, he took advantage of the momentum, exerting force with his feet, twisting his waist, and delivering a fierce kick with his left foot. Bang! With excessive force, Along was pushed off balance and staggered forward slightly. Before he could stabilize himself, Lu Zhe followed up with a powerful kick that struck heavily on Along's back, causing him to stumble. Gale foot, falling moon. Not relenting, Lu Zhe leaped into the air, his body tracing a high-speed arc. His right leg straightened like a long whip, tearing through the air and creating a vacuum, generating a massive arc of air pressure beneath his leg, resembling a falling full moon, both dangerous and beautiful. Bang! The gigantic arc of air pressure, imbued with immense strength, crashed down on Along's head like a lunar impact, causing blood to spatter and his expression to twist. The large saw knife slipped from his grasp as he was caught off guard and sent flying several meters away, crashing into the wall and leaving a human-shaped hole. Along, boss. Watching Along being sent flying by Lu Zhe's series of attacks, the group of underlings gasped in shock, nearly turning to run. Seeing the billowing dust and the unclear situation inside the house, Lu Zhe did not rush in. He was well aware of his opponent's strength. This level of attack would not kill Along, nor could it even inflict serious injury. If he rushed in recklessly and allowed Along to counterattack amidst the dust, the advantage he had just seized would be wasted. Lu Zhe gasped for breath, his expression serious as he looked at the dust-filled, dimly lit house, his legs subtly relaxing. The explosive kick technique he had just executed had placed quite a burden on his legs. His strength was still insufficient. The flames in Lu Zhe's eyes burned even more fiercely. If his attributes were on par with Along's, he could kick Along to pieces without needing more than 3 kicks, as long as the opponent couldn't enter the water. Boom! A sudden muffled sound erupted from within the house, and a shadow shot out from the smoky darkness, powerful and heavy like a cannonball, swift and fierce like a shark hunting its prey, pouncing violently towards Lu Zhe. Crack! Fully focused, Lu Zhe was just about to raise his knife to block, but he couldn't match Along's speed. He was suddenly bitten on the shoulder by sharp teeth, which sank deep into Lu Zhe's flesh with terrifying biting force, causing a series of cracks in his bones, as if they were breaking. "Get off me!" In pain, Lu Zhe tightened his grip on the knife and swung it down fiercely at Along in front of him without dodging or evading. However, Along did not intend to take the blow with his body. He simply tilted his head and opened his mouth wide, biting down hard to catch the blade, blocking Lu Zhe's furious strike with his sharp fangs, making a screeching sound as he bit into the long knife. Due to the opponent's strength, Lu Zhe couldn't pull back the knife and didn't hesitate to execute a swift kick aimed at Along's groin, but he kicked into thin air, forcing Along back instead. Spitting out the long knife he had caught in his mouth with a clattering sound, Along continued to charge forward without hesitation. "You're dead, kid," Along shouted with blood-red eyes. "Stop." Seeing Along still eager to attack, Lu Zhe shouted loudly, unleashing his mental power without reservation. The king's momentum activated. The innate hypnosis technique activated. Along involuntarily looked into Lu Zhe's eyes, and the combined mental shock of the king's aura and innate hypnosis struck his brain, causing damage and plunging him into a brief state of mental confusion. Lu Zhe's command to stop took immediate effect, causing Along's forward momentum to falter, and he awkwardly collapsed to the ground. Good opportunity. Feeling somewhat weakened mentally, Lu Zhe didn't dare to relax and exerted force under his feet, causing his whole body to spin at high speed. Demon Wind Kick. As Lu Zhe's spinning speed increased, air currents and dust mixed into a visible whirlwind. Sparks of fire began to ignite. Boom! A blinding flash of fire erupted, and Lu Zhe's spinning figure came to a halt, slightly raising his right foot, which was suspended in midair, engulfed in burning, flowing flames like molten lava. King's Devour activated. King's Devour. The Sea Soul Ring's special effect, when this skill is activated, The damage you inflict will be converted to health at a ratio of 10, and heal your injuries for 3 times. Take this kick. Lu Zhe roared, exerting force under his feet and suddenly vanishing from his spot. Gale foot 100 strikes heat wave. In midair, Lu Zhe's figure obscured the blazing sun, casting a shadow, and his right foot, burning with intense flames, suddenly exploded with terrifying speed. Arcs of fiery red, crescent-shaped energy shot out, carrying high temperature, sharpness, and immense force, fiercely slashing down toward Along, who was standing below. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous fiery energy struck Along hard, rapidly evaporating the slime on his body, cutting into flesh, burning his body, and the high temperature and smoke plunged him into near-asphyxiating agony, leaving behind narrow, charred scars glowing with sparks on the ground around him. Bang! As the heat accumulated, the clothes on Along's body suddenly caught fire, continuously burning his skin, scorching his gills, causing him immense pain, and making him howl in agony, completely unable to retaliate. It's over. Gale foot sever. Lu Zhe fell diagonally, propping himself up with both hands on the ground, his body spinning rapidly. With his legs channeling power, he executed a circular arc of energy that sliced through the severely injured Along's neck, decapitating him instantly. Along is dead. Chapter 61. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind the charred and tall corpse crashed to the ground with a thud, blood gushing from the severed neck, extinguishing the surrounding flames still burning on the charred ground, while other wounds bore the marks of burns without any blood flow. A box with a rich blue hue mixed with a hint of purple automatically floated above Along's body, and not far away. The giant saw blade also began to glow with a faint blue light. Ding! Player has killed storyline character Along, gaining 35,000 universal experience. Ding! Detecting that main character of the evil dragon pirates, Along, dead. Octopus Xiaoba, severely injured. Kruby dead. Geo, severely injured and near death, and most members are dead. Ding! Determining that the evil dragon pirates have disbanded. Ding! Congratulations player Edward Kenway for annihilating the evil dragon pirates. System announcement. Congratulations player Edward Kenway for killing storyline boss Along, the highest bounty in the East Sea, annihilating the evil dragon pirates. 3 other players? Black question mark face. Is this really a game? Table flip. Ding! Congratulations player for completing the storyline task of saving Cocoa Village. Contribution calculation in progress. Ding! Player's contribution in this storyline task of saving Cocoa Village is 98. Rewards have been generated. Please claim them from the system panel. Ding! Congratulations player for achieving the achievement 6 Sword Flow. Friend of the people, strongest in the East Sea, enemy of the fishmen. Ding! Congratulations player for achieving the hidden achievement already ended before it started, Redemption, Waterless Fishman, Legends Beginning 2. Ding! Detecting that the player has completed the rank breakthrough assessment task of Extraordinary 1 and 2. Third assessment task is being generated. Ding! The third assessment task of the Extraordinary mission has been generated. Please check it on the task panel. Slowly getting up and steadying himself. Even though Lu Zhe's stamina and energy were nearly exhausted, with his right leg severely burned and a large shark tooth embedded in his left shoulder. Blood continuously flowed from the wound, staining his clothes, and he was in a state of moderate injury, looking quite disheveled. But the continuous system notifications made him almost forget the pain. This was a real windfall. He was so happy that he didn't even have time to feel pain. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, followed by a lewd voice. What an exciting battle. With a swoosh, over a dozen Navy soldiers suddenly emerged from the trees at the village entrance, surrounding Lu Zhe and the others without a word, while Along's corpse was isolated outside the encirclement. Among the crowd, Colonel Mouse walked out calmly, lewdly sizing up Lu Zhe. Seeing him in such a state of injury, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he waved his hand, come. Capture Along's corpse and other officers of the evil dragon pirates. Take them to prison. Not a single one can escape. Seeing Colonel Mouse's demeanor, it was clear he was trying to take advantage of Along being dead and Lu Zhe being injured to reap the rewards. In fact, after being threatened by Along, Colonel Mouse initially intended to gather his men to help suppress the villagers as a show of force. Who would have thought that by the time he arrived, the battle between Lu Zhe and Along had already reached a fever pitch, with both sides injuring each other. So, he had some ulterior motives, not rushing to reveal himself, hiding with his men in the woods to assess the situation, hoping to take advantage of any opportunity that arose. He never expected that in the end, he would actually get the chance to take advantage. Colonel Mouse was so excited he could almost faint. Ha ha, that damned Along actually died just like that. This kid is severely injured and isolated. As long as I can take him down, the credit will be mine. Moreover, with Along dead and the other members of the evil dragon pirates captured by me, as long as I handle my own soldiers who went with me, no one will know about my dealings with him. Such a huge credit will feel like it's free, and I can eliminate any future troubles. Ha ha ha. It's like the heavens want me, Mouse, to rise. At this moment, Colonel Mouse was so overwhelmed by the prospect of his enormous credit that he completely forgot about Lu Zhe, the real killer of Along, still standing in front of him. He looked so confident, as if he had already secured his victory over Lu Zhe. However, can anyone play the trick of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Is Lu Zhe's cheapness really that easy to take advantage of? You should know that Along's blue-purple treasure chest and the giant saw blade have yet to be picked up by Lu Zhe. What do you want to do with my loot? A cold, harsh voice interrupted Colonel Mouse's fantasies without any courtesy, causing him to frown and look over. Lu Zhe's expression was dark, his aura icy and fierce, and his gaze towards Colonel Mouse was filled with killing intent, completely disregarding the dozen or so Navy soldiers surrounding him. At this moment, Lu Zhe's originally good mood from a bountiful harvest was completely ruined by Colonel Mouse, and it was believed that Colonel Mouse viewed Lu Zhe in the same way. He brought this upon himself by disrespecting the toast. Colonel Mouse snorted coldly and directly ordered the soldiers to kill Lu Zhe. But could Lu Zhe really be at half-strength and allow Colonel Mouse to toy with him? Immediately, Lu Zhe provided Colonel Mouse with an answer through his actions. Chafe, without any unnecessary words, Lu Zhe gathered his remaining strength, and his injured legs exerted force once more, causing his figure to instantly disappear from the spot. Bang, bang, bang. The dozen or so Navy soldiers fired repeatedly, but their bullets passed through Lu Zhe's afterimage, yielding no results. Crack! Lu Zhe's figure appeared beside a naval soldier at the edge, delivering a punch directly to his chest, sending him flying. He seized the repeating flintlock and aimed it at the other naval soldiers, pulling the trigger. 6 consecutive gunshots rang out, each shot hitting its mark, and the naval soldiers brought by Colonel Mouse were instantly reduced by more than half. Quick, quick, quick! Shoot him! Colonel Mouse retreated, stepping back behind a few of his subordinates, his face filled with terror and his voice trembling slightly. Without needing Colonel Mouse's reminder, the other naval soldiers also reacted, unhesitatingly pulling the triggers of the flintlocks they held in their hands towards Lu Zhe. After launching his attack, how could Lu Zhe stay in place? He rolled to dodge the bullets, landing next to the naval soldier he had just killed. As Lu Zhe picked up another repeating flintlock and was about to shoot, he was forced to continue dodging due to the return fire from the reacting naval soldiers. At this moment, under the effects of moderate injuries, Lu Zhe used his last bit of strength to perform a shave, but he was continuously bombarded by gunfire, leaving him with no room to counterattack. But what does it matter that the Navy has the numbers? Lu Zhe is not fighting alone. A flash of blade light appeared, and 2 unsuspecting Navy soldiers were cut down in succession. Grandson of the Navy, come play with your grandpa Bet. Chapter 62. Aftermath. Grandson of the Navy, come play with your grandpa Bet. Accompanied by Bet's loud shout, the long knife struck down with great force. The 2 Navy soldiers were caught off guard and were hit fatally by Bet, falling to the ground with one blow. Besides Colonel Mouse, there were 5 Navy soldiers left. The other Navy soldiers were about to shoot Lu Zhe, but were disrupted by Bet's sudden attack. Lu Zhe seized the opportunity and fired 5 shots without hesitation. Smoke billowed, and flames erupted continuously. Bet's knife slashed through the air, and the Navy soldier in front of him had already been shot in a vital spot by Lu Zhe, collapsing to the ground. Looking at the other Navy soldiers on the field, all had fallen silent. Wow, Captain, you are too focused on the scene in front of you, Bet exclaimed, momentarily stunned, and shouted at Lu Zhe, clearly blaming him for acting too quickly and leaving no opponents for him. Ignoring Bet's playful complaint, Lu Zhe casually tossed aside the empty gun in his hand and took slow, large strides toward Colonel Mouse, his ice-blue eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. Wait, let us talk. I can help you a lot. I am a Navy colonel. Seeing Lu Zhe getting closer, Colonel Mouse kept retreating, stuttering as he spoke, and anyone could see his bravado was just a facade. Navy colonel? Lu Zhe snorted coldly, and as he passed by a Navy corpse, he casually kicked up a pistol and grasped it, directly pointing the gun at Colonel Mouse. No. Let us talk. I can help you a lot. Bang. Puffed. The gunshot rang out, flames spewed from the muzzle, and the expression on Colonel Mouse's face a mix of flattery and fear, instantly froze. The bullet made a hole in his forehead, and his hunched, grotesque body lost its support, collapsing to the ground like the other Navy soldiers killed by Liu Ze. A green light glowed, and a fine treasure chest quietly materialized above Colonel Mouse's corpse. Ding! Player has killed the plot character Colonel Mouse, gaining 5,000 general experience. Ding! Congratulations to the player for achieving the achievement PY Terminator. Liu Ze fell silent for a moment. Not seeing any notifications in the system indicating an increase in hatred from the Navy faction, he let out a slight sigh of relief. In Pirate OL, as long as one is not caught on the spot, there is room for maneuvering. Like now, Liu Ze had directly killed more than 10 Navy soldiers and Colonel Mouse. But as long as the Navy hadn't received the news, there wouldn't be any changes in faction information. Bet. Hurry. Go get Arlong's big saw and disguise the wounds you made. Liu Ze quickly called out to Bet and started to set up the disguise. Now, apart from Liu Ze and Bet, there were no survivors left. As long as the disguise work was done well, who would know that they were the ones who killed Colonel Mouse? As for the fishmen brought by Arlong, although Liu Ze hadn't taken care of them, they had already been turned into a sieve during the Navy's first round of gunfire, so there was no chance for them to leak any information. Thus, Liu Ze and Bet worked hard to create the illusion that Colonel Mouse and a group of Navy were killed by Arlong and his subordinates, and that Arlong was killed by him, which allowed Bet to go to the village to call the villagers to handle the aftermath. Liu Ze waited in place for someone to carry him. After a series of battles, he was completely drained of energy. As for why Liu Ze went to such lengths to do all this, it was no joke. Just Arlong's head alone was worth 20 million berries, not to mention the bounties on the other officers' heads. If he became a wanted target of the Navy just for a trash like Colonel Mouse, how could he exchange for the bounty? This was all money. Lying down in the shade of a tree, Liu Ze thought seriously. All right, the wound is fixed now. Remember to change the dressing on time, avoid water, and most importantly, no fighting. An old man wearing sunglasses looked at Liu Ze, who was bare-chested with a bandage on his left shoulder, giving medical advice. I'll try my best. Thanks for the trouble, Dr. Gao. Liu Ze smiled, nodded, thanked him, and then stood up to walk out of the room. Captain, only these are still alive from the Arlong pirates. The once desolate street was now bustling with noise, as countless villagers surrounded the bound and defenseless fishmen, punching, kicking, spitting, and throwing stones, using all kinds of methods to vent their anger. Calling out to Liu Ze was Evans, who was also bandaged up. He looked helplessly at the villagers' actions, unsure of what to do, waving his unharmed right hand. Liu Ze smiled at Evans and said, "It's okay. Let the villagers vent. As long as Arlong's heads are still in our hands, that's all that matters." Liu Ze took a few more steps and entered a room where Beat was sitting inside, bored, dealing with 3 heads, those of Alone, Kluobi, and Jiao. Jiao had still not held on and had gone cold, while Xiao Ba was tied up in the corner, his injuries hastily treated, still in a coma. Liu Ze really held back. Otherwise, Bet would have another head to deal with now. It's always you who does the dirty and tiring work. Liu Ze nodded to Bet, offered him some words of comfort, and then changed the subject to ask, "Has this octopus fisherman woken up?" Bet first smiled at Liu Ze, whose shoulder was fully wrapped in bandages, implying that since Liu Ze was hurt like this, who else would do the job if he didn't? And then glanced at the little octopus in the corner before answering Liu Ze's question. "No." "Then let's do this. Take these 3 heads and this guy. Let's rest for a bit, and then head to Road Town to claim the bounty." Liu Ze nodded and went outside again, looking at the villagers whose faces were revitalized. Liu Ze smiled and went to find a Jian. "We've dealt with Along's gang. You quickly take the villagers to a long park to collect valuables and make up for everyone's losses. Don't let anyone else get there first. After collecting the valuables and distributing them to each family and the victims from other villages, notify the Navy." Liu Ze emphasized. In his view, the EC Navy's 16th Division managing the sea area was already falling apart and completely untrustworthy, which is why he added this statement. Whether a Jian and the others would follow through was up to them. Liu Ze could only do this much for them. Regarding Liu Ze's suggestion, a Jian nodded noncommittally, indicating that he would immediately organize the villagers to go to a long park. "When you go, bring Beitei along. We're not trying to take a share of the spoils, but Beitei is quite capable. If you encounter enemies you can't handle, you can leave it to him." Liu Ze added another explanation upon seeing a Jian's doubtful gaze. "Cough, you're overthinking it. Nuo Chi Gao, take good care of Mr. Ken Wei and the others. I'll organize the villagers to go to a long park right away." A Jian coughed lightly, instructed Nuo Chi Gao to entertain Liu Ze and his group, and prepare to head outside. As a Jian walked out the door, only 2 people were left in the room. Nuo Chi Gao turned to Lu Zhe, her sly gaze containing admiration. So, Mr. Kenway, how do you want me to take care of you? Looking at Nuo Chi Gao's spirited yet beautiful face, Lu Zhe felt a stir in his heart and smiled as he approached the girl. Of course it's Chapter 63. The young girl after a fierce battle. Lu Zhe and Nuo Chi Gao, whose tan skin was slightly flushed, were sitting at the dining table eating. The food was quite simple. It was just a mixed fried rice that Lu Zhe had casually made. With half of his shoulder bandaged and his arm not functioning well, it was difficult for Lu Zhe to make anything complicated, not to mention that after continuous battles, he felt as if his body was nearly emptied, leaving him little energy to think about cooking. This is so good. How could it be so delicious? I was right next to you the whole time you were cooking. The moment Nuo Chi Gao took the first bite of fried rice, her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Lu Zhe. She swore that this could be said to be the best fried rice she had ever eaten in her life. Seeing the satisfied expression on the girl's face, Lu Zhe smiled and playfully said, "It's a chef's secret. If you won't tell me, that's fine. But thinking that after you leave, I won't be able to eat such delicious fried rice anymore. I really can't bear part with you." Nuo Chi Gao pouted, speaking with some regret. At this moment, her demeanor in front of Lu Zhe was quite different from her usual cool, independent, and spirited self. She seemed to have taken on a more tender demeanor, no longer like a little beast full of exclusion. In the past, Nuo Chi Gao's gentleness would only show in front of her sister Nami, her deceased adoptive mother Belmir, or perhaps a Jian, but now there was one more person, Lu Zhe. "So come sail with me, and I'll protect you." Lu Zhe looked at the girl's uniquely charming face, his azure eyes filled with seriousness. "No, I want to stay here and take care of the orange tree left by Belmir." Nuo Chi Gao looked at Lu Zhe with a moment of distraction, then decisively refused his invitation. For her, this Edward Kenway, who seemed to have fallen from the sky, was strong, handsome, gentle towards women, and could cook well. He could be considered the best man she had ever encountered in her life, in every aspect. But in Nuo Chi Gao's heart, the most important existence, aside from her sister Nami, was the orange tree left by Belmir. Now that Along was dead and her sister Nami was finally free, her only remaining concern was the orange tree. With the village restored to peace, Nuo Chi Gao only wanted to stay in Cocoa Village to protect the orange tree. She also understood that Lu Zhe couldn't possibly stay in such a small village for her, so it was better to simply refuse. What happened between them was merely a young girl repaying her admired hero, nothing more. Looking at the girl before him, Lu Zhe fell silent for a moment before smiling and nodding. "I understand." Since she wasn't willing to go with him, Lu Zhe had to respect her choice. After their conversation, the atmosphere suddenly became dull. Lu Zhe looked at the girl who was silently eating her rice and couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her blue short hair. "You don't have to come with me. But I saw in a frame in your room that you have a sister named Nami, right? Why haven't I seen her?" Suddenly, Nuo Chi Gao raised her head sharply, her mouth full of fried rice and still chewing. But her gaze was alert as she stared at Lu Zhe, as if to say, "Isn't it enough that you ate my sister? Now you want to set your sights on my sister too. Beast." Lu Zhe cleared his throat awkwardly and quickly explained, "I heard that there's a girl named Nami in Cocoasia Village who seems to be very skilled in navigation, and my ship happens to need a qualified navigator." Suddenly, Noki Gao burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. If she hadn't swallowed her food already, Lu Zhe would probably have something more on his face now. "Ha ha!" Looking at Noki Gao, who was laughing uncontrollably, Lu Zhe felt a bit confused. After a while, Noki Gao finally stopped, wiped away her tears of laughter, and looked at the bewildered Lu Zhe. "I just didn't expect Mr. Kenway, who kills without blinking, would show such an expression in front of me." I couldn't help but laugh. As she spoke, Noki Gao laughed again before telling Lu Zhe about Nami. "Nami has gone out to make money. I don't know when she'll be back, and I won't interfere with her choices. If you want to take her out to sea, you'll have to find her yourself." Lu Zhe nodded to show understanding, but inside he felt a pang of frustration. It's one thing that he couldn't convince Zoro and Sanji, but how come there's not even a shadow of Nami? Is there really no one in the Straw Hat Pirates that I can recruit? This shouldn't be the case. Am I really going to have to look for Usopp? Shaking his head, Lu Zhe dismissed the thought. Usopp's growth period is too long, and his personality flaws are also a problem, making him unsuitable for Lu Ze's plans. "But you dare to laugh at me. It seems you still don't know how formidable I am." Raising his head to look at Noki Gao, Lu Zhe didn't hesitate to grin mischievously and hoisted the girl onto his shoulder with one hand, locking the door and heading into the room. "No, Mr. Kenway, spare me. It still hurts there. Do you really not want to come with me?" At the port, looking at the increasingly alluring girl in front of him. Lu Zhe asked once more. No, Mr. Kenway, I wish you good luck. Noki Gao smiled, gently hugged Lu Zhe, and then retreated to a GNS side. Despite her reluctance, Noki Gao chose to stay in town to guard the orange tree left by Belmare. Please take good care of her, Lu Zhe said seriously as he looked at Jian. Of course, Jian replied impatiently, his tone filled with resentment, as if his own cabbage had been trampled by a pig. When Jian learned about Lu Zhe and Noki Gao's situation, he was almost in despair. This girl, I asked you to take good care of him, but I didn't mean it to this extent. So much so that from that day on, during the time Lu Zhe and the others were recovering and waiting for Nami to return to the village, Jian no longer showed Lu Zhe any good face. All right, if there is any trouble you can't solve, just call me. Nodding, Lu Zhe finally said this and didn't say more, jumping straight onto the ship to let Evans and Bet set sail. Luz had already bought a phone bug and had given the phone number to Nokigo. Even Bartolomeo could call back to the East China Sea to ask his grandmother about navigation problems from the New World. So there was no reason for him not to have a signal. At least that is what Luz thought. Well then, goodbye everyone. The sails filled with wind. The ship sped up, and Luz bid farewell to the crowd, finally turning to Nokigo with a gentle smile before turning away. Watching the small boat gradually fade into the distance and the increasingly blurry figure of the blonde, Nokigo couldn't help but throw herself onto Aijin's shoulder and burst into tears. Chapter 64. Achievement rewards. Silently standing at the bow of the ship, Luz looked expressionlessly at the vast sea before him, his golden short hair, casually tied up, being tousled by the sea breeze. Is the captain really not taking that blue-haired girl with him? She seems to really like you. It was still the chatty bird, speaking up at the most inappropriate moment. Luze's sixth senses are incredibly sharp. How could they not hear Nuo Chigao's cries after leaving such a short distance? He was just feeling annoyed and wanting to be alone by the sea for some peace, when Beite suddenly made a remark that really made him want to hit someone. Look at how smart Evans is, staying silent at a time like this. And then look at you. Luze really wanted to kick this guy into the sea with a strong kick. In fact, when Luze watched the original One Piece, he had a good impression of the character Noki Gao. He felt a bit regretful for not being able to visit Coco Village in his past life. And now that he had the chance to interact with her in this life, he liked her even more and felt his wish had come true. But who knew that the girl would actually be unwilling to leave with him? Now he was genuinely a bit annoyed. The idea that romance between natives and players in Pirate OL could never have a happy ending was simply not true. As long as the affection or loyalty level reached above 95, along with enough points, Luze could completely take this girl to reality without any future troubles. But the problem was that she didn't want to leave because of the orange tree left by her adoptive mother, which held special significance for her. So there was really nothing he could do about it for the time being. At least, it was impossible before he had his own territory and ship. So for now, he could only let her be. After giving Bert a fierce glare, Luze actively changed the subject. It's a pity that Noki Gao's sister Nami hasn't come back yet. Actually, we are not in a hurry. If it weren't for Arlong and the others' heads being in such a bad state that they couldn't be recognized, we could wait a bit longer. I hope we can encounter them again in the future. We really need a qualified navigator. At this point, Luze's tone was filled with regret and sadness. Arlong is dead, and what is Nami doing out there? Hasn't she thought about coming home to see her sister after so many days? Luze and his companions have been staying in Coco West Village for nearly half a month, without any special medicine and relying only on their physical recovery. Their injuries were almost healed, yet they still hadn't seen her. For the sake of the bounty, Luze had no choice but to set off for Roger Town. Speaking of the bounty, the disguises that Luze and Bet made were indeed effective. Although the Navy that came to investigate the scene had their suspicions, they couldn't find any flaws. They only took the bodies back for further examination. If nothing unexpected happened, Luze and his team should still be able to go to the Navy base as planned to make some money. Forget it, you keep an eye on the course. And I'll check on the ingredients and that octopus fishman. Luze shook his head and briefed Bet and Evans before heading to the cabin. During this time, he had been with Nokigo every day and hadn't had any time alone, so Luze hadn't even looked at his post-battle rewards. He glanced at the anesthetized Xiaoba, confirming that there were no signs of awakening, and then he felt relieved to start sorting out his rewards. Although Aaron's weapon, the great saw blade, was of rare quality, it was heavy and didn't fit Luze's style, so he asked Bet, and Evans was interested, and Evans ended up taking it. Despite the great saw blade not being a conventional longsword, he wielded it quite skillfully, so Luze didn't meddle further, thinking about where to find a suitable knife for Bet. The only valuable weapon was Aaron's knife. while Xiao Ba used all plain weapons that Lu Zhe didn't even bother to look at. Then Lu Zhe opened his personal panel and clicked on the achievements interface. This time, he had a lot of achievements to sort out, so he prepared to organize these established rewards before looking at anything else. 6 Sword Style. Defeating the self-proclaimed 6 Sword Style octopus, Xiao Ba proves that having more swords does not necessarily mean being stronger. Achievement Reward. Blade and Sword Weapon Affinity 5. Friend of the People. You save more than 20 villages from the evil dragon pirates, making you a friend of the common people. Achievement Reward. Initial Favorability 10 when facing unfamiliar neutral or kind factions. Strongest in the East Sea. You defeated the highest bounty in the East Sea, Aaron, and can truly be called the strongest in the East Sea. Achievement Reward. Intimidation 10, Negotiation 10 in the East Sea, Intimidation 20, Negotiation 20. Enemy of Fishmen. After defeating the only pirate crew composed entirely of fishmen in the East Sea, you will face some rejection from other fishmen who have heard of your name. Achievement Reward. Damage 5 when facing fishmen, Initial Hostility 10. Ended before it began. Before the storyline mission even started, you and your team completely resolved the mission target, leaving no opportunity for others. Achievement Reward. Epic Random Gift Pack 1. Redemption. Your defeat of Aaron allowed you to save a girl's soul and body before someone else could. Achievement Reward. Nami's Favorability 50. Waterless Fishmen. Using your clever mind, you defeated the entire evil dragon pirate crew in a waterless environment, proving that fishmen aren't that strong under reasonable tactics. Achievement Reward. Swimming 20. The beginning of a legend 2. From being unknown to reaching the top, you're already on the path to writing a legend. Achievement Condition. Kill the highest bounty in the sea area within 60 days of achieving the beginning of a legend achievement, without having a bounty or navy rank. Achievement Reward. Luck 2. PY Terminator. Aaron and Colonel Mouse colluded and violently ruled over the surrounding villages for years, and your appearance ended their actions. Achievement Reward. Anyone trading with you will subconsciously make a mental judgment when they want to take advantage of you. Lu Zhe is feeling a bit uncontrollably excited right now. He doesn't know how long this wave of achievement rewards will last for him, especially the legendary Beginning 2 Luck 2 and the epic random gift pack that ended before it even started. These two things are completely beyond his imagination. Lu Zhe never expected that the beginning of the legend would actually be a chain achievement. With the combined rewards of the two achievements, Lu Zhe now has a luck of 3, which is simply terrifying. However, from Lu Zhe's own recollection of Luffy's growth trajectory in the original work, it seems that the series of achievements for the beginning of the legend might end here. It's just uncertain whether there will be similar achievements in the future. While flipping through the achievements, Lu Zhe suddenly noticed one he had missed before. Judging by the name, it should have been obtained after defeating Sanji at the Bar Thai restaurant. At that time, he was too tired to pay much attention and fell asleep directly, and later he just ignored it. Sanji's rival, Yu, who have been completely defeated by Sanji in culinary skills, have been regarded as a lifelong rival by him. Achievement Reward. -10 consumption for the life skill culinary, and a bonus of 10. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sanji truly deserves to be one of the highest representatives of culinary skills in the world of One Piece. An achievement like this actually gives me such a huge bonus. Lu Zhe marveled at the achievement reward and recalled the series of achievements for the beginning of the legend, and he immediately decided to compete with Sanji a few more times. Chapter 65, The Fisherman's Oath. The generous achievement rewards made Lu Zhe feel a surge of excitement that was hard to control. To calm himself before facing the final storyline task rewards, he decided to open a box first to cool down. Lu Zhe organized the treasure chests, and this time he obtained 2 blue rare chests and 1 green fine chest, which came from Alron, Kruby, and Gio. In Lu Zhe's gains this time, the chests obtained from killing enemies were not the main source. The achievement rewards and storyline task rewards were. Although Oralakbi and Gio were not killed by Lu Zhe himself, Bet and Evans were members of the same adventure team as him, and under the system's judgment mechanism, the characters killed by them would also yield chest rewards without being reduced. After all, if you find team members based on your own skills, how could the system determine that the indigenous people or players killed during a joint battle with you cannot generate corresponding rewards? However, correspondingly, if the enemies are not killed by members of the indigenous team that the player directly controls, no chests will be generated for the player. In other words, if a player merely joins a team led by an indigenous person, the characters killed by other indigenous members will not generate rewards for the player, at most providing a small share of general experience. Similarly, Enemies killed in cooperation with unrelated indigenous people also follow this rule. Whether rewards are generated depends on the contributions made by the player during the kill. With a Luck 3 buff, Luze, feeling that he had already defied fate and caught a glimpse of the goddess of luck's glory, was too lazy to ponder further and directly chose to open Gio's green chest. With a flash, a green light burst forth, illuminating Luze's face with a vibrant green hue. Pretending to be bored, Luze yawned, thinking smugly. As expected, it's as simple as drinking water or eating. Without much thought, Luze reached into the chest, wondering what good items could come from someone like Gio. What the heck? Is there such a thing? Looking at the blue glowing item in his hand, Luze couldn't help but curse, his tone filled with a mix of astonishment and newfound knowledge. Name, Spitting Notes type, skill book quality, rare attribute. Can be used to enhance the skill level of ranged skills after use, with a maximum increase to mastery level. Special effect, none remark. Contains various insights from the Fishman Gio regarding spitting saliva, which can facilitate improvements for most ranged methods. This is a good item. Judging by its rare quality, it likely came out due to the glow. If Luze's only ranged ability, the hot weapon, light firearm, wasn't already at mastery level, he would definitely be envious. However, the remark and the name of the skill book really made Luze feel overwhelmed with so many points to criticize that he didn't know where to start. TSK. Forget it. On to the next one. Luz looked at the skill book in his hand, smacked his lips, and put it away. He then picked up the second chest to open, which turned out to be Kruby's. No flash? That's not bad, Luz casually remarked, and once again fished out a skill book glowing with a faint blue light from the chest. Name, Fishman Karate Attributes, Strength Skill Category, Attack Effect, attacks the enemy by unleashing water waves through a straight punch, shock waves, or by using special techniques to produce water droplets. Consumption, Stamina Learning Conditions, Strength and Constitution above 15. Hand-to-hand combat, proficient. Remarks. This is a special technique exclusive to Fishmen or merfolk from the Fishman Karate Dojo on Fishman Island. Unlike Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, which excels in manipulating water currents, Fishman Karate relies purely on brute strength to win. This is quite a dilemma. Should I learn it? Looking at the skill book in his hand, a rare conflicted expression appeared on Luz's face. If he mastered Fishman Karate, he would have a suitable means to deal with fishmen even underwater, preventing him from falling into a predicament. However, that's all it would bring. It wouldn't provide much more improvement. After all, he didn't actually lack offensive capabilities, given his already well-rounded ability system. TSK, if it were Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, I'd learn it without hesitation. I'm really curious about that technique of manipulating water currents. Luz sighed and decided not to learn it, instead putting the skill book away and taking out the last chest, which was richly glowing blue with hints of purple. This would be a waste for me to learn Fishman Karate myself. It's better to keep it for later, whether to cultivate other members or sell it to players. Last one, this is Arlong's, Luz said as he rubbed his hands together and chose to open it. Swish! A burst of azure light filled the dark cabin, illuminating it with a shimmering blue glow, resembling the deep sea. It flashed. It looks like the chances of getting an epic item are quite high, Luz thought excitedly, quickly reaching into the chest filled with watery blue light. After a brief search, Luz grabbed an item and pulled it out without thinking. A purple light glimmered, and the chest vanished in a flash. What is this? Luz looked at the uniquely shaped Fishman statue in his hand, which bore an 80 resemblance to Arlong, with an expression that was both strange and shocked. He never expected to pull out something that had only appeared in rumors from his previous life. Name, Oath of the Fishman type, special item quality, epic attributes. Using it will transform your race into a sawtooth shark man. Special effect, none tip 1. After transforming race, the player may lose or downgrade abilities that do not align with the new race or experience unknown changes. Tip 2. After transforming race, all relationships with other natives and factions will be reset to 0. Remarks. This is a condensation of the source of life of the Fishman, allowing you to change your race, shed your old self, and embrace a new life. The Fishman seems to have great potential. Luz looked at the purple glowing Fishman statue and immediately decided its fate. It was impossible for him to use it himself. He would never use it in this life. You should know that using this to change your character's race could potentially affect your real-world body's genes, causing some minor changes as your strength increases and reflects back on your physical body. Even though these were just rumors he'd heard in his previous life, and he didn't know if they were true, he would still express his gratitude for not wanting to risk it, even with a 1 in 10,000 chance. If it were a mythical beast-type devil fruit, I might consider it, but to pollute my genes for a fishman lineage? Huh. Luz scoffed arrogantly, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. I should accumulate more good items. It would be best to get that fruit. Once the players get rich relying on these things, I can make a killing. Luz held the statue and smiled heartily. Chapter 66. Life Potion. The treasure chest rewards were almost at an end. The rewards from Geo and Kruby's chest were just average, not giving Luz any surprises, but Arlong's chest truly gave Luz a delight. The Oath of the Fishman might not be very useful to Luz, but for some wealthy players eager to try something new, it could be considered a peerless treasure second only to the devil fruit. While Luz was also curious about what it felt like to swim freely underwater with gills, he wouldn't pay the hefty price of changing his own genes and being contaminated by foreign genes just for the experience. Carefully storing the Oath of the Fishman in a small box, Luz took a deep breath to calm himself down, waiting until he was composed before opening the quest panel to settle the quest rewards. Ding! Player and their adventurer group contributed 98 to the storyline quest of saving Cocoa Village. Reward distribution in progress. Ding! Player received 58, 300 storyline points. Ding! Please select 5 items from the following options as quest rewards. 20,000 storyline points B, 50,000 universal experience C, 2 free attribute points D. Random advanced skill 1 E, random weapon equipment of at least rare grade 1 F, random item of at least rare grade 1 G, random class template acquisition information H. Random special item 1. The initial storyline points calculated were based on basic kill rewards from Arlong and the other leaders, along with the scatter minions. All summed up for Luz. The subsequent rewards would only appear once the contribution to the storyline quest reached a certain level. Looking at the options listed by the system, Luz rubbed his rough chin, lost in thought. First of all, storyline points are very important. As currency, they can be exchanged for weapons, equipment, items, skills, and even the devil fruits of storyline characters who died in the quest. They are also essential consumables for bringing storyline characters into reality. The specific cost depends on the character situation. Then there's the universal experience. A whopping 50,000 points is enough for Luz to push 1 to 2 basic skills from proficiency to expert, which is a significant experience gain. As for free attribute points, there's no need to say much. In a game like Pirate OL, where there are few direct ways to enhance attributes, the value of free attribute points is no joke. Luz didn't consider the skills at all, not to mention that his ability system was already well-rounded. But the skills obtained here would be directly infused and synchronized to the player rather than in the form of skill books. If the skill drawn is useless or doesn't team match Luz's path, it would be a waste. It's better to choose other options. The next options for random weapon equipment and items were even more troublesome, although it was stated that they would be at least rare grade. It didn't mean that the chances of obtaining higher grade items were very high. It was entirely possible to end up with something useless if luck was low. In his previous life, Luz would have never chosen these purely luck-based options, starting with a broken wooden stick. However, Luz thought about how he now had 3 luck, and he couldn't help but feel restless inside. What if he drew a devil fruit or a supreme great knife 12 work? That would be a huge profit. Think again, think again. Luz suppressed the restlessness in his heart and forced himself to calm down. It was better not to make random selections. Otherwise, winning a lottery might lead to rewards like a crematorium, which would be too thrilling. As he continued to look down, the information about the random job template was not very useful to Luz, not to mention that he already had a preliminary plan for his career. The fact that the information was randomly given meant he had no idea what job he would draw. If it turned out to be something like a human demon boxer, that would be quite funny, right? When he reached the last special item option, Luz couldn't help but hesitate. This special item covered a broad range, and in general, anything from Xiao Feng's ballet shoes to Nami's swimsuit could potentially be drawn, and they could guarantee they were the original versions. Moreover, for some reason, this option had a certain overlap with the random item draw option, with the devil fruit being one of the overlapping items, along with large ships and items from other worlds also included in the draw options. If luck was on his side, it was not impossible to directly draw the Ark of the Covenant or Sun Wukong's cloud. However, the gamble with this option was too great. Those who chose this reward often either lost everything or became overnight millionaires. According to statistics from board players, 90 of those who selected the special item option ended up with nothing, while the remaining 10 were split into those who broke even and those who became rich overnight. After thinking it over, Luz decided to reject the special item option and chose options A, B, C, E, and F instead. Ding! The player has gained 20. storyline points. Ding! The player has gained 50,000 general experience points. Ding! The player has gained 2 points of free attributes. Ding! The player has obtained the equipment Black Feather Cloak. Ding! The player has obtained the item Life Potion. Name: Black Feather Cloak. Type: outerwear. Quality: rare. Attributes: Constitution 1. Agility 1. Special effect: Feather. When activated, the wearer's movement speed 20, evasion efficiency 10, jumping ability 20, lasts for 300 seconds, once per day. Note: a cloak decorated with feathers, symbolizing lightness, will also bestow lightness upon the wearer. Name: Life Potion. Type: recovery. Item quality: epic. Attributes: restores 100 health points to the user within 3 seconds and maximally heals all injuries, including fatal ones. Special effect: none. Note: named after life, it is destined to give you a second chance at life. If the first piece of equipment, the Black Feather Cloak, was standard, the second item, the Life Potion, was a big win. Luze didn't even glance at the stylish trench coat adorned with some black feathers. His eyes were solely focused on the vial of potion in his hand. Even in the dimly lit cabin, the potion in Luze's hand didn't appear dull at all. The vibrant green liquid in the transparent test tube emitted a faint glow, like the tender buds in spring illuminated by sunlight, full of life and bringing hope. To put it bluntly, drawing a life potion was almost equivalent to drawing a new lease on life. This reward draw was a huge win. As long as he had this vial, his life was finally secured. Holding the potion, which resembled liquid crystal, Luze looked somewhat mesmerized, then grinned as he put on the black feather coat and carefully stored the life potion close to him before leaving the cabin. Chapter 67. The final assessment: 1,000 recommended votes for an extra update. After organizing the gains from Kiki West Village, Luze decided not to continue staying in the cabin with Xiaoba. As for the epic random gift pack that had ended before it even began, Luze felt that he had used up too much luck in one day and needed to take a break before opening this unexpected gift pack. After all, it was an epic level random gift pack, something he had never seen in his previous life. Luze thought to himself as he closed the system panel and stepped out of the cabin. Oh right, regarding the 300 points of storyline credits. They were of no use. Luze took a glance at this time's point store and found nothing that interested him, so he decided to save them for later use. Wow, Captain, you're so handsome. A surprised exclamation came from the side. Judging by the tone, it was definitely Beta again. That outfit really suits you, Captain. You look so cool. Evans couldn't help but compliment as he watched Luze walk out of the cabin. Luz lowered his head to glance at the black feather coat he was wearing, smiled nonchalantly, and jumped onto the cabin roof, carelessly collapsing onto a lounge chair. Even if you two are speaking the truth, don't expect me to give you extra food. Luz's voice floated from the cabin, indicating that he was already handsome enough. And no amount of flattery would change that. Hearing Luz's words, Bet and Evans exchanged glances, shrugged, and ignored him. With no response from Bet and Evans below, Luz didn't say anything more either. He adjusted his position on the lounge chair and opened the mission panel. He had already completed the first 2 prerequisites, so it was time to check the conditions for the third task. Breakthrough Assessment Task. Extraordinary Task Description. To reach the extraordinary level, you need to complete the breakthrough assessment to break the level limit and advance to the extraordinary rank. Task requirements: 1. Defeat all chefs at the Sea Restaurant Barati with your culinary skills completed. 2. Kill an extraordinary creature with at least 1 attribute reaching 25 points or above completed. 3. Kill 100 of your own duplicates. Can start. Task reward: promotion to extraordinary failure penalty. Assessment attempts -1. Defeating oneself is considered one of the hardest assessments. Luz looked at the generated third task condition, a faint and strange smile appearing on his face. Among the various assessment tasks compiled by players in his past life, defeating one's own duplicates was directly ranked among the top 10 in terms of difficulty. These duplicates possessed 100 of the player's attributes and skills, and under the system's control, they were devoid of emotion and had overwhelming combat abilities. Except for a few exceptionally skilled players, almost all players ended up kneeling before their own duplicates. It's a bit ironic that I can't defeat myself. However, this assessment task that had troubled countless players was quite simple for Luz. This was simply because his true strength far exceeded what was displayed on the system's personal panel. Apart from his culinary skills, almost every one of his actual skill levels surpassed what was shown on the personal panel by 1 level. Thus, even though the duplicates had exactly the same attributes as Luz when it came to combat techniques, it was a different story. Moreover, because the 6 styles required corresponding attributes to break through to the extraordinary level to be used freely. They were recognized by the system and generated as skills on the panel. Luz, on the other hand, was proficient in the 6 styles, allowing him to use them even when his physical attributes barely met the requirements. But due to system restrictions, the skill for the 6 styles was not present on his attribute panel. Thinking about this, Luz asked himself how he could possibly lose to a duplicate of himself that didn't know the 6 styles and had an actual skill level lower than his own. If I lose with such a huge potential advantage, I might as well go back to Kakaxia village and help Noki grow oranges. Luz thought confidently, unhesitatingly planting a flag for himself. Without further ado, let us quickly complete the final step to break the level limit. After clicking on the option to start the assessment, he directly chose to begin. He had already asked the system earlier. The assessment would not affect his main body remaining in place, as it was only his consciousness entering the assessment space, and he could start at any time. Ding! The player has chosen to start the task. Would you like to enter the assessment space? Friendly reminder, all equipment and items will be sealed during the assessment task. Players and duplicates cannot use equipment or items, nor gain equipment bonuses. Please prepare accordingly. Oh, it looks like I can't use equipment, making the battle even easier. The sudden prompt surprised Luz again. After all, the equipment he wore, whether it was the Sea Spirit Ring or the Black Feather Coat, had high practicality in actual combat and often produced remarkable effects. Since he couldn't use them now, it undoubtedly made the upcoming battle even easier for Luz. This requirement, which should have increased the difficulty, actually reduced the task's difficulty for Luz, and he happily chose to enter the assessment directly. In a pure white space, a figure suddenly appeared, followed by a burst of light, revealing a person who looked exactly like him right in front of him. They even copied my appearance exactly? I'm a bit unaccustomed to this, Luz thought while looking at his duplicate not far away, habitually complaining. Ding! The assessment will start in 10 seconds. The countdown begins now. Please prepare, player. With the system's prompt, a huge red number appeared between Luz and the duplicate, starting to count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. With the number hitting 1, Luz didn't hesitate. He suddenly exerted force with his legs and vanished from his spot. The duplicate, seeing Luz suddenly disappear, momentarily hesitated in its cold and imposing demeanor. Although it quickly reacted and took a defensive stance with its knife, it was still a step too late. Finger gun, rainstorm. Luz's body suddenly appeared beside the clone. With a twist of his muscular arms, his fingers as strong as steel, shot towards the clone like raindrops in a storm. The clone, caught off guard and unable to defend in time, was hit hard by Luz's barrage of attacks. The hand holding the knife was particularly targeted by Luz, resulting in broken tendons and shattered bones, and a long knife was knocked away, no longer posing a threat to Luz. After taking a heavy blow, the clone had several blood holes appear on its body, including some in vital areas. Unfazed, it continued to move, trying to escape Luz's attack range. However, due to its inferior footwork compared to Luz, it was unable to shake him off. Yet, in its evasive maneuvers, it managed to dodge multiple attacks and was not killed in a single hit by Luz. Where do you think you can run to? Shave. Moonwalk. Luz watched the constantly dodging clone, let out a loud roar, and stopped his arm that was nearing its limit. He then pushed off the ground with force and jumped upward an unprecedented speed at a diagonal angle towards the clone. His long thighs exerted power like a long whip, distorting the air and forming a crescent-shaped arc of energy that slashed down fiercely at the clone below. Raging foot, falling moon, thud. The clone couldn't dodge in time, and the arc of energy slashed down at an angle, directly slicing off half of its head, which disappeared in a spray of red and white. The clone was dead. Luz struck with lightning speed, not giving the opponent a single chance to use their abilities, and ended what should have been a fierce battle in a short time with a torrential assault. At this point, Luz finally advanced to the extraordinary level. Chapter 68. Breakthrough. After defeating the clone, Luz completed the assessment. The pure white space dissipated, and his consciousness instantly returned to his body. Ding! The player has completed all assessment requirements, and the extraordinary advancement assessment is complete. Player advancing. Congratulations to the player for breaking the rank limit and advancing to extraordinary. Ding! Detected that the player's breakthrough attributes are strength, constitution, agility, intelligence, and spirit. The difficulty and rewards for the assessment are both set to 500 for single attribute breakthroughs. The advancement rewards are being randomly distributed. Ding! The player has broken through to extraordinary with the strength attribute. Please choose two of the following three options as advancement bonuses. A. Strength 2B, Strength Specialist. Whenever you make a related judgment based on the strength attribute, you will gain a bonus of 5 strength. C. Bodybuilder. Solid muscles can effectively defend vital points against enemy damage, reducing normal damage by 10 and decreasing enemy critical hit chance by 10. The advancement was still ongoing, and at this moment, Luze had no time to think too much. He needed to secure the 2 points of strength attribute. And there were indeed many terrifyingly strong characters in the world of One Piece. To confront them, it was better to be cautious, and as for damage, Luze was confident in finishing battles quickly, so he chose A and B. Ding. The player has broken through to extraordinary with the Constitution attribute. Please choose two of the following three options as advancement bonuses. A. Constitution 2B, Recovery Constitution, Self-Healing Ability 100C. Strong and sturdy. Convert Constitution attribute into additional life value at a ratio of 100 and increase physical strength by 20. Here, Luze hesitated for a moment, choosing to give up the Constitution bonus and instead selected B and C. The combination of these two options greatly exceeded the benefits of just 2 points in Constitution, completely transforming Luze's physical condition. Ding. The player has broken through to extraordinary with the Agility attribute. Please choose two of the following three options as advancement bonuses. A. Agility 2B, Fleet-footed, Movement Speed 20C, Lightning Reflexes. Nerve Reflex 10 movement speed wasn't urgent for Luze, who could compensate with Shave and Moonwalk, so he unhesitatingly chose A and C. Ding. The player has broken through to extraordinary with the Intelligence attribute. Please choose two of the following three options as advancement bonuses. A. Intelligence 2B, Anomaly Resistance, against elemental attacks or abnormal states based on intelligence attributes, such as freezing, burning, illusions, confusion, charm, etc. Gain a resistance bonus of 5. C. Quick-witted. Learning Efficiency 10. Luze's existing learning efficiency was already sufficient, but he had almost zero elemental resistance. Future enemies would include many Devil Fruit users, so having a basic level of resistance would be beneficial. For future battles, Luze chose A and B. Ding. The player has broken through to extraordinary with the Spirit attribute. Please choose two of the following three options as advancement bonuses. A. Spirit 2B. Mental Will, Spirit Resistance 10C. Mental Aura. Create a mental field around your body. Anyone who looks directly at you will undergo a mental judgment, and those who fail will be mentally dazed for 12 seconds. Option C seemed somewhat redundant and unnecessary, as this ability could be cultivated through continuous combat, achieving the same effect. As for accumulating spirit resistance, who would complain about having more? He chose A and B. The player has broken through to the extraordinary rank, initially discovering the talents hidden within every human bloodline. Please choose one of the following three racial specialties as a reward. A. Learning Talent. Humans are known to be one of the strongest races in learning ability, Learning Efficiency 10. B. Environmental Adaptation. Humans have footprints in almost every corner of this world due to their strong adaptability, suffering a -10 debuff in any adverse environment. C. Handy. The greatest difference between humans and other creatures is the ability to make and use tools, increasing efficiency by 10 and item quality by 10 when crafting any item. This is an option available to all players after breaking through to extraordinary, randomly drawn from human racial talents. Luze took a look and chose B. There were many places in the Grand Line with favorable environments. The advancement rewards have been distributed. Congratulations to the player for being the first to break through to the extraordinary rank. The first breakthrough reward, an epic random gift pack, has been issued. Please collect it yourself. With that, Luze completed his selection of advancement rewards. Because of the system, time seemed to freeze during the selection. Now that the choices were made, he felt countless streams of heat like lava surging through his body, transforming him and bringing intense tingling and pain. At the same time, he could also clearly feel the transformation of his body and the exhilarating sensation of his strength increasing every second. As Luze broke through to extraordinary, his aura also surged, drawing the attention of Bet and Evans below. Captain? Feeling Luze's increasingly powerful aura, Evans cautiously asked, afraid of disturbing him. Fortunately, the time for system enhancement was not long, and Luze's breakthrough quickly ended. He flipped over and leaped up, joyfully using Moonwalk to run a few circles in the air before returning to the ship, looking at the surprised and confused expressions on Bet and Evans. He couldn't help but smile faintly. It's nothing. Just broke through a strength bottleneck after a nap. TCH. Facing Lu Zhe's boastful words, both of them snorted in unison, rolling their eyes and ignoring him. However, the shock and joy on their faces did not fade. The shock was due to Lu Zhe's aura being so powerful that it almost extinguished any thought of resistance, while the joy stemmed purely from having a strong captain. After all, in such chaotic times, strength was everything. If the captain grew stronger, their prospects would naturally broaden. If they weren't happy, that would be strange. Your captain is in a good mood, so I won't hold it against you. Lu Zhe looked at the two, rolling their eyes, chuckling and pretending to be generous, then laid back down in the reclining chair, not even bothering to check the epic random gift pack from the system, preparing to open his personal panel instead. But immediately, a grand voice accompanied by a flood of red system notification text stopped him in his tracks. System announcement. Congratulations to player Edward Kenway for being the first to break through to the extraordinary rank. 3 system announcement. The first player to break through to the extraordinary rank has appeared. 1 hour later, the server will undergo a 3-day system update. During the update, the game as storyline will continue as usual, but players' game characters will temporarily disappear. Please prepare accordingly. 3. Is it starting? Lu Zhe's eyes narrowed, and his expression became serious. Chapter 69. Just broke through and already at the peak? However, Lu Zhe's initially tense expression only lasted a short while before he relaxed, turning into a nonchalant smile. In his previous life, the first player to break through the extraordinary tier appeared only after a system update, and that guy quickly faded into obscurity after gaining just a single attribute breakthrough. However, in the previous life, the system update began only after the storyline progressed to the point where Luffy entered the Grand Line, and at that time, no player had even touched the edge of the extraordinary tier. But this time, before Luffy even set sail, the system update was triggered by Lu Zhe's breakthrough to the extraordinary tier. Now Lu Zhe, this little butterfly, has indeed stirred up a great storm, pushing the development trajectory of Pirate OL in a direction completely different from his previous life. It's worth noting that Luffy hasn't even set sail yet, and the main storyline hasn't officially started, yet a majority of the players on the planet are about to arrive. Who knows what kind of chaos these players appearing so early will bring to the world and how the storyline will develop. However, although the sudden system update has somewhat disrupted Lu Zhe's plans, his strength is already far ahead of the players, so he doesn't feel panicked about this unexpected turn of events. As long as his strength is sufficient, it doesn't matter how chaotic the storyline becomes. He can just crush through it. After all, he has already completed the only storyline task in the East Sea to save Kokoyashi Village, and the other storyline characters cannot generate system-recognized tasks due to their insufficient strength, so Lu Zhe doesn't care what the players will do with them. Moreover, storyline tasks are not only generated around the Straw Hat Pirates. Any situation at sea that meets the conditions can potentially generate storyline tasks for players to participate in. It's just that the Straw Hat Pirates are more conspicuous and easier to deal with. Furthermore, Lu Zhe's next goal is to cause some trouble in the Grand Line, and it's likely that players won't be able to reach that area anytime soon. With his current lead, it will be easy for him to maintain his advantage step by step in the future and become even more formidable in front of the players. At least for now, the impact from other players on him is not that significant. As for the future, he will only become stronger than he is now. He is already confident, so there is no need to mention how he LLB later. After mulling this over, with 3 days until the system update time, Lu Zhe decided not to think too much and directly opened his personal panel. There's still an hour left before he is forced to log off. And in such a short time, besides organizing his personal attributes, there doesn't seem to be much else he can do. At this moment, all of Lu Zhe's skills have reached the peak level of his previous life, and the corresponding physical synchronization and coordination have greatly enhanced his 5-dimensional attributes. Of course, with the consumption of his previous life's accumulated experience, this is also the last time he can boost his strength like a rocket. Meanwhile, the civilian profession has been leveled up to level 20 max after Lu Zhe consumed 45,000 points of general experience, granting him a 2 boost to all attributes. After breaking through the tier limits, Lu Zhe can finally use free attribute points, so he directly allocated 1 point each to his mental and intelligence attributes. His profession also gained the fighter profession template due to the 6 styles and the devil wind leg. Profession: Fighter, mastered, attribute bonus, strength 3, constitution 3. Agility 3 special effect bonus, 10 attack power in unarmed combat template skill. Strength Burst consumes 30 stamina to unleash a single blow with 200 attack power. Evaluation. You have mastered multiple advanced skills in unarmed combat, making you a formidable fighter in the fighter domain. Thus, with the accumulation of this life and the depletion of his previous life's resources, Liu Ze, having just broken through the extraordinary boundary, has surpassed the peak strength of his previous life and once again stands before a new bottleneck. Character panel name: Edward Kenway. Race: human. Title: Nearshore Killer, enemy of fishmen, strongest in the East Sea profession. Civilian: max level, chef, expert, swordsman, novice. Fighter: mastered, tier, extraordinary peak, pseudo-epic. Health points: 100 strength, 31, 1 constitution, 32, 2 agility, 31, 1 intelligence, 29 mentality, 30 luck. 3 note: the average attributes of normal adults in the One Piece world are 10. These base attributes are results obtained from scanning the player's body by the system. Talent: not activated specialties. Exceptional talent: Iron Will, Storm Baptism 2, Robust Health, Beast Instinct, Environmental Adaptation. Basic skills: Survival at C21, Swimming 46, Performance 17, Deception 13, Negotiation 38, Intimidation 72, Bandaging 14, Blocking 18. Life skills: Navigation, Novice, Cooking, Expert, Extreme Cooking, Chef Template skill, Combat skills: Cold Weapons, Long Knife, Expert, Basic Swordsmanship, Expert, Meditation, Expert, Focus Swordsmanship, Novice, Iaedo, Swordsman Template skill, Unarmed Combat, Expert, Hot Weapons, Light Firearms, Expert, Basic Footwork, Expert, Talent Hypnosis, Mastered, Devil Wind Leg, Novice, Shave, Mastered, Moonwalk, Mastered, Gale Foot, Mastered, Paper Drawing, Proficient, Finger Gun, Proficient, Iron Block, Novice, Life Return, Novice, Strength Burst, Fighter Template skill. Experience points: 838. 647. The 6 styles belong to a utility type ability and do not provide attribute bonuses upon leveling up. While Life Return was indeed limited to that level in Liu Ze's previous life, and it is a cultivation type skill that cannot be increased with experience points. Otherwise, Liu Ze's intelligence attribute would also be pushed over 30, leading to another round of all attribute breakthroughs. After calculating the bonuses, Liu Ze didn't expect to achieve a significant tier breakthrough in his strength, having just crossed into the extraordinary tier and standing at a new level. Generally speaking, reaching the epic tier means one is considered a notable strong person even in the Grand Line, with most of the 7 warlords remaining at this level. However, their strengths vary, with the weaker ones possibly having just over 30 points in 1 or 2 attributes, while the stronger ones may have multiple attributes close to 40 points. This also highlights how much some of the 7 warlords are inflated. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, after completing the breakthrough, Liu Ze has indeed reached the peak of his life. Is this too fast? In my previous life, I toiled endlessly, grinding experience and practicing skills just to push my strength to the middle of the extraordinary tier, and this time I've surpassed it immediately after the breakthrough. It feels so unreal. Looking at the attribute panel, Liu Ze's eyes widened, and his expression became somewhat dazed. The speed of improvement is so fast that it gives Liu Ze a strong sense of unreality, prompting him to blurt out, "Could it be that I really have a cheat?" As soon as he said that, Liu Ze shook his head repeatedly. No, no, no. How is that possible? Liu Ze, do not have a cheat. However, if that's the case, the next things will be much easier. Turning off the attribute panel, Liu Ze revealed an unprecedented triumphant smile on his face as he watched the sunset gradually descending on the horizon, murmuring to himself in a barely audible voice. Chapter 70, Real-World Arrangements in the dimly lit room. The silver game pod, which flowed with light, slowly opened. Soft lights automatically illuminated the room as a tall man, still somewhat dazed and wearing a t-shirt, crawled out, shedding his clothes as he walked toward the bathroom. Without the barrier of clothing, the man's muscular physique was unmistakable, with clearly defined muscles that did not appear fierce at all. Instead, they showcased a streamlined appearance full of strength. With each movement, every muscle on his body slowly undulated, presenting a unique beauty of power. As he turned on the shower, Liu Ze adjusted his state while rinsing off, trying to adapt to the discomfort brought on by suddenly leaving the game. Although the game pod had its own body cleaning and nutritional replenishment mechanisms, at this moment, taking a shower was clearly the minimum respect for his body. Clenching his fist, Liu Ze estimated his current physical condition and frowned slightly in discomfort. It's probably similar to my state before the breakthrough, with all attributes at level 20. Could it be that the breakthrough speed was too fast and there wasn't enough time for my real body to respond, so I couldn't break through the extraordinary limit? That seems to be the case. Liu Zhe could feel his body gradually strengthening at an almost imperceptible rate. As long as he gave his physical body enough time, he was sure that he would soon reach the level he had in the game. Oh, it doesn't matter. I haven't offended any forces in reality, and this level of strength is enough for self-defense. After taking a shower, Liu Zhe wiped the water off his body and thought nonchalantly. 3 days, just enough time to go there and arrange some things. Lying on the bed, Liu Zhe leisurely thought about the updates he had already planned for these 3 days. That's how it is. I'm an example myself. Do you want to join me in Pirate OL? Liu Zhe spread his hands and smiled as he asked the 3 young men and 1 woman in front of him, who looked to be around their early 20s. In front of them was a regular fruit knife and several identical rectangular stone blocks that had been cut into pieces, clearly a demonstration Liu Zhe had prepared for them. The group exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions, and immediately answered Liu Zhe without hesitation. We are willing. Great. Welcome aboard. Liu Zhe smiled happily. Even though he was confident they would join him, their prompt agreement still made him very pleased. Hey, Liu Zhe, you're too formal. With the care from your uncle and aunt towards the orphanage, let alone this great opportunity, we would follow you through fire and water just for a word from you. Without even frowning, one of them, a more mature and sunny young man compared to the others, complained a bit, clearly unhappy that Liu Zhe didn't treat them as his own. Exactly. If it weren't for the help from your uncle and aunt back then, our orphanage wouldn't have survived. The other few chimed in, their tone filled with closeness to Liu Zhe. All right. Yang Zhe, you guys don't need to say more. There's no need to bring up the past. Liu Zhe waved his hand, signaling them to stop, and continued. After the update is complete, you can enter the game and explore on your own. The sea in Pirate OL is filled with all kinds of adventures. Following me might not be as beneficial as developing on your own. I've already given you the distribution of forces and abilities in the 4 Cs and the Grand Line. Just follow your own personalities and preferences to develop. This vast sea is unimaginably expansive, far larger than Blue Morning Star, and surprises might come at any moment. Oh, and one more thing. The system in Pirate OL doesn't come with built-in communication. Our only means of communication is through the phone bugs. I'll give you the numbers later, so feel free to contact me with any questions. My strength has reached a bottleneck, and I'm about to enter the Grand Line, so I'll wait for you. After you gather on the Grand Line side, after passing Reverse Mountain, I'll take you on board. All right, one more thing. Never treat the natives in the game as ordinary NPCs. Just treat them as real living beings like us. This game is unrealistically realistic, so don't underestimate them. Liu Zhe patiently advised the group of young boys and girls before him, who were just like his younger siblings, clearly explaining the various points of caution in Pirate OL. Only after they all memorized the information did he nod in satisfaction, preparing to leave. As for writing it down, at this stage, this information was too precious. If it accidentally spread, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Liu Zhe chose to have them memorize it instead. Tomorrow marks the end of the update, and the update content has not been announced yet, so be prepared. I've already ordered the game pod, and it's on its way, so you don't have to worry about the money. All right, I'm leaving now. See you at the bottom of Reverse Mountain in the Grand Line. Don't let me down, Liu Zhe said to the few people in front of him, and although he told them not to disappoint him, his tone was full of confidence in them. Oh, by the way, remember to pay attention to the list I left you. If you encounter anyone in the game, you can try to recruit them. There are also other capable and reliable people you can consider. Just as he was about to step out the door, Liu Zhe turned back to emphasize this point again. No problem, brother Liu Zhe. You can rest assured, we will pay attention. The she is fushed, and it's difficult for Liu Zhe alone to gather outstanding players from his past life. With their help, it will naturally be much easier. He had already instructed Bet and Evans to find a small island to rest for a few days, so there shouldn't be any problems. Back home, Liu Zhe sat at the table, pondering whether there were any mistakes in his arrangements. He had already contacted all the reliable people he could find in reality, and everything seemed fine. The game update would synchronize with the outside world in 3 days, and for sea travel, 3 days would pass in the blink of an eye, which would be very safe. TSK. This is just the beginning, thinking about this and that. And when the time comes to expand the business, wouldn't it tire him out? Liu Zhe chuckled at himself, took out his phone, scrolled through it, and selected a number to call. Hey, Chinyu, don't say I'm not righteous. Go back and tell your dad to get ready. Something big is going to happen tomorrow. Less nonsense, trust me. It'll be fine. Also, the game pod I ordered for you is already on the way. So get into Pirate OL and create a character to prepare for the game. Don't say you don't play games. By tomorrow, even if your dad disagrees. He'll force you to play. Don't ask me so much. You'll find out tomorrow. All right. My ID is Edward Kenway. You can check it out. And I'll have your back from now on. Slap. Ignoring the continuous questions from the other end of the line, Luze hung up and smiled with satisfaction. Kid, this time you owe me one. Chapter 71. Rotown knowing how much impact today's system announcement would have on the outside world. Luze didn't waste any more time. He didn't reread the reports on the same event, but instead lay down in the game pod early and entered the log interface, waiting for the game update to complete. He only took the risk to remind Shinyu because he was a rare friend. He wouldn't say more than that. With a system prompt indicating the update was complete, Luze chose to enter the game without hesitation. His consciousness gradually elevated. Then he suddenly felt a sensation of falling until he landed, returning once again to the world of One Piece. Regaining his senses and feeling the powerful force within his body, Luze smiled comfortably. This was his true strength. In the real world, he felt as if he were in a cage, and that feeling of being bound by his power was truly uncomfortable. With no issues with his body, Luze surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was likely inside the ship's cabin. The ship was stable and showed no signs of rocking, indicating it was on land rather than at sea. He nodded in satisfaction, knowing that Bet and Evans must have followed his instructions to find a small island to rest. So that was fine. As for the update content announcement, Luze had already seen it on the login interface. It was just as it had been in his past life, and the outside world must be in an uproar by now. As for the issue of belief, as long as players adjusted their modes, it wouldn't take long for the attributes of their character roles to reflect in their real bodies, and at that point, it would be clear what was true or false. Not to mention, aside from Luze, there were always players who pursued excitement by launching the real freedom mode. With such a long time of accumulation, although their attributes couldn't be as exaggerated as Luze's, they should still noticeably feel the transformation of their real bodies. There should still be a buffer period. Taking advantage of this time to enter the Grand Line and completely leave other players behind would be the right course of action. Turning off the system prompt, Luze thought as he walked out of the dimly lit cabin. The brilliant and blazing sunlight shone directly on his face, and Luze squinted his eyes. Before he could take a good look at his surroundings, he heard Evans' voice beside him. Captain, you're back. Oh, my captain, you're finally back. I've been starving these past few days. Without you, the dry rations we made ourselves were absolutely terrible. Following Evans was Bet, and from his words, it seemed that his appetite had been spoiled by Luze's cooking. Even as dry rations, he was picky about Luze's preparation compared to their own. As Luze's eyes adjusted to the sunlight, he looked at the two on the beach with a pained expression, rolled his eyes at Bet, and only nodded at Evans. Luze didn't know how the system worked. He only mentioned that he would be leaving for 3 days. As for how he would leave and return, Bet and Evans had no doubts at all, as it seemed the system had already arranged everything. Looking at the time, Luze shrugged and smiled at the two of them, saying, all right, you've worked hard these 3 days. Let's catch some game on the island, have a good meal, and then head to Rodtown. Y'all, long live the captain. Bet and Evans cheered in unison, without a second thought, grabbing their knives and rushing into the island's woods, kicking up a cloud of dust behind them. They had been observing this small island for 2 or 3 days, familiarizing themselves with the animals and their distribution. They hadn't acted sooner due to their lack of cooking skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to gnaw on dry rations. Well, the dry rations made by Luze were tastier than the meat they could roast themselves. So what could they do? After rewarding Evans and Bet, who had been waiting somewhat miserably on the deserted island, Luze and his group quickly set off again towards Rodtown, the last stop on the EC map. According to Luze's plan, after they first went to the naval base in Rodtown to claim their bounty, they would then sweep the weapon shop for the 3 generations of the Cursed Sword and the Snow Sword, preparing to head towards the Grand Line. As for what Zoro would use, Luze wasn't worried. With his secondary protagonist Aura, the system would naturally arrange for him to get a new sword according to the storyline. Regarding how to reach the Grand Line, they currently only had 3 people. If they couldn't find a qualified navigator, hitching a ride on a merchant ship heading to the Grand Line would be a good option. After all, compared to relying on Luze's basic navigation skills and taking chances, merchant ships that dare to venture to the Grand Line would definitely have reliable navigators and helmsmen. Traveling with them would undoubtedly reduce their risks significantly. The only problem was whether Luze and the others could find a suitable merchant ship that trusted them. Also, they couldn't have bounties on their heads. Otherwise, let alone finding a merchant ship to hitch a ride, with Smoker's temper, They might be chased down with swords just for visiting Rogtown. Luze hadn't yet figured out hockey, and encountering that guy's smoke fruit would still be quite uncomfortable. However, this was not something to worry about for now, as they didn't have bounties yet and didn't need to consider so much. After a period of tedious sailing, Luze and his companions finally arrived at Rogtown. During this time, many players had confirmed and reported the game's ability to reflect character skills, attributes, and other capabilities into reality. Every day, more new players were joining the game, ranging from those who had just turned 18 to relatively healthy elderly people, all flocking in, stirring waves in the sea and brewing future tidal waves. However, for Luze, this was already a given, so he didn't think much about it. He was currently focused on finding a suitable docking spot at the port of Rogtown. As they got closer to Rogtown, the number of ships passing by them increased, and upon reaching here, the docking spots were nearly filled with various vessels. Cargo-laden multi-masted sailboats continuously docked and departed, creating a bustling scene at the port. Finally, next to a row of large ships, Luze and his group found a spot where a few small boats could dock side by side, with some gaps left for smaller boats. So this is Rogtown? It really is lively. Bet couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of the unprecedented prosperity before him. Evans, standing beside him, didn't speak, but the astonished expression on his face clearly revealed his emotions. Seeing the two of them looking like country bumpkins in the city, Luze helplessly patted his head, thinking, no matter how you look at it, these two still have a long way to go. As for Luze, not to mention he had spent some time in Rogtown in his past life due to joining the Navy and was already tired of the scene before him. His experiences in Blue Morningstar after his reincarnation were also not enough to stir excessive emotions about a prosperous port town. It was just a small scene. After paying the docking fee for the small boat, Luze didn't waste any more time and jumped onto the port, calling to the two who were still in awe, "Stop looking. Evans, guard the ship. Bet, take those 3 heads and the octopus Xiaoba, and also our share of the goods that we exchange for gems and berries. Just bring me and your own stuff. We're heading to the naval base to claim our bounty first." "Okay, coming." At Luze's call, Evans and Bet quickly reacted, rushing into the cabin to fetch the items Luze wanted and the bound Xiaoba, helping Bet jump onto the shore. "Evans, I'll take Bet to claim the bounty first and find a good sword. Then I'll come back and let him switch places with you. Bet is still using the sword he got from the village blacksmith, and my flute was bitten by Arlong, so I need to change swords. You don't need to hurry since you have the big saw sword, so it's up to you to guard the ship for now," Luze explained to Evans while standing on the shore. "All right, no problem." Evans nodded without hesitation. Then a sly smile appeared on his face as he said, "But Kenway, can I lie on your lounge chair for a bit?" Seeing this guy, Luze was taken aback for a moment, then raised his hand, pointing at Evans while laughing and scolding. "Oh, you Evans, you've been coveting my throne for a long time. Haven to you." Evans waved his hands repeatedly, awkwardly denying Luze's words. I dare not. I dare not. It's just that this spot is safe and convenient." "All right, lie down, just don't break it." Luze waved his hand impatiently, agreeing to his request. After finishing up with Evans, Luze didn't waste any more time and headed into the town with Bet. As they walked, Luze couldn't help but sigh at the thought of his small boat, thinking, it really is time to change ships. If it weren't for the pirate cruise ships being too big before, we wouldn't have been crammed onto this small boat we got from Buggy for so long. Thinking about the ship, Luze calculated the public property on board and realized he was quite wealthy, which made him decide, since we're not short on money now, and Rogtown has a decent shipbuilding industry, if we can't find a merchant ship heading to the Grand Line, we might as well buy a single-masted or double-masted sailboat. Just as Luze was pondering about the ship, some people in the surrounding crowd were also sizing him up. "Hey, look, ISNT that Kenway the Great. Unbelievable. With his strength, he is probably preparing to enter the Grand Line. Hey, he is the first player to break through the extraordinary. How strong do you think he is in reality? I bet he can flip a small car with one punch. Hey, we just happen to run into him. Let us post and see what the other great players say." As Rogtown is the most unique town in the East Sea and also the headquarters of the East Sea Navy, it naturally attracted many players. Luze didn't feel much about their presence, as long as they didn't interfere with him. Moreover, even the top players from his past life were no match for him at this stage. If he encountered them, it would be best to recruit them. But if they wanted to court death, Luze would also teach them why the flowers were so red. Oh, by the way, it seems that Quirky Guy is in this naval base right now. After passing through the archway of the port, as Luze walked, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a guy in heavy armor, wielding a big sword and shouting in the name of justice while running around and cutting people His character name is Garen. This guy has many friends, like a happy windman named Yasuo, Happy Windman and Happy Windman. However, he calls himself the Blade Master of the Gale. One is a fool and the other is flamboyant, yet their strength is quite impressive. In a chance encounter, they hit it off and decided to travel together. During the time before Liu Ze was killed by Blackbeard in the Marineford War in his past life, they made quite a name for themselves in the Grand Line. As for now, this Garen guy is probably still a rookie in the naval base in front of him. It's uncertain whether Yasuo has even entered the game yet. Should I try to recruit such a fool? A potential god-level player is right in front of me, yet Liu Ze hesitated on whether to recruit him. What a joke. Bringing such a fool on board, how would I live my life? TSK, let's see first. This guy does have potential, but it seems like the timing is still too early. He probably hasn't even eaten that devil fruit yet. Bringing him on board now might hinder his development and wouldn't hold much value. Shaking his head, Liu Ze decided to take it step by step. If this guy has already eaten the fruit, then Liu Ze would definitely give it a try. If not, he would get to know him first and let him be. Luz, accompanied by Bet, crossed the street and arrived at the bustling square of Rogue Town. Apart from the most prominent town hall, the execution platform where GOLD, Roger, was executed also stood here. However, the place that once held the solemn atmosphere of the Pirate King's execution now seemed to have turned into a tourist attraction, devoid of its former gravity. Let's go. Let's check out the execution platform of the Pirate King. Luz called out a Bet and headed towards the platform amid the crowd. Is this really where the Pirate King died? It doesn't seem special at all. As they approached the execution platform, Bet looked it over and muttered in boredom. Of course, the execution platform itself isn't special. What is special is the person who was executed and the meaning it represents, Luz said in a calm tone, hinting at something elusive. All right, let's go. We need to head to the Navy base to exchange the bounty. After spending some time observing the platform, Luz called for Bet to leave. How could he, who had spent some time in Rogue Town in his past life, inexplicably want to see the execution platform of the Pirate King? Should he have grown tired of it by now? In fact, it was simply because, ding. Congratulations, player, for achieving the achievement start and end. Start and end. Rogue Town is the birthplace of the Pirate King GOLD, Roger, and also the place of his death. The beginning of the legend and the end of the legend. Requirement met. Stay under the execution platform of GOLD, Roger in Rogue Town for 3 minutes. Achievement reward. 2,000 Universal Experience. This free Universal Experience is a gift not to be missed. Leaving the square, they walked toward the main road, with the Navy base just ahead. Navy base halt. Chapter 73. New Legend Degree Navy base halt. Seeing Luz and Bet, who clearly didn't look like good people, especially with a fishman in tow, 2 Navy soldiers guarding the entrance to the base stepped forward, slightly adjusting their guns to prevent Luz and the others from advancing. Faced with the blocking Navy soldiers, Luz's temperament wouldn't lead to any glitch drama of "Do you know who I am?" Instead, he calmly displayed the bounty documentation issued by the Navy branch earlier, saying, "This is a bounty certificate specially issued to me after your commander was consulted by another Navy branch. I'm here to exchange the bounty. If you don't believe me, you can go in and consult your commander." After hearing Luz's words, the 2 soldiers exchanged glances. The watermark and stamp on the document were all in order, and with Colonel Smoker from the headquarters present, they figured these 2, who brought a fishman with them, wouldn't dare to deceive the East Blue Navy headquarters. So they agreed. All right, you wait here. We'll find someone to consult the commander. After saying that, the speaking soldier prepared to go inside the base to notify the commander. As they watched the other party leave, Luz suddenly mentioned his name. "Oh, by the way, Navy officer, my name is Edward Kenway. Your commander should know me, so it will be easier for you to answer if he asks." "What? You are Edward Kenway?" Upon hearing Luz's words, the 2 previously wary Navy soldiers exclaimed in surprise, their demeanor suddenly tensing up. And the soldier who was about to go inside found it hard to move. "Yes, that's right." Luz nodded, observing the now slightly trembling soldiers. "And couldn't he help but remind them? Can you go in and report now?" "Oh, okay. Kenway-sama, please wait a moment." They hurriedly replied and dashed into the base, leaving one nervous companion watching Luz and Bet. Seeing this, Bet couldn't help but mutter softly, "Is this how the Navy operates? I'm really learning something new." Luz shot a glare at Bet, causing him to stop talking, and he belatedly realized that he seemed to have made quite a name for himself in the East Blue. Even the 2 Navy soldiers who had only heard his name were this nervous. In reality, Luz's reputation in the East Blue had indeed grown significantly. In terms of legend degree, Apart from the initial pirate, he had accumulated 3 new legend degrees as his actions were spread by the natives or players. Pirate 2, Chef, and the strongest in the East Blue. Legend degree, East Blue Pirate 2. Encountering the Black Cat pirates at sea, you descended from the waves and single-handedly killed the provoking Catman brother. After extracting the whereabouts of the Black Cat pirates Captain Zango, you intended to take the treasures aboard and leave, only to be ambushed by the pirate offering the treasures. Although you emerged unscathed, in your fury, you not only killed most of the Black Cat pirates, but also blew up their ship, the Braku. After leaving, you found Captain Zango and killed him, thus annihilating the Black Cat pirates, with only a few pirates who survived the explosion spreading your reputation. However, your wave-walking skills have now caught the attention of certain individuals. Legend Degree 1. Legend Degree, East Blue Chef. Having made your name through murder and plunder, you initiated a culinary challenge at the Bartai restaurant, defeating the sous chef Sanji with absolute advantage in 4 cooking duels and winning Zeph's unique technique, the Devil Wind Kick. Afterward, the patrons who tasted your cooking spread the word, adding a different hue to your bloody reputation. However, your act of betting your 6 powers, along with the wave-walking technique you displayed during the annihilation of the Black Cat pirates, has raised suspicions and investigations regarding your identity. Legend Degree 1. Legend Degree, East Blue the Strongest. You and your team were caught off guard by members of the Dragon Pirate crew who were collecting bounties in Kokoyashi village. And without hesitation, you killed them all, saving the villagers. When the Dragon Pirate crew escadres arrived, you continued to take them down, ultimately killing Arlong, the highest bounty in the East Blue, after a fierce battle. From then on, some who feared your reputation or had ulterior motives began calling you the strongest in the East Blue, though not everyone agrees with this title, leading to hostility and resentment towards you. Legend Degree 3. With these 3 new legend degrees, along with the 1 point from the previous pirate, Luz now had a total of 6 points in legend degree. Under the influence and feedback of so many legend degrees, Luz's reputation had changed dramatically. His photo and information had long been placed on the desks of various forces, becoming material for their research. And he himself had become a potential target for these forces to guard against or recruit. In simple terms, after Luz's rise to fame in reality, he had also become popular in the game, at least in the East Blue. You are Edward Kenway. Colonel Smoker is waiting for you in the office. Please come with me. A short-haired girl with a pretty face, wearing glasses and a navy uniform, with a long sword at her waist, looked seriously at Luz and Bet. This was Tashiji. She indeed resembled Kuina from the photo at Dr. Kushiru's house. Looking at the female Navy officer in front of him, Luz couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, he simply nodded indifferently at her, and under the tense gaze of the nearby Navy soldiers, he followed Dashki into the Navy base along with Bet and Xiaoba. In his previous life, Luz had never been to the One Mind Dojo, so he naturally didn't know what Zoro's childhood friend Kuina looked like. Later, when he came to join the Navy, Smoker had already chased after Luffy to the Grand Line with Dashki, so he hadn't seen her either. It was only at this moment that Luz truly experienced how much these two, whom even Zoro could mistake at first glance, resembled each other. Upon entering the base, Dashki led Luz and the others through several buildings and into a room. She walked to a door marked Admiral's office, where some smoke was seeping out, knocked on the door, and said, "Sir, Edward Kenway has arrived." A deep and rough voice came from inside. "Come in." As his voice rang out, the smoke that seemed to seep from the room became even denser. Chapter 74. Smoker's wariness receiving the response. Dashki first skillfully covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve, then slowly opened the door. The moment the door opened, a thick cloud of smoke, carrying a tobacco scent, rushed out from the room. Looking around, the room was shrouded in smoke with very low visibility, and one could barely make out a tall and robust figure sitting within. Faced with the intense smoke, Luz frowned, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he inwardly complained. If it weren't for Smoker being a smoke fruit user, his ultimate cause of death would definitely be lung cancer. Luz was somewhat mentally prepared for the situation, but Bet was truly taken aback. Was the Navy base's commander so corrupt that he could use cigars as incense? Covering his mouth and nose to avoid the strong smoke irritating his nostrils, Bet exclaimed in shock towards Dashki, "Cough, cough. Are you guys on fire?" "Cough. Bet, don't say nonsense." Colonel Smoker is a natural-type devil fruit user. The smoke fruit user, who came from the Navy headquarters in the Grand Line. It's normal for him to like staying in smoky places. Luz lightly coughed and explained to Bet while moving toward the heavily smoky room. "Am I right, Colonel Smoker?" Luz sat down on the sofa with a smile. looking at the rugged-faced Smoker with short, silver hair standing upright. Luz pointed out Smoker's abilities and background ostensibly to explain to Bet, but in reality, Luz was telling Smoker that it's not just you who will investigate me. I'm also aware of your information. Just keep in mind not to go too far. Smoker stared sharply at Luz in front of him, remaining silent for a moment without answering Luz's question. He simply walked to the window, opened it, and let the smoke disperse. Colonel Smoker, I'm here to exchange for the bounty. In addition to the 16 million berries for the Black Cat Pirates' heads on that certificate, there's also Arlong from the Arlong Pirates, Crocodile, Jew, and Octopus Little 8. Can I claim them now? Looking at the imposing and wild Smoker, Luz spoke in a feigned, relaxed tone. Oh, by the way, the first 3 are heads, and I caught Octopus Little 8 alive. He is currently under my hypnosis, and doesn't he have much consciousness, so you can rest assured to take him back to prison. After a pause, he added, glancing at Bet behind him. Bet immediately understood and took out the box containing the heads of Arlong and the others from his bag, placing it on the table. Do you want to check it? Luz casually looked at Smoker while patting the box. Oomph. Smoker snorted coldly, glanced at the 3 boxes on the table and the somewhat dazed little 8 tied up behind Luz, and did not open the box. He simply picked up a certificate from the table and signed it. The method of showing strength without being too soft or too hard, which implicitly carries a threat, clearly makes Smoker very uncomfortable. Dasky, take Octopus Xiaoba back to prison and take them to collect the bounty. Smoker said coldly, handing the signed certificate to Dasky beside him. Yes, sir. Dasky gave a proper military salute to Smoker and prepared to lead Lu Zhe and the others away. You all follow me. Just as Lu Zhe and the others were about to leave, Smoker suddenly cast a cold gaze at Lu Zhe, who had a faint smile on his face. His expression serious as he spoke with a hint of threat. Don't try to cause trouble in Lowtown. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Yes, no problem. Smoker-san. Lu Zhe casually replied and followed Dasky out of the room, leaving only the back of his head for Smoker. Smoker watched Lu Zhe leave with a cold expression, muttering to himself, and suddenly had some thoughts. In his view, this bounty hunter Lu Zhe, who had dealt with multiple pirate crews and appeared harmless, was actually quite a dangerous guy. Initially, he hadn't taken Lu Zhe's deeds seriously. After all, what kind of strong individual could emerge in the East Blue? Known as the weakest sea? But after seeing him today, he realized that in his perception, Lu Zhe's strength seemed to be on par with his own, and even brought him a slight sense of threat. He was definitely not as simple as he had previously thought. Such a person, despite never having opposed the Navy or acted unjustly, should still be treated with caution given his impressive yet low-key strength. This kind of person either has no ambitions at all or is plotting something significant, and Lu Zhe, he couldn't help but feel that the latter was more likely. While thinking this, Smoker called over a Navy soldier and instructed, have the men keep an eye on Edward Kenway's movements. If he makes any unusual moves, report to me immediately. We've struck it rich. After leaving the Navy base with 2 large boxes of berries in hand, Bet's plump face was so excited it seemed to shine. Calm down, it's just a bit of money. Lu Zhe waved his hand nonchalantly, pretending to regard wealth as dirt. But inside he was thrilled. Wow, I've hit the jackpot. I'm gonna buy. TSK. If Smoker knew that the guy he was wary of was such a character, he might think he was overreacting. In his previous life, when Lu Zhe was with Buggy, he hadn't made much money, and later, when he joined the Navy, he was just a lowly salaried employee. This time, the money he earned was more than he had ever seen in his past life. How could he not be excited? With this money, plus their previous savings, they could not only buy the store's treasure, the fine blade snow walk from the weapon shop, but also quickly build a luxurious sailboat for the sea without any issues. Haha, let us go. Captain will take you to buy his sword. Lu Zhe couldn't help but smile, waving grandly to Bet with a rich aura, and he led the way toward the weapon shop. As for those who were watching the boxes in Bet's hands with greedy and malicious eyes, Lu Zhe expressed that if they were looking for trouble, they could come at him. Maybe in his good mood, he might leave them with a whole corpse. Welcome to our little shop. May I ask what the 2 customers need? Seeing Lu Zhe, who was dressed in a black trench coat and exuded an extraordinary demeanor, along with Bet carrying the money box behind him, the weapon shop owner's eyes lit up, secretly thinking that a big business had come, and he quickly squeezed out a smile to greet them. I heard your store's treasure is the fine blade snow walk among the 50 excellent swords. I want to buy it. Money is not an issue. Please consider it. Lu Zhe said with a lavish air, while looking at the somewhat obsequious weapon shop owner. The weapon shop owner was taken aback, immediately showing a difficult expression, and hesitated. Although Lu Zhe said money was not a problem, the weapon shop owner was also a sword lover, and, if possible, he didn't want to easily part with his beloved store treasure. You think about it. I'll browse in your shop first. Chapter 75. The sword and the man Lu Zhe looked at the weapon shop owner in front of him, whose expression was a mix of desire and reluctance, and sympathetically said, "Take your time to think about it. I'll browse around your shop for now." After speaking, Lu Zhe called out to Beat to find a knife he liked, while he pretended to casually look around the store. In reality, he was searching for the Sandai Kitetsu among the various swords. Once he found it, he would check its attributes first. After all, he didn't have the protagonist's halo. If the curse was too severe, then it would be better to leave it for Zoro. He would consider it as not being fortunate enough to wield it. Lu Zhe occasionally pulled out a long sword, sensing and examining it. As for the weapon shop owner, he wasn't worried. After all, the other party was a businessman. And as long as he was a businessman, there was a price involved. It wasn't a matter of whether to sell or not. Moreover, even if the owner was reluctant to sell, his wife would surely urge him to sell it when a lucrative opportunity was so obvious. After all, no matter how precious the sword was, for those who had seen a decrease in pirates coming to Roga Town due to Smoker's arrival and the subsequent crackdown, leading to a decline in business and income, it would still be a reliable source of income. While browsing, Lu Zhe suddenly remembered the curved blade hanging at his waist. After being bitten by Arlong, the damage status had appeared on its information panel, and the agility bonus in the attribute section was gone. He wasn't sure if it could still be repaired. After all, it was the first weapon he had with attributes in this life, and it would be nice to have it repaired as a keepsake. Although it could still serve as a memento, even if it couldn't be fixed. Having it repaired would make him feel a bit more at ease. Lu Zhe glanced at the weapon shop owner, who was sitting behind the counter, a bit lost in thought. He took down the knife and prepared to ask the owner whether it could be repaired. "Boss, could you take a look at this knife? It was damaged in battle by a saw-toothed shark man. Can it be repaired?" Lu stepped forward and interrupted the boss's dilemma, saying as he handed the knife to him. The boss, startled out of his thoughts by Lu's voice, instinctively took the knife and drew it from its sheath, examining it seriously. It was only then that Luz noticed the knife, which had accompanied him through many battles, was scarred and battered. The blade showed some irregular twists, with a clear bite mark embedded in it, and the distortion began from that point. There were also several nicks along the edge, making the whole knife seem as fragile as an elderly person on the verge of death. As a knife enthusiast, the weapon shop owner temporarily forgot his dilemma about selling the knife upon holding it, focusing intently on the blade in his hand. Watching the owner patiently test the knife and noticing the gradually furrowing brows, Luz braced himself. After a moment, the weapon shop owner sheathed the knife and returned it to Luz, shaking his head with some regret, saying, "The material and craftsmanship of this knife are just average, and its structure has been severely damaged. It can't be repaired." Luz fell silent for a moment, nodded to the boss, and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Then he quickly changed the subject. "So, as you can see, I need a good knife now. Shuezhou is very important to me, so name your price. I will definitely take Shuezhou to the pinnacle of this world. If I can't do it, I will entrust it to someone reliable. A famous knife should be taken out to face enemies. It's been sitting in the attic gathering dust. I can almost hear the lament of Shuezhou." Seeing the boss's interest piqued, Luz continued his persuasive talk, gradually swaying the boss's internal conflict towards selling Shuezhou to him. "All right, we'll sell it." A loud thud sounded as a large hand suddenly slammed onto the counter, and a formidable, muscular woman appeared beside the weapon shop owner, smiling at Luz. "Hey, wait a minute. Honey, I haven't thought it through yet." The weapon shop owner was taken aback and wanted to refuse, but the muscular woman shot him a glare, making him swallow his words. As this gentleman said, "What use is it to keep the knife? The store's treasure can't be eaten." The muscular woman shouted a few explanations at the weapon shop owner. Looking at this female hero, Luz was momentarily stunned, then quickly smiled and said, "The boss lady is straightforward, so name your price." Luz maintained a smile, but his tone slightly changed as he emphasized, "However, while I need Shuezhou, I'm not a sheep to be slaughtered. I hope both of you understand this." "Of course, Mr. Edward Kenway, your name as a raider echoes across the EC. How could we dare to cheat you in this small business?" The muscular shop owner's wife chuckled at Luz, indicating she recognized him and subtly praised him. After that, she pushed the weapon shop owner, saying, "Dear, name your price." Though the shop owner's wife was robust and straightforward, it was clear she respected her slender husband. An interesting couple, Luz silently evaluated in his heart, turning his gaze to the weapon shop owner, waiting for him to speak. 8 million berries. You can take Shuezhou for 8 million berries. The weapon shop owner hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and spoke. "All right, bet. Pay up." Luz replied without hesitation, calling out to Bet, who was eagerly looking at the knife while carrying a box and prepared to pay. Huh? The weapon shop owner and his wife were momentarily stunned, unable to hold back their surprise, probably not expecting Luz to not haggle at all. What? Is there a problem? Luz asked, noticing their expressions. No, I'll go get the knife for you right now. The weapon shop owner shook his head, turned, and walked upstairs. He felt a bit regretful, wondering if he had set the price too low after seeing Luz's decisiveness in paying. However, thinking about it, it was impossible for him to raise the price now. Not to mention that it would betray his feelings for Shuezhou, but more importantly, with Luz's formidable reputation, he had to be bold. Cash and goods must match. After counting the money for the weapon shop owner, Luz took Shuezhou from him with both hands. Drawing the long knife, Luz gazed at the patterns on the blade, somewhat entranced, murmuring, "The sheath is exquisite and magnificent. The blade is held by black lacquer, and the edge is a chaotic little T-shaped blade. This is indeed a quality fast knife, the 50-work Shuezhou. I hope Mr. Kenway can make good use of Shuezhou." "Thank you." The weapon shop owner, with a serious expression, earnestly entrusted Luz with the knife. As for him, Shuezhou was also an important part of his life. "Don't worry, I will make it shine on my journey in the future," Luz promised earnestly as he hung Shuezhou at his waist. Chapter 76. Shuezhou and the Third Generation of Guiche. After speaking, Luz glanced at Bet, who looked a bit envious, patted his shoulder, offering both comfort and encouragement. "You'll have good knives in the future. Come on, let's find you a reliable knife first." Saying this, he and Bet continued to check the various knife racks and barrels. However, now that Shuezhou was in hand, having felt its essence, Luz's most pressing need was to check its attributes. Name: Shuezhou type, long knife quality fast knife. 50-work quality, rare sharpness, 100. The highest sharpness for rare grade items is 100. Attributes: agility 2, special effect 1. Shuezhou, passive the knife light, is like snow. Cutting without a trace, sharpness 10, attack speed 10 when holding the knife. Special effect 2, quality fast knife, passive under the fast knife, there are no enemies. When colliding with weapons whose sharpness, attack power, is lower than its own, there is a 20 chance to directly destroy the opponent. Note: the sheath is exquisite and magnificent. The blade is held by black lacquer, and the edge is a chaotic little T-shaped blade. I'm a quality fast knife, 50 work, truly worthy of being Shuezhou. The first special effect alone raises its sharpness beyond the limits of the rare grade, and coupled with what seems to be a special effect that should be possessed by quality fast knives of 50 work, it is likely to perform surprisingly well in actual combat. Luz pressed the hilt of the snow knife at his waist, pretending to browse and select knives, while internally marveling at the attribute information of the snow knife that appeared before him, feeling quite satisfied. After witnessing the attributes of the snow knife, Luz's anticipation for the third generation ghost cut suddenly grew, and he casually closed the information panel, focusing intently on selecting a knife. He recalled that the third generation ghost cut was placed in the corner area priced at 100,000 berries, and as he thought, he began to consciously move towards the low-price corner area. However, when the weapon shop owner saw Luz heading towards the area where inferior knives were being sold at a discount, fearing it would ruin his business and lower the shop's status, he quickly called out to Luz, "Mr. Kenway, that area is filled with cheap, inferior knives that you wouldn't be interested in. Why not look at the knives in other places?" Hearing the shop owner's words, Luz raised his head to glance at Bert, who was still carefully selecting knives, and smiled casually at the shop owner, saying, "It's okay, I'm just browsing. You never know, there might be a famous blade buried in the trash." Feel free then," the shop owner replied, his expression changing slightly, unsure if he was thinking of the third generation ghost cut, as he awkwardly smiled and said no more. Judging from the owner's reaction, the third generation ghost cut should be among these barrels of knives. Luz thought to himself, directly extending his mental senses to carefully probe the knives in front of him. Since he had a targeted area, it would be easier to sense the target. His mental senses swept over ordinary, worn, weak knives that showed little sharpness, when suddenly he sensed a chaotic, bloodthirsty aura with a hint of corrosive power among them. Found it. Luz suddenly opened his eyes and directly reached out to pull out a plain long knife from several long knives, unsheathing it without hesitation. The knife in his hand had a longer blade, a larger curve, no blood groove, and the blade pattern was a typical flame pattern steel. When Luz held the knife, he could faintly sense an evil, bloodthirsty aura lingering within it, gradually eroding his mind with a captivating power, but his strong mental strength repelled it entirely. Wait, Mr. Kenway, that knife is not suitable. The weapon shop owner shouted in a panic upon seeing the knife in Luze's hand. Ding! The player is being eroded by the demonic blade power of the third-generation Ghost Cut. Mental attribute judgment in progress. Ding! Mental invasion detected. Steel heart. Will as sharp as a blade activated. Player immune to this mental erosion. Oof. Now that it's in my hands, you still want to make trouble. Luz let out a cold snort, and with his powerful mental strength, he skillfully condensed it into a bundle, striking fiercely at the third-generation Ghost Slash in his hand. A faint, sorrowful wail echoed in the spiritual world, and then the evil power that surged toward Luz from the third-generation Ghost Slash quickly retreated like a frightened beast, retracting into the blade and falling silent. Ding! The player has forcibly subdued the third-generation Ghost Slash. You can now view all its information. After completing all this, Luz turned to look at the weapon shop owner leisurely and said nonchalantly, "It's fine, I know it's a cursed blade." Then he added nonchalantly, trying to show off, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be the third-generation Ghost Slash." "All right, I'll take the sword too. Name your price." Luz hung the sword alongside Shue at his waist and said contentedly to the weapon shop owner, "But that S.A. cursed blade that brings misfortune and slaughter." The weapon shop owner hesitated. Although he wanted to get rid of the third-generation Ghost Slash as soon as possible, he felt reluctant to swindle Luz at this moment. "It's fine, I have already subdued it. How about this? It's mine for 3 million berries. The price of 100,000 berries is simply an insult to this famous blade," Luz said seriously, indicating that he could handle this sword. "All right," the weapon shop owner hesitantly agreed. In his view, Luz's strength might indeed mean he had already subdued this cursed blade. "Bet, pay up." Luz waved his hand, interrupting Bert's selection of swords again. "Don't look at me like that. I found these 2 swords myself. If you want a good sword, you have to find it yourself." Facing Bert's resentful gaze, Luz thickened his skin and said without changing his expression. Just as Bert was paying, Luz opened the information panel for the third-generation Ghost Slash, preparing to see what the so-called cursed blade power was all about. Name: third-generation Ghost Slash type. Longsword cursed blade quality. Rare sharpness 99. The highest sharpness for rare level is 100. Attributes: Strength 2. Special effects 1. Third-generation Ghost Slash. Passive: a bloodthirsty killing blade. When dealing damage to an enemy with this sword, one of the damage dealt will be converted into your health and stamina. Special effects: 2. Curse blade. Tame a blade of ill omen that brings curses. While wielding this sword, you will be eroded by its evil power. If your mental judgment fails, you will fall into a state of mental madness. After taming, it adds the same name active ability. Upon activation, enter a frenzy state, consuming 5 stamina per second to gain 10 strength and 10 attack speed. But you must make a mental judgment every 10 seconds. Failure will result in a state of mental madness. Note: blood and slaughter are the eternal destiny. Chapter 77. Actions from all sides. Seeking recommendations and collections. Just as Luz was happily buying swords in the weapon shop at the same time, several other places were also experiencing events closely related to him. Rogue Town, Navy Base, Smoker's office. Report, Chief. The 16th Division has sent the latest news. As the voice of a naval soldier sounded outside the door, Smoker, who was staring out the window with 2 cigars in his mouth, came to his senses and shouted, "Come in, Chief. This is the news just sent from the 16th Division, related to Edward Kenway." The naval soldier saluted Smoker and, while speaking, handed over the report in both hands. The autopsy report of Colonel Mouse, who died in Cocoa Village. Under the hint of a naval rookie, it was discovered that the wounds on them had signs of being fabricated, and, at the time, besides the deceased Aaron, only Edward Kenway and his crew were present. Suspecting Edward Kenway to be the true murderer of Colonel Mouse and others, Smoker flipped through the report, muttering with his cigar, and the more he read, the more his brow furrowed. "Oomph. Killing Navy personnel, and still daring to come to our Navy base to claim a bounty. Arrogant." Slamming the report on the table, Smoker said with a fierce expression, "Mobilize the troops to capture Edward Kenway. We must catch him before he leaves Rogue Town." Smoker stood up abruptly, putting his 10 hands, embedded with sea prism stone, into the leather sheath on his back and walked outside. "Yes," the naval soldier responded and prepared to jog down to relay the orders. Before he could take a few steps, Smoker added, "By the way, let Dasky take a small team to the port, find Edward Kenway's ship, and control the people on the ship. Don't let them have an escape route." "Yes, Chief. Is there anything else to add?" The naval soldier turned around, maintaining his salute, and asked again. The implication is that it's troublesome to clarify things all at once. It's annoying to go around in circles. Nothing else. Hurry up and notify the troops to gather. Smoker coldly waved his hand and strode out. Edward Kenway dares to so openly disrespect the Navy's authority. He must not be allowed to escape. Smoker thought silently in his heart, and his aura grew stronger. A little earlier in the East Blue Navy Branch, 16th Division. Thanks to you, Charlotte. Otherwise, we would have been deceived by that damned bounty hunter. Even someone like Colonel Mouse, who dares to kill our Navy, must pay the price. Immediately report to the chief and inform other Navy branches. We must not let that guy go free. He has dealt with so many ruthless pirates along the way. Allowing such a dangerous element to remain outside is a tremendous threat to our Navy's justice. We must report to headquarters and draft a bounty. We cannot let him go. Fortunately, you, Charlotte, discovered the issues with the corpse. Otherwise, we would have been fooled by him. What do you say? Join our department. You have a talent for this. Looking at the faces in front of him, some fearful, some angry, some irritated, and some expectant, the tall and slender Charlotte, with pale skin and slightly curly black hair, smiled politely. I still want to stay in the combat department, and we should quickly report the news to the chief. That Edward Kenway is still at large. Oh, right. Hurry up and report to the chief. At Charlotte's reminder, the others, who had been passionately arguing and wanting to recruit talent, finally reacted and rushed out. Meanwhile, Charlotte just followed behind slowly, the sunlight slanting across his pale face, casting half of it in light and the other half in shadow, creating an oddly eerie appearance. As he walked, he murmured absent-mindedly, with a hint of sharpness hidden beneath his lowered eyelids. Edward Kenway, you're only half a step ahead of us, great God. Ha! Everything is just beginning. Don't think that you're the only one in this game. If Liu Zhe were here, he would recognize this guy at a glance. Even in Liu Zhe's previous life, he was among the top players. Moriarty Charlotte, a player known for his meticulous thinking and mastery of various skills, always participated in large-scale plot events. He excels in physical techniques and is a performer of the acrobatic fruit ability, able to simulate various circus professions such as fortune-telling, juggling, fire jumping, air gunning, and shape-shifting. He is indeed an all-rounder, capable of responding well to various situations. His only drawback is that his teammates often encounter bad luck, which has led him to play alone over time. Therefore, he has formed a 2-5 club offline, consisting mostly of lower-ranking members from various organizations, meeting weekly for virtual gatherings to share information and resources. Now, just after he entered the game and before Liu Zhe had ever interacted with him, he had already set his sights on Liu Zhe. The reason is simple. A Navy soldier who had been good to him since he joined the Navy camp, teaching and guiding him, was killed by Liu Zhe. Yes, he was one of the dozen Navy members taken by Colonel Mouse to pick peaches. After discovering suspicious details from the corpse, Moriarty's only thought now is revenge. Colonel Mouse is already dead, and he cannot swallow his anger without taking down Edward Kenway. The game Pirate OL is so realistic that some players involuntarily invest emotions while dealing with the natives, and he is just one of many players. Back to the present. As Smoker ordered the Navy to mobilize, some strange individuals had also landed at the Rogtown port. A few people cloaked in gray robes, covering their heads and faces, were gathered together, whispering in a suspicious manner as if discussing something. Damn, Edward Kenway dared to rob Captain Buggy. I will make you pay. A sharp voice emerged from the gray robe, filled with a biting tone that sent chills down the spine. Hey, Machi, are you sure your information is correct? It was still the sharp voice. Report to Captain Buggy. Someone indeed saw a blonde, blue-eyed guy coming to Rogtown in a small boat. If he hasn't left yet, he must be here. Another gray-robed person riding on a lion with braided hair, seemingly trying to disguise himself as a motorcycle, hurriedly responded. At a glance, it was clear that our old friend Captain Buggy had come to trouble Liu Zhe. Chapter 78. Buggy's Revenge, with the legendary conqueror's hockey protecting him. Buggy certainly could not die from a simple ship explosion. In fact, he suffered no injuries during that explosion. Right after gathering his body parts and a portion of his remaining combat-capable subordinates, without first considering whether he could defeat Liu Zhe, he excitedly ran off to seek revenge. A few people unnecessarily cloaked in eye-catching gray robes gathered sneakily at the port. Spread out and look for him. Whoever finds that guy, immediately notify the others. Buggy aggressively assigned tasks to his subordinates, his tone revealing a rare seriousness that involuntarily brought admiration to the faces of his underlings. Noticing the change in his subordinates, Buggy became even more excited, feeling as if he was glowing and transcending at that moment. However, just as this moment of transcendence occurred, a voice suddenly interrupted from his side. "Hey, Captain Buggy." The unexpected interjection disrupted Buggy's speech, causing his momentum to falter. Buggy glared fiercely at the guy who interrupted him, ignored him, and took a moment to gather himself before continuing. "Once found, immediately notify the others. We must catch that guy Edward Kenway. Captain Buggy, look over there." Before Buggy could finish his sentence, it was the same person who had interrupted him, calling out again. Instantly, the carefully prepared words Buggy had organized fell apart, and the momentum and tone he had built up drained away like his body was emptied, losing the previous imposing presence that inspired admiration. "Daring to interrupt me twice. Do you want to die?" he shouted angrily, and a gloved hand shot out from Buggy's gray robe, grabbing the neck of the speaker. Buggy, no. Look over there." The person being choked, lifted into the air, struggled desperately beneath the gray robe, their face turning red and purple, while they pointed with all their might in one direction. Although Buggy was foolish, he wasn't stupid. Upon seeing his subordinate's reaction, he realized that the guy probably discovered something, so he loosened his grip a bit and looked in the direction he was pointing. That guy lounging on a deck chair looked a bit familiar. Buggy glanced over and saw a small boat docked at the port, with a strong black man lazily lying on a deck chair, soaking up the sun. "Captain Buggy, I got it. That's our ship." Machi, who was also looking over, suddenly shouted after staring for a while, startling those around him, including the black man on the deck chair, who looked up at them. "That's right. I remember now. That guy was with Edward Kenway at that time, treating me like a ball." Prompted by Machi's reminder, Buggy recalled who the person on the deck chair was. He then remembered the miserable moment when he was held up by that guy, and his anger surged, causing Buggy to drop the subordinate he was choking to the ground and soar up, shouting as he charged toward the small boat. Meanwhile, as Machi pointed and shouted, and he vaguely heard Edward Kenway's name, Evans realized those sneaky guys were up to no good. While thinking this, Evans maintained a facade of calm, but quietly reached for the large saw knife beside him, gripping the handle tightly. It turned out Evans' vigilance was not in vain. Seeing Buggy charging toward him and catching sight of the red nose exposed under the gray robe, he immediately remembered who Buggy was and recalled Liu Zhe's introduction of the clown Buggy's fruit ability and weaknesses. The split fruit user, immune to ordinary slashes without haki. Without a second thought, he flipped the large saw knife to use the thick back of the blade and swung it down hard at the charging Buggy. Seeing the heavy blade coming at him, Buggy did not dodge. Instead, he accelerated his charge, taunting Evans as he did so. "Ha ha ha, you idiot. A mere sword can't possibly hurt me." Boom! The heavy back of the blade struck Buggy with tremendous force, sending him flying like a baseball. Caught off guard by the unexpected blow, Buggy's face twisted in pain, and he completely lost control of his body, crashing into Machi and the others who were following behind. In an instant, no one from Buggy's side was left standing. "Let's go." With a single strike, Evans showed no hesitation in battle. He swiftly sheathed the large chainsaw, sword on his back, and charged into the ship's cabin. After a quick search, he emerged with a hefty bag slung over his shoulder and dashed ashore, running for his life. "Don't let him get away. Quick, chase him." Buck and his group scrambled to their feet, realizing that Evans was already far ahead. Buck shouted and led the charge after him. It must be said, Evans was indeed acting wisely. He's no fool. Just dealing with Buck alone might not be a sure win, not to mention that Buck had a whole crew with him. Only a brainless person would rush in recklessly. As for the ship, it didn't matter. It was stolen anyway. If needed, he could just steal another one. As long as he took away the entire fortune of a few people, everything else was beyond Evans's consideration. The urgent task was to quickly find Kenway and Bet. With the enemy at their doorstep, how to resolve this would depend on Kenway's thoughts. I remember Kenway said he was going to buy a sword after receiving the bounty, and the Navy couldn't be trusted, so he had to look for a weapon shop. While thinking this, Evans ran a distance with the heavy bag on his back. At this point, Buck and the others hadn't caught up yet, so he briefly considered and grabbed a passerby to ask for directions to the best weapon shop in town. After asking, Evans casually handed a stack of belly to the passerby, thanked him, and continued to sprint away. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Buck flying through the air while his crew was running wildly behind him. If he didn't run faster, would he wait for the other side to treat him to a meal? Meanwhile, while Evans and Buck's group were having a running competition in Rogue Town, Smoker, along with his naval subordinates, had split into several groups and surged into the small town from the Navy base. At the same time, a system prompt refresh made all players within the entire Rogue Town excited. Chapter 79. The whole town is the enemy system prompt. Area the small group side quest three-way struggle has been released. All players within the area can choose to accept it through the quest panel. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have triggered the quest 3-way struggle. Quest description: the Clown Buggy, White Hunter Smoker, Plunderer Kinway, Pirates and Navy, Avengers and Enemies, Justice and Evil. A collision between the three is about to erupt due to a twist of fate. Quest requirements: 1. Choose the Smoker, Navy, faction and help him capture Edward Kenway and Clown Buggy along with their crew. 2. Choose the Buggy, Pirate, faction and help him kill Edward Kenway and his crew while being obstructed by Smoker. Note: only one faction can be chosen, and one selected. It cannot be changed. Quest targets: Edward Kenway, player, Adams Bet, native, Ward Evans, native. Quest rewards: after calculating the contributions made by players in this quest, rewards will be distributed according to contribution size. Failure conditions: 1. Edward Kenway escapes from Rogue Town. 2. Smoker dies, Navy faction, or Buggy dies and is captured, Pirate faction. Achieving any one of these conditions counts as a failure. Failure penalty: none. In an instant, the players in the entire town were in an uproar. At this moment, in the weapon shop, what the hell did I do to deserve this? What kind of task is this? Luze stared at the suddenly refreshed system prompt with a confused expression and couldn't help but curse, ignoring the surprised weapon shop owner and Bet beside him. Luze prepared to check the system panel first. However, before he could pull up the system panel, the quest in his task panel refreshed again. Ding! Player Edward Kenway detected as the central figure of the quest. Task conditions changed. Player storyline side, quest 3-way struggle has changed. Now updated to kill or escape. Quest description: the Clown Buggy, White Hunter Smoker, Plunderer Kenway, Pirates and Navy, Avengers and Enemies, Justice and Evil. A collision between the three is about to erupt due to a twist of fate. As the center of the event, you need to defeat the vengeful Clown Buggy and the honor-defending Smoker or lead your team to escape from Rogue Town. Quest requirements: 1. Kill Clown Buggy. 2. Kill White Hunter Smoker. 3. Escape from the range of Rogue Town. Achieving the third item counts as quest success. Quest targets: the Navy led by Colonel Smoker and the Buggy Pirates led by Buggy. Quest rewards: after calculating the number of Navy and Pirates killed by the player in this quest and the final completion degree, reward will be distributed according to completion status. Failure conditions: 1. Adams Bet or Ward Evans dies. 2. The player is captured. Failure penalty: all attributes -2. Looks like my previous killing of Colonel Mouse has been exposed. And coincidentally, Buggy is also here seeking revenge? What kind of plot development is this? Seeing this quest, Luze was even more confused. Aside from the quest name changing and the quest subject becoming himself, how was this different from the storyline quest triggered by Luffy in Rogue Town in his past life? Damn it, the problem is I'm not Luffy. I don't have the protagonist's halo, nor do I have a powerful father who can change the weather to protect me. Luze cursed inwardly. Thinking about his current situation made him feel even more frustrated. Buggy was definitely left with very few subordinates after I tricked him last time, so the threat he posed to me was extremely limited. The quest had just been released, so there should still be some buffer time. Luze shook off his frustration and calmly analyzed the current situation. The troublesome part was that guy's Smoker. Without Haki, that guy's elemental abilities were quite hard to deal with. Luze felt a bit regretful about Smoker. Damn it, my attributes had already reached the threshold for developing Haki. If it weren't for trying to awaken Conqueror's Haki, forget it, there's no point in thinking about this now. Shaking his head, Luze stopped dwelling on Haki and continued to analyze. From the perspective of attributes, my strength should not be far off from Smoker's, but given his abilities, I couldn't kill him. I could only escape. But to escape, I must have a ship. However, I can be sure that my ship and Evans must have already been discovered by either Smoker or Buggy's men. Otherwise, the storyline side quest wouldn't have triggered without me seeing Buggy. In that case, under these circumstances, obtaining a ship through regular means was impossible. To escape from the dual encirclement of a Navy and Buggy, I had to steal a ship. I can only find a way to make Buggy and Smoker run into each other to seize the opportunity, but there are players to consider as well. A hint of gloom flashed in Luze's eyes. If the existence of Smoker and Buggy was merely a troublesome hassle to Luze, the entire Rogue Town's players made him feel that completing this sudden side quest might not be so easy. Perhaps the current players were not strong enough, but who knows what strange abilities they might have. It's possible that some guy could cause him great trouble at a critical moment, leading to his failure or even costing him his life. Until now, Luze still hadn't realized that the disguise he had done on the corpse was exposed by the 16th Division of the EC Navy due to a player's crucial role. Otherwise, he might have gone away with it. However, even if he knew now, it wouldn't matter much, as players had already discovered his whereabouts. And more were gradually surrounding the weapon shop. Bet, have you made your choice? We are surrounded and need to prepare to leave. Luze looked at the players outside who thought they were surrounding the weapon shop unnoticed, and he couldn't help but sneer, urging Bet, who was still looking at the knives, while maintaining a calm demeanor. What's wrong? Good, it's this knife. Bet instinctively asked a question, but upon meeting Luze's gaze, he said no more, weighed his options, and picked up a knife to pay the owner. Boss, we are leaving soon, and we won't cause any losses to your shop. So don't worry. Luze glanced at the somewhat anxious weapon shop owner, offering some reassurance. After Bet finished paying and getting the knife ready, they prepared to leave. All right, is the knife named Violent Rage? Let's kill enemies together from now on. Bet drew the long knife from his waist, his expression serious and solemn. After saying that, he slowly sheathed the knife again, but his aura became sharper than ever. Since we're ready, let's go quickly and not disturb the boss. Luze glanced at Bet, lightly brushing his hands over the third-generation Kichu and Yuki Z, then pushed the door open and walked out without hesitation, with Bet following closely behind. Since you guys aren't afraid of death, let me offer you a blood sacrifice for my first dual-wielding strike. Luze smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth, with a murderous aura radiating from him as he strode forward. Dual-wielding technique. Iato, Chapter 80. The forgetful buggy as Luze appeared, the surrounding players' eyes lit up, eager to rush forward to complete the task and reap the rewards. However, was Luze really that easy to deal with? Dual-wielding technique. Iato, Dragon Devourer. Seeing the players rushing towards him, Luze's eyes narrowed, and without dodging, he stepped forward, drawing the long knife from his waist. Roar! The blade's light burst forth, distorting the air and refracting light, as the knife's glow transformed into a dragon shape amidst the shifting shadows, producing a shrill sound as the knife sliced through the air, resembling a dragon's roar. The massive dragon-shaped strike turned into a stream of blade energy, soaring like a giant dragon, charged with an incredibly sharp momentum towards the oncoming players. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the enormous dragon-shaped strike arrived, covering all enemies in front of Luze with an overwhelming force. The razor-sharp aura made the players' eyes widen in terror, instinctively wanting to defend themselves. However, whether they brandished their weapons to clash or attempted to dodge, all their efforts were in vain against Luze's full-powered strike. As the blade light approached, the players felt as though a dragon-shaped shadow brushed past them like a gentle breeze, without any pain or other sensations, as if the blade light they had just experienced was merely an illusion. The so-called number one player is nothing but a facade. Hiss boom. A slightly behind player was about to mock when suddenly the house behind them shook, the upper half of the building slid and collapsed with a loud crash, kicking up a cloud of dust, while the lower half revealed a smooth cut. Looking at the players still in front of the house, when they heard the noise and tried to turn around, they moved their bodies and realized that some parts had already lost sensation. In an instant, horrified expressions appeared on their faces. As the players moved, all the spots where the dragon-shaped blade energy had passed were split in two. Those lucky enough only lost hands or feet, while a few unlucky ones who charged forward were directly bisected. Thud, thud, clang, clang. The sounds of weapons and body parts hitting the ground accompanied countless players' screams. Blood gushed forth and flesh scattered, turning the entire street into a hell on earth with Luze's strike. In the real freedom mode, there was no such thing as bloodshed shielding. Everything players faced was presented in the most realistic state, while the pain shielding for players could be a maximum of 50, greatly reducing the various pains experienced during the game. Yet, even so, given the players' living environment in the Blue Morning Star, they rarely even suffered minor injuries, let alone experiencing the excruciating pain of losing limbs or being bisected. Thus, in an instant, under the assault of intense pain and bloodshed, apart from those players who were directly determined dead, over half of the remaining players had their spirits shaken so much that they were automatically ejected from the game. The few who only watched from a distance and didn't rush and were incredibly lucky to have only sustained minor injuries without significant losses. However, after witnessing the effects of Luze's strike, even the most greedy players for storyline side quest rewards no longer dared to recklessly approach and seek death. Scanning around, anyone within Luze's line of sight bowed their heads and withdrew, not daring to make eye contact. To other players, Luze now seemed even more like a boss than any boss, and with the fearless front line being taken down by him in one stroke. Who would still dare to provoke him? Bet. Let's go. With a cold snort, Luze no longer paid attention to the players, sheathed his dual knives, and signaled for Bet to hurry towards the port. These low-level players were merely close enough to surround him. He didn't believe there were so few players in such a large rogue town, and he was unsure how far the news had spread. If they didn't leave soon, Smoker might be drawn in, and that would be troublesome. He needed to meet up with Evans first. Luze thought to himself, running while explaining to Bet, "We must have been targeted by the Navy. Those guys were likely the advance team lured by the bounty. We need to find Evans and leave Rogue Town immediately. Be cautious of the surroundings." "Okay, I understand." Betty's slightly plump figure was surprisingly fast, and as he ran with great momentum, he responded to Luze's explanation without asking further questions. Just after they turned a corner, Luze and Bet spotted Evans, who was sprinting with a huge bag on his back. "Hey, Captain, Bet, that clown buggy is coming to get revenge on us." He asked right behind me. Having crossed most of the small town, Evans, who was now slightly out of breath, saw his approaching companions and brightened up, quickly shouting a warning. "At least this guy was smart enough to run with his stuff, but he is right behind us," Luze murmured, having also spotted the guy trailing behind Evans. And he quickly shouted to Evans, "Evans, you and Bet deal with the other guys. Leave Buggy to me." After saying that, Luze, already in motion, suddenly increased his speed, leaping into the air. Moonstep. With his feet stepping in the air, Luze flickered several times, surpassing the sprinting Evans, reaching close to Buggy and the others. "Edward Kenway, come die." Seeing Luze, Buggy in midair widened his eyes in anger, his blood-red eyes glaring, each hand holding 3 daggers, and he shot towards Luze at an unprecedented speed. Paper drawing, muck. As the dagger flew towards him like a cannonball, Luze's expression remained unchanged. His body, suspended in midair, suddenly became as malleable as soft clay, twisting and contorting in an extremely unnatural posture. Just like that, the vital spot that Luze should have been stabbed in suddenly shrank, revealing a large gap, allowing the dagger shot by Baki to pass through without causing Luze any harm. Baki's powerful strike missed. After evading the attack, Luze sensed the dagger fist behind him rapidly turning around to continue the assault. With a slight frown, he exerted force under his feet, using the recoil of the disturbed air to propel himself forward. Twisting his waist, his long leg whipped out like a whip, delivering a fierce kick towards Baki, who was close at hand and had just lost his grip. Fragmented escape. Seeing Luze's powerful kick, the experienced Baki dared not take it head-on. His body parts scattered in the air to narrowly evade Luze's attack. However, at the same time, the 2 dagger fists rushing towards Luze also slowed down, losing their direction and could no longer pose a threat to him. Moreover, Luze, unfazed by his failed strike, continued to advance after a single step in the air. With a few swift movements, Luze suddenly appeared in front of Machi, smiled slightly at him, and then threw a punch that knocked him and his lion, Leaky, over. He picked up the 2 feet that had fallen to the ground and took off running with a moonwalk. I said, "Baki, why don't you learn your lesson?" Chapter 81. Baki's role. I said, "Baki, why don't you learn your lesson?" Luze looked at Buggy, who was frantically rushing over, and couldn't help but mock him. However, he didn't slow down at all. With a jump, he delivered a flying kick to Buggy's face, twisting his expression and sending him flying backward. With Luze's current attributes, he basically had a complete advantage over Buggy. If it weren't for the decent, life-preserving abilities of Buggy's fruit powers, Luze would have already killed him. After kicking away Buggy, who had lunged to grab his foot, Luze casually pulled out a rope from his waist and tied Buggy's foot before lifting it in his right hand. Then, he felt his body sink, raised his right arm high, gathered strength in his legs, twisted his waist, and shouted, "Let us go." He used all his strength to throw Buggy's foot fiercely away. Swish! Even after having his foot thrown away, Buggy still wanted to grab it back. This was only natural. If his leg was detached and he lost mobility, he would truly become fish on a chopping board. However, with Luze's strength of 31 points, the speed at which he threw things was beyond Buggy's reach. As a result, Buggy didn't chase very far before his body and other parts fell to the ground with a thud, becoming a grotesque and disgusting mass of twitching body parts. "Clown Buggy, last time I let you off easy. You didn't cherish your life and dare to come trouble me again. This time, I won't give you another chance to survive." Looking at Buggy, who was now half a head shorter, missing a foot and with his hands nowhere to be found, desperately running around to collect his body parts, Luze's eyes flashed coldly as he prepared to end him. Even though Luze had tricked Buggy once in his past life, he had spared him last time when he could have killed him while stealing his ship, which had already settled the score. Now, if Luze spared Buggy again, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain and nurturing an enemy. Any person with a normal IQ wouldn't do something like that. Luze understood the principle that wildfires can't be completely extinguished. To avoid future troubles, he had decided to kill Buggy. At that moment, Bert and Evans had successfully blocked several of Buggy's subordinates and a few players from Buggy's camp, and no one could stop Luze from killing Buggy. However, perhaps Buggy truly had some luck with his conqueror as hockey. Just as Luze was ready to step forward and take care of Buggy, he suddenly paused, his expression shifting as he looked towards the street leading to the square. At that moment, the street was empty. Aside from a few players and members of Buggy's pirate crew still running this way, there were no other figures in sight. It seemed to be a bit foggy, with visibility slightly lowered. Given this situation, along with the faint sounds of footsteps, Luze couldn't help but realize that Smoker had arrived. Without thinking, he shouted to his two partners who were holding off the enemies. "Bert, Evans, we need to go." After saying that, without hesitation, Luze kicked Buggy again, sending him flying towards the increasingly foggy street corner. Since Smoker was already pursuing them, using Buggy to delay Smoker and the Navy players was obviously more valuable than simply killing him. "Edward Kenway, just you wait." Buggy's voice echoed from afar, still filled with gritted teeth. Luze had no time to listen to the lament of a defeated dog. By the time he finished this, Bert and Evans had already forced the enemies back and turned to run towards the port. Without any hesitation, Luze also gathered his strength and ran wildly. "Damn Smoker, just you wait. This time, you can chase me all over town, but when I awaken my hockey, I won't let you off easily." Luze thought fiercely as he ran, also trying to sense the latent conqueror-esque hockey within him. As long as he could awaken his hockey, he believed that with his past life as foundation in hockey mastery, he had complete confidence in mastering and applying it in battle in short time. That way, he could successfully counterattack without having to worry about Smoker's intangibility. However, if the conqueror-esque hockey were so easy to awaken, it wouldn't be considered a mark of a king. Despite Luze meeting the basic requirements for awakening conqueror-esque hockey with an extraordinary breakthrough in all attributes and having decent courage and determination, everyone has moments when they feel powerless, right? With no movements at all from within him, Luze could only continue running madly. With only 3 of them left, they absolutely couldn't let Smoker surround them. Otherwise, even if he could deal with Smoker for a bit, Bert and Evans wouldn't be able to handle so many Navy soldiers, and the final result would just be them getting surrounded and killed by the Navy. Since he didn't see Smoker catching up for now, it seemed that the buggy ball tactic had worked. Luze turned his head to glance behind him, and, not spotting any signs of the enemy, he let out a slight sigh of relief. However, his frantic pace only quickened. If he didn't take advantage of the enemy dragging each other down, was he really going to wait for them to catch up and face them head-on? Fortunately, Buggy was also a well-known pirate in the East Sea, and it was unlikely that Smoker would miss the opportunity to capture him. Once he was caught, it would naturally provoke Buggy's loyal followers and players from Buggy's camp to come to the rescue. As for Buggy's diehard fans, they would definitely not want to watch Buggy get captured and fail the mission without a fight, as long as there was still hope. In this way, when the two sides clashed, although Buggy's side was definitely not a match, it could still help lose by some time. "Captain, there seem to be Navy forces at the port ahead." Evans, with keen eyes, suddenly shouted at the vague direction of the port. Sure enough, had they stationed guards at the port? Luze thought to himself and yelled to Evans and Bet, "Don't stop, charge ahead. I'll go check the Navy situation. Moonwalk." As he spoke, Luze stepped down and leaped into the air. Then, without stopping, he moved at a speed far exceeding that of Bet and Evans. Rushing towards the port first. "The enemy is approaching. All troops, take defensive positions." A sharp voice rang out from the direction of the port. Luze, moving rapidly through the air, was too conspicuous. Before he could cross the port archway and enter the port area, he had already been spotted by the Navy station there. Click, click. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed in the open port, particularly clear. Luze's eyes narrowed. He didn't dare to continue being a target in the air. He landed and continued to sprint forward. Although with Luze's current attributes and skill levels, combined with his beast-like intuition, dodging bullets was not a problem. He couldn't ignore the sheer number of enemies. Under a hail of bullets, there would always be some that could hit their target. If he were to take a few shots and get hit in a vital spot, it would be troublesome, especially knowing that Smoker was chasing from behind. Without injuries, he and Smoker were evenly matched, but if he got hurt, he would really be delivering himself to the enemy. Chapter 82. The Persistent Dasky Fire. As Luze approached, the Navy continued to shout orders, and a rain of bullets poured towards him, attempting to seal off his path. Clang! With his twin swords drawn, the right hand wielding the Sandai Kitetsu and the left hand the Snow Walk, Lu's expression remained calm as he charged forward, his twin swords dancing in a dazzling display, blocking or slicing through the incoming bullets, and his figure advanced bravely through the storm of gunfire. Once on the ground, it was much simpler for Luz to deal with the Navy's gunfire. Soon, as Luz surged forward, the relentless downpour of bullets quickly exhausted the ammunition of the frontline Navy. Although the rear quickly replenished, there was still a brief gap. And it was this momentary gap that gave Luz an opportunity. Merely taking hits without retaliating was not his style. Two-sword style, extreme, Kamaitachi. Legend has it that the mythical creature Kamaitachi appeared like a whirlwind, attacking those it encountered with its scythe-like claws. Its speed was so fast, and its claws so sharp that while it could leave long cuts on the skin of its victims, they wouldn't feel any pain. Perhaps a single Kamaitachi would only cause slight cuts, but what about a storm made up of countless Kamaitachi? In the next moment, Luz stepped forward and continued to advance, slightly retracting his long swords which then crossed each other before slashing out fiercely. Swish! Two blades of light, one bright and one dark, flashed, and the blade aura intertwined, transforming into a sharp whirlwind that swept powerfully towards the Navy ahead. The blade aura storm was sharp and swift, and how could the Navy, caught in a moment of vulnerability, react in time? In the blink of an eye, a fierce attack was already upon them. Boom! The sharp blade aura swirled through the air, striking into the Navy ranks with an unmatched force. Under the violent whirlwind, the unprepared Navy was instantly thrown into chaos. Blood flying everywhere, their clothes torn apart, and they were cut to shreds by the sharp blade aura hidden within the whirlwind. Among those who bore the brunt of the attack, except for a few with substantial strength, most were instantly stripped of their clothing, nearly running naked, covered in wounds of all sizes, becoming bloody messes in an instant, collapsing to the ground with blood seeping out and soaking the ground. With a full force slash, Luz's frustration from being chased by Smoker was slightly relieved, but his momentum did not decrease at all. With a few leaps, he found himself in front of many injured and disarrayed Navy personnel, and as he wielded his long sword, he sought to carve a path towards the ships. Clang! Luja swung his long knife down, but it was suddenly blocked by another blade. Despicable pirate, you shall not pass through here. Looking at Dasky, who was holding the knife to block him and had a delicate appearance with glasses, Luja's expression turned icy. He suddenly exerted more force with his knife, and sparks flew between the blades. Dasky found it hard to resist and was forced to retreat repeatedly. The long knife in her hand, Shiyu, was directly knocked away by Luja's overwhelming strength, flying far off and finally embedding itself in the wooden planks of the harbor. After disarming his opponent, Luja held his Sandai Kitetsu horizontally against Dasky's neck. He thought for a moment that this girl was one of the few genuinely good people in the Navy. It would be unfair to kill her over such a minor conflict, given her appearance and character. So, Luja said calmly, considering you're not bad, you can leave now, and I won't kill you. However, with Dasky's fiery temperament, how could she compromise with a pirate like Luja, faced with the possibility of becoming a hostage? She charged at Luja without hesitation, disregarding the knife pressed against her neck, ready to bite off a piece of Luja's flesh even if it meant death. Since Lu Zhe had no intention of killing Dasky, how could he allow her to do something akin to suicide in front of him? Without a second thought, Lu Zhe swiftly retracted his blade and executed a spinning kick, sending Dasky flying. She crashed into several approaching Navy soldiers before hitting the ground. I will stop you from escaping Rogtown and capture you. Dasky, clutching her stomach in pain, struggled to get up. Her eyes filled with hatred as she gritted her teeth and said, "Why do the legendary swords Sandai Kitetsu and Yuki fall into the hands of someone like you? This is simply a disgrace to them." Seeing the defiant expression on the girl's face, Lu Zhe clicked his tongue dismissively. "Think what you want. In fact, I only obtained these two swords after arriving in Rogtown." Noticing the disbelief on Dasky's face, Lu Zhe added mockingly, "I remember you've been here for quite a while, right? Why couldn't you get them while I did? Seems like that says a lot. Enough of this. Take care of yourself." As he spoke, Lu Zhe swiftly moved to deliver another blow to the struggling Dasky, knocking her unconscious on the bluestone ground. After doing this, Lu Zhe shook his head, no longer paying attention to the fainted Dasky. Although he didn't agree with her beliefs and ideals, it didn't stop him from sparing this stubborn and kind-hearted girl's life. She shouldn't die at his hands here. Lu Zhe thought silently, while fending off the approaching Navy and moving towards the location where the ships were docked. Ivan's bet. The Navy is about to catch up. Hurry and grab a ship to prepare for departure. Liu Ze shouted loudly at his companions who were following closely behind, wielding his long knife with an imposing presence, effortlessly cutting down any Navy personnel brave enough to try and stop him. He occasionally blocked or slashed at bullets coming his way, getting closer and closer to the sea. Hey, you little brat up ahead. Dare to harm my goddess Dashki? Take this, my great sword. Suddenly, a guy wearing a new Navy recruit uniform with white lettering on his head burst out from the chaos, brandishing a giant sword that glinted with golden light. His aura fluctuating as he exaggeratedly shouted and charged towards Liu Ze with fierce momentum. Unexpectedly, this joker really came at him. Recognizing the newcomer, Liu Ze twitched the corner of his mouth and without a second thought, crossed his dual blades to block the attack. Clang! The dual blades collided with the giant sword. The golden light on the sword flaring up, and a special force imbued with righteous energy surged towards Liu Ze. Ding! Player has been struck by the force of justice. Strength, intelligence, and spirit attribute judgment initiated. Ding! Player's strength, intelligence, and spirit attributes are more than 5 points higher than the opponent's. Judgment passed. Righteous force did not affect the player. Is this the justice fruit? Liu Ze attentively sensed the golden energy surging towards him, then sneered and roared with sudden force. You're still far from it. Boom! The valiant Garen was directly flipped and sent flying by Liu Ze's immense strength, crashing heavily to the ground, his arm twisting irregularly. Then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. It was probably due to his severe injury and excessive mental fluctuation that he was forcibly ejected from the game by the gaming pod. Chapter 83. Face landing with Liu Ze paving the way ahead. Biter and Evans moved quite swiftly. Amidst a strong rush, the two had already broken through the Navy's defensive circle and jumped onto a two-masted sailing ship, directly severing the ropes. Working together to raise the anchor and lower the sails, calling Liu Ze to board the ship. Fortunately, Rodtown was prosperous enough, with numerous ships docked at the port, making it impossible for the Navy to let all of them leave in a short time, which provided Liu Ze and the others with an opportunity. Moreover, with the three of them decisively slaughtering their way through and showing no mercy to the Navy blocking their path, there were hardly any enemies left standing, just a few stragglers remaining. Even if Liu Ze and the others wanted to leave, no one could stop them. Watching the ship slowly sail away from the port with the sails billowing in the sea breeze, Liu Ze cut down a Navy player who dared to rush at him, trying to catch him off guard. Just as he was about to jump onto the ship, he sensed movement not far away. Liu Ze turned his head and immediately narrowed his pupils. At this moment, a group of Navy soldiers and players dressed in various bizarre outfits were surging towards him at the originally empty street corner, with Smoker, whose lower body had transformed into smoke and was flying in midair, leading the charge. You guys go ahead. I need to hold them off for a while. Otherwise, our ship might get sunk. Seeing the enemies rushing towards him, Liu Ze steadied himself and shouted to Bet and Evans on the ship. After saying this, he seemed to suddenly remember something and ran over to the unconscious Garen, lifting him and directly tossing him towards the ship. Also, bring this guy along and take care of his wounds. Make sure he doesn't die. Bet and Evans caught Garen, who was thrown by Liu Ze, and after hearing his words, exchanged glances before shouting back at Liu Ze. Got it. You hurry up and catch up. Given their personalities, they naturally wouldn't perform any clutch scenes like let's go together. Moreover, considering Liu Ze's strength and mobility, he was indeed the only one suitable to stay behind to hold off the enemies. Therefore, Bet and Evans didn't hesitate and immediately followed Liu Ze's instructions to take the helm and control the sails, trying to increase the ship's speed. As long as they got into a certain depth of the ocean, they could successfully escape from Rogue Town, and Liu Ze would be able to catch up quickly. Doing this was definitely more reliable than just talking nonsense there. Watching Bet and Evans act decisively, Liu Ze muttered to himself that these two guys were surprisingly ruthless. TSK? I've noted that. He then turned his gaze towards Smoker, who was flying at the front of the group, shrouded in thick smoke. Let me think. How can I hold off so many enemies by myself? Liu Ze, unfazed, looked at the rushing crowd and muttered to himself helplessly. Forget it. A head-on confrontation is impossible. I can't take them on alone. He shook his head and dismissed that thought. Since a head-on confrontation was not an option, Liu Ze suddenly clapped his hands and thought, his eyes lighting up hot, then I can only use my wits. Watching Liu Ze standing alone at the harbor, talking to himself, Smoker snorted disdainfully while holding a cigar. pretending to be mysterious. With that, his body, already flying at high speed, accelerated again and suddenly dove towards Liu Ze. However, at that moment, Liu Ze, with his head slightly lowered, suddenly raised it, his voice strange and imbued with a mesmerizing power. "Look into my eyes." The sound spread across the empty harbor, clearly reaching everyone's ears, influencing their actions and obstructing their judgment. The king's momentum activated, including Smoker. Everyone present was compelled to look into Liu Ze's eyes under the sudden hypnotic influence. Completely unguarded, they all fell into the trap. A strong mental shock sweeping over everyone who made eye contact with Liu Ze. Bang! Thud! Thud! With Liu Ze's current 72 intimidation, 30 spirit 5, resulting in 222 points of mental damage. It was like a bomb exploding in their brains, causing intense pain to everyone affected, momentarily halting their advance and making them lose control of their bodies, turning into rolling, gourd-like figures as they fell to the ground. Those with lower mental attributes even bled from their 7 orifices and collapsed on the spot. In such a scenario where so many people were charging, when one person fell, it would certainly cause more than one person a trip. Not to mention that now, more than half of the team was temporarily losing control due to the severe pain in their heads and directly collapsing to the ground. One after another, the Navy soldiers and players fell, either fainting or tripping, leaving very few standing. In an instant, the once fierce charge of the crowd completely crumbled. Smoker, who was diving towards Liu Ze at high speed, was even more in a predicament. Although his will was strong and his mental attributes were not low, he still suffered a significant setback due to not being able to match Liu Ze. Caught off guard, his mind fell into a brief state of chaos. And it was this moment of chaos that directly caused him to lose control of his flight in his elementally transformed state. With a puff, his lower body transformed back into flesh. Yet his diving momentum did not lessen at all, and he crashed straight towards the hard blue stone pavement of the harbor. At this point, Smoker was already quite close to Liu Ze, so he could clearly see the entire process from Smoker losing control to hitting the ground. Standing on the shore, Liu Ze could only see the expression of indifference on Smoker's face turn into one of unprecedented panic and struggle. However, in such a short time of falling, there was no chance for him to struggle to transform back into his elemental form. He could only watch as the ground tiles approached him closer and closer until, bang! Smoker, diving down, hit the ground face first, directly shattering the hard blue stone tiles, creating a huge pit and burying most of his head into it. After a slight tremor, his body fell still. It was truly painful to watch. Liu stared blankly at the chaos he had caused, instinctively touching his face and momentarily lost in thought. How come you all fell down when I still have my trump card? This thought echoed in his mind for a long time as he remained motionless, until a gust of sea wind blew away the dust, snapping him back to reality, and he immediately turned and ran. He clearly saw Smoker's body twitch slightly, indicating he was regaining consciousness and would soon be able to get up. If he still had his combat power and was thinking of capturing Liu's, that would be a real headache. Speaking of which, a mysteriously injured Smoker looked quite tempting. Perhaps taking him out would significantly increase the mission rewards. However, Liu's managed to suppress his murderous intent in light of such temptation. He didn't want to inadvertently accelerate Carp S' arrival in the East Sea by impulsively taking down Smoker. With his current strength, a direct confrontation with a monster of that caliber would surely lead to his demise. After all, under the butterfly effect, anything is possible, and it's wise to be cautious. Chapter 84. Completion and Failure Puff. 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 Ignoring the Navy soldiers and players behind him, Liu leaped into the air, stepping rapidly, shaking the air, and chased after the ship that was already sailing away. At this point, no one dared to stop him anymore. Crack! Not long after Liu left the port, amidst the howling sea wind and crashing waves, the sound of stone shattering echoed. Smoker, whose head had hit the ground, suddenly moved, trembling as he pushed himself up with his hands, struggling to sit up. As his head lifted from the ground, a few blood-stained pieces of stone fell off, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. With blood splattered on his face and small pieces of stone embedded in his skin, Smoker barely managed to sit up. Even after hitting his head, he still felt intense pain accompanied by severe dizziness, making it difficult to move. In fact, if he hadn't activated a bit of hockey just before impact to cover his head and face, he might not have regained consciousness so quickly. Enduring the headache and dizziness, Smoker first checked his pockets, pulling out 2 slightly crushed cigars to put in his mouth. He then rummaged through his pockets for a match, struck it, and lit the dry cigar. Watching the ship gradually sail away, Smoker took a deep puff of the rich cigar smoke, savoring its unique aroma, and felt the throbbing pain in his head ease a bit before slowly exhaling the thick smoke, as if releasing the pent-up emotions inside him, his whole being relaxing a little. Taking out a lucky, unharmed transponder snail, Smoker dialed a number. After a series of beeps, a somewhat flustered voice answered, "Colonel Smoker." Looking at the distant ship, Smoker calmly said, "Send a fleet to pursue Edward Kenway. Also, report to headquarters and draft a bounty for Edward Kenway. We cannot allow this dangerous individual to continue to grow, and send logistics to the port. Many people here are injured." "Yes, sir." The transponder snail saluted Smoker, and as the call ended, it returned to its usual silent state. After the call, Smoker remained motionless, casually placing the transponder snail aside, sitting at the port with the cigar in his mouth, watching the sailboat that was about to disappear on the horizon, his expression calm yet enigmatic. Hypnosis and conqueror's hockey? It felt somewhat ambiguous. "All right, I'm back," Luz said as he easily jumped onto the ship, addressing Evans and Bet. "Captain, you're amazing. Wow, I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw it. You took down over 100 of them just standing still. To be able to achieve that level, you truly deserve to be our captain." Evans and Bet were visibly excited to see Luz return, as his unintended feat had completely reshaped their definition of strength. Okay. It was just a coincidence." Luz waved his hand, his demeanor radiating a strong air of arrogance. But despite his bravado, Luz was very clear about the current situation. He knew the Navy wouldn't just let this go easily. They might send warships to pursue them. However, this wasn't the time to chat. So without taking a break, Luz went straight to the helm, taking the wheel from Evans, and said to him and Bet, who was tied to the ropes, "I'll take the helm from here. You two go check what supplies we have on this ship, and see if anyone managed to sneak on board. Oh, and this guy, hurry up and treat him. Don't let him die or suffer any permanent injuries." Luz spoke with a hint of dark humor. After clashing swords with him earlier, he found the abilities of the fruit user quite interesting. If possible, he would like to recruit him as part of their crew. "Oh, you think that highly of Kenway?" Evans and Bert exchanged surprised glances at Garen, who was left on the deck, and their perception of him immediately changed. Since Luz had spoken, Bert and Evans didn't hesitate any longer and hurried into the cabin to search it. This was to eliminate any potential dangers on this unfamiliar ship and to look for medicine and bandages to treat Garen, who had been severely injured by Luz's attack. Ding! Detected that players and team members Adams Burt and Ward Evans have left the offshore area near Roadtown. Joker Buggy has been captured, White Hunter Smoker is severely injured, and the Navy's pursuing ships have lost their target. Ding! Congratulations, players, for completing the minor area storyline side quest. Kill or escape. Ding! Players can settle the kill or escape quest rewards in the quest panel. Meanwhile, players in Roadtown or those pursuing Luz's ship were taken aback as a brand new system prompt refreshed. Ding! Edward Kenway, player, and team members Adams Burt, native, and Ward Evans, native, have left the offshore area near Roadtown. Your three-party entanglement mission has failed. As soon as the system notification appeared, many players changed expressions and immediately pulled up the quest panel. They looked at the panel, where their tasks had turned gray and were marked in red as failed, and various classic curses erupted. Some who had suffered significant losses were even more explosive, losing their composure entirely. Those in Roadtown had plenty of space to vent, but those on the Navy warships chasing after Luz were in dire straits. Captured by the native Navy as spies or crazies, with the luckier ones just forced into confinement, while the unluckier ones were executed on the spot by orders from their superiors. Well, that's a bloody disaster. From a distance, Luz couldn't care less about them. With the task completion notification appearing, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since there was system verification, it seemed unlikely that the Navy would catch up with him and his group in the short term. However, even so, Luz only slightly relaxed his tense heart. The necessary vigilance was never put down. After all, the system's judgment on task completion was quite rigid. Just because the Navy couldn't catch up for now didn't mean they wouldn't be able to later. He couldn't afford to let his guard down and risk everything. "Captain, the inspection is complete. There are no issues in the cabin." "It's not just that there are no issues. We checked, and the resource reserves in the warehouse are quite rich. The kitchen, restroom, and other facilities are all complete." "Ha! We finally have a decent ship now." Looking at Evans, who was reporting the situation in the cabin, and the laughing Bert, Luz smiled happily as well. To casually seize such a good ship was indeed quite a stroke of luck. Chapter 85. Surviving a great disaster brings great blessing. I say, you two shouldn't be too quick to celebrate. If we don't treat that guy soon, he might really kick the bucket. With a chuckle, Luze suddenly caught sight of Garen, who had been in a coma for a long time and whose complexion was growing increasingly gray. He hurriedly called out to Bert and Evans. It was no joke. Having not woken up for so long, this guy was definitely about to be ejected from the game. However, in Pirate OL, even if a player logs out, their character does not vanish. It will always exist. Generally speaking, when a player logs out, if their character is safe, the system will automatically move them to a safe location to rest. But if the character is in a chaotic battlefield or severely injured, the player can only pray. In such cases, characters that are too injured will be determined by the system to fall into a coma and lose the ability to act. But the damage to their health points will still be calculated. If the character dies before the player logs back in to take action, the system will handle the death, imposing penalties such as stripping the player of their skills and abilities in real life. Characters that can still act will only be controlled by the system to move stiffly and clumsily to escape to a safe location. As for the outcome, well, just pray. So, if Liu Zhe and the others brought Garen on board without saving him, he would truly be done for, and Liu Zhe would be killing a potentially powerful player in the early stages of the game. It was unthinkable to kill someone with great potential who could possibly be recruited. Such a move would be more harmful than beneficial. Therefore, upon realizing Garen was close to death, Liu Zhe could no longer smile. If he weren't busy steering the ship, he would have rushed over to heal him. Watching Evans and Bert hurry to treat Garen, Liu Zhe felt a bit of a headache. Had he known it would turn out this way, he wouldn't see Evans so harsh back then. Thus, after 2 days of fleeing, Liu Zhe finally shook off the relentless pursuit of the Navy. Garen was brought back from the brink of death and was now online, lying on the ship's railing like a salted fish, unwilling to submit to Liu Zhe, but too scared to jump into the sea. Ironically, when it came meal times, he ran faster than anyone else. There's no way I'm teaming up with you, but I can't skip meals either. With a forkful of seafood pasta, the tall, broad-shouldered Garen said, his brows thick and eyes bright, radiating a faint righteousness. As for this guy, Liu Zhe thought it was pointless to try to reason with him. He might as well let him be. Having gotten used to being on a ship and eating his own cooking, Garen would naturally start to unconsciously consider things from their side, finally shaking off the Navy after a day of rest. Liu Zhe wasted no time and chose to settle the quest and claim his rewards. Strictly speaking, Liu Zhe had only completed the 3rd task requirement of the kill or escape quest, while the first 2 only reached a certain level of completion. So the rewards for this quest weren't particularly high. After settling the quest and claiming his rewards, Liu Zhe received 30,000 general experience points and 15,000 storyline points, with no additional rewards. In fact, all of this was due to the considerable number of Navy and Buggy faction players he had defeated, which added extra bonuses during settlement. Otherwise, the rewards would have been even less. However, Liu Zhe had no complaints about this, as there were still 2 greater treasures waiting for him to harvest. Taking advantage of the fact that his group had just escaped the full-scale siege of the Navy in Rogue Town, Liu Zhe was ready to open the 2 epic random gift packs he had accumulated earlier. One of the epic random gift boxes is from an achievement reward that ended before it even began, while the other is from the reward for being the first to break through the extraordinary rank. TSK, an epic random gift box. I didn't even know what this thing looked like in my previous life, Liu Zhe thought with some amazement. So, after tidying up the kitchen, Liu Zhe took a serious shower, changed his clothes, and went directly to the lookout tower at the mast, ready to open the box. Today just happened to be his night watch, which saved him the trouble of finding a time when Evans and Beth were resting to open the box. And that guy Garen had exited the game on his own after lying down in bed as his game character. He wasn't as dedicated as Liu Zhe, who basically spent all his time in the game. Shaking that silly thought out of his mind, Liu Zhe first took out an epic random gift box, preparing to see what it looked like. Upon selecting to receive it on the system panel, a purple glowing gift box appeared in Liu Zhe's hand, covered in special patterns, looking luxurious yet elegant. Wow, the appearance is pretty good, Liu Zhe exclaimed in surprise. He gained luck 3, and since there hasn't been anything of a suitable level to test my luck since the chieftain's transformation, today I can finally test the waters. Liu Zhe rubbed his hands together, pretending to be a wise hermit casually offering guidance, and chose to open the gift pack in front of him. Crack! As Liu Zhe selected to open it, the patterns on the gift pack glowed, and the entire pack opened up like a blooming flower, revealing a swirling mass of purple light waiting for Liu Zhe to explore. Truly worthy of being an epic gift pack. Even the opening mode is quite impressive. Liu Ze thought, eagerly reaching his hand into the purple light. Ah, this feeling. As soon as his hand touched the purple light, Liu Ze felt an item hidden within. It was something with strange patterns, resembling a banana. Could it be? Without hesitation, feeling a bit excited, Liu Ze grasped the object from the purple light and pulled it out. A brilliant orange light illuminated the scene as the purple light from the gift pack dissipated, and the pack vanished on its own. Name: Devil Fruit Zoan. Type: Ancient Species. Triceratops. Form type: Devil Fruit. Quality: Legendary attribute. After consumption, it enhances the eater and grants the ability to transform into a Triceratops. Special effects: None. Tip: 1. After eating, the user will be afraid of seawater and sea prism stone. Tip: 2. After eating, if the body comes into contact with fresh water for more than 90 seconds, the user will experience slight fatigue. If the body contacts seawater for more than 50 seconds, the user will experience severe fatigue. Tip: 3. Unless the body structure is special, only one devil fruit can be consumed. Consuming more than one will cause a clash of powers that can lead to the user's death. Remark: is this the power of the devil? No. This is the condensation of laws and a gift from the sea. Chapter 86. Opening one after another. TSK, TSK, TSK. An item of a higher level than the gift pack itself actually came out of an epic random gift pack, and it's a rare ancient species. It seems my luck right now can definitely be considered that of a lucky emperor. Liu Ze looked at the banana-shaped devil fruit in his hand, which had a triangular neck shield shape with special swirling and distorted patterns, its color a deep green exuding a wild aura. He clicked his tongue in amazement, his expression full of surprise at the extraction results and admiration for his own luck. Indeed, taking a moment to gather good fortune before opening these boxes was the right approach. Surviving great hardships must bring future blessings. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Liu Ze slowly stroked the texture of the fruit, the joy on his face lingering for a long time. And he couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his clever actions. Based on his experience as an African chieftain in his past life, he believed that a person's luck is always limited within a certain time frame. If one consumes too much luck in a short period due to certain gains, it is clear that luck will temporarily fall into a trough. This makes it much harder to face various situations that rely on luck until it gradually recovers over time. And only then will circumstances return to normal. Of course, this only applies to those who truly have luck. For those whose fate is filled with negative signs, this theory obviously does not apply. Previously, Liu Ze had gained a lot from the storyline rewards, and he thought that his luck must have been considerably consumed, which is why he decided to wait a while before opening the chest. As expected, the surprise was quite significant, since he had drawn a fruit that was not bad. Liu Ze, holding the Triceratops fruit, suddenly showed a hint of mischief on his face and prepared to stuff the fruit into his mouth. However, at the moment he was about to put the fruit in his mouth, he abruptly pulled it away, placed it aside, and burst into laughter. Although this Triceratops fruit could be said to be the best fruit he had ever handled in both his past and present lives, having already set goals after his rebirth, would never easily give up on his objectives for it. Liu Ze was playing around here, mainly to satisfy his own momentary excitement and joy. Well, being able to extract this dinosaur-type devil fruit finally proves that he has successfully turned his luck around and stepped into a better situation. Isn't that worth celebrating? So tomorrow, he would give it to Evans and Beth, letting them discuss who gets to eat it. Liu Ze shook his head and muttered, then put the fruit aside into a small box he had brought along. Some might think it's a pity to give such a precious dinosaur-type devil fruit to the natives. But for Liu Ze, Beth and Evans were loyal enough to him and important companions. He was also accumulating plot points, waiting for the right moment to bring them into reality. However, his strength had skyrocketed, nearing the epic level, while Beth and Evans, lacking the talent of Zoro and the player's system panel assistants, were improving but still lagging behind him. At this point, if he wanted to give them a significant boost in strength, a suitable devil fruit was obviously the best choice. TSK, hopefully, neither of them would refuse to eat such a good fruit. He certainly didn't want to sell it to players. Liu Ze grimaced, suddenly recalling their obsession with swordsmanship, and a possible scenario flashed in his mind, making him a bit anxious. If these two refused to eat, he couldn't sell it to players either. Such a powerful fruit could only be used to cultivate his own people. Liu Ze clenched his teeth, thinking that if Evans and Beth truly resisted, he could just leave it for those few who hadn't joined him in the game yet. In Liu Ze's memory, the Triceratops was a medium-sized quadrupedal dinosaur, 68 meters long, 2. Fortitude. 8 meters tall and weighing 510 tons, with a heavy neck shield and long horns. It was a powerful species with a balance of offense and defense. In terms of tonnage, it was only slightly inferior to the mammoth fruit controlled by Jack, one of the three disasters whose strongest form, the grassland mammoth, could weigh up to 12 tons. If the consumer had strong potential, combined with the devil fruit's enhancement and transformation of their body, it could possibly create a future existence at the level of the three disasters or three generals. So, such a good thing should be kept for his own people. TSK. Let us just go with that for now. The fruit was already in hand, and now it was time to see Beth and Evans's choices. Luze was too lazy to think more about it, and waved his hand to claim the second epic random gift pack. Without looking further at the exquisite patterns on the gift pack, Luze wandered around the mast, then walked back, and after taking the last step, he suddenly tapped the gift pack to choose to open it. Opening a box is all about the sense of ceremony, right? Whoosh! A purple light burst forth. A pillar of purple light mixed with some brilliant orange light shot into the sky, illuminating the nearby sea, which appeared exceptionally dim at night for a moment. This light was so exaggerated. Luze stared in awe at the scene before him, feeling as if his eyes were about to be blinded by the intense brightness. Rubbing his eyes, Luze murmured both joyfully and painfully. Even opening a box can create such a big scene. Luckily, the setting only allows the player opening it and their team to see it. Otherwise, such a noticeable commotion might attract some unwanted guests. TSK. No matter. Now that such a big scene has been made, there's no reason I shouldn't get something good. Luze wiped the tears caused by the strong light, nervous yet excited, and reached into the exquisite gift pack, feeling the orange light swirling amid the purple light. At that moment, Luze's hand trembled like that summer long ago when a shy girl in a quiet, dim room waited for him to unhook her bra, unresponsive. What a beautiful yet fleeting youth. Remembering the beauty and shyness of that girl he could no longer reach, Luze suddenly felt a bit sentimental. Slap. What am I thinking? After doing this so many times, why am I still nervous? Getting down to business is what matters. Luze suddenly cursed, slapping his trembling right hand with his left. TSK. He didn't even know whether he was scolding himself or his uncooperative hand. It looked like he was on the verge of a split personality. In any case, he stopped shaking and bit his teeth as he reached into the light mass. His technique as rough and violent as when he reached for the girl's snowy peaks back then. More. As his hand delved in and touched the fruit-like object in the light mass, Luze frowned, realizing things were not simple at all. Chapter 87. Double Yolk. Eggum? Why does this thing feel off to the touch? Luze's hand groped through the orange-purple haze and found that what he was touching seemed to be somewhat different from a devil fruit. It had a surface with small bumps, rather than the spiral patterns of a devil fruit. Moreover, is there more than one? Luze touched, and suddenly encountered another identical object, and he was immediately shocked. It was still a double yolk egg. How exciting! With the double yolk egg out, Luze no longer guessed randomly and directly reached into the box with his left hand, pulling out the items with both hands. Orange and purple lights flickered on Luze's hands, and the purple light surrounding the treasure chest dissipated. Name: special fruit from another world, mature. Type: food. Raw material quality: legendary attribute 1. After consumption, all attributes 2. HP 500 attribute 2. Abandoned permanent bonus: gain all attributes 5. Life, stamina, and energy recovery speed increased by 1,000 for 300 seconds. Special effect: none usage requirement. Constitution not lower than 20 tip. Consuming more than a certain amount in a short time may cause the consumer to be overwhelmed by a massive life energy. Please consume with caution. Note: this is a special fruit that requires absorption of the planet's life energy to grow and mature. Its maturity signifies the demise of a planet. In a world where it grows, only the god of that world is qualified to enjoy it. Yet it has now fallen into your hands. Name: special fruit from another world, unripe. Type: food. Raw material quality: epic attribute 1. After consumption, all attributes 1. HP 200 attribute 2. Abandoned permanent bonus: gain all attributes 3. Life, stamina, and energy recovery speed increased by 500 for 300 seconds. Special effect: none usage requirement. Constitution not lower than 20 tip. Consuming more than a certain amount in a short time may cause the consumer to be overwhelmed by a massive life energy. Please consume with caution. Note: this is a special fruit that requires absorption of the planet's life energy to grow and mature. Although it is not yet ripe, The abundant life energy contained within it is enough to benefit you greatly. Looking at the two fruits in his hands, one dark red and the other bluish red, both covered with peculiar bumps, Luze showed a moment of daze on his face, and then hesitantly voiced his guess in a dry voice. Could this be the fruit of the spirit tree? Can something of this level really be drawn out? What exactly is this system? This time, Luze was genuinely shocked. He never expected that this system could bring items from the Dragon Ball world, because, in his past life, he had never seen anyone share any pictures. Moreover, it was a terrifying world where one could accidentally destroy a planet, and a slight excess of force could lead to the destruction of a universe. The level of combat power was so high that it made one question life itself. Yet this system could obtain the spirit tree fruit, a divine offering from such a world that could obliterate everything. It seemed that its origins were indeed not small. Looking at the two fruits in his hands, Luze recalled the investigation results of various forces on game companies in the later stages of his past life. The result was no results. The actual game company was just a sudden shell, with all personnel having false identities, and nothing could be found. Yet this company operated smoothly. The existence of this shell company was merely to sell game pods. There was no game operation at all. Moreover, the technology of the game pods, with Blue Morning Star's technological level, was completely uncrackable. They claimed it was a game, but there was no server at all. Whenever a force tried to seal the game company, it had no impact on game operation. The next day, the company could still operate normally, while those who tried to intervene encountered accidents for various reasons. Well, this was clearly very abnormal, but the abilities brought by the game were indeed real, and the government had no way to seal it. Thus, the government could only tacitly allow the game to continue operating while attempting to uncover the truth behind it. Seeing the news released by the federal government in his past life, Luze's imagination ran wild with all sorts of terrifying thoughts. However, despite his wild thoughts, he couldn't come up with anything reliable, only guessing that Blue Morning Star was probably being targeted by some high-dimensional existence. However, Luze never expected that this system was so powerful that it could casually draw things from a world like Dragon Ball, where anything could be obliterated. It was simply terrifying. Well, forget it. I can't be bothered to think about it. After all, such matters only bring me benefits, not harm. Shaking his head, Luze threw various dangerous thoughts out of his mind and immediately decided to eat the spirit tree fruit, mature, with a bumpy dark red skin in a few bites. As for the unripe one, he would leave it for the guy who didn't choose the devil fruit tomorrow. Did I hear someone mention cooking? This thing is a legendary existence. With Luze's expert-level cooking skills, how could he dare to touch it? It felt like a coconut. After swallowing the fruit flesh, the surging life energy immediately surged through Luze's body, bringing him a strong sense of fullness and making his spirits soar. At that moment, it felt as if every cell in Luze's body had gained its own consciousness. The life energy brought by the spirit tree fruit was like a delicacy they had never seen before, completely awakening their desire and causing them to eagerly absorb this abundant power. It must not be wasted. Soon, Luze, who was in an unprecedented peak state, keenly noticed that a trace of life energy was leaking from his pores. Life returned, not willing to waste even a little. He immediately found the most comfortable position to sit down, entering a meditative state. Powerful mental energy instantly surged through his limbs and bones, sensing the changes in his body, establishing a connection with every cell and attempting to control the changes in his body. Luze could sensitively perceive that under the influence of the immense life essence of the spiritual tree's fruit, both his mind and body were in an unprecedented active state. In this state, his cultivation of life return would surely yield twice the result with half the effort, nourished by the vast life essence. Luze gradually fell into a deep meditation, the connection between his mind and body becoming increasingly tight, and the leakage of life essence gradually stopped, completely sealed within Luze's body. Just like that, a night passed. Chapter 88. XX Flavor Banana? A round red sun gradually rose from the horizon, dispelling the darkness while dyeing the distant sky and ocean with splendor. The morning sunlight shone on Luze's peaceful and serene face, causing him to slightly furrow his brows as he was in a dreamlike state of meditation, before slowly opening his eyes. As he opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance-like substance flickered within, and Luze showed a moment of confusion as the events of last night flashed rapidly before him. Before he regained his calm, letting out a long breath, feeling the vitality radiating from his body and that special sensation of being able to sense and control every inch of his flesh, Liu Ze couldn't help but smile. However, he felt a bit regretful when he thought about how he had unknowingly meditated deeply for an entire night. The night had passed without incident. Fortunately, otherwise, being interrupted during deep meditation would have been troublesome. Shaking his head, Liu Ze turned his gaze to the system notifications that had accumulated overnight. Ding! Player has ingested a special substance, and under the assistance of life essence, the player has entered a deep meditation state. Ding! Player's skill life return proficiency is increasing. Body coordination control ability 0. 3. Ding! Player is absorbing life essence. Body attributes are continuously increasing. Ding! Player's skill life return proficiency is increasing. Body coordination control ability 0. 5. Ding! Congratulations! Player's skill life return level has increased to proficient. Strength, constitution, agility, and spirit have reached the limit and cannot be improved. Intelligence attribute has not reached the limit and is increasing. Ding! After a night of deep cultivation, the player has gained intelligence attribute 1, energy 100, body coordination control ability 10, nerve reaction 2. Ding! Life essence absorption complete. Player gains all attributes 2, health 550. Ding! Detected that the player's strength, constitution, agility, spirit, and intelligence attributes are at the limit threshold. Attribute improvement failed. Converted to storage. Will be unlocked after breaking the epic limit. Ding! Absorbing beneficial substances. Player health 550. Huh. Why is the health increase 550? Liu Ze was momentarily stunned at the data statistics on the system panel, and then remembered that he had been practicing life return to prevent the leakage of life essence. And only then did he react, unable to help but smile slightly. Teeth. Not bad. Got an extra 50 health point for free. The sun is out. It's time to make breakfast. While thinking, Liu Ze picked up the box containing the Triceratops fruit and the unripe spiritual tree fruit, and with the other hand resting on the long knife at his waist. He jumped down from the mast lookout. During the fall, Liu Ze casually stepped in the air a few times, slightly shaking the air to slow down the impact and prevent shattering the deck. The sun is shining. Why aren't you two getting up? Hurry up and get ready to set sail. We still need to go to Cocoa West Village. After breakfast, Liu Ze glanced at Garen, who had logged on just in time for a free meal, thought for a moment, and then directly called out to Bet and Evans on the deck. Taking out the small box. This is the animal type, ancient species, Triceratops devil fruit that I accidentally obtained last night. I happen to know you too, so see if either of you wants to eat it. This bumpy fruit doesn't look ripe yet, but although it can't compare to devil fruits, eating it can still enhance some strength. Just consider it compensation for another person. Faced with the two fruits suddenly presented by Liu Ze, Bet and Evans exchanged glances, realizing that the expressions on each other's faces were surprisingly the same, both filled with astonishment. Don't ask me why I'm not eating it. I'm very interested in the ability of one fruit, and I won't eat other fruits until I confirm that I can't obtain it. Liu Ze added. However, before the two could express their opinions, Garen, who was nearby, caught sight of the two fruits emitting orange and purple lights, glanced at the attributes, and without thinking, shouted as he lunged over me, I want to eat. He certainly knew that one could only eat one devil fruit, but he had never seen such a precious thing as the spiritual tree fruit, which directly adds attribute points, so he was naturally very eager. Get lost. Liu Ze casually kicked Garen away as he lunged, and Garen just grunted and lay on the ship's railing, not moving again. Liu Ze then urged Bet and Evans, who were silently regarding the two fruits. So what do you think? Don't give up this great opportunity in pursuit of the purest sword path. The two remained silent for a long time, and just when Liu Ze thought they were unwilling to eat and was about to put the fruits away, they suddenly spoke in unison. I want to eat. Hearing each other's voices, they were equally surprised and looked at each other. Huh, you want to eat too? What should we do? Looking at the two who simultaneously turned to him like a comedic duo, Liu Ze felt 3 black lines surely hanging down from his forehead. Realizing he had misjudged their willingness to eat in their pursuit of the pure sword path. Pushing the box in front of them, Liu Ze said irritably, Don't ask me. You two decide among yourselves. Okay. Seeing Liu Ze's somewhat displeased expression, Bet and Evans wisely fell silent, weakly responding before taking the box aside to whisper to each other. After a while, Liu Ze only heard them exclaiming in excitement, and when he turned to look, he nearly got angry. These two guys usually seem quite reliable, but at this moment, they were being so ridiculous. Deciding to use rock, paper, scissors to determine who would eat the fruit. If others found out, they would surely be furious. Ha ha ha, I won. Evans laughed heartily, without a second thought, grabbed the Triceratops fruit, peeled off the banana skin, and took a big bite of the flesh. Then, his expression froze, his face turned pale, and fear shone in his eyes, unable to swallow or spit out the fruit flesh. Gulp! With great determination, he swallowed the flesh, and after a while, managed to utter, "It tastes like banana with Triceratops poop flavor." Regarding this remark, Luze had an overwhelming desire to complain, but didn't know where to start. After a moment of choking, he expectantly said to him, "See if your body has any special feelings? Try to mobilize that extra bit of power." Let me try." Evans hesitated, feeling for a moment, and then began to mobilize the abilities within his body. Then, Luze and the others could see Evans' exterior gradually changing. As every part of his body began to align with the Triceratops, his weight and physique rapidly transforming. "Hey, stop. The ship is going to sink." Bang! To save his ship, Luze kicked out, sending the rapidly growing Evans into the sea. Chapter 89. Reporting to the newspaper, "Don't look at me like that. Who told you that you couldn't even control a fruit's ability? I wanted you to slightly activate some power to see the enhancement effect in human beast form, and you directly transformed into a fully beastified form, almost sinking the ship. If we don't kick you off, this ship will sink. With 2 devil fruit users among us 4, I don't think you want to reach land safely." Looking at Evans, who was soaked and glaring resentfully after swallowing a belly full of water, Luz said bluntly, completely forgetting that it was Evans's first time using his powers and that he couldn't control them very well. Perhaps it was his conscience that was pricked, as Luz smacked his lips and said, "TSK, you should really focus on training first. This ship is still pretty decent, and there's some room for activity. Starting this afternoon, I'll teach you the 6 styles and life return. Especially life return. Evans, you must practice it diligently. It can help you quickly master your newly acquired powers. I believe you felt how much your strength increased in that state just now, right? But if you can't control it perfectly, it will only leave vulnerabilities for the enemy." Luz seriously pointed out to Evans that as long as he could perfectly master the fruit ability, his combat power would definitely see a huge increase. Speaking of which, Luz paused and rarely showed a serious expression to Bet and Evans. "I have high expectations for you. You should know that even the fruit ability mastered by Jack, one of the disasters under Kaido, the Emperor of the Sea in the second half of the Grand Line's New World, is just the ancient Zoan-type mammoth form. Evans, the Triceratops fruit you are about to eat is not inferior to it at all. I believe that when we face those 4 emperors of the New World in the future, as the captain, I will not be worse than them. And you, as my partners, will also not be worse than their crew. If one day we can reach that point, you will be my disasters, my 3 stars. So Bet, I will get you a suitable devil fruit as soon as possible, and I won't let Evans get ahead of you for too long." Since Bet didn't get the Triceratops fruit ability, and he doesn't resist enhancing his strength through devil fruits, Luz has also planned a fruit that suits his temperament. But getting it might require some luck. "Ha ha ha. Look at what you said, Captain. This guy might not even be much stronger than me with the fruit ability." Bet suddenly laughed aloud at Luz's promise, pointing at Evans while laughing. "TSK, what a joke. Even without eating that fruit, I will still be stronger than you." Evans glared at Bet, rolled up his sleeves, and was ready to teach Bet a lesson. All right. Put away the anchor, raise the sails, and prepare to set sail. By the way, Bet, don't rush to eat that fruit. Wait until you have a preliminary mastery of life return and can enter a training state before eating it. There will be surprises then." Luze waved his hand, interrupting the 2 who were about to fight. He instructed Bert to put the fruit away first, then took out a nautical chart and compass to confirm the direction before heading to the helm. Watching Bert and Evans busily working, and then glancing at Garen, who was lying on the ship's railing pretending to be a salted fish, Luze thought to himself, "I've picked up a big shot here." He couldn't help but shout, "Hey, that salted fish over there. Don't you think you should help out instead of just eating for free? Be careful, or you might not get any food next time." Hearing Luze's words, Garen scoffed disdainfully. "You think threatening me with no food will make me comply? What a joke." Are you serious?" Luze snorted coldly. Suddenly, Garen sprang up from the railing and rushed toward Bert and Evans. Hey, don't move. Let me handle this." Bert, Evans, watching Garen get into the action. Luze smiled, thinking, "Just a fool, and I can't even deal with you?" At this point, the sails had been lowered and the anchor had been raised. Luze turned the helm, and the group set off toward Cocoa West Village. It would be best to recruit Nami onto the ship. If that didn't work, they needed to tie up the manatee they had previously ignored to pull the ship. Otherwise, he really had no confidence in getting through Reverse Mountain. Holding the helm, Luze thought to himself. Time was running out, and Luze decided to waste no more than a bit of time on this trip. Player growth was rapid, and if he didn't enter the Grand Line soon, he might be caught up by other players. "Hey, Captain, we've been wanted." On the way. While Luze was focused on steering, Bert saw a newsbird fly by and waved to buy a newspaper. He opened it, read a bit, and handed it to Luze while speaking. Luze picked up the newspaper and saw the bold headline on the front page reading, "A Ruckus in Rogtown. The strongest pirate of the East Sea." Below was a photo of Luze standing at the port, using hypnosis combined with a kingly aura to take down Smoker and a group of Navian players. It looked quite impressive. Oh, and it's worth mentioning that in this photo, Smoker was face down on the ground with his body still in the air, perfectly highlighting Luze's imposing presence. Luze didn't bother to read the rest of the content and shook the newspaper, pulling out the bounty notice stuck inside. Let's see. The bounty for the plunderer Edward Kenway is 45 million. Luze read in a calm tone, his expression unchanged. He looked at the bounty photo, which was just a magnified version of the one in the newspaper, and nodded in satisfaction at his decent image. Flipping through the bounty notice below, Luze suddenly looked up at Bet and Evans. "Hey, you two have bounties too." Betty's was 10 million, and Evans was 13 million. "Not bad," Luze commented. "Hey, why is my bounty lower than this guy's?" Bet immediately protested. "Because you performed weaker than I did," Evans teased while looking at the newspaper. Seeing that these two were about to argue again, Luze ignored them, as a new system notification appeared the moment he saw his bounty notice. "Ding! Congratulations! Player has gained new legendary status for causing a ruckus in Rogtown." "Ding!" Detected that the player and all team members are carrying bounties and are recognized as pirates. Changing the player's team nature from a neutral adventure group to a pirate group. "Ding!" Detected that the player's current bounty is 45 million. Meeting the conditions for the pirate profession. "Ding! Congratulations! Player has obtained the pirate profession template, 40 million level." Chapter 90. Teachers and Friends. 2,000 recommended votes for an update. Opening the system notification, the pirate profession template automatically appeared before Luze's eyes. Profession, Pirate, 40 million level, attribute bonus, Agility 1, Strength 1, effective when corresponding attributes are below 30, special effect bonus, when the number of enemies is not less than your side. Gain an attack and movement speed bonus of 14. Template skill, aggressive as fire, costs 10 stamina, increases attack and movement speed by 20. Lasts for 30 seconds, evaluation. With a bounty of 40 million, you could be considered a not insignificant presence among pirates. Although this bounty clearly does not reflect your true strength, a lower bounty does have its own advantages, doesn't it? Acquisition conditions. 1. Join or establish a pirate group. 2. Carry enough Navy bounty. TSK is the attribute bonus for a 10 million level pirate only capped at 30 points. That's completely useless to me. Luze looked at the bonus limit on the panel with some regret. However, the additional special effects and skills were quite practical, which was nice. Muttering to himself, Luze continued to click on the new legendary status for causing a ruckus in Rogtown. Sea area level legendary status. East Sea after solving the Fishman pirate group in Cocoa West Village and taking the enemy's head to the Rogtown Navy base to collect the bounty. Because your killing of more than 10 Navy members led by Colonel Mouse from the East Sea Navy was exposed, you were determined to be pursued by the Navy Colonel Smoker from the Marine headquarters of the Grand Line. Meanwhile, the clown Buggy, having learned of your whereabouts, also landed in Rogtown with his men to seek revenge on you. Thus, a battle between you, the clown Buggy, and the White Hunter was about to erupt in a uniquely significant place of Rogtown. After a series of battles, you achieved ultimate victory and left triumphantly. However, your actions in Rogtown will be known through the dissemination of newspapers, becoming legendary. For this, you also paid the price of being wanted by the Navy, and, similarly, some forces, upon learning of everything about you, began to consider making contact and preparing to take action. Legendary status 3, contacting my ideas? Probably those from the underworld or those disgusting guys from Cypher Pole. Luze speculated inwardly, revealing a slight cold smile on his face. In Frost Moon Village, at the Isen Dojo, Teacher Gung Shiro. Teacher Gung Shiro Kenway is in the newspaper. An apprentice who had eaten Luze's cooking rushed into the dojo, holding a rolled-up newspaper, shouting excitedly, "GNE, how have I taught you usually? Don't rush, take your time." Looking at the excited apprentice who was panting, Gung Shiro showed a hint of helplessness and curiosity in his eyes, signaling him to clarify the situation. "You'll know when you see it." The apprentice leaned against his knee, panting heavily, and handed the newspaper to Gung Shiro. After all, Buying a newspaper from the newsbird by the sea and making the journey back was not a short one. So it was understandable that he was a bit tired. Taking the newspaper, Gung Shiro's expression changed slightly as he scanned the front page, then continued to read. Eventually pulling out the bounty notice tucked inside. Looking at Liu Zhe, Bet, and Evans, he fell into a moment of silence. After a while, he sighed with a mixture of relief and admiration. They have finally walked their own path. He then wondered where Zoro was now, given his issues. He should have been sent out to sea with Kenway back then, nearby in Shell's town, in a tavern. What? That guy Kenway has already reached this level. Zoro, who had been working as a bounty hunter for a while and was becoming more experienced, looked at the newspaper in disbelief. This won't do. At this rate, not only will I not be able to defeat that person, but Kenway will also leave me behind. Sitting at the bar, Zoro muttered to himself, suddenly feeling a sense of urgency in his heart. How can I fulfill the promise I made to her like this? Thinking of the girl who occupied the deepest part of his heart, Zoro was filled with endless motivation, both for her and for himself. I must go to the Grand Line, find that guy, and then defeat him, Zoro thought as he planned his next steps. He needed to quickly find a small town and get a boat to set sail again. Hey, green-haired kid, what are you mumbling about? Do you know you're disturbing Mr. Let while he's eating? Suddenly, a rough voice rang out, followed by a massive fist roaring toward Zoro at the bar. Bang! The fist came down, shattering the bar into splinters. However, it didn't hit a single person. Huh? Where'd he go? The drunken burly man said in confusion as he turned to look around. Whoosh! A dazzling flash of a blade lit up the dim tavern, like lightning cutting through the night sky, and the burly man froze before crashing to the ground. For a moment, everyone in the tavern fell silent, not daring to speak. Slowly sheathing his sword, Zoro glanced at the trembling bartender. Hey, my meal and the related compensation will be paid for by this guy's bounty, in Cocoa West Village, in an orange grove. Jian, I heard there's news about Mr. Kenway in the newspaper. Get for me to see. Nokigao, with a touch of maturity and a more voluptuous figure, looked at Jian, who was holding a newspaper, and said expectantly, Humph, go ahead and look. You say it so nicely, but aren't you just a pirate now? Jian looked at Nokigao, who resembled his own daughter, and seeing her reaction to the news about Liu Zhe filled him with anger, like a precious cabbage being trampled by a pig. He coldly snorted and handed the newspaper to Nokigao. As a father figure, just like Nami's and Nokigao's, Jian was quite dissatisfied with his cabbage being trampled, but knowing that Nokigao cared for the other person, he immediately brought her the newspaper upon seeing the news related to Liu Zhe. This was probably the helplessness of being an old father. Mr. Kenway actually experienced such intense battles in Log Town. I wonder if he got hurt. Nokigao thought worriedly as she looked at the news in the newspaper. However, upon seeing the enlarged bounty poster of Liu Zhe, she couldn't help but have hearts in her eyes. But Mr. Kenway's photo is really handsome. All right, you can look at it yourself. I'm leaving. Not wanting to see Nokigao display such a little girl demeanor for a man, the old father, Jian, coldly snorted and walked away. I want to put this photo up in my room. Chapter 91. Mumu of the Sea Cow, we're almost at Cocoa Village. Let's steer the ship towards Arlong Park and see if that sea cow is still around. Liu Zhe said as he steered the helm, explaining his plan to Ivans and the others. TSK, a laborer who listens when fed. We can't let such a good ship puller get away. Liu Zhe looked at the faint outline of land and muttered to himself, feeling somewhat frustrated. If he could have gotten a decent boat earlier, he wouldn't have left that manatee unattended in the pool at Arlong Park. Their previous small boat was too tiny to need the manatee's help. If they did, the outcome wouldn't be good. One tail swiped from that creature might capsize the little boat. It was indeed the fault of the shipyard owner from back then. With a long sigh, Liu Zhe decisively shifted the blame onto the shipyard owner. Since they could see land, they were naturally not too far from the shore. Liu Zhe skillfully steered the boat to a long amusement park, docking at the spot originally built for the shark's babu. Let's go. Let's check out the pool over there. I can sense a strong presence lurking underwater. After dropping the anchor, Liu Zhe jumped off the boat first, secured the rope to a fixed point on the shore, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of an easier method. Thinking this, Liu Zhe turned to the few guys nearby and said, "Oh, right. Can one of you go to the kitchen and bring me a whole piece of the smoked meat I made, and also the fishing rod?" "Oh, sure, I'll go," Evans replied, his feet lightly springing as he jumped onto the boat. Watching his movements, Liu Zhe couldn't help but make a soft sound of surprise and casually praised, "TSK. This kid is making good progress with his shaving and moonwalk techniques, with Evans mastering the Triceratops fruit ability and the fruit's enhancement to his body. He had grown explosively during this time, towering from 9 meters to over 2 meters, and now approaching 3 meters, his physique becoming increasingly robust, like a door panel. Thus, for his current size, to perform such feats with ease was quite impressive, which was the main reason for Liu Zei's praise. However, Liu Zei's comment drew eye rolls from both Bert and Galen. One was routinely rebellious, while the other was quite displeased with Liu Zei's coaxing him with the 6 styles, suggesting he should stick with him. Although Galen had once emphasized that he would never eat even a bite from Liu Zei after jumping off the boat, he later found himself eating heartily while exclaiming how delicious it was. Therefore, yielding to Liu Zei for the divine 6 styles and life return didn't seem impossible for Galen. He remembered that day when he struggled a bit, and before Liu Zei could say forget it, he was already clinging to Liu Zei's leg, crying out, "Coach, I want to fight too. I want to learn skills." What could Liu Zei say to such a goof? Of course, he happily opened the system panel to recruit him into the pirate crew. TSK, to be honest, I really want to know how strong a Galen who can leap and charge would be. At that time, Liu Zei looked at Galen with a strange gaze, his mouth full of hidden meaning. Yes, that's right, it's still down there and hasn't left. As he walked towards the pool, Liu Zei securely tied the smoked meat with fishing line, while using his beast instinct to sense a faint hint of danger lurking underwater. In this situation, besides the manatee, no other creature could pose any threat to Liu Zei, so he was sure his trip wasn't in vain. It seems someone has come to feed it. No wonder this damn place is about to be torn to ruins. Even this manatee hasn't been willing to leave. Looking around, Liu Zei and the others found some recent activity traces, indicating it was from just the past few days. A few food scraps were scattered on the ground, likely left over from overfeeding the manatee. Since it was still here, that made things easier. Liu Zei smiled and casually flicked the fishing rod, sending the smoked meat into the water. He watched as the meat gradually sank, finally suspended in the water by the fishing line. Holding the fishing rod, as if he were actually fishing, Liu Zei smiled and said, "It should be here soon." Sure enough, not long after Liu Zei's words, Evans and the others saw a massive shadow rapidly expanding beneath the deep blue water, causing ripples on the calm surface. "Here it comes. Pull up." Estimating the shadow's expansion speed, Liu Zei suddenly yanked the fishing rod, pulling the smoked meat out of the water quickly. Immediately, with a splash, a giant cow head burst out from beneath the surface, splashing water everywhere as it lunged at the smoked meat in mid-air. "Evans!" With Liu Zei's light shout, Evans sprang into action, charging towards the armored manatee. During this process, his body grew larger, rapidly transforming, with features corresponding to the Triceratops sprouting all over him. His momentum surged, resembling an ancient ruler from billions of years ago returning to the world. Clenching his fists, now covered with a thick skin and horn layer, Evans swung his massively enhanced arm at the manatee, delivering a powerful yet skillful punch to its side, sending most of its body crashing out of the water onto the shore, though it didn't inflict much damage. After doing all this, Evans easily landed back on the shore, clapping his hands and returning to his original appearance, reverting from his half-beast form. "I must say, Evans, no matter how many times I see it, your transformation is quite ugly." Bert's voice chimed in at the right moment, mocking Evans' appearance after the transformation. To be honest, from Liu Zei's perspective, there weren't many attractive Zoan transformations, and Evans was already among the better-looking ones. But how Liu Zei viewed it was one thing. Bert's teasing was another. Sure enough, Evans shot him a glare, his skin subtly changing, seemingly preparing to retaliate. "All right, you two go fight somewhere else. Let me have a chat with our future boatman." The manatee, having been lured up by Liu Zei with the smoked meat and then knocked over by Evans, was left without its meal and inexplicably took a beating. Now, seeing Liu Zei looking over, it wore a face full of grievance directed at him. One person and one beast locked eyes with each other. Looking at this silly creature, Liu Zei couldn't help but chuckle and said, "I know you can understand human speech. If you follow me and help me pull the boat, I promise you won't lack for food, drink, fun, or girlfriends. Come with me. Moo. First, give me that piece of meat." Liu Zei, Chapter 92 again. Looking at the manatee, Liu Zei was momentarily stunned. He never expected that even a manatee would negotiate with him. Quickly regaining his composure, he looked at the cute yet awkward creature in front of him and irritably snapped the fishing line, tossing the cured meat to the manatee. "Moo moo. Having eaten my meat, you are now my crew. From now on, my ship will rely on you to pull it." Watching the manatee excitedly leap up and swallow the meat, then chewing it with a blissful expression, Liu Zei smiled and spoke to Moo Moo. After swallowing the meat, The manatee joyfully called back to Luze a few times. Moo moo. As long as there's food, you won't miss out on food. Luze replied with a smile. Moo. The manatee cheered and struggled back into the water, diving for a moment before suddenly raising its head, resting its enormous head close to Luze and the others. Wait here for a moment. We'll go to the village and come back to take you away. After patting its head, Luze instructed the big guy and prepared to take Evans and the others to the village to see if Nami had returned. Hearing Luze's words, the manatee nodded its big head to indicate that it understood, and then slowly sank underwater. Let's go. Why are you all looking at me like that? Luze was about to call a few companions to leave, but when he turned around, he saw the expressions of the three behind him as if they had seen a ghost, and he immediately stopped talking. Captain, how come you can understand the meaning of that manatee's calls? Bet hesitated slightly, but couldn't help but ask. What? You guys can't understand? This time it was Luze who was confused. In this anime world, isn't the standard talent of the indigenous people the ability to understand animal calls? I can't understand. Bet shook his head. I can't understand. Garen shook his head wildly. Luze looked at Evans again. When it came to him, Evans hesitated a bit before speaking. I can understand a little bit, but chatting like you do is completely beyond me. How can I understand? Luze continued to be confused. Yeah, why can you understand? At this point, all three of them couldn't help but ask Luze. If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you. Luze glared at the three guys opposite him, who looked like fools, and indignantly said, waving his hand without thinking too much. He led the way outside. Hey, boss, don't rush off. Please make sure to teach me how to talk to animals. Garen shouted from behind, his tone filled with unprecedented admiration. Even the boss was being called out. Hurry up and keep up. Luze was still thinking about how he could understand what the manatee was saying, with no time to waste on this fool. He simply signaled for them to catch up without saying much. In the past, Luze had never had a whim to communicate with animals. If it weren't for the impressions he gained from the original story that most marine beasts were quite intelligent, and that this manatee had a similar way of communicating as Luffy, he wouldn't have bothered to chat with it. Who would have thought that today he would discover such a thing through communication? It was quite puzzling. While walking, Luze pulled up his personal panel and looked at it repeatedly, still finding no relevant discoveries. It seemed that no ability matched up. TSK. Forget it. No need to think about it. After all, this isn't a bad thing. Luze shook his head, too lazy to think any further, but suddenly remembered another goal of this trip. He hadn't encountered it on the sea, and the last time he came to Cocoa West Village, it wasn't there either. If he didn't encounter it this time, he really wanted to ask what the 50 affection points for Nami from the achievement of System Redemption were good for. Very well. Luze once again planted a flag for himself. Aegean, where do you think Mr. Kenway and the others are sailing to now? Noki Gao pouted slightly, speaking with a hint of nostalgia. How would I know about that guy? He's wanted by the Navy, probably fleeing on the sea right now. But with that kid's strength, the Navy shouldn't be able to do anything to them, Aegean said somewhat unhappily. Despite his discontent, there was still a hint of worry in his words. After all, Luze was the one who saved their village, and Aegean was also very grateful to him, not wanting him to be caught by the Navy. However, that didn't stop him from expressing his dissatisfaction with Luze for having taken advantage of his daughter, Noki Gao. Maybe he's already gone to the Grand Line. Looking at Noki Gao's worried expression due to his words, Aegean sighed softly and proposed another possibility to comfort the girl in front of him. But just as Noki Gao was about to speak, a series of knocking sounds and shouts came from outside. Aegean, Noki Gao, come out quickly. Mr. Kenway has returned to the village. Thud. Noki Gao suddenly stood up, her strong movement knocking over the stool. She covered her slightly parted mouth with one hand, her face full of disbelief, and tears welled up in her eyes. Sometimes, happiness is actually very simple. For example, when you're thinking about someone and, in the next moment, they really appear in front of you. After the battle, in the dimly lit room, Luze held Noki Gao, whose skin was flushed and face was filled with happiness and satisfaction, and continued to ask the question, I'm preparing to set off for the Grand Line, and I won't be back for a short time. Are you really unwilling to come with me? Do you really want to stay here and guard your adoptive mother Belmir's orange tree? Although Luze claimed that the purpose of coming here was for the navigator Nami and the shipwright Sea Cow, in his heart, Noki Gao was the top priority. Upon hearing Luze's words, a flicker of struggle crossed Noki Gao's face. At that moment, she really wanted to follow Luze without hesitation. But thinking back to when Belmir sacrificed her life for her and Nami's survival, Noki Gao gritted her teeth and forced a smile. No, I want to guard Belmir's orange tree in the village. Another of this answer. Luze felt quite frustrated. But he chose to respect the girl's decision and could only say helplessly, "Then how about this? When I have my own territory in the future, I will come and take you and the orange tree away." Good. I believe you. Noki nodded vigorously, her face once again showing a look of happiness as she leaned closer to Lu Zhe. Just like that, Noki leaned in Lu Zhe's arms and soon fell into a deep sleep. A few days later, set sail. Destination, the Grand Line, with Lu Zhe's command. The manatee Moo Moo, equipped with a suit connecting to the ship, let out a cheer and dove into the sea, swimming forward. The sailboat docked at Along's paradise suddenly shot out like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, it was just a black dot in the distance for the onlookers. The reason for not finding Nami this time was actually because she went out to sea to look for me. MMP, you must be kidding me. Lu Zhe roared in his heart. Chapter 93. Ambush and encirclement. Not long after setting sail, the fog on the sea gradually thickened, and the visibility in the surrounding waters was rapidly decreasing. How did it suddenly get foggy when it was fine just now? Be careful, Garen, you're the lightest. Go up to the mast lookout to watch the surrounding waters. After instructing Garen, Lu Zhe watched him nimbly climb up the mast. He then called Moo Moo to slow down a bit and help monitor any unusual changes on the water surface. After doing all this, Lu Zhe felt a bit more at ease. The heavy fog at sea was the perfect weather for launching a sneak attack. I can't believe I missed Nami again. But I can't waste any more time. If I delay any longer, even that guy Luffy will set sail. With a blank expression steering the ship, Lu Zhe, after ensuring everyone was on alert, thought helplessly that he couldn't afford to delay any longer. He could only head directly towards Reverse Mountain. It would be best to encounter Nami on the way. If not, he had to enter the Grand Line, luckily with Moo Moo. It would be a bit safer while passing through Reverse Mountain. Looking at Moo Moo, who was swimming forward with part of its large body visible in front of the ship, Lu Zhe felt a little more reassured about passing through Reverse Mountain. In this world where anime turned into reality, only those who had experienced the terrifying Reverse Mountain, the convergence of ocean currents, would know the fear of being swept away in the rapids, where at any moment the ship could crash against the mountain walls, leading to destruction and death. Lu Zhe had experienced this in his previous life and could never forget it. That was a power he could not change with his current strength, and he could not help but feel a sense of awe. This was also the reason Lu Zhe repeatedly doubted whether his group could pass through Reverse Mountain smoothly and enter the Grand Line. However, with the arrow on the string, he had to shoot. Lu Zhe knew that if he hesitated and stopped moving forward, it wouldn't be long before he would be caught up by other players. Lu Zhe also thought that if he could directly enter the world of One Piece without these players, it would be great. He would have enough time to farm and accumulate strength, then crush everything with absolute power without having to worry about being caught up by others. Unfortunately, Lu Zhe's opinion didn't matter, so he could only head towards Reverse Mountain. Moo, Moo, there are a lot of ships approaching us. Suddenly, the sea cow Moo Moo, who had its head half submerged underwater, raised it abruptly and called out to Lu Zhe and the others anxiously. Moo Moo warned that a large number of ships were closing in on them, so they needed to be on guard and prepare for battle. They were likely to be surrounded. Upon hearing Moo Moo's shout, a cold light flashed in Lu Zhe's eyes, but his tone remained calm as he spoke to Bet and Evans. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhe shouted upward, "Galen, can you see the shadows of other ships around? The fog is too thick. I can't see anything further away." Galen's voice came from above. "All right, come down and prepare for battle. We are ambushed." Lu Zhe shook his head, knowing he had been tricked, and no longer held onto any hope as he called Galen down. What happened next confirmed Lu Zhe's suspicions. Not long after, perhaps noticing that Lu Zhe and the others had slowed down, their attackers no longer concealed themselves. Faintly, commands could be heard amidst the fog, and suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe leaped into the air, drawing his twin blades at his waist. A flash of sword light appeared, and a cannonball was split in half, falling into the sea. Boom, boom, boom. However, the previous cannon fire served as a signal for the attack. Immediately, a continuous roar erupted from all directions, with flashes of fire appearing one after another. In an instant, countless cannonballs appeared above Lu Zhe and the others, seemingly about to hit the ship. Whoosh! The people on the ship suddenly jumped up, drawing their weapons to either slash the incoming cannonballs or dodge away, ensuring the ship sustained no damage. Moo Moo, dive down and accelerate forward. We will protect you. After slicing through a cannonball, Lu Zhe landed back on the ship and shouted to Moo Moo at the bow. They couldn't just stay there motionless. Based on the number of cannonballs fired just now, the enemy had at least 5 ships. If they didn't find a direction to break out, they might lose the ship they had just acquired. Luze estimated the number of enemies and made a quick decision. The sea cow, Mo, hearing Luze's shout, immediately dove back into the water, found a direction, and swam forward with all its might. In an instant, the speed of the ship surged, propelled forward like an arrow shot from a bow. Undeterred by the barrage of cannon fire, the ship carrying Luze and the others charged through the fog for a distance, soon catching a glimpse of some shadows of ships. Bang! A sword sliced through several cannonballs, and Bet looked up to see, through the thin mist, 6 warships surrounding them. On the masts of the ships, a flag symbolizing the Navy fluttered gently. "Damn it, it's the Navy," Bet shouted angrily, then skeptically said, "How could they know we were in Cocoa West Village? Did those villagers betray us?" "Calm down, Bet. It shouldn't be them. It's likely the Navy has spies nearby. After all, we didn't take special care to hide our movements." Luze replied calmly, twisting his body to deliver a swift kick, sending a crescent-shaped wave of energy that detonated the approaching cannonballs in midair. Moreover, this is not the time to discuss this. Since we know how the enemy has surrounded us, we can't just let them have the upper hand. As the warships drew closer, Luze's gaze turned icy, and without hesitation, he leaped out of the ship, moving like lightning across the surface of the sea towards the enemy warships. "I'm going to greet the Navy. You guys prepare to break out." Luze's voice echoed back, leaving the 3 on board exchanging glances, finally shrugging helplessly and continuing to stay on the ship to protect it and the sea cow, Mo. After all, they still didn't have enough mastery of the moon step and couldn't surf on the sea yet. Meanwhile, on the Navy warship, among the sailors loading and firing cannonballs, Charlotte, dressed in a Navy uniform and looking slightly pale, filled cannonballs and cleaned the cannon while coldly observing Luze and the others being suppressed by the warship's cannon fire from a distance, a hint of satisfaction creeping onto his face. "I told you, Edward Kenway, not to get too cocky. I'll make you pay for this. And this is just the beginning." The newly promoted Navy Corporal Moriarty Charlotte watched the small boat charging through the cannon fire, silently reciting in his mind while already labeling Luze and his group as doomed. Just then, Luze's voice, filled with killing intent, echoed, spreading amidst the sound of cannon fire. "Two-sword style, aye, oversee." Accompanied by Luze's voice, 2 solid-like blade auras erupted from the scabbard at his waist, their sharp presence piercing the skin and spirit of everyone in the direction they pointed. Whoosh! Like lightning cutting through the night sky, the 2 sharp blade auras crossed at an angle, merging instantly, embodying both speed and power, piercing through a warship in the battlefield of cannon fire. Crack! The warship that was struck by the blade suddenly emitted a crisp sound as it split apart, tilting and sinking sharply to the sides. The cut was unbelievably smooth, perfectly dividing the entire warship in half, with seawater rushing into the cabin, sealing its fate of sinking. Watching the Navy soldiers tumble into the sea like dumplings, Luze retracted his blade aura, stepping lightly in midair to regain his energy, preparing for the next strike. Mo, accelerate. Meanwhile, Evans and the others, seeing the results of Luze's strike, shouted at the sea cow Mo without hesitation, urging it not to waste this rare opportunity. At that moment, Mo, invigorated, let out a loud bellow, spraying a misty breath, its large eyes bulging with blood as it dove into the water, increasing its swimming speed, pulling the small sailboat towards the gap Luze had created. Impossible. This can't be happening. That guy just broke through to the extraordinary level. How can he be so strong? On another Navy warship, Charlotte watched the warship destroyed by Luze's strike, his eyes bloodshot and his complexion paler than before, muttering in disbelief. However, after a moment of shock, the self-controlled Charlotte quickly realized his loss of composure, regaining his rationality. Although I don't know why you become so strong in such a short time, I don't believe you didn't exhaust any energy from that powerful strike. Nor do I believe your crew is as strong as you. As Charlotte pondered, he set aside his tools and walked to report his thoughts to the nearby officer. Edward Kenway's current strength indeed doesn't match the records from before. Perhaps he used some technique that significantly drained his stamina. This suggestion was passed up the chain until it reached the highest-ranking officer on the ship, a Navy lieutenant colonel. Upon receiving this message, he muttered in a daze, his previously unpleasant expression softening slightly. No joke, just the posture Luze displayed with that strike. Whatever else, I just know that if it had hit my ship, I definitely wouldn't have been able to block it, and I might have ended up as a ghost under the blade. Given this situation, it was abnormal for him not to look grim. Moreover, He had just used a telescope to scan the area around the whirlpool formed by the sinking ship, failing to spot the figure of the one on his level who had been aboard the ship that was cut in half. He didn't know if that person had been rescued by another ship or if they had perished alongside their beloved ship at the bottom of the sea. Just as the Navy lieutenant colonel was deep in thought, ready to order a concentrated attack on Liu Zhe in midair, the other ships had already acted first. During his brief moment of distraction, the situation on the battlefield had shifted slightly. With Liu Zhe carving a path, the distance across the sea, which wasn't too far to begin with, was quickly covered under the full power of the Sea Cow MOMO, bringing the gap created by Liu Zhe right before them. Just as MOMO was about to forcefully break through the encirclement, the warships on either side suddenly adjusted their positions slightly, ruthlessly filling the gap in the middle while continuing to unleash cannon fire towards Liu Zhe and the others, paying no heed to the Navy soldiers still struggling in the water. With the way blocked ahead, MOMO, charging at full speed, found it hard to stop. Just as it was about to halt and stop the boat, Liu Zhe, who was dodging cannonballs in midair, suddenly shouted, MO, don't stop. Keep charging. Then, Liu Zhe called out to the ship, Evans. One person, one ship. The others cut through the wreckage. It was unknown why this dumb cow trusted Liu Zhe so much. But when he told it to charge, it did so without a second thought, heading straight for the gap between two ships and the wreckage of the cut ship. Upon hearing Liu Zhe's command, Evans also acted without hesitation, instantly transforming into his Triceratops beastman form, wielding a saw-like great sword and leaping from the ship. Moving to one side, both of them braving the cannon fire as they swung down their weapons. One sword style, dragon power, mountain shatter. In midair, Evans executed an immature moonwalk, his body suddenly lunging forward a distance. His arms, now massively muscular after the transformation, swelled again as he let out a terrifying roar. With an unmatched force, he brought down his large chainsaw blade fiercely onto the warship before him. As the blade's light twisted, a Triceratops silhouette briefly appeared, then transformed into a blade of light that lunged at the massive warship. Boom! The chainsaw blade, wielding immense power, condensed its light, cutting through several cannonballs fired at Evans, and knocked away a Navy colonel trying to block him. It relentlessly struck the hull of the Navy warship, suddenly slicing through more than half of it, revealing a massive gash with seawater rushing into the cabin, exposing a huge gap in the blockade. After completing all this, Evans showed no intention of jumping back onto the ship. His body, over 4 meters tall, stepped on the wooden planks on the sea and leaped onto another ship to wreak havoc. Charlotte just happened to be on that ship. Charlotte, MMP. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Evans made his move, Liu Zhe also drew his blades. Without any flashy techniques, Liu Zhe's body, suspended in midair, relaxed slightly before starting to descend. During this process, his two blades sensed the airflow changes brought by the fall. When his speed reached a certain level, Liu Zhe suddenly revealed a strange smile. I wonder if you've heard of sword technique that falls from the sky. Dual blade style. Tornado slash. He adjusted his posture, stepped down, twisted his body, and, with the force of the step, his waist drove his hands, and his hands drove the blades. The two blades crossed slightly as they followed the flow of the wind and slashed down towards the warship below. Whoosh! There was no blade light, no abnormal phenomenon. Just two sharp, intersecting streams of blade energy descended upon the warship. In the first instant of contact, the chaotic blade currents swept nearby Navy soldiers into it, shredding them to pieces. As for the ship, it suddenly exploded with a gaping wound leading straight to the bottom, disintegrating and beginning to sink gradually in the whirlpool. Chapter 95, Black Flag with a single slash. Liu Zhe's body spun slightly. Then he stepped down again, using the force to land gracefully back on the ship. Steadying himself, Liu Zhe transformed his dual blades into a stance, simultaneously addressing the two men on the ship. Garen, Bet, clear the way. Yes. With a roar, the two followed Liu Zhe's blade momentum and unleashed their long-prepared attacks. Judgment of Justice. Single blade style, Wave Devourer. Dual blade style, all streams return to the sea. Liu Zhe wielded his blade's momentum to intertwine and unify the attacks from Bet and Garen, condensing it into a single strike, infused with wild and violent power. As it cleaved towards the wreckage of the warship, blocking Mu Mu's path. Boom! The sword energy carrying Garen's belief power and Bet's unrestrained blade aura surged forth like a torrent suddenly appearing in the ocean, fiercely crashing into the wreckage of the ship in front of them. Open up for me! With Liu Zhe's roar, The torrent of blade energy surged past Moo, unmatched in momentum, slicing through the seawater and crashing directly into the obstacle ahead, easily penetrating it like a hot knife through butter, creating a wide path just before Moo was about to collide. Roar! With the obstacle cleared, Moo let out an angry roar. Its swimming speed surged once more, churning up waves as it charged forward with the small boat amidst the enemy's encirclement. Hey, Evans, stop playing around. It's time to go. After breaking through the encirclement, Luze glanced at the warships they passed by and shouted loudly at Evans. Coming. Evans responded, and with one last powerful slash at the ship beneath him, he created a massive breach, then laughed heartily as he stomped down hard, launching himself like a cannonball toward the fleeing sailboat. As for Charlotte, it seemed she was swept away by a blade the moment Evans landed, and now her fate was unknown. Thus, under the powerful deterrence displayed by Luze and the others, the remaining Navy dared not pursue further, only able to watch as Luze and the others made their escape. What the Navy had thought was a sure ambush ended with their own losses exceeding half their ships and heavy casualties among their soldiers. Boom! Evans landed back on the ship like a cannonball, causing the vessel to shake violently, and even Moo's forward motion was momentarily halted, nearly snapping the connecting rope. In fact, if Evans hadn't been clever enough to revert from his half-orc form in midair, the ship would have surely been lost the moment he landed. Ha ha ha! That was exhilarating. As soon as he landed back on the ship, Evans shouted with glee, his face filled with the excitement of a hard-fought battle. It really was exhilarating. That group of Navy sent 6 warships and still couldn't stop us. They must be utterly humiliated. Bet and Garen also laughed heartily. This kind of battle was an experience they had never encountered before. It seemed perilous at first, yet they had easily fought their way out, and even now, they were still filled with adrenaline and excitement. Ha ha! This little skirmish is just the beginning. Wait until we reach the Grand Line. There are even bigger scenes waiting for us, so don't celebrate too early, you guys. Luze was also smiling. From this battle, he noticed the progress of several companions, indicating that they could fully keep up with his pace, which naturally made him quite happy as well. However, he did not echo their words, but subtly pointed out that the power levels and battle scenes of the Grand Line were completely unmatched by the East Blue Navy. If they underestimated the heroes of the world because of this level of victory, they would suffer losses in the future. With Moo pulling the ship in front, there wouldn't be any problems for a while, so Luze didn't take the helm. He called over a few companions, shrugged the hem of his windbreaker, stepped onto a wooden barrel, and said with a serious yet somewhat reckless gaze, All right, since the Navy sees us as enemies, then what if we become pirates? From this day on, we are the Black Flag pirate crew. Beta, Evans, and Gallon exchanged glances, their faces still filled with wild joy and excitement. Without a second thought, they stepped onto the wooden barrel and shouted in unison, Long live the Black Flag pirate crew! Long live Captain Kenway! Ding! The player has named the pirate crew Black Flag. The player has set the pirate crew's emblem as a skull with crossed swords. Checking for duplicates. Ding! The Black Flag pirate crew is officially established. Ding! Pirate crew-related level mechanisms and benefits can be checked in the team panel. Full speed ahead, destination, reverse mountain. Moo! Charge! The fog gradually dispersed, and on the calm sea, various broken planks and debris floated by, with some parts faintly burning, giving this sea area a sense of decay and desolation. A young man, covered in blood, with slightly curled hair and a pale face, was drifting on a piece of wood. On the beach during dusk, the blood-red sun dyed the sky into a brilliant crimson while casting a bit of light on the unconscious young man. A seabird flew in from a distance, circled a few times, and finally flapped its wings a few times before lightly landing not far from the young man. Tilting its head, the seabird curiously looked at the unconscious youth, then stepped closer, hesitated for a moment, and pecked at the young man's head. It seemed that the seabird's actions startled the young man, who trembled and opened his eyes in confusion, only for that confusion to be quickly replaced by intense hatred. Struggling to stand up and startling the seabird away, the young man surveyed his surroundings, and a rare look of pain appeared on his pale face. This game is really a trap. If the character falls into a coma, I have to wait in complete darkness for them to wake up. At least I didn't die at sea. Otherwise, what the hell? The young man abruptly stopped his muttering and, looking in a certain direction, his eyes suddenly revealed an unprecedented look of surprise. Looking closely, he saw a uniquely shaped fruit, with a chaotic color and spiral patterns, lying motionless on the beach. Hey, what's going on? A coarse and wild voice came from the other end of the phone. Report, sir. Our department has discovered the whereabouts of Edward Kenway and has surrounded him, but the operation ultimately failed. Why didn't you report it as soon as you discovered it? How could you let him get away? Useless. Immediately, the voice on the other end of the phone erupted in anger. It was our department's oversight. The person who answered the call said, revealing a hint of flattery, but then heard a click, and the phone was abruptly hung up. Click. Beep, beep, beep. Is that so? So Edward Kenway is still in the East Blue? Putting down the phone receiver, Smoker, with 2 cigars in his mouth, had a flash of brilliance in his eyes and made a decision. Someone come. Chapter 96. Under Reverse Mountain, Liu Zhe was unaware that since his rebirth, he had stirred up the development of many events into a chaotic mess. Unexpectedly, due to a naval battle aimed at encircling him, the fruit that Charlotte had consumed in his previous life was delivered to him in another way. If Liu Zhe had known about this, he might not have considered Charlotte a potential threat. However, it would likely have made him feel a certain reverence for fate. At this moment, though, he probably didn't have the leisure to think about all that. Dressed in a black feathered coat, Liu Zhe moved gracefully through the air, stepping lightly as he demonstrated and explained while walking in circles around the ship, making his movements as slow as possible. Meanwhile, Evans, Bert, and Garen, the 3 burly guys, watched Liu Zhe's actions with the seriousness of elementary school students in class, occasionally shifting their feet to mimic his movements, absorbing the essence of the techniques Liu Zhe was teaching. In Liu Zhe's view, everyone on his ship, including Garen, had attributes sufficient to freely execute the 6 forms. They just needed to make up for some technical deficiencies. This could be accelerated not only by diligent practice, but also through detailed explanations. Moreover, it was true that even Garen had unexpectedly completed his assessment task after boarding the ship, breaking through to the extraordinary rank with his strength, physique, and mental attributes. Your grasp of shave and moonwalk is still quite unrefined, and your mobility in combat at sea is insufficient. Otherwise, we would have had more tactical options during this breakout, and we wouldn't have had to risk our ship being destroyed while charging through the enemy's cannon fire. Liu Zhe took advantage of the distance from Upside Down Mountain to quickly give the 3 crew members supplementary lessons, helping them master these 2 skills as soon as possible to enhance their maneuverability in naval battles, and to avoid being easily dealt with by the enemy in the potential breakout fight ahead due to their lack of agility. Previously, the Navy's 16th Division had failed to capture them and had been severely beaten by Liu Zhe and his crew. So Liu Zhe was certain that the enemy would not just swallow this anger. To regain their honor, it was almost inevitable that they would report the news to the East Sea Navy headquarters in Rogertown. After all, considering the strength that Liu Zhe and his pirate crew had displayed in previous battles, only Smoker, a user of the smoke fruit, had the capability to deal with them in the entire East Sea. Therefore, even if it was somewhat embarrassing, it was normal for the Navy's 16th Division to report the battle results to headquarters immediately, especially since they had suffered a huge loss and lost face against Liu Zhe's pirate crew. That guy Smoker is probably already gathering his fleet in the waters in front of Upside Down Mountain, waiting for us to arrive. Under the moonlight, after finishing his teaching and lying on the bed ready to rest, a glint flashed in Liu Zhe's eyes as he secretly guessed in his heart. A great battle is imminent. If we can't get through this challenge, we might not even qualify to head to the Grand Line. Liu Zhe's expression became slightly serious, but an unprecedented fighting spirit surged within him. However, as he thought about it, Liu Zhe suddenly grinned and touched the sea spirit ring on his hand, secretly muttering, Smoker, feel free to block me. If you manage to stop me, I'll admit defeat. Even though it's satisfying to see you fall flat on your face in front of me, you can't just let me run away after you chase me all over town," Liu Zhe said resentfully, but his eyes suddenly rippled, and a wave of energy surged within him, then spread out violently. After some time sailing, aside from stopping at a small town for supplies, Liu Zhe and his crew wasted no time and headed straight for Upside Down Mountain. TSK. Although we were surrounded by the Navy because we went to Cocoa Village, at least we managed to bring this guy along to pull the ship. Otherwise, when we were surrounded before, it wouldn't have been easy to escape, and we had to be constantly careful not to let them destroy the ship. So don't underestimate this guy. He may eat a lot, but he is capable. Moreover, Moo is quite good too. He knows to fend for himself and generally hunts weaker sea beasts to provide meat for the ship, earning rewards of roasted meat from Liu Zhe. Just now, Liu Zhe stood at the bow holding a large bucket of grilled sea beast meat, feeding Moo while turning to the group behind him, expressing his satisfaction with the sturdy sea cow. While speaking, Liu Zhe paused and continued, "Besides, this guy will have to put in a lot of effort when we go past Upside Down Mountain. Not to mention breaking through the blockade of the Navy ships, led by Smoker. Moo Moo's maneuverability is a great assist. Additionally, at the base of Upside Down Mountain, ocean currents converge, and there are countless undercurrents. Ordinary ships entering are completely at the mercy of the currents, relying solely on the helmsman and navigator skills to navigate the ship smoothly into the mountain's entrance. However, the water flow at the entrance of Upside Down Mountain is extremely turbulent, and if the helmsman and navigator lack skill, they might not even be able to enter Upside Down Mountain, crashing into the mountain wall instead. Here, because Lu Zhe and his crew lacked a reliable navigator, Moo Moo's role became prominent. As a sea beast, Moo Moo instinctively senses and follows the ocean currents, and with him guiding the ship, it is unlikely that they would crash into the mountain wall. As for what happens next, descending the mountain will just be a matter of luck. The 4 ocean currents converge into one, and under that kind of impact, it will be good enough if Moo Moo could save his own life, let alone have the energy to care for Lu Ze's ship. Eat up, eat up. The hard battles ahead will rely on you, Lu Ze said as he continued to generously feed Moo Moo, his gaze toward the happy sea cow growing more eager. The sky darkened, and gloomy clouds gradually gathered over the sea. Did you see that? They're all set up waiting for us. Looking at the 10 warships lined up in front and the lighthouse and Upside Down Mountain faintly visible in the distance, Lu Ze pointed toward the enemy in the air, his face showing a murderous intent that seemed almost tangible. Since you insist on blocking my way, then we have no choice but to fight and see whose fists are harder. Rarely, Lu Ze spoke boldly, and at this moment his blood was almost boiling, the surging fighting spirit emanating from him infecting Evans, Bet, Garen, and even Moo Moo, igniting their battle spirit and readying them for action. You guys, yes, let us charge in. Chapter 97. As the captain boomed, a cannon fired from the Navy, marking the start of the battle. The distant Navy ships began to adjust their positions, gradually dispersing from their previous formation to encircle Lu Ze and his crew. One by one, the ships revealed their cannons, aiming at the small sailboat that was about to enter their encirclement, preparing to crush Lu Ze and his crew with merciless firepower for daring to provoke the glory of the Navy. Moo Moo, try to dodge the cannonballs, charge. They must break through before the Navy's encirclement is fully formed and reach Upside Down Mountain. Drawing his long knife from his waist, Lu Ze slashed through several incoming cannonballs, his fighting spirit surging, yet his tone remained calm. They were just an ordinary civilian merchant ship, with a hull strength far inferior to that of Navy warships, and they had no gunpowder weapons equipped. In terms of long-range attacks, Lu Ze and his crew had almost no ability to resist against the enemy's strong ships and fierce firepower. To break through this seemingly impenetrable net of cannon fire, they had no choice but to charge forward fiercely, relying on their powerful close combat abilities to carve a path. Moo, under orders. Although Moo Moo felt a bit intimidated by the scene, he still let out a loud roar and plunged back into the water with bloodshot eyes. In an instant, as the rope tightened, the small boat surged forward with unprecedented speed under Moo Moo's pull. Get ready for the breakout. Watch out for cannonballs. Protect Moo Moo and the ship. On the rapidly advancing ship, Lu Ze held his twin swords, his body stable on the deck like a nail, solemnly instructing the other 3. Unfortunately, right now, only Evans, who has mastered the Triceratops fruit ability, can barely handle things after transforming. Bet and Garen are still a bit overwhelmed. Otherwise, they could act independently to disrupt and destroy the enemy formation. As long as Moo Moo leads the ship out, the rest would be easy. Looking at the approaching Navy ships and the cannonballs falling into the sea due to the ship's high-speed movement, Lu Ze felt a bit helpless, while his desire for devil fruits grew stronger. The several fruits he had envisioned, whichever one I eat, would now grant me the ability to easily break the deadlock on the battlefield. However, having such thoughts, fundamentally speaking, it still means I am not strong enough. As a swordsman without the powers of a devil fruit, if my hawk were here, he could probably finish the battle with a single strike. With a sigh, Lu steadied his mind and solidified his fighting spirit, but deep down his desire to become stronger grew a bit more. In the blink of an eye, while thoughts flowed rapidly, it seemed like Lu's mind had turned several times, but in reality, only a few seconds had passed in the outside world. I'll charge in first and see how you respond. Watching the approaching warship, Lu's focused his thoughts, his fighting spirit surging, leaving behind this remark as he shot forward from the deck, leaping over the swiftly moving Moo Moo, and, after a few jumps in the air, he took the lead once again. Isn't it the captain's duty to take the lead in times like this? flashing to a spot not far from the warship. Luz evaded a barrage of cannon fire, and in mid-air, he spun his dual blades. The 3 generations of Kitetsu and the snow simultaneously emitted a chilling blade light, forming a fan-shaped arc like a condensed ring, which shot towards the warship ahead with a single slash. Two-sword style, crescent moon, accompanied by Luz's cold voice. The blade light rapidly expanded in length and attack range during its brief flight, ultimately transforming into a massive circular blade aura that struck fiercely against the Navy warship blocking Luz's path. Clang! Boom! Just as the sharp strike was about to land, a Shurshur suddenly appeared in midair, using immense power to deflect and dissipate the circular blade aura, sending it crashing into the sea, creating a massive splash, stirring up waves, and slaughtering fish, staining the deep water with a hint of red. Oomph. I'm not like those useless fools from the 16th Division who can only watch as others destroy ships. The same trick won't work on me. Holding a Shurshur and a cigar, Smoker's lower body transformed into smoke, hovering in midair, his cold gaze fixed on Luz, his words dripping with disdain. Seeing Smoker, who had suddenly appeared to block his strike, Luz, also suspended in midair with moon steps, felt little surprise. However, the cold expression on his face softened slightly, revealing a hint of mockery. Oh, isn't this Captain Smoker, the White Hunter? Last time you fell flat on your face in front of me. Wasn't that enough? Do you really want to challenge me again? Are you not embarrassed enough? Cut the nonsense. Upon hearing Luz's words, Smoker's indifferent face could no longer hold, and he let out an angry roar, charging towards Luz with a cloud of smoke. TSK, look at your temper. You get angry just from a casual chat. Luz casually spoke, facing the 10 hands that were stabbing at him like a torrential rain. His figure changed repeatedly, jumping and moving in the air, showing no signs of fear against Smoker's fierce offensive. Seeing that his attacks were proving ineffective, Smoker kept his right hand wielding the 10 hands unchanged, while his left arm suddenly moved with a roar. White Snake. With a bang, Smoker's left arm transformed in response, his fist remaining the same while his arm morphed into a long snake of smoke, rushing toward Luz with immense power and an unpredictable trajectory. Damn Logia! Luz cursed under his breath, crossing his twin blades to deflect Smoker's 10 hands. Seizing the opportunity, he exerted force with his feet and pushed off, using the recoil to spin rapidly in midair. Moon Step, Gale Foot, Body Spin Chaotic Blade Fly. As his body spun at high speed, Luz's long legs kicked out repeatedly, creating a vacuum and condensing air pressure, unleashing a barrage of chaotic air blades that shot towards Smoker like a torrential downpour. Puff, puff, puff. Countless air blades shot toward him, yet Smoker did not dodge or evade, allowing the sharp air blades to slice into him. In an instant, numerous voids appeared on his body from the impact of the air blades, but there were no visible wounds or blood. The struck areas merely dissipated into smoke before slowly reforming back to their original state. In this situation, despite Smoker suffering no injuries, his powerful White Snake attack had already dissipated into smoke before it could hit Luz, losing its earlier tremendous force. Resolving the enemy's assault, a cold glint flashed in Luz's eyes. Now it's my turn. As the thought crossed his mind, Luz's spinning body suddenly accelerated, his long legs sweeping through the air in a semicircle, and he unleashed a powerful kick fueled by the massive momentum he had accumulated during the spin. The strength of the kick was so immense and swift that it generated sparks from the friction with the air. Gale Foot, Falling Moon. Chapter 98. Hypnosis on the battlefield. A massive crescent-shaped slash suddenly formed from the distorted vacuum, and before Smoker could react, it fell like a full moon, bringing terrifying sharpness and power down onto the naval ship below, just as Smoker's body had been shattered into smoke by the continuous air blades. He instinctively wanted to block Luz's sudden transformation, but could not respond in such a short time. He could only watch helplessly as the giant slash, akin to a fallen full moon, struck down with thunderous force onto the ship below. Boom! Crack! The giant slash crashed down, stunning the Navy, who were focused on the rapidly charging Mo. Those unfortunate enough to be near the strike were cut in half, spilling colorful guts across the deck, while others were caught in the chaos, suffering injuries or losing limbs. Moreover, the ship itself sustained a massive gash from Luz's long-anticipated Gale Foot. Although it wasn't cut in two, it caused significant structural damage, leading to flooding in the ship's hull, losing balance, and causing a large amount of supplies and soldiers to fall into the sea, including the cannons positioned on either side of the ship. Thus, facing the nearby Black Flag pirates, the Navy's artillery suppression tactics became unsustainable. The nearest ship, destroyed by Liu Zhe's kick, lost its ability to attack. The other ships that had spread out to encircle them could not fire for fear of hitting their allies as Mu charged towards Smoker's ship, making it impossible to open fire. In an instant, the Navy's carefully prepared artillery encirclement and crushing tactics became a burden under Liu Zhe's violent breakthrough, forcing them to quickly reposition their ships to continue effective attacks to rectify their tactical error. In this brief moment, it seemed that the Black Flag pirates, due to Liu Zhe's charge, had opened up a chance to break through the encirclement. The key to success here depended on whether Liu Zhe could hold Smoker back until Mu and the pirate ship could break free from the encirclement. In midair, Smoker's eyes widened as he looked at the dire situation of the naval ship below. Seeing that Mu was already close and about to break through their blockade, he could no longer afford to pay attention to Liu Zhe, who was watching him closely. With a sudden burst of white smoke, he propelled himself towards the rapidly moving Mu and the pirate ship, aiming to intercept them and prevent their escape. Smoker understood that while Liu Zhe's combat power was considerable, without the ship's support, he would not be able to make much of a difference surrounded by numerous naval ships in the vast sea. Thus, in Smoker's view, the urgent priority was not to get entangled with Liu Zhe, but to deal with the pirate ship that was about to break out below. However, he could tell that Liu Zhe, who had orchestrated the current situation, would not allow him to stop his ship's escape so easily. With a powerful thrust of his feet, Liu Zhe maneuvered through the air, dodging and weaving until he positioned himself right in front of Smoker. Taking advantage of Smoker's lack of response, he activated his King's aura without hesitation. Under Liu Zhe's intentional control of the mental coordination, a transparent ripple suddenly appeared in Liu Zhe's eyes, and a powerful mental shock surged towards Smoker, distorting the light in the surrounding space, ultimately piercing deeply into Smoker's mind like a sharp arrow. But after having suffered from Liu Zhe's attack once, Smoker was not without defenses. Therefore, at the moment Liu Zhe appeared before him, he halted his forward momentum, calmed his mind, and gathered his will to guard against Liu Zhe's mental assault. With this preparation, supported by his equally impressive mental attributes, Liu Zhe's mental shock only caused him to be slightly distracted, not plunging him into mental chaos or losing control of his body, which made him determined to counterattack. However, the next moment, Liu Zhe's actions greatly exceeded his expectations and nearly led him to ruin. Liu Zhe, after unleashing his King's aura, did not make any unnecessary movements. Instead, he pulled out a hypnotic ring from his pocket and slowly waved it in front of the momentarily dazed Smoker, his voice carrying an unprecedented alluring tone as he softly said, "Look at this ring, relax." Due to the mental shock that had caused him to lose his focus, Smoker subconsciously gazed at the steadily swinging ring, allowing his eyes to follow its movement. In the process, he gradually lost his mind, the vigilance on his face slowly fading into relaxation, and his body began to loosen from its tense state. As soon as Liu Zhe saw it, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. He moved more gently with his moon step, continuing to sway the ring in his hand, coordinating his mental fluctuations, combining the props, gestures, and words to hypnotize Smoker. Relax, you feel your eyelids getting heavier, your body becoming more fatigued, wanting to rest. Relax, relax. You've been tense for too long, you're very tired, sleep now, sleep now. The spiritual fluctuations emanating from Liu Zhe continuously affected Smoker, whose eyelids were heavy and whose floating body was somewhat unstable. With a special rhythm in his words, he spoke in a guiding manner. Ding! The player is using the talent Hypnosis to perform hypnosis, and during the mental attribute check, ding, the specialization Iron Will is activated, granting a 30 effect increase to the skill talent Hypnosis, enhancing the check. Ding! The check is successful. The player's hypnosis is successful this time. Looking at the system prompt that appeared before him, Liu Zhe firmly said, "You are very tired and want to rest. So, I will count to 3, and after 3 counts, you will fall into a deep sleep. 1, 2, 3. As soon as Liu Zhe finished speaking, Smoker suddenly relaxed, unable to maintain his lower half in smoke form, and reverted back to his original state, no longer able to float in midair, and his body began to fall freely. Watching Smoker descend, Liu Zhe smiled slightly and ignored him, but suddenly changed his steps in the moonwalk and rushed downwards, aiming not at anything else but the warship in front of them. Evans, prepare to break through. Yes, Captain. Evans responded, looking at the obstructing ship about to break through, took a step forward and transformed into his beast form, muscles bulging in his arms as he swung the large saw blade in his hand. One sword-style dragon power sea splitter. At the same time, as Evans made his move below, Liu Ze, who was rapidly descending, also unleashed his blade. Two sword-style starfall, with one up and one down. Two streaks of blade light slashed directly at the already heavily damaged warship. The sharp blade energy met instantly, slicing the ship in half, and Mu took this opportunity to rush past. Shopta 99, Smolka, D, coordinating with Evans to slash through the warship, blocking their way. Liu Ze watched as Mu pulled the sailboat out of the encirclement, successfully breaking through. Loser was certain in his heart, and he calmly scanned the distant ships in the air, realizing that their positions had not yet reached the conditions for attack, and he still had some room to maneuver. Immediately, Loser was not in a hurry to return to the ship. Instead, he twisted and turned his body during the descent, using the shock wave to dive towards an area below the water surface that was filled with debris. In that area, the soaked smoker was awkwardly lying on a piece of wood. His previously held cigar and the 10 hands he had were now nowhere to be found. It could be said that Smoker was lucky. After being hypnotized and falling into the sea, the moment he regained consciousness, he instinctively flailed and managed to grab onto a piece of floating wood. Otherwise, in such a fierce battle with no friendly reinforcements in time, and being unable to swim in the sea, he would have likely drowned. At this moment, with most of his body soaked in seawater and in a state of severe exhaustion, Smoker was desperately trying to cling to the wood. He appeared weak and lifeless, as if even holding onto the wood had drained all his strength, leaving him unable to make any other moves. Just then, Loser descended from the sky. Even though I had hypnotized you earlier, your body still possessed the passive ability to elementalize, making it troublesome to kill you. Moreover, in the previous situation, it was crucial to clear a path for Mu to escape. Otherwise, given my personality, how could I let you off so easily? Merely hypnotizing you and letting you fall into the sea? I hold grudges. But now Mu has already broken through, and you are submerged in the sea and unable to elementalize. So, Smoker, your time of death has come. As Liu Ze thought to himself. By the time he reached the last sentence, he was already roaring out loud. Looking at Smoker, who was getting closer below, he crossed his dual blades slightly in front of him and, using the momentum of his descent, suddenly slashed down at Smoker. Two sword style, wind tier, whoosh. Two intersecting blade auras were born from the blades Liu Ze wielded, the sharp radiance tearing through the air and shooting fiercely towards Smoker below. Splash! Watching Liu Ze descend from the sky, Smoker didn't think twice and directly let go of the wooden plank, splashing water as he sank into the sea. Knowing that he couldn't possibly be Liu Ze's opponent at this moment, he realized that any resistance would only result in him being killed outright. So Smoker chose to sink into the sea. In his view, drowning in the ocean was still better than being killed by Liu Ze in such a humiliating manner. However, with a good bounty ahead, how could Liu Ze given the chance to drown himself? Boom! Two intersecting blade auras suddenly slashed down from the air, shattering the wooden plank upon contact, and then rapidly plunged into the seawater, creating fine ripples. With a splat, it struck Smoker's body, causing a burst of blood in the water. In just a few breaths, a section of the blue seawater was stained with blood. Ding! Player has killed Marine Colonel White Hunter Smoker, gaining 50,000 experience points. Marine Faction Hatred 300. Current relationship is hostile. Ding! Congratulations to the player for achieving the hidden achievement strangle. Splash! Looking at the system prompt that popped up and the purple chest floating on the surface of the sea, Liu Ze reached out to collect the chest, sheathed his blades, and jumped straight into the water. Under the blood-stained sea, Liu Ze carefully observed the underwater situation in the dim light. Soon, after finding Smoker's body slowly sinking, he immediately activated the moon step technique, creating vibrations in the water as he surged forward, his figure resembling a fish rapidly swinging its tail, rushing towards Smoker's corpse. After a few sprints, Liu Ze retrieved Smoker's body, looked around but found nothing else, and silently regretted. Where's Smoker's jit? It should have been at least a rare-grade weapon. What a waste. But with time pressing, he didn't linger and directly exerted force to rush back to the surface. Holding Smoker's body, Liu Ze jumped back into the air, took a moment to catch his breath, and then used the moon step to dash near a warship, tossing the body onto their deck while loudly declaring, "White Hunter Smoker is dead. Those not afraid of death can continue to chase me." After saying this, Liu Ze didn't make any unnecessary moves and turned to charge towards a small boat that had already run far away, nearly reaching the area where the currents gathered under Reverse Mountain. Meanwhile, in the ship below, a group of Marines looked at Smoker's body and the frozen expression of unwillingness on his face, all filled with anger. Yet the fear in their eyes could not be concealed. The senior officers on the ship were even more so. They instructed their subordinates to collect Smoker's body with dark expressions while secretly thinking of countermeasures. If even Smoker, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, could be easily killed by Edward Kenway, could they still dare to mobilize the ship and charge forward? It would be better to report the news to other allies first and wait until they coordinated before making plans. As for whether the Black Flag pirates would escape during this process, well, if they did, it would mean that other ships acted too slowly and missed the opportunity. And that had nothing to do with him. Moo, ahead is the entrance to Reverse Mountain. We entrust you and the ship. Luze returned to the ship and seriously instructed the somewhat tired Moo. At this point, under its pole, the pirate ship had already passed the lighthouse and entered the turbulent waters below Reverse Mountain. The enemies behind seemed temporarily deterred by Luze's tactic of using Smoker's body, so they had not pursued. The only challenge they needed to be fully prepared for now was the test posed by Reverse Mountain. Moo, after we get past here, I want to eat lots and lots of roasted meat. All right, you're the biggest contributor in this round. You can eat as much as you want. Luze agreed to Momo's request without hesitation. Under the turbulent and chaotic ocean currents, his personal strength was of no use at all. Without a qualified navigator, they could only rely on Momo as a sea beast to guide them through this challenge. Get ready to hold on to everything on the ship. Find a secure point to brace yourselves. Whether we go up or down the mountain later, it's going to be thrilling. As the ship, pulled by Momo, slowly approached the entrance of Upside Down Mountain along the current, Luze instinctively grabbed the rope beside him and instructed the few guys behind him. Splash! The entrance was just ahead, and the surging ocean currents became increasingly turbulent as they neared the entrance of the mountain. The ship began to uncontrollably surge forward. Luze and the others on the ship nervously watched Momo's movements ahead, fearing that a careless mistake could lead to disaster. Chapter 100. The Grand Line. Phew. It's finally over. After holding their breath for a while, with Momo leading the way, the small boat finally made it through the entrance of Upside Down Mountain safely, brushing against the mountain wall, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. However, just as they entered the mountain, the raging torrents finally erupted, and the entire ocean current converged, directly sweeping the pirate ship and Momo upwards towards the mountain peak. Facing the surging current that shot up along the mountain wall, Luze remained calm, gritting his teeth and holding tightly onto the rope on the mast, standing firmly. But Bet, Evans, and Garin, despite firmly holding onto their secure points and not being thrown from the ship, couldn't help but shout out in excitement at this thrilling experience. Among them, Garin was the most exaggerated, his shouts changing in pitch and tone, sounding almost operatic. We broke through the clouds. Luze was just about to speak when the ship suddenly plunged into a deep layer of clouds. Before long, a bright light appeared before them as a golden sun rose on the horizon, and the sea of clouds was left behind. They had unexpectedly broken through to above the clouds, following the ocean current. Gazing at the sea of clouds behind them and the golden sun hanging in the sky, everyone shouted in amazement. Even Luze, seeing this scenery again, couldn't help but express a hint of admiration. However, soon, after being tempered by various mysterious sights, Luze returned to his senses, shaking off distracting thoughts, and called out to the few people behind him who were eager to look down at the sea of clouds. Hey, stop looking. Hold on tight. It's going to be much more thrilling going down than going up. If you get thrown out, I can't save you. Luze was not lying here. The ascent was merely driven by the power of the EC current, while the descent would be a gathering of currents from all four seas, plus the immense acceleration from the water's fall. With such accumulated kinetic energy, given the strength of the Black Flag pirates, any unnecessary actions aside from going with the flow would only result in being swept away by the rushing torrents and crushed instantly. Okay. Upon hearing Luze, the others became scared and quickly tightened their grips on whatever they were holding, although their eyes still couldn't resist glancing back. Here, Garin was the most reckless, with one hand gripping a secure spot, the other hand was occasionally pointing at the air, and Luze could guess what he was doing. It was nothing more than taking selfies or recording videos from memories, and soon he would probably post them on the forum to show off. Shaking his head, Luze looked at the mountaintop, noticing that Moo at the bow of the ship was adapting well to the rapids and had no issues. He then remembered that it was also brought back from the Grand Line by the evil dragon pirates, so it naturally knew how to cope. He decided not to say more and focused on waiting for the moment they broke through the peak. Bang! Water splashed as Moo Moo and the little ship leaped into the air under the tremendous force of the water flow, crossing the mountaintop and then heavily falling into the descending canal on the other side of the inverted mountain, beginning their thrilling and rapid descent journey. Moo! Brew, 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 as they fell quickly. A strong airflow rushed in, causing the sail to be blown backward, which provided some cushioning effect. The exposed skin of the group was also whipped by the wind, creating ripples and looking quite disheveled. Under such impact, Garen and the others wanted to shout. But as soon as they opened their mouths, they were filled with wind, their faces distorted by the airflow. Aside from the sound of their lips flapping, it was hard to say anything more. At this moment, the ship had completely turned into a scene for making memes, with no one able to maintain their image. Liu Zhe, gripping the rope tightly, could no longer hold his expression. His face was as distorted as the hem of his windbreaker flailing behind him. Looking at the layers of clouds passing by in front of him, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Thank goodness I'm standing in front. Garen can't film me. So whether he's recording a video or live streaming, it won't affect my image. TSK. Image is a minor issue. The key point is Labu. Please don't crash into a mountain today. We're not like Luffy, who has the protagonist's halo. This little broken ship might fall apart if you bump into something. The chaotic worries about his image were blown away by the strong wind, and Liu Zhe suddenly remembered the island whale Labu, which made his heart tense. However, at this point, it was useless for Liu Zhe to think too much, as the mountain exit was already in sight. Under the effect of acceleration, Liu Zhe and the others were falling much faster than they had climbed. In an instant, they had covered most of the distance, and through the thin mist, they could already see the ocean beneath the mountain peak. Didn't see Labu. After seeing the situation below the mountain peak, Liu Zhe let out a sigh of relief, allowing his anxious heart to settle. He could kill Smoker without any psychological barriers because the latter had repeatedly obstructed his actions. Even if it would provoke Zephyr and Carp's anger, he still acted decisively when it was time to kill. After all, their factions were originally opposed. If he hesitated to strike because of the enemy's strength, what kind of pirate would he be? He might as well bind his hands upon seeing the Navy's ships and surrender with his companions. Not to mention, Smoker's box might contain a natural-type smoke fruit, which would greatly enhance their pirate crew if given a bet. With contradictions and interests coexisting, Liu Zhe naturally wouldn't hesitate in his actions. However, the island whale Labu was different. Liu Zhe believed he had no reason to strike hard against it and even didn't want to harm it, even if the creature could pose a threat to the safety of his ship, simply because despite being just a simple-minded whale, Liu Zhe had a certain admiration for its persistence towards its companions year after year. He admitted he couldn't do that, so he liked it and was even less willing to harm it. Thus, he felt relieved and happy that he didn't happen to run into Labu crashing into the Red Earth continent. Boom! Moo Moo and the ship plunged into the sea with the ocean current, splashing water everywhere, and at the same time, the system notification refreshed. Congratulations to player Edward Kenway. Garen has entered the Grand Line. 3 congratulations to the player for achieving the Pioneer Achievement. Hey, welcome to the Grand Line. Chapter 101. 4C's congratulations to player Edward Kenway. Garen has entered the Grand Line. 3 as this system announcement spammed across the screen. Players scattered across the 4Cs were momentarily stunned, cursing a few times about the hacks before going back to their own business. It seemed they had become accustomed to Liu Zhe's various exploits. However, some players expressed envy and jealousy about Garen being able to sail with Liu Zhe, wishing they could take his place and fly along with the big shot. Aside from these general players, a small number of players changed their expressions upon seeing this system message, stopping their tasks, either cheering with excitement, falling into contemplation, taking out their phone bugs, or simply logging off directly. In the East Sea, on a 3-masted sailing ship, a black sail painted with a fierce skeletal dragon head was billowing in the wind. Looking at the crew on the ship, it seemed that aside from a few deckhands, every other member had white text floating above their heads. This was actually a pirate crew composed entirely of players. Boss, we also entered the game right when it launched and have been progressing steadily to now. You're also in the extraordinary tier, but what kind of luck has this Edward Kenway had to be so far ahead of us? A player with a buzz cut complained to the young man sitting in the captain's seat after seeing the system announcement. In the buzz cut player's view, their Night Dragon Guild, oh no, now if the Night Dragon Pirates had always occupied the top 3 spots in many games, but now in this Pirate OL, their limelight was being stolen by others. despite the subsequent system updates triggered by Liu Zhe proving that they had taken a gamble by abandoning a previously well-developed game. Entering the Everyone's Pirate Online was undoubtedly the right decision. They finally shook off those long-standing competitors and got ahead of them. Yet they were still not in a position to show off. The buzz-cut men naturally found it hard to accept this, even feeling a sense of hostility towards Edward Kenway, a person he had never met before. The young man on the podium had a tall figure and a calm demeanor, wearing glasses with a stern expression on his face, showing signs of contemplation. It was clear that he was not indifferent to the system announcement that had just appeared. However, he still had patience for his companions who had fought through various online games with him. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Since Edward Kenway appeared in people's sight, he has shown an extremely dominant stance, and his speed of improvement in strength seems to always be above that of other players. From his situation, it's either that he had some lucky encounter at the start, or he discovered some hidden secrets in this game that enhanced strength, or perhaps he has activated a talent that has always been dormant." As he spoke, the young man seemed to get lost in his thoughts, murmuring to himself, or maybe he got close to some NPC. No, it seems that besides the 2 crew members around him, no other NPCs have appeared. So it shouldn't be that. Could it be, hey, boss? The buzz-cut man shouted repeatedly at his lost-in-thought leader, but couldn't wake the bespectacled youth from his deep contemplation. In the North Sea, a group of giant snails swam on the sea surface, with countless buildings rising and intersecting on their shells, categorized by function. On the back of one giant snail, a girl with white text floating above her head was seriously listening to a lecture from an old man wearing glasses and a white lab coat. Next to her were several others, also holding books and listening attentively, some with floating text above their heads, while others did not. As the system prompt refreshed, all players with floating text, including the girl, changed their expressions and reached out to point in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The bespectacled old man on the podium coldly banged on the table and said without mercy, "Those who were distracted, listen up. Germa 66 does not need waste. If you cannot meet the required standards after undergoing organizational training, He didn't say the next part, but everyone present understood his meaning. And apart from a few players who still looked indifferent, most of the crowd collected their thoughts and continued to engage in the lecture. The girl, however, was slightly taken aback. Brother Liu Zhe has already entered the Grand Line, so I can't fall too far behind. I must speed up my progress. Perhaps I can apply to join that experiment? In the South Sea, on a dilapidated small boat, a robust and fierce-looking young man stood on the boat, his bare upper body covered in blood, while the sea beneath him had already turned a bright red from the blood. Not far away, groups of carnivorous fish and sea beasts were surging towards him, sniffing the scent of blood. Looking at the young man's gaze, a gigantic sea beast was slowly sinking, with a massive hole on its head continuously spewing out a mix of red and white liquid. Edward Kenway, the Grand Line? Let us go take a look. The young man grinned, deciding on the direction of his next journey. In the South Sea, in a valley, a wild-looking man with a scruffy beard, originally closing his eyes and holding a knife at the ready, suddenly opened his eyes as the system prompt refreshed. He drew his long knife from his waist and slashed forward. As the knife's momentum changed, the airflow wrapped around the blade, and with the release of his long knife, the airflow surged from the blade to the tip, merging with the sharp blade aura to form a violent whirlwind that swept towards a nearby creek. The whirlwind was fierce, creating waves, lifting several fresh fish into the air, and inflicting countless deep wounds visible to the bone, cutting the fish into several pieces that landed on the shore or fell back into the water, their blood staining the creek red. Ha ha ha! My wind blade technique has finally been mastered. The Grand Line. Here I come. In the South Sea, on a luxurious cruise ship, a young man dressed in fine clothes leisurely swayed while holding a glass of red wine, watching the crimson liquid swirl smoothly in the glass. He spoke with a hint of superiority. Edward Kenway, perhaps you can get a step ahead, but you will never be as rich as I am. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, he laughed to himself. After all, encountering a sunken ship full of treasure is not something just anyone can experience. In the Grand Line, at Twin Cape, the crew of the Black Flag Pirates, having docked their ship next to the lighthouse and preparing to rest for a night before leaving, sat casually around a campfire. Hey, old man Colokas, want to join us for a meal? Liu Zhe, who was cooking, smiled and called out to the old man under the lighthouse, whose head had flower-like petals blooming from it. Shortly after Liu Zhe and the others arrived, Colokas crawled out from the body of the island whale Labu for his daily inspection. After all, he was still the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape and couldn't just vacation inside Labu. The crew of the Black Flag pirates soon witnessed the scene of the island whale Labu, covered in new and old wounds, crashing fiercely toward the continent. What does it feel like to see an island whale, over 400 meters long, attempting to shake a continent? Luze only felt a sense of heroism. As an island whale, Labu's enormous size had exceeded the imagination of everyone in the Black Flag pirate crew, except for Luze. After all, even their current ship's worker, the sea cow Mumu, was only a little over 30 meters long. In comparison, Mumu was like a small shrimp in front of Labu. This comparison also applied when considering Labu against the Red Earth continent, even more exaggerated. Simply put, what difference was there between Labu's actions and a mayfly trying to shake a giant tree? In the face of such a vast difference. Even if the mayfly gave it its all, even sacrificing its life, it might only manage to scrape a little bark off the tree, which would have no effect on the tree itself, and the tree wouldn't even feel it. However, Labu still persevered day after day, year after year, until it was covered in wounds, until the injuries reached its bones, until it could no longer hold on, until one day death would bring it down. Thinking of this, Luze felt that Luffy was actually quite clever. He used a simple, brainless method to make Labu stop this self-destructive behavior and start patiently waiting for their return to fulfill their new promise. After Labu stopped, Luze also tried to have Old Man Colokas explain to Labu that he would go to the Grand Line to help it find companions, as long as it stopped this self-destructive behavior. However, after Labu gazed at Luze with its enormous eyes, it sank back into the water without responding. Seeing Labu's actions, Luze felt frustrated. Was it really that my face couldn't compare to Luffy's? My approach was even more gentle, yet it ignored me. However, after thinking it over, Luze still didn't mention that Brook was alive. This was simply because knowing such secret information was seriously inconsistent with his current identity. It would be bad if it raised Old Man Colokas' suspicions. After all, he was the ship's doctor personally invited by the Pirate King, and one day he might need to ask for help from him. It was best to maintain a good relationship and, at worst, not offend him. Anyway, considering the time, Luffy should be setting sail soon, and it wouldn't be long before he arrived here. It's better to leave the matter of Labu to him. However, although Luze's actions didn't make Labu stop, they did earn him some goodwill from Old Man Colokas, which could be seen as planting seeds for future rewards. At this moment, Luze called the old man to eat, and he noticed the old man's nostrils twitching, not saying a word, but glaring at Luze and the others. Looks like he's quite imposing, Luze muttered. After 3 seconds of awkward eye contact, the air grew tense, and Luze felt his face was about to freeze, secretly cursing. What is up with this old man? Can't he say something about eating? Before Luze could ask another question, Old Man Colokas suddenly snorted coldly, shook the stack of newspapers, got up from the recliner, and walked towards Luze and the others, saying as he walked, "Humph, seeing you all sitting there ready to eat. I thought you forgot about this old man who has no presence. Not all. All the dishes are just right, waiting for you to dig in." Luze laughed as he began to plate the food for the final touches. After the meal, watching Old Man Colokas return through the passage into the body of the island whale Labu, Luze instructed Bet and the others to clean up the aftermath, and then went back to the ship by himself. As he walked towards the ship, Luze thought to himself, now that we've reached the Grand Line, I need to think carefully about how to proceed. If I were to follow the record pointers one island at a time, it would be too much of a waste of time and wouldn't match my urgent need to increase my strength. But right now, apart from the 2 record pointers Bet found at Arlong Park, we don't even have a permanent pointer to any designated island, which makes it impossible to get ahead. It seems that for now, I can only take 1 step at a time. I might as well take this opportunity to sort out the spoils first. Luze shook his head and jumped back onto the ship. On this ship, under the insistence of Bet and Evans, they specially vacated a room for Luze, giving him his own space, which would serve as the temporary captain's cabin. Although Luze thought he didn't have much demand in this regard, having a separate space was indeed convenient for opening boxes and such, so he didn't refuse after thinking it over. After taking off his black feather coat and shirt to reveal his muscular upper body and washing up a bit, Luze leisurely sat on the bed. Another new legend level? He casually opened the system panel, and Luze's expression changed slightly as he continued to read. Legend level in the Grand Line, Paradise, the breakout battle at Reverse Mountain. Faced with the net laid by the fleet led by White Hunter Smoker at Reverse Mountain, you and your Black Flag pirate crew did not retreat, charging forward amidst cannon fire. Utilizing the maneuverability provided by the Sea Beast Labu and the tactical errors of the Navy, while you held back White Hunter Smoker. Your side successfully broke through the Navy's defenses and sailed away. Notably, during this process, because of your hypnosis, Smoker fell into the sea, losing his elementalization ability, and you seized this opportunity to ruthlessly kill him. Because of your actions, you and the Black Flag pirate crew gained unprecedented fame, and your existence also entered the sight of certain powerful entities for the first time, bringing their animosity and anger upon you. If one day you unfortunately encounter them at sea, you may need to fend for yourself. Legend Level 5. TSK, TSK, TSK. I knew I would provoke Zephyr and the others. However, that old man should currently be preparing a pirate guerrilla team in the New World, hunting down notorious pirates everywhere. So he probably won't come looking for trouble with me in the short term. The only problem lies with that monster carp. Luze's expression was somewhat serious. It was almost time for Luffy to set sail, and Smoker had been killed by his own actions. Who knew if Carp would choose to come over from the Calm Belt and block him by heading towards Reverse Mountain? It will be troublesome if they really cross paths. He needed to proceed with the epic assessment immediately. A rare sense of urgency arose in Luze's heart. Chapter 103. Stranglehold. After collecting his thoughts, Luze continued to scroll down, having already made up his mind, since he was already in the Grand Line. Even though some skills and job templates hadn't reached their peak, having a full attribute value breakthrough as a foundation should be enough. Once he wrapped up the gains from this time, he would start the assessment task. However, he had unknowingly accumulated 14 points of legendary status, which was quite surprising. Luze sighed slightly, realizing that his current accumulation seemed unmatched by any player from his previous life. At least, it appeared that way on the surface. Lamenting about random things is pointless. If I don't have this accumulation despite having so many advantages, then it would be too pathetic for me to have been reborn. Shaking his head, Luze mocked himself and continued to scroll down. Next up were the achievements Stranglehold and Pioneer. Luze looked at the achievement Stranglehold on the system panel with a strange expression, and out of curiosity, he decided to click on it first. Stranglehold. As a promising newcomer in the Navy, Smoker has the potential to secure a place for himself even in the unpredictable future, participating in many significant events and possibly playing a crucial role in them. Yet, this character with infinite potential in the future has been strangled by you during the growth period before the legend even begins. You will pay the price for this, and, in turn, gain unexpected benefits. Achievement Reward. Luck 1. Stranglehold Plunder. What is this Luck 1? Luze looked at the achievement reward section, feeling a bit confused. Is this what they call unexpected benefits? He flipped back to look at the achievement description and the words Stranglehold Plunder in parentheses. After thinking for a moment, Luze murmured thoughtfully. Could it be that characters like Smoker, who have a special status in the original work, possess a sort of real luck bonus? And now that I've killed him, this bonus has been stripped away by the system and granted to me in the form of an achievement reward? Although this was just Luze's speculation, he was fairly confident in the correctness of this idea. After all, he had killed quite a few original characters in his past and present lives, but this was the first time he had seen the achievement Stranglehold, and the people he had killed before hadn't held much status in the original plot. If Luze's speculation was correct, then the method to achieve this accomplishment was neither too difficult nor too easy. After all, even if we only consider the few undeveloped kids from the Straw Hat Pirates, they collectively represent a significant amount of luck, and one could say they're all quite weak compared to each other. However, if there really is such a real luck written as a protagonist halo for protection, it would likely not be easy to kill them. Various unexpected events would certainly arise to protect their lives during the process. However, Luze was not someone who indiscriminately killed the innocent, so he naturally wouldn't think of going back to kill those guys to turn them into his own luck value. Unless their interests conflicted, he wouldn't mind helping them out when they encountered difficulties. Currently, the premise was that they should not be his enemies. TSK. What a test of my will this achievement is. Now I somewhat hope my speculation is incorrect. Luze's expression grew even stranger. He didn't want to become someone who, in pursuit of these things, abandoned his principles and killed the weak indiscriminately. Let's set this speculation aside for now. If there is a chance in the future, I'll look into it again. Luze shook his head, burying this tempting yet dangerous thought deep in his mind for the time being. He didn't have 100% confidence that he could maintain his true self in the face of such great temptation. So it would be better to wait until he had the opportunity to verify the truth of his speculation later. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Luze clicked on the next achievement. Pioneer. As a player, with your courage, your strength, and your wisdom, you led your team to be the first to break through the chasm that divides the four seas from the Grand Line. You are the undisputed pioneer. Achievement reward. Random epic gift pack won well. It's fairly standard. Knowing what reward this achievement had long ago, Luze commented blandly and chose to claim it. Luze checked his treasure chest space and found that he currently had 1 random epic gift pack, 1 epic chest, 2 rare chests, and 2 fine chests. The first 2 epic items were rewards from achievements, and 1 was from smokers' contributions. The latter 4 chests entered his treasure chest space after Luze and Ivans destroyed the warships blocking their way, though he had no idea which unfortunate Navy officers they came from. Should I just give it a try? Forget it, I already have a 4 luck bonus. So why bother with nonsense? A real man faces challenges head-on. After a brief thought, Luze disdainfully said, feeling confident in his luck as a true lucky star. Without hesitation, he took the epic chest from Smoker into his hands. It would be best if it produced the smoke smock fruit. At least, let it not be too disappointing. Luze nervously rubbed his hands and casually muttered something before directly choosing to activate it. Whoosh! At the moment Luze chose to activate it, a faint glow suddenly flashed across the achievement list where he had just killed that entry. Subsequently, a luxurious purple light burst forth in front of Luze, casting a mysterious purple glow throughout the room. Seeing the flash, Luze was certain and reached out towards the swirling purple light in the treasure chest. Wow, it really came out. Luze looked at the fruit in his hand, which had a grayish-white color, twisted like smoke, and had spiral patterns on its scale-like surface, with a somewhat dazed expression. Name: Devil Fruit Natural Type, Smoke Fruit Type, Devil Fruit Quality, Legendary Attribute. Consuming it will enhance the eater and grant them the smoke-like abilities of the Devil Fruit. Special Effect: None Hint. 1. After eating, the user will fear seawater and sea stone. Hint: 2. After eating, if the body comes into contact with fresh water for more than 90 seconds, it will experience slight fatigue. If the body comes into contact with seawater for more than 50 seconds, it will experience severe fatigue. Hint: 3. Unless the body structure is special, only 1 devil fruit can be consumed. Consuming more than 1 will cause a conflict of powers that will result in the eater's death. Remark: this is the power of a devil? No, this is the condensation of laws and a gift from the sea. Is lucky for the strong. Luze was also puzzled. He didn't have high expectations, yet it unexpectedly came out as a surprise. Since that's the case, then you belong to Bet. Luze smiled and unhesitatingly placed it into the box by the bedside, planning to give it to Bet tomorrow. Chapter 104. The Rocket Backpack of an Unknown Race. Well, since the smoke fruit came out, this is at least an epic random gift pack. It can't be that bad, right? Luze securely put away the smoke fruit and casually mentioned that a beautiful gift pack glowing with purple light had appeared in his hands. Speaking of which, as a member of Luze's team, Garen should have also obtained the achievement of Pioneer, which means this guy probably got an epic random gift pack too. However, Luze had no intention of interfering with the crew's benefits and was too lazy to ask him about his gains. After all, he didn't believe that a lucky fool could have that much luck. Anything will do, as long as it doesn't give me something that falls below the epic grade. Holding the gift pack, Luze muttered and confidently set a flag for himself, then eagerly rubbed his hands together and chose to open the gift box. Oh, no flas. I already know that a person's luck is limited within a certain time. Watching the slowly opening box and the purple light flowing like liquid inside, Luze muttered, repeating the experience he gained as a non-lucky person. However, no matter how bad it is, with a base luck of 4, how bad could it possibly be? With a confident smile, Luze reached into the box without a second thought. However, from his words and actions, it was evident that he had become a bit addicted to setting flags today and had already forgotten to respect the unseen forces of fate. And he would soon pay the price for his actions, very soon, really right away. He only felt around for a moment, and then he pulled out something that looked like a backpack from a box. However, its appearance was quite different from a typical backpack. Name: Rocket Backpack of an Unknown Race Type. Special Item Quality: Rare Attribute. None Special Effect: Rocket Backpack. When worn and activated, it will propel you into the air, flying towards a designated target. Remark: a special and unstable technology invented by a small, ugly green-skinned dwarf, claiming that as long as the fuel is sufficient, it can take you to over 10,000 meters high. If you look closely, you will find the following words engraved on a corner of the rocket tube: Zaphod's property. It's one thing to open a rare item from an epic gift pack, but to pull something from another world is already a stroke of luck, blessed by the luck of 4. But this shabby thing dares to claim can fly over 10,000 meters? Are you kidding me? Luze looked at the item he was holding with skepticism. What does the rocket backpack, which claims to fly over 10,000 meters, look like? 2 rocket tubes are simply tied together with a vest-like device, looking loose and likely to fall off at any moment. The vest only has a single flimsy strap, giving no sense of security. The rocket tubes, which are the main body of the backpack, were even more disheartening for Luze. Their shapes were all crooked, and while they still looked somewhat like rockets, the shells were tattered and full of patches, with bizarre wires sticking out. Is it really not going to explode the moment it starts? Overall, this rocket backpack can be described in 2 words: crude and shabby. It looks just like a child's doodle. This must have been made by a goblin, right? It definitely was made by a goblin. Luze's mouth twitched slightly, feeling somewhat flustered. Not to mention whether this thing would be useful or not. Just having it nearby made him fear it might suddenly explode and splatter his face. From the perspective of goblins, where explosions are considered aesthetic, even if this thing was originally meant for flying, if it really were to blow up, the impact would likely not be small. At the very least, it could leave him with a disfigurement package. As he thought of this, Luze shivered suddenly, his hand shook, and he hurriedly placed the unknown race's rocket backpack into a box, storing it separately in a corner of a nearby room that had no important items. After thinking for a moment, Luze took out several more boxes and packed that box inside, repeating this a few times, adding several layers of boxes, before finally feeling at ease. I absolutely won't use this rocket backpack unless absolutely necessary, he said with a serious expression, as if making a vow. Despite this, for some reason, he suddenly felt a bit uneasy, always feeling that it wouldn't be long before he would need to use this thing. Well, I won't think about it anymore. Let's open the other boxes. He shook his head, pushing this dangerous thought out of his mind, and directly took out the remaining 4 treasure chests. In an instant, 4 chests appeared in the room, with sea blue and light green light shimmering in the room. I don't know which 4 unlucky fellows provided these, but the Navy's boxes should yield some good stuff, Luze thought casually, his face slightly distorted by the blue-green glow, and he carelessly chose to open all 4 chests in front of him. Swish! 2 green and 1 blue lights exploded, flashing a green light at Luze, making everything look somewhat green for a moment. It seems that with a luck of 4, he was indeed invincible against low-tier treasure chests. Rubbing his eyes, Luze muttered to himself, his tone filled with satisfaction and pleasant emotions. 3 of the 4 chests had flashes. This probability was indeed frighteningly high. Let's see what exactly came out of these, he thought. It was hard for this level of chest to produce food that would enhance his strength, so Luze naturally didn't pay too much attention. He quickly sorted out the rewards from the 4 chests, 1 in each hand. Hand-to-hand combat notes, skilled, medical pharmacology knowledge. Sailing notes, proficient, water combat. Looking at the 4 skill books in his hands, Luze began to check them one by one. Oh, just in time. He was pleasantly surprised upon seeing the sailing notes, proficient. He had been worried about not having a navigator to deal with the complex and changeable weather of the Grand Line, and unexpectedly, the solution just came to him. These types of note skill books were the same as the spitting notes he previously opened from the chirping chest. Players could use them to enhance their corresponding skill levels based on the skill book's level and their own skill level within a certain range. This sailing notes, proficient, could directly elevate his sailing skill level below proficient to the proficient level. Having it delivered right now was indeed a big help for Luze. Chapter 105. Becoming an epic, there was no hesitation. Luze slapped the skill book and chose to use it. As the sailing notes, proficient, transformed into a beam of light and entered his chest, Luze immediately felt countless sailing-related knowledge rapidly flashing before his eyes, then settling into his mind, transforming into his own accumulated memories. After a few breaths, Luze let out a long sigh, momentarily stunned, as if organizing the suddenly increased knowledge in his mind. After a while, he finally regained his composure and muttered to himself, with my current level, I should be able to navigate the Grand Line without getting lost. This came at just the right time. The Navy indeed has a lot of good stuff. However, he could only manage for a while. The ship urgently needed a navigator, and he hoped that someone among those guys noticed this point. Luze sighed. As the knowledge settled down, a system prompt popped up in front of him. Player's sailing skill has reached proficient level. Please choose a proficient reward from the following options. A. Meteorological mastery. As someone who excels at observing celestial phenomena, you have gained a deeper understanding of star-based navigation, increasing navigation efficiency by 20. B. Meteorological expertise. As someone skilled at sensing weather patterns, you have gained a deeper insight into coping with various weather changes, increasing weather perception efficiency by 20. With a compass, I shouldn't get lost, Luze thought. The more troublesome aspect of the Grand Line was still the complex weather changes. After a moment's thought, he directly chose B. Continuing to look at the remaining 3 skill books in his hands, Luze pondered briefly, then directly put away the hand-to-hand combat notes, skilled, and medical pharmacology knowledge, leaving only the water combat book. The first 2 were not particularly useful for Luze. He had already surpassed the skill book's enhancement limit in hand-to-hand combat, being an expert. Although the ship lacked a doctor, the crew members were all powerful, making it rare for someone to get sick or injured. There was no need to rush on this matter. Suitable doctors would eventually be recruited onto the ship. The water combat book, however, was a specialized skill book, and Luze had also mastered it in his previous life. It was a very practical combat specialization. Water combat. After undergoing extensive training in water battles, you have successfully overcome various discomforts brought about by fighting at sea and have developed your own combat insights, making you more adept in water combat. Effect. When fighting on water, it negates the conventional negative effects of being on water and grants 5 to attack and movement speed. Note, using this specialized skill book requires 8,000 universal experience points. There was nothing to hesitate about. Luze directly chose to pay the universal experience points and use the skill book. Originally, he had thought about training specifically to develop this specialization, but since it had now been opened, it saved him some trouble. The learning synchronization process for this specialization is far easier than the beast intuition, Luze suddenly exclaimed while feeling the changes in his body. Clearly, he still vividly remembered that night at the One Heart Dojo when he learned the beast intuition. The synchronization process quickly passed. Luze jumped off the bed, took a few steps, and then grabbed the Sandai Kitch within reach of the head of the bed, casually slashing a few times before thoughtfully sitting back down on the bed, smiling and nodding. I really feel much more relaxed and free. Not bad. After organizing these gains, Luze no longer sat there. He lay back down on the bed, yawning, and clicked open the attribute panel. However, there was still one crucial thing he hadn't done yet. Luze looked at his attribute panel, took a deep breath, and unhesitatingly clicked on the breakthrough assessment next to the attribute section. Ding! Detected that the player's 5 attributes, strength, constitution, agility, intelligence, and spirit have reached the epic limit. Would you like to proceed with the breakthrough assessment? Ding! If the player chooses to break through all attributes, the difficulty of the breakthrough assessment will be 500 times that of a single attribute breakthrough. The breakthrough assessment only allows for 3 failures. If all 3 attempts fail, the player will lose the qualification for promotion. Please choose carefully. Having already seen this identical prompt once, Luze didn't even bother to look again and directly chose yes. Ding! Player has applied for the extraordinary to epic breakthrough assessment. System is reviewing. Ding! Detected that the player's current specialties, extraordinary talent, iron will, strong physique, and adaptability have reached the epic standard. Ding! Detected that the player's current life skill culinary, expert, has reached the epic standard. Ding! Detected that the player's current combat skills, cold weapons long sword, expert, basic swordsmanship, expert, meditation, expert, unarmed combat, expert, firearms light guns, expert, basic footwork, expert, talent hypnosis, mastery, shave, mastery, moonwalk, mastery, storm kick, mastery, have reached the extraordinary standard. Ding! Detected that the player's current profession templates, chef, expert, fighter, mastery, have reached the extraordinary standard. Ding! Information integration, generating assessment tasks. Ding! Task generation complete. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have triggered the task to become epic. Task description. Having broken through the physical limits to reach the extraordinary level, you once again face a bottleneck. Break through it, and you will have the initial qualification to be recorded in the epic. Task requirements. Enter the trial instance and complete the trial task. Task rewards. Promotion to epic. Failure penalty. Assessment attempts -1. Trial instance. Luze's tone suddenly became strange, filled with both surprise and discomfort, but more discomfort. The trial instances in the assessment tasks of Pirate OL are mostly based on historical battles from the Pirate King, allowing players to enter and either replace a storyline character or directly interfere to complete specified tasks, only being able to exit the instance after failing. Moreover, instances based on historical battles are considered among the most dangerous of all types of assessment tasks. However, high danger also comes with high rewards, meaning that benefits gained in the instance can be retained, except for the devil fruits that have already been consumed in the current timeline. These will be exchanged by the system for other compensations for players to choose from. Of course, if the player dies in the trial instance, it is real death, with penalties similar to regular death. After all, to gain benefits, one must bear corresponding risks. This is inevitable. Am I a bit tempted to give up this troublesome task? Looking at the task panel in front of him, Luze had a face like he was constipated, deeply conflicted. Chapter 106, Trial Instance. O'Hara, after struggling for a while. Luze still chose not to give up this promotion assessment. After all, if he gave up, the wait for task reset would take 30 days. And he didn't have that time to waste, whether for the upcoming plans or to fend off the possible arrival of Carp. Luze urgently needed stronger power. Having made up his mind, Luze no longer hesitated, turned off the panel, and fell into a deep sleep. The trial instance could not be completed overnight. He needed to be well rested before the challenge. This journey had started with breaking through the reverse mountain, then crossing it into the Grand Line for an exhilarating journey. The former exhausting him and the latter keeping him tense, and now he needed a good rest. I will be away for a short time. You all wait here for me. If anything comes up, please consult Old Man Colokas. Luze instructed Bet and Evans, then pulled Galen aside to explain his breakthrough assessment, asking him to keep an eye on the other players and not to act recklessly. The time flow in the trial instance was the same as the outside world, and it was a real body entry, so Luze needed to make arrangements before leaving. All right, Captain, you go and come back quickly. Bet and Evans nodded, saying calmly. Also, if anyone comes looking for me through the reverse mountain, please have them wait until I return to deal with it. Luze added, thinking that perhaps his younger siblings would also not be slow in their actions. After arranging his crew, Luze turned to the expressionless old man and sincerely said, So, Old Man Colokas, I leave these guys in your care for now. I will be back soon. Well, this is not a daycare. You better come back quickly. The old man replied nonchalantly, waving his hand to indicate that Luze could leave with peace of mind, not asking further where he would go without even taking the ship. Nodding with a smile, Luze no longer wasted time and went straight back to the ship, checking for any omissions before he was about to start the trial instance when he suddenly stopped. After thinking for a moment, Luze decided to get rid of the layers of boxes containing the unknown race's rocket backpack, taking out the innermost box, packing it into a bag, and holding it in his hand. Better to take it, even if there is a risk of explosion. Who knows when this thing might prove effective. As for the smoke fruit, Luze didn't expect that Bet, after witnessing Evan's fierce performance after eating the Triceratops fruit, would actually look down on the smoke fruit, which didn't have much power in Smoker's hands, and instead only wanted a devil fruit ability that was not inferior to the Triceratops fruit. To this, Luze felt quite helpless and could only let him think it over, putting the fruit back into the box. Finally, after carefully checking the items he was carrying, Luze didn't even forget about water and rations, directly carrying enough for 3 days, just in case. Confirming that there were no omissions, Luze no longer hesitated. Directly opened the task panel, clicked on Become Epic, and selected to start the trial instance. Ding! Player has chosen to start the trial instance, detecting player breakthrough conditions. Ding! Detection complete, beginning to extract trial instance. Watching the system prompts jump continuously, numerous scenes began to appear in front of Luze, rapidly switching like a kaleidoscope, making him dizzy. Ding! Extraction complete. The player's trial instance this time is O'Hara. Ding! The trial instance teleportation will begin in 10 seconds. Please prepare. O'Hara. Luze's eyes widened, and before him flashed the images of the small island reduced to ruins under the Navy's demon-slaying order, the broken, burning giant tree, and the archaeologists who were burned and blown up while trying to protect knowledge. Their final moments frozen on the image of a small black-haired girl crying with her knees hugged in a small boat. 10. The transmission begins. Whoosh. Luze's vision went black, and his body suddenly transformed into white light and disappeared from spot. In the forest, a small girl with black hair and blue eyes, exuding a quiet demeanor, was sitting on a tree stump, engrossed in a book. Sunlight filtered through the sparse branches and leaves, creating a beautiful picture with the tranquility of the forest and the girl's serenity. However, at that moment, a ripe, red tomato arced through the air, shattering this beauty. Bang! Just as the tomato was about to smash into the girl, a hand suddenly appeared in midair, catching the tomato steadily, preventing the girl from being splattered with rotten tomato. Hey! The girl looked up in surprise at the hand and the tomato in front of her, then glanced at the 4 children not far away, instantly realizing what had just happened. What the heck? It was just about to hit that monster. Where did you come from, Uncle? Why did you stop us from hitting this stinky monster? It's disgusting that someone is helping such a monster. Is the uncle a partner of the monster? Hearing the complaints from the nearby children, Luze helplessly shook his head. So what I hate the most is bratty kids. Saying this, Luze flicked his wrist, and the intact, ripe tomato in his hand was thrown onto the head of the child who had just acted. Immediately, a juicy, nearly rotten tomato splattered all over the face of the kid with a buzz cut and glasses. Wah, 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 wah. The bratty kids were taken aback, then suddenly cried and ran away. Oh, you know how to cry? Why didn't he, when you were throwing things at others? Luze sneered, not taking the fleeing kid seriously. The little girl watched the bratty kid run away, crying with a face full of rotten tomato, her expression full of surprise. She then turned to Luze, who had suddenly appeared and done all this, and shyly said, "Thank you. Ha 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 ha. No need to be polite, they brought it upon themselves." Luze chuckled and extended his hand to the little Robin. Edward Kenway, well, let's just say I'm a traveler. Looking at Luze's outstretched hand, little Robin hesitated for a moment, but then reached out and shook Luze's warm, broad hand. "I am Nico Robin. Nice to meet you." "Oh, so your name's Robin? Then I'll call you Little Robin." Luze slightly squeezed the girl's small, cold hand before immediately releasing it, smiling as he spoke. "Why are you here all alone? Where are your parents and friends?" Luze asked knowingly, continuing to chat with Robin. Little Robin closed her book, bit her lip, and said somewhat dejectedly, "My parents went to sea, and I don't have any friends." "Wait, how can you say you have no friends? Now that we know each other, we are friends," Luze said with a smile, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes for little Robin. "We're friends?" Robin looked up at the tall Luze, her face showing a trace of subtle joy and anticipation. Chapter 107. What do you want for dinner? Ding. Transfer successful. Player has entered the trial dungeon O'Hara. Ding. Congratulations, player, for activating the trial dungeon mission O'Hara. Mission brief. O'Hara, a famous archaeological holy land in the West Sea, has the most scholars and the largest library, the Tree of Knowledge, in the world. Considering the dangers of interpreting historical texts or unwillingness to expose the truth of history from 800 years ago, the world government brutally destroyed O'Hara in the year 1502 of the C-round calendar. The following year, the name O'Hara completely disappeared from the map, and the great O'Hara, along with the archaeologists on the island, were erased from the world in this disaster. What you need to do is to reverse history during this disaster, preserve historical knowledge, save the archaeologists, and the little girl who will one day change the fate of the world. Main mission: 1. Protect the book stored in the Tree of Knowledge. 2. Protect the archaeologists of O'Hara. 3. Help Nico Robin leave O'Hara safely. Side missions: 1. Protect Hartwell D. Cerrone. 2. Protect Nico Alvia. 3. Save the island's residents. Mission tip: for protection missions, players only need to ensure that the mission targets do not die from the extermination order to succeed. Mission reward: to be announced upon completion. Failure penalty: breakthrough assessment failure. Luze recalled the task content released earlier while chatting with Robin, amusing her with his witty words and actions, causing her to stifle a smile but not daring to laugh out loud. As for the parents of the brat who had been hit by the rotten tomatoes thrown by Luze, they were scared away by just a glance from him, causing no trouble for Robin at all. From Robin's smile, Luze could see a hint of unnatural but genuine joy. Clearly, the little one had been quite lonely for a long time. Without her parents around and lacking friends, she rarely had happy moments. Luze's sudden appearance somewhat filled certain voids in Robin's heart, much like how Hardwall D. Salon would appear on the beach a few days later. It's getting late. I need to go home for dinner. Mr. Kenway, it was very nice chatting with you." Robin looked up at the sky, now close to dusk. Though she was reluctant to part with this new friend, she had to return home. Otherwise, she might get scolded by her aunt for coming back late. Luze also looked up at the time, then glanced at the slightly dejected Robin in front of him, and said helplessly, "I see. Then, Robin, you should hurry home and not make your family worry. I will stay in O'Hara for a while. Let's meet again tomorrow." Upon hearing Luze's words, Robin's dim eyes suddenly brightened a bit, and a smile appeared on her previously sad face. She nodded vigorously, pressed her lips together, and happily waved at Luze. "See you tomorrow, Mr. Kenway." After saying that, the little one ran off, hugging her book. Watching Robin's departing figure, Luze shook his head with a hint of pity, murmuring, "If I remember correctly, when she goes back, she only has bread to eat, and she still has to clean the whole house. Sigh, I might as well go over and make her a meal." While saying this, Luze started to walk, following the small figure that was running not far away. In the empty room, Robin held the note, looking at its contents, and couldn't help but recall the children she saw along the way who were pampered by their parents. She then bit her lip and lifted the cloth covering the bread, preparing to deal with dinner, hoping to finish cleaning the room before her uncle's family returned. However, at that moment, Lu Zhe's voice came from outside the door. "What? Is this Robin's home? Where your family?" Lu Zhe pretended to be surprised, looking at the bread and note on the table in front of Robin. "What kind of family lets you eat this?" "Hey, Mr. Kinway, why are you?" Robin looked at Lu Zhe, who had walked in through the slightly open door without any courtesy, her expression suddenly filled with a bit of wariness. Observing Robin's guarded demeanor, Lu Zhe didn't mind. Instead, he scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. "Haha, I was a little worried, so I came over. But it's good that I did." Then, before Robin could respond, Lu Zhe said something he had wanted to say for a long time. "So, Robin, what do you want for dinner? I'll make it for you. I forgot to tell you earlier, I'm actually a great chef. I can make any dish." However, hearing Lu Zhe's words, Robin's eyes suddenly became moist. "Are you worried about the cleanliness of the house?" "Haha, don't worry. I can help you clean up after dinner," Lu Zhe continued. Wiping away the tears that were about to fall, Robin smiled with a flushed face and nodded vigorously at Lu Zhe. "So, what does Robin want to eat? I really can cook anything. I want to eat." In the evening, after going to town to buy fresh ingredients to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Robin, Lu Zhe kept his promise to help her clean the house and then prepared to take his leave. However, just as Lu Zhe was about to leave, Robin's uncle's family returned. Faced with the family's questioning of Robin and their suspicion of himself, Lu Zhe's response made Robin feel as if he had become a different person. No longer gentle and humorous. Without a hint of softness, Lu Zhe slightly revealed a compelling aura, scaring Robin's uncle's family pale, and took out 100,000 berries, explaining that Robin was his friend and this was his living allowance for her, urging them to treat Robin better, while also implying a warning not to have any ill intentions. After doing this, Lu Zhe straightened Robin's back once, and no longer wanted to bully ordinary people. He nodded silently at the somewhat dazed Robin, and mouthed "see you tomorrow" before leaving. Finally, he had done what he had always wanted to do back then. Walking along the path, Lu Zhe let out a sigh of relief, feeling a bit of fondness for the system that had thrown him into such a difficult quest. "Whatever, I just want to see this little one smile happily," Lu Zhe said nonchalantly, knowing that this was a fictional quest, yet still unable to help but do so much unnecessary work. Well, Robin's pardon's here, so it's time to get down to business. While thinking, Lu Zhe directed his gaze towards the ancient giant tree in the center of the island. Chapter 108. Archaeologists. As night fell, Lu Zhe stood in the shadows near the Tree of Knowledge, quietly watching Robin enter the Tree of Knowledge library with her book. Soon after, he heard cheers and the sound of fireworks from the suddenly brightly lit library. However, it wasn't long before Robin rushed out of the Tree of Knowledge with her head down, crying. Seeing Robin run out of the library in tears, Lu Zhe sighed with pity as he watched the little figure disappear, then calmly walked to the base of the Tree of Knowledge, which had a canopy as grand as a huge pavilion, and gently knocked on the tightly shut door of the library. "Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Is that Robin?" An old voice came from inside, followed by a series of footsteps getting closer. Creak. The door opened a crack, and an old man with hair tied into two fan-shaped sections on either side of his head, one section sticking out from the top, and a beard as bushy as a round fan peeked out halfway. The smile on his face turned to vigilance upon seeing the unfamiliar Lu Zhe. "The library is closed now. Sir, please come back tomorrow." Looking at this oddly shaped old man, Lu Zhe suppressed the urge to laugh and met his wary gaze, calmly explaining, "Dr. Kuroha, I'm not here to borrow books. I'm here to tell you about a matter concerning the survival of O'Hara." "What do you know?" Hearing Lu Zhe's words, Dr. Kuroha's pupils constricted, involuntarily recalling the news of Robin's mother, Alvia, being captured a few days ago. The vigilance on his face showed no signs of fading, but his expression became more tense and serious. Smiling, Lu Zhe countered, "For such an important matter, do you really want me to stand outside the library and tell you?" Dr. Kuroha looked suspiciously at the man in front of him, who was carrying a bag and had two long knives at his waist, smiling as if he posed no threat. Although he couldn't really trust Lu Zhe, for the sake of the news regarding the survival of O'Hara, Dr. Kuroha still opened the door and let Lu Zhe in. "Thank you for your trust, Dr. Kuroha." Lu Zhe nodded and walked into the interior library of the Tree of Knowledge without hesitation. "I hope you really have news to tell us." Dr. Kuroha snorted coldly, locked the door behind him, and then turned to look at his archaeologist companions and Lu Zhe. Upon entering the Tree of Knowledge, Lu Zhe did not pay attention to the suspicious and defensive expressions of the archaeologists, but instead looked up and admired the library built around the giant tree. "Wow, What a marvelous and magnificent arrangement. And the sheer number of books here is probably unmatched anywhere else in this world. You do have some insight. One tall and thin archaeologist interjected. Glancing at that person, Lu Zhe sighed regretfully. It's a pity that it won't be long before it all goes up in flames. As soon as Lu Zhe's words came out, they instantly provoked the anger of all the archaeologists present. Kid, what did you say? Don't think that just because we are scholars we lack fighting power. If you want to destroy the tree of all-knowing, you have to go through us first. What do you mean? Who sent you? If you want to destroy these texts, you'll have to step over our dead bodies first. Looking at the crowd filled with rage, but also containing fear, Lu Zhe stood still without moving, showing no sign of fear as the archaeologists surrounded him. However, given that their spittle was almost hitting his face, and he didn't want to harm these quite respectable archaeologists, he pretended to helplessly look at the sullen-faced doctor. Kaloha, standing to the side. Enough, Dr. Kaloha shouted, stopping the archaeologists who were approaching Lu Zhe. Once his companions reluctantly backed off, Dr. Kaloha turned to Lu Zhe with a grim expression. Speak. Explain your intentions. And what did you mean by your earlier words about burning everything? In response to Dr. Kaloha's question, Lu Zhe first scanned all the archaeologists present, noting their tense expressions, before slowly speaking. According to the information I have received, Nicole Alvia has now been rescued from prison by Rear Admiral Haggerty Salong, and she should be on her way back to O'Hara. Moreover, the world government has dispatched CP9 and the Navy to mobilize troops to come together. They will reach O'Hara in at most 5 days. Additionally, I have learned that they are bringing with them the demon-slaying orders executor, the golden transponder snail, given by Admiral Sengoku. I believe you all know what the demon-slaying order is, right? To cover up the historical truths you have unearthed. The 5 elders have already considered burying you and the historical texts completely on this island. You and all of O'Hara are now at a life-and-death crossroads. If Lu Zhe doesn't speak, it's fine, but once he opens his mouth, everyone present is drenched in cold sweat. Looking at the changing expressions of the crowd, Lu Zhe paused for a moment to give them some time to digest, feeling quite satisfied in his heart. Generally, when someone like Lu Zhe suddenly appears and tells people that a great disaster is imminent, the first reaction of most people is to think that this person must be a fraud. However, given the prior instances of the world government's repeated searches of O'Hara and the news of Nico Alvia's arrest, the scholars present found it not entirely impossible that what Lu Zhe said could happen. Because of this, the archaeologists inside the Tree of Knowledge actually believed about half of what Lu Zhe was saying at that moment. After a brief pause, Lu Zhe added, "As for my intentions, I am merely someone who inadvertently received this information and decided to come and help you escape this disaster. That is all." Just as the other archaeologists were taken aback and momentarily stunned by Lu Zhe's sudden news, Dr. Kuroha, however, stared seriously at Lu Zhe. "Where did you get your information?" Upon hearing Dr. Kuroha's question, a serious expression appeared on Lu Zhe's face. "I can't tell you my source. Whether you believe me or not is up to you." "Humph. Nice words. Who knows which side you're on? What if you're deceiving us?" At that moment, an unharmonious voice suddenly interrupted. Glancing at the speaker, Lu Zhe shook his head. "Of course, you can choose not to believe me. However, the Navy's fleet has already set sail, and it will arrive within 5 days. If you insist on holding on to your doubts and taking no action, that's your business." At this point, Lu Zhe suddenly changed his serious expression to a nonchalant tone and said, "Anyway, I've already informed you of the news. And I'll just leave now, and whatever happens to O'Hara in the end, you will bear the consequences yourselves. In this way, the Navy's fleet on the way poses no threat to me at all." After saying this, Lu Zhe turned to leave. Chapter 109. Arrangements wait. "We believe you." Before Lu Zhe could take 2 steps, Dr. Kuroha called out to him. "Doctor!" A few archaeologists in the crowd exclaimed, clearly part of those who were extremely distrustful of Lu Zhe. "You don't need to worry. If the world government really intended to act, they wouldn't waste a single word on us, nor would they go through such trouble to deceive us, Doctor." Kuroha signaled his companions, who had been struggling alongside him, to remain calm. Regarding Lu Zhe's sudden appearance and what he said, Dr. Kuroha found it hard to fully believe. But it cannot be denied that the probability of such an event occurring is quite high. Because of this, they cannot let temporary doubts cause them to miss the last chance for self-rescue. It should be said that it's a chance to preserve these documents. The O'Hara clan bears a heavy burden, and in the face of a potentially catastrophic crisis, they can no longer afford to continue doubting and wasting time. Even if there's a slight possibility that what Lu Zhe said is true, they need to start preparing and thinking about how to preserve these documents. Yes, He was not considering his own life or death, but was already thinking about how to protect the books and documents stored within the Tree of Knowledge under the Navy's bombardment. Such character could probably be considered great. "Sir, please forgive our rudeness." Calling out to Liu Ze, Dr. Kuroha calmed his companions and without hesitation apologized to Liu Ze, bowing slightly. Watching the elderly man bowing to him, Liu Ze's eyes twitched, and without thinking, he sidestepped. After all, he had a certain respect for the old man. It wasn't he in his character to accept such a bow without avoiding it. "My name is Edward Kenway. Doctor, you don't need to be so polite. The contributions you have made are far beyond what I can compare. How could I let you apologize to me?" Liu Ze waved his hand, smiling as he introduced himself to the archaeologists before him. "If the Navy is really going to arrive in 5 days, then what do you think we should do now, Mr. Kenway?" Straightening up, Dr. Kuroha was no longer so formal. His defenses lowered considerably as he sincerely asked, looking at the crowd's cautious yet expectant gazes. Liu Ze thought for a moment before seriously saying, "I know that you surely won't trust me much at this moment, but time is short, and we cannot delay any longer. We must do what needs to be done. How about this? The texts stored in the Tree of Knowledge are clearly your lifeblood. If you cannot preserve them, I believe you wouldn't want to survive alone. So the first thing we should do is, during this brief period, directly close the library to organize the books, and then, under the cover of night, take these books down, pack them in sealed containers, and sink them in the sea. In this way, even if we ultimately cannot escape this calamity with O'Hara, this knowledge will not be destroyed and will one day be discovered by future generations, and then passed on." Liu Ze's words clearly resonated with all the archaeologists present. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Even if Liu Ze deceived them in this matter, the knowledge passed down could not be false. Additionally, due to the flourishing maritime trade in the world of One Piece, the ink and paper used in precious books are generally water-resistant. Even if the containers leak, they can be preserved for a period of time. As long as they are taken out and dried promptly, reading will not be significantly affected. Therefore, there was no objection among the crowd regarding the practice of sinking books into the sea in large quantities to preserve them for future generations. However, seeing the vast number of books here, it would be best to prioritize unique and rare editions. Otherwise, if they couldn't transport everything in time and some non-precious books led to the complete loss of unique editions, it would be a shame. To prevent the archaeologists from being overly anxious, Liu Ze reminded them once again, as this was related to his trial task, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. Taking advantage of the earlier free time, Liu Ze had already inquired about the minimum completion criteria for the system task. For the main quest, protecting the books stored within the Tree of Knowledge requires safeguarding books worth at least 50 of the total value to meet the minimum completion standard. The same applies to protecting the archaeologists of O'Hara. As long as Dr. Kuroha and half of the archaeologists are protected, it meets the minimum standard. Moreover, the more books or archaeologists are protected, the higher the task evaluation. That's why Liu Ze specifically reminded them to prioritize protecting unique and rare editions. Do you all think sinking the books into the sea is feasible? Seeing the conflicted expressions on everyone's faces, Liu Ze asked again. The archaeologists exchanged glances and fell silent. In the end, it was Kuroha who made the final decision. "All right, let's do it your way. Since that's the case, I ask you to organize the books and then hand them over to me to sink into the sea at midnight. Of course, during this process, you can send someone to monitor me." Liu Ze nodded solemnly and added, "Due to some special circumstances, I have also mastered the 6 powers of the CP organization. When the time comes, I will go into the sea at midnight to sink the books, so the disturbance caused won't be too great." CP organization. As soon as Liu Ze mentioned the CP organization, the group of archaeologists who had been overwhelmed by stimuli for a day couldn't help but exclaim, their gazes towards Liu Ze becoming uncertain. "All right, since Mr. Kenway has openly stated this to divert attention from the books, we should believe him." At this moment, it was still Dr. Kuroha who stepped up to stabilize the situation. He was no longer concerned about the doubts surrounding Liu Ze's identity for the sake of preserving historical heritage. The news of Nicole Alvia's arrest gave him a very ominous premonition, and the message from Liu Ze further alarmed him. If a little distrust led to the interruption of knowledge transmission in their hands, they would be eternal sinners. Also, we need to prepare a ship to facilitate everyone's evacuation. After all, the world government's target is you. If you leave, the ordinary people shouldn't pose any trouble. Liu Ze explained without changing his expression, but in his heart, he recalled the evacuation ship that was bombed under Akainu's orders in the original work and couldn't help but silently apologize. He wasn't a saint. These civilians were merely side quest targets that increased his task evaluation. Compared to the more important archaeologists, it could be said that they were not worth him increasing the difficulty of his own tasks for. After all, in history, they had all been buried along with the secrets of this island, and these people now were merely illusory existences in a trial dungeon. Chapter 110. Progress 3,000 recommendation votes for extra update. However, leave the ship matter to me, Liu Ze said, patting his pocket, thinking how fortunate he was to have brought portable gems. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do at this moment. He didn't believe that this group of scholars, who spent all day in a library, had much money. But as an outsider, it seems inconvenient for me to buy a ship, so I might need your introductions. Liu Ze added after a moment of thought. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Ze noticed the forced expressions on everyone's faces and immediately understood, saying, "Listen to me. Everyone, as long as you finish dealing with the books and still have time, preparing the ship will be meaningful. This way, you might be able to preserve your usefulness and continue to explore the truth of history, rather than falling into the hands of the world government. This isn't just about surviving. To uncover the truth of history, you can't die so easily. Without you, the truth of the blank 100 years may never be restored. The world might forever live in the lies woven by the world government. Even if you must die, it should be for something valuable, right?" As he spoke, Liu Ze added in his heart, "Well, except for Robin in the future." During this process, Liu Ze's voice underwent a slight change, and faint mental fluctuations emanated from his eyes, planting subtle mental suggestions in the minds of the crowd, preventing them from losing their will to live. Liu Ze was well aware of their intentions. They simply wanted to live and die together with O'Hara and the all-knowing tree. But how could he allow them to do that? To ensure the successful completion of the mission, he unhesitatingly used hypnosis and verbal persuasion to deal with them, wondering who among them still wanted to die for him. After hearing Liu Ze's words, the group, who had been subtly influenced by psychological suggestions, experienced a slight shift in their mindset. At that moment, Dr. Kulohar stepped forward. "As for buying a ship, let me take you. I'm older and have more friends. Ha ha. In that case, you can take me to buy the ship tomorrow." Dr. Liu Ze nodded and then solemnly addressed the archaeologists in front of him. "Everyone, starting tonight, let us take turns organizing the books. We don't have much time." "All right." The archaeologists responded in unison, no longer paying attention to Liu Ze as they began discussing their work. At that moment, this group of scholars, in order to protect the historical knowledge they revered, erupted with a spirit comparable to that of warriors. Seeing the strength they displayed at this moment, Liu Ze couldn't help but feel a deepening expression as he recalled the scene in real history where they were reduced to ashes while trying to protect this library and knowledge. "Dr. Kulohar, can I stay here?" After a moment of thought, Liu Ze turned to look at the old man standing beside him. The old man was taken aback for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. "Of course, please follow me." The next morning, after Liu Ze and Dr. Kulohar secured a suitably sized ship, he went back to the forest from yesterday to find Little Robin. "Little Robin, good morning." Liu Ze waved hello to Little Robin, who was quietly reading on a tree stump. Hearing Liu Ze's voice, Little Robin, who had been sitting there a bit dejected, looked up in surprise. "Hey, Mr. Kenway. Good morning. The weather is nice today. Why don't we take a walk by the sea?" Liu Ze suggested intentionally, as he hadn't forgotten that the giant, Hagrid Sauron, would likely wash ashore today. Such a good fighter couldn't be missed, Liu Ze thought to himself as he followed Little Robin toward the seaside. If an ordinary player had come to this trial instance, they might have had to explore on their own and would likely not have gained the trust of the archaeologists, even if the Navy had arrived in O'Hara. However, with Liu Ze, things had a lot more room for maneuver. "Ah, is that a giant?" Little Robin covered her mouth, looking at the giant sprawled on the beach not far away, her face showing a hint of surprise. After experiencing Liu Ze cooking for her the day before and supporting her afterward, the young Robin had become much more familiar with Liu Ze, and many of her emotions no longer required special control. Liu Ze saw this as a good thing. That size clearly exceeds human limits. It must be a giant. Liu Ze nodded in response to Little Robin and continued, "Let us go check it out. It looks like he has been shipwrecked. Let us see if we can help him." "Hey, are you okay?" As they got closer, Liu Ze glanced at Robin, who was curiously observing Hagrid Sauron, and patted the giant's face. Subsequently, the giant struggled to open his eyes and called out with difficulty, "Water, water." Exchanging a glance with Little Robin, Liu Ze shrugged, motioning for her to step back a few paces, and, amidst her surprised gaze, he lifted the giant Hagrid Sauron. Carrying Sauron, Luze smiled at the astonished little Robin. Let us take him to get some water. The subsequent events unfolded similarly to the original storyline. Little Robin gained a comical friend, and Luze secured a powerful ally, making it quite a beautiful situation. And so 2 days passed. During the day, Luze accompanied Nico Robin to chat, read books, and increased their affinity, or went to check on the giant Saron to help him heal. Of course, the meals for the group were also taken care of by Luze, earning him unanimous praise from both Nico Robin and Saron. In the evening, Luze directly walked on the waves, using moon steps to find a suitable spot to sink the books organized by the archaeologists. He also cooked some dishes to replenish their energy and mental strength, helping to adjust their physical condition to prevent them from overexerting themselves. However, sometimes human potential is indeed squeezed out under pressure. Under the immense stress of a Navy's demon-slaying order, the archaeologists exerted all their strength. Even with a shift system in place, no one rested for more than 5 hours. Everyone continued to engage in organizing the books as soon as their energy was slightly restored, causing the speed of organization to soar. Watching box after box of books being sorted out, Luze could only keep up with them, running back and forth on the sea every night, not knowing how many trips he would have to make, and each trip carried at least hundreds of books. If it weren't for his own strong spirit and physique, along with meditation and life return techniques to gather energy, he might not have been able to endure such a continuous day and night schedule with less than 3 hours of rest each day. In just these 2 days and 3 nights, nearly half of the entire library of the Tree of Knowledge had been emptied. Fortunately, the sea area Luze chose was deep enough. Otherwise, the sheer volume of books might have filled it up. Looking at this situation, could it be possible to empty this library before the Navy arrives? Luze thought with some anticipation. However, since the task indicators here were almost met, he also had to start considering how to evacuate this group of scholars for safety. After all, he didn't plan to stay and confront the Navy head-on. On the 3rd day, with 2 days left before the arrival of the Navy and CP-9 Joint Fleet, near the seaside forest after dinner by the campfire. You are Marine Vice Admiral Hagrid D. Saron, right? Luze asked directly, looking at the giant towering like a mountain in front of him. Hearing Luze's words, Saron, who was seriously dealing with the giant sea beast roast in his hands, was taken aback at first, then immediately showed a wary expression. The beast bone he was gnawing on was swung as a weapon, clearly indicating his readiness to fight at any disagreement. However, due to their interactions over the past few days and with Nico Robin present, Saron did not attack, but instead asked Luze with a dark face. How do you know? Who are you? Not worried about Saron attacking directly, Luze smiled, patted the nervous Nico Robin beside him, and asked Saron in return, do you know where this place is? Just as Saron instinctively asked what this place was, he suddenly stopped, his eyes involuntarily looking at the confused and nervous Nico Robin, his face suddenly showing a bit of panic. Could it be O'Hara? What did you think? Luze chuckled bitterly, looking helplessly into Saron's eyes. Since this matter concerns Nico Robin, let's clarify it now. Luze glanced at Robin, who was made somewhat fearful by his and Saron's conversation, and spoke to Saron. Nico Robin is the daughter of Nico Alvia, whom you rescued from prison. She probably didn't expect you to arrive in O'Hara, even earlier than her. Upon hearing Luze's words, Nico Robin exclaimed in surprise, What? My mom was captured? Luze gently patted the little girl's shoulder and comforted her softly. Don't worry. Your mom has already been rescued by Saron. She's probably on her way back to O'Hara now. Looking at Robin, who had calmed down a bit, Luze continued. Moreover, the CP-9 and Navy Joint Fleet is already on the way. They will reach this island in no more than 2 days. Their goal is the historical knowledge and archaeologists that have been passed down on this island since ancient times. It's just because the archaeologists have uncovered some truths about the 100 years of blank history, and the world government wants to bury it completely. As for how to bury it, Luze sneered, glancing at Saron with a hint of mockery in his eyes. They even have the demon-slaying order issuer, the golden transponder snail, granted by Admiral Sengoku. You should know about this, right? With a somewhat guilty expression, Saron opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by Nico Robin, who exclaimed, Doesn't that mean O'Hara and Dr. Kuroha are in danger? No, I have to tell them. Just as Nico Robin cried out, she tried to run towards the forest, but Luze caught her. Hey, Nico Robin, don't worry. I've already informed Dr. Kuroha and the others about this. The closure of the museum these days is also to transfer historical texts. Once it's done, I will take the doctors away, Luze explained to Robin, but internally he added, as long as the time is right, even if it's not completed, I must take them away. Huh? That's good. Hearing Lu Zhe's explanation, Nico Robin, who was stopped, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and stopped struggling, sitting down to listen. However, the Navy is powerful, and I am just one person standing in front of a moving vehicle. For the sake of Nico Robin and the archaeologists, Saron, I hope you can help me when necessary. Lu Zhe said seriously to Saron. The reason he spent half a day talking was to win over Saron as a muscle to help him secure some opportunities if his plan went awry. Facing Lu Zhe's request, Saron remained silent, his enormous face illuminated and darkened by the flames. After a moment, Saron finally spoke up. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Lu Zhe nodded seriously, secretly delighted in his heart. He had successfully recruited a vice admiral level muscle. On the fourth day, at 4 a.m., the sky was dark, the darkest moment before dawn. Even if the Navy were to act mercilessly, they would not eliminate all the islanders. At this point, only a few common techs remained unorganized, and even if they were destroyed here, there would still be copies elsewhere, not affecting the overall situation. Scholars, you should leave now. After completing the last trip and just returning from the sea, Lu Zhe said seriously to the archaeologists in front of him. At this moment, according to Lu Zhe's task panel display, 91 of the total value of the books in a library had been transferred. Although the remaining books were not few, their value was not high, and it was no longer worth the archaeologists' time to continue wasting on them. In Lu Zhe's memory, the Navy would probably reach O'Hara in about a day, if these big shots did not leave soon. He doubted he could ensure their safety when the Navy surrounded the island and activated the demon-slaying order. Therefore, for the completion of Lu Zhe's task, they had to leave. From the beginning, Lu Zhe knew that his strength was insufficient and that it was impossible to confront the Navy head-on with the demon-slaying order and 2 future admirals present. Thus, his only hope of completing the task was to use this short time to transfer the historical texts and archaeologists, allowing them to escape under the demon-slaying order. As for other side quest objectives, Lu Zhe could only express that he had no time to deal with them. After several days of hard work, these archaeologists, who were not particularly strong to begin with, were all feeling listless, their complexions dull and sallow, with dark circles under their eyes resembling that of pandas. After listening to Lu Zhe's advice, they did not refuse outright, but mustered their spirits to check once more the remaining books in the Tree of Knowledge, confirming that there were no valuable books left. Since their main concern had shifted, the group of archaeologists concluded that it would be better to go out and avoid the trouble. This was not only for the sake of preserving their useful lives, but also because they thought that if they left, the Navy would not harm the people of O'Hara. All right, let's leave. After reaching this conclusion, Dr. Kuroha stepped forward and said to Lu Zhe, "The ship is ready. You can set off now." Lu Zhe smiled and nodded, feeling a huge weight lifted from his heart. As long as the archaeologists took Robin with them, my main quest would be completely accomplished. Considering this, Lu Zhe had asked Robin to stay in the library last night and not leave, so now she could leave with everyone. "No, I'm not going." Chapter 112. Robin's wish. No, I'm not going. Lucia. Just when Lu Zhe was feeling pleased with himself, thinking that the overall situation was settled and the mission was about to be completed, he suddenly heard little Robin shout from the side. Lu Zhe instinctively turned to look, his face displaying a confused expression. What kind of joke is this? To pull this kind of stunt at such a moment? Do you even know you're playing with fire? Young lady. In that brief moment, a strong sense of foreboding surged in Lu Zhe's heart, and for some reason, he felt an ominous premonition at this very moment. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhe waited for what might happen next. Well, there was no cannon fire, nor did a white-haired beauty rush in, so Lu Zhe breathed a temporary sigh of relief. Despite feeling a bit anxious, Lu Zhe gently asked little Robin, "Why don't you want to leave? Do you know it's very dangerous to stay here?" At this moment, he saw little Robin biting her lip, her eyes gradually reddening, revealing a tearful expression. However, even so, she still bravely said, "I know it's dangerous, but I want to wait for Mommy to come back." Now Lu Zhe understood and felt even more anxious. He realized Robin's thoughts and had no reason to stop her. After thinking for a moment, in order to ensure the completion of the mission, Lu Zhe knelt halfway in front of little Robin, looked at the adorable girl before him, and seriously said, "Robin, do you trust me?" Sniffling, wiping away the tears that were about to fall, although little Robin didn't quite understand what Lu Zhe meant. She still nodded vigorously. "Yes, I trust Mr. Kenway." Hearing little Robin's words, Lu Zhe smiled and secretly made a decision, saying, "Since you trust me, then you should leave with Dr. Kuroha and the others first. I will stay here and wait for your mother. Once she returns, I will take her to see you." "Hey, Mr. Kenway." As soon as Lu Zhe said this, Even the other archaeologists couldn't help but interject. In their view, although Nico Alvia was a partner, Luze was also a benefactor. If they had to take risks, it should be them who did it, and not Luze risking so much. Is this okay? Not accepting the archaeologist's good intentions, Luze sincerely asked while looking at the little girl who was trying to be strong. But Mr. Kenway, you said it would be very dangerous, little Robin said, her eyes lighting up at first, then hesitating, her words revealing that she didn't want Luze to take risks for her and her mother. It's okay, I'm strong too. Let us not mention that we are friends, and your mother is also an archaeologist I greatly admire. If possible, I wouldn't want anything to happen to her. Luze continued, both for little Robin and for the smooth completion of the trial mission. He had no choice but to let Robin leave with the archaeologist while he waited for Alvia. Well, okay, I will leave with Dr. Kuroha, but Mr. Kenway, you must be careful. Little Robin struggled for a moment, but under her worry for her mother and Luze's persuasion, she agreed to Luze's plan. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have triggered the mission. Nico Robin's wish. Mission brief. In order to let Nico Robin and the archaeologists leave, you have voluntarily taken on the task of waiting for Nico Alvia to appear in O'Hara and rescuing her from the encirclement of the Navy and CP9. This is no simple matter. Please proceed with caution. Mission requirements. Rescue Nico Alvia and bring her to Nico Robin. Mission rewards. Special rewards to be revealed upon completion. Failure penalty. None. Looking at the sudden task that appeared, Luze was somewhat surprised. But since it was something he had to do anyway, and there was no penalty for failure, he accepted it casually. All right, trust me, nothing will happen. Luze smiled as he patted little Robin's head, then stood up and said to Dr. Kuroha, it's almost dawn, you all need to hurry and leave here. Without saying much, Luze had already arranged for supplies, so everyone didn't need to bring too many extra things. They just tidied up their research materials and loaded them onto the boat in big and small bundles. Thus, taking advantage of the deep night, a group of archaeologists set out to sea under Luze's arrangements. At sea, Luze stood on the boat, using the moonlight to point to a spot marked on the sea chart, saying to everyone, you will go to the island I marked on the sea chart. The ship has plenty of supplies, and there are sources of fresh water and food on the island. You should hide on the island for a while. Don't expose yourselves, and wait until the Navy leaves before making further plans. On the original sea chart, that island did not exist. It was something Luze had discovered during his explorations while using Moonwalk. It only took a little over half a day to reach there at normal ship speed, and now it was just right for the archaeologists to hide from the Navy's pursuit. Remember, once you land on the island, hide the boat and leave no traces. Luze added. Seeing everyone nodding, Luze felt assured. Since they had come this far, completing the main mission should not be difficult. As for whether they would be searched later, that was outside the scope of the mission and not something Luze could concern himself with. In that case, I will head back to O'Hara first. Everyone, speed up and quickly hide on the island. Luze bid farewell to everyone and then squatted down in front of little Robin. Little Robin, don't worry, I will definitely bring your mother back. After saying that, Luze no longer hesitated, leaped into the air, and dashed across the waves towards O'Hara. Although he wasn't very confident, since he had promised little Robin, and to complete the mission, Luze had to go back and face the approaching Navy fleet. So little Robin and those archaeologists have left? On the beach, Salong asked Luze, who was roasting fish while gnawing on a large fish. That's right. I've sent them all away. I came back simply because I promised little Robin that I would bring her mother back. Luze said casually while flipping the fish occasionally, his tone devoid of any fear of the looming military threat. That woman Alvia, since I've already rescued her. If I let her die here, wouldn't that make what I did meaningless? If necessary, I will help you, Salong said seriously. In this instance, he began to doubt and resist the Navy's justice for the first time, not wanting Alvia, who was unwilling to uncover the truth of history, to die under the violent erasure of the world government. This time, he wanted to uphold his own sense of justice. And Luze's actions just happened to resonate with him. Chapter 113. Nico Alvia, the fifth day, early morning, by the sea. In the faint morning light and mist, a Navy ship quietly approached the shore. A frail woman, wearing a hat that held most of her hair, revealing only a bit of white hair, climbed down from the ship and struggled to step onto the shore. I must hurry to inform Dr. Kuroha and the others. There isn't much time left. The world government people are about to arrive. The woman, whose frail body was wrapped in a coat, looked at the distant town and murmured softly before resolutely heading towards the Tree of Knowledge located in the center of the island. Before long, the mist dissipated, and the sunlight grew stronger. Shortly after the frail woman arrived on the island, The joint fleet of the Navy and CP-9 finally reached the waters near O'Hara Island. Not far from it, as dawn broke and the fog lifted, the Navy ship that the frail woman had docked was quickly spotted by the townsfolk. In the town, several villagers were discussing the Navy ship that had anchored at the shore. Their expressions varied. "Hey, I heard a Navy ship has arrived. Is that true?" One villager asked. "Really? A Navy ship?" Another villager in a white shirt interjected, somewhat astonished. "Yeah, it seems to have docked there as soon as it got light." Someone replied to the other's questions. Why would the Navy come to such a small island? Not to mention that even though the ship is docked, there's no sign of a Navy. A villager wearing a hat suddenly shivered, speaking with some fear. "That's nonsense. How could there be such a strange thing?" While they were discussing the suddenly appeared Navy ship with astonishment, the frail woman who had just landed walked past them. Upon hearing their discussion, she couldn't help but lower her hat's brim and quicken her pace slightly. Under the tree of knowledge, Luze, who had been prepared early, looked at the increasingly approaching frail figure in the distance and couldn't help but smile. Finally, nothing unexpected had happened. Nico Alvia had arrived as scheduled. Although the joint fleet led by CP-9 and supported by the Navy should also soon reach O'Hara Island, their strength was temporarily beyond Luze's ability to counter. However, at this stage of the mission, more than 90% of the books in the Tree of Knowledge had already been transferred through his and the archaeologist's joint efforts. And the archaeologists had also taken Robin with them to leave O'Hara Island a day early for safety. Even if he did nothing now, the main quest would still be completed smoothly, which naturally gave him a sense of security in his actions. However, this mission evidently had an invisible requirement, which was that Luze himself could not die under the Navy's extermination order. If he were to die, it wouldn't just be a matter of whether the mission could be completed. It would lead to the complete destruction of everything he had accumulated since his rebirth. Therefore, Luze remained vigilant in places where he needed to be careful. Thinking of this, Luze let out a slight sigh, but his eyes seemed to ignite with a spark. However, since I promised little Robin, it's just a bit of risk. Why not give it a try? He didn't know how strong the younger versions of Akiji and Akainu were 20 years ago. Just as Luze's mind was racing with thoughts, Alvia had already run closer, slowing her pace to watch Luze, the unfamiliar man, standing in front of the library with caution. Seeing the woman approaching slowly with a wary expression, as if she might turn and run at any moment, but was still determined to move forward, Luze shook his head and stepped forward to ask, "Are you Nico Alvia?" At the sound of Luze's words, Alvia's pupils constricted, revealing a hint of panic on her face. She instinctively took a few steps back, but did not run away immediately. Instead, she gritted her teeth and retorted, "Who are you? What happened to Dr. Kuroha and the others?" Seeing that she did not turn and run, Luze nodded inwardly and smiled as he took a few more steps forward, saying, "I am Edward Kenway, someone who came to help the archaeologists of O'Hara after learning about your situation. The historical texts, the archaeologists, and your daughter Robin have already been moved, and I was specifically asked by the archaeologists and your daughter Robin to wait here for you and take you away." Upon hearing Luze's words, a hint of joy flashed in Alvia's eyes. Just as she was about to step forward, she stopped, and a strong sense of vigilance returned to her face. "Why should I believe you?" In fact, such a reaction was normal. If she believed anyone who came and casually spoke trustworthy words, then all her long time of adventures at sea would have been in vain. Having anticipated this reaction, Luze was prepared. He directly took out the letter written by Dr. Kuroha and threw it to Alvia, who was reluctant to approach him. After she cautiously received it, he explained, "This was written by Dr. Kuroha. You should understand whether what I said is true after reading it." The essay a little bit written by Robin at the bottom. She probably couldn't write when you left, right? Looking at Alvia, whose expression gradually changed as she read the letter, Luze added, "According to Dr. Kuroha's explanation, this letter contained the code they had set, and Alvia would naturally understand after reading it. Now that he saw her relax her vigilance a bit, it seemed that the doctor's words were not false. Since the letter was fine, suddenly hearing Luze's words, Alvia quickly lowered her gaze again. Upon seeing the neat handwriting, a wave of bittersweet emotion surged in her heart, causing her eyes to moisten, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Seeing the woman in front of him weeping, Luze quietly stood by without urging her, giving her a little time to vent her emotions. Before long, Luze suddenly sensed something and faintly heard noises coming from the direction of the coast. It seems that CP-9 has landed, Luze thought to himself, and walked towards Alvia. "Alvia, it seems that a large group of people has come to the island. If nothing goes wrong, they should be from the world government. We need to leave quickly." At this point, Alvia had calmed down and upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, she no longer hesitated. She tucked the letter into her bosom and looked at Lu Zhe. "Mr. Kenway, what should we do?" Lu smiled, lifted the bag in his hand, and said with a grin, "First, we should deal with these enemies that came to us." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Razor, a crescent-shaped energy blade, appeared out of nowhere, instantly killing the agents in black suits armed with guns rushing towards Nicole Olivia from behind. Chapter 114. The Golden Transponder Snail. They came quite quickly, but unfortunately, they were too weak. Luz landed lightly and looked disdainfully at the few black-clad agents who had been knocked down by the energy blade not far away. "Let's go. We need to take care of someone first." Luz called to Olivia and led the way towards the direction the black-clad agents were coming from. TSK. I don't know what the world government is thinking, actually giving such an important thing as the Golden Transponder Snail to someone as weak as Spandam. But this just gives me a momentary opportunity to escape, Luz thought while slightly slowing his pace, with Olivia struggling to keep up behind him. Although Luz didn't believe the Navy would be so rigid as to not activate the demon-slaying order just because the Golden Transponder Snail was stolen, all he needed was to delay some time to catch them off guard when he made his escape. Thinking of this, Luz was glad he had brought the unknown race's rocket backpack with him out of caution. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to get Nicole Olivia out of the Navy's encirclement in the hellish difficulty of O'Hara. The island of O'Hara wasn't very big, and Luz soon saw the trees thinning out ahead, opening up to a quiet path at the foot of a hill. On this quiet path, 3 people were approaching, with the man in the middle wearing a black suit with a pink lining and a striped trench coat, while one on each side wore black leather with pink hair and sunglasses, and the other had silver hair with a pale complexion. Both exuded a cold demeanor and aloof expressions. Seeing these 3, Luz's eyes lit up. He gestured for Nicole Olivia to hide slightly behind him. Then, without hesitation, he exerted force under his feet and charged towards the 3 like an arrow. Upon seeing Luz charging in, the men in black suits on either side snorted coldly, their bodies disappearing from their spots and heading straight towards Luz. "Shave, huh?" Luz watched the 2 CP9 agents' movements coldly, and their seemingly high-speed trajectories appeared trivial to him. As he saw the cold yet cruel expressions on their faces while they simultaneously kicked towards him, Luz's lips curled into a cold arc. He drew his dual blades, and the sharp edges turned to meet the legs coming from the left and right. The legs of the 2 black-clad agents, moving at high speed, were accompanied by great force. Despite seeing the sharp blades erupting from Luz's waist, they couldn't retract in time and could only watch helplessly as their legs made intimate contact with Luz's blades. Swish! The left and right blades flashed, and the legs of the 2 black-clad agents were severed. Due to the sharpness of the blades, they were cleanly cut. Even though their thighs were severed, their movements continued, and they merely kicked out with their legs, which had been truncated. Before the 2 could unleash a fountain of blood from their severed thighs, Luz stepped forward, dodging the spraying blood, and swiftly turned his dual blades upward in a fierce sweep. Puff! As the sharp blades swept through, they sliced from the 2 agents' lower regions and upwards, instantly leaving them in a state of disarray, their insides spilling out in a colorful mess, flooding the ground and emitting a strange, foul odor mixed with the stench of blood. Suddenly receiving such a fatal blow, the 2 agents widened their eyes, their faces turning gray as their bodies fell to the ground with inertia. They twitched slightly before falling still. What seemed like a complicated battle had actually ended in the blink of an eye. In that moment, the strength Luz displayed not only shocked Olivia behind him, but also frightened the overconfident Spandam. As a commander, Spandam saw his capable subordinates being killed by Luz in an instant and was so terrified that his legs went weak, causing him to sit down on the ground. His expression filled with panic as he continuously backed away. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to shout at Luz with a fierce yet cowardly tone. "Do you dare to attack us? Do you know who we are? We are here on the orders of the world government to capture those guilty scholars. If you dare to attack us, have you thought about the consequences of being wanted by the world government?" During this process, he supported himself with one hand while the other was frantically rummaging through his pocket, clearly treating it as his lifeline. Knowing what the other party was relying on to intimidate him, Luz naturally wouldn't give them the chance to activate it. He immediately stepped lightly on the ground, dashed forward, and with a horizontal slash of his right hand wielding the 3rd-generation Kitetsu, a sinister purple blade light cut through the air, slicing past Spandam's neck. Gulialu! Puff! In an instant, Spandam's previously vigorous movements froze, and his actions of retreating and rummaging through his pocket suddenly stopped. The next moment, a line of blood erupted from his neck, and his head rolled off, landing on the grass, while his body collapsed to the ground amidst the spurting blood. Luz flicked his blade to shake off the blood droplets, sheathed his sword, and quickly walked to Spandam's corpse. Before the clothes were completely soaked in blood, he rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a gleaming golden transponder snail that looked as if it were made of pure gold. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have obtained the key item for the dungeon, Golden Transponder Snail. Name, Golden Transponder Snail Type. Key item for dungeon quality. Legendary attributes. None special effects. 1. Used to activate the Demon Slaying Order. Special effects. 2. Can greatly increase the evaluation of dungeon tasks when collected by the system at the end of the dungeon. Note, the Golden Transponder Snail granted by Admiral Sengoku can be used to activate the Demon Slaying Order and symbolizes the highest level of military deterrence at the strategic level of the Navy. Is this the Golden Transponder Snail that activates the Demon Slaying Order? Upon seeing the Transponder Snail Luz pulled out, Olivia's face tightened, and she couldn't help but exclaim. After putting the Golden Transponder Snail in his pocket, Luz turned to look at the somewhat terrified Olivia, nodded, and said solemnly, "The Navy has prepared the Demon Slaying Order even without the Golden Transponder Snail. They will probably activate it as soon as the situation goes awry. We must leave. But what about the residents on the island?" Olivia hesitated. The world government shouldn't be so insane as to massacre an entire island's population to cover up a so-called secret. They must have some arrangements. Instead of spending time worrying about others, we should prioritize saving our own lives. Luz waved his hand and said that this matter was beyond his control. The world government might not be that ruthless, but that guy Akainu could certainly do it. For his so-called justice, he would not hesitate to blow up a refugee ship filled with residents. And even Spandam was caught off guard by this, let alone Luz. Even if something went wrong later, Olivia couldn't blame him for it. Chapter 115. The crucial rocket backpack standing in front of 3 still bloody, steaming corpses. Luz thought about whether there were any omissions in his plan. After confirming that everything was in order, Luz wasted no more time and directly opened the bag he had been holding, taking out an unknown species rocket backpack and securely putting it on with both hands. Although he felt a bit anxious about carrying this thing, Luz still firmly waved at Olivia. "Ms. Olivia, let's go. Are we really leaving like this?" Seeing Luz with that unreliable-looking rocket backpack, Olivia hesitated, coughing awkwardly at the doubtful look on her face. Luz forced an explanation. "This is a rocket backpack developed with the latest technology. Its flight speed and distance are top-notch in the world. This is the best way for us to escape the Navy's encirclement." All right, although Olivia still looked skeptical with the army surrounding the island. She had no other choice but to resign herself and walk towards Luz. Indicating for her to stand on his feet, Luz apologized and, despite her subtle resistance, wrapped his arm around her waist, preparing to activate the rocket backpack. At this moment, with a warm and soft figure in his arms, Luz didn't have many thoughts. Not to mention that this was a life-and-death situation, Luz had no time to think about all the messy things. Besides, who knows how long Olivia had been drifting at sea without a bath or change of clothes before escaping. The smell was indeed quite significant. Although she had a curvy figure and felt good in his arms, it made it hard for him to have any other thoughts. "Cough, we're about to take off. Hold on tight," Luz said dryly. Although Olivia wanted to ask where to hold on, given their current situation, she just gritted her teeth, nodded, and didn't say anything more. Without further ado, Luz directly activated the rocket backpack. As the backpack vibrated violently, they prepared to face the immense upward force. Just as the vibrations of the rocket backpack grew more intense, and both of them tightened their bodies in preparation to ascend. Puff! With a puff, instead of flames shooting out, a cloud of black smoke was released, akin to flatulence. The acrid smell of the smoke made both of them cough uncontrollably. Olivia was even more suspicious, while Luz had words stuck in his throat, unsure whether to speak them or not. "Olivia? Luz?" Just at the moment when the two relaxed a bit, bang! A concentrated and surging flame suddenly erupted from the rocket launcher, sending Luz and Olivia soaring into the sky. Hearing Olivia scream, Luz instinctively tightened his grip around her slender waist. If his hand slipped and he threw her out, there would be no saving her. Thanks to the perception of airflow and the ability to sense air turbulence gained from his paper drawing and moonstep training, Luz quickly grasped some methods to control the direction while propelled by the rocket pack, transitioning from pure ascent to a diagonal flight towards the distance. How could such an obvious and flamboyant device as the rocket pack go unnoticed? The moment Luz and Olivia ascended, the Navy discovered their trail. However, if a flaming object flew into the sky and they couldn't see it, The Navy soldiers would surely need to get their eyes checked. Vice Admiral Kazan, look up at the sky. It seems someone has flown off the island. A naval officer shouted in panic to the young Akiji, waking him from his nap on a lounge chair, sunglasses on. What's going on? Don't you know I'm sleeping? Akiji grumbled as he shot up from the chair, but upon looking up and seeing Luz and Alvia rapidly ascending, his expression immediately turned serious. Could it be a stray archaeologist? Did that CP9 group fail their mission? Akiji thought to himself, feeling a chill seep through him as he considered taking action. But after assessing the distance, he had to give up. They were flying too high, beyond his attack range. He wondered if a Kainu could reach them. Akiji's ice fruit ability was indeed somewhat ineffective against high-altitude enemies without a medium. In the current situation, he could only watch as Luz and Alvia flew further away. Meanwhile, on the ship, is Vice Admiral Akainu really going to do this? A naval officer asked, his face full of reluctance. We can't let any other scholars escape after two have already flown out, Akainu said coldly, watching the rocket rise higher. Not only was Akiji unable to strike, but at the altitude Luz and the others were flying, even Akainu's attacks couldn't reach them. Being helpless and watching the target escape was a significant provocation and humiliation to Akainu's absolute justice. With such a precedent fueling his anger, he felt even more justified and determined to destroy the escaped ship and assemble the fleet, pursue that unidentified flying object. Akainu added, stating that for the Navy's justice, no escaped prey would be allowed. Understood, the naval officer responded, turning to instruct other soldiers. Adjust the cannons, target the escaped ship, prepare to fire. Bang! Not far away. The escaped ship carrying the citizens of O'Hara suddenly erupted in a blaze of fire, causing countless casualties among the people on board. Akiji turned sharply to look at the escaped ship, his face showing a moment of shock and distortion, quickly followed by extreme anger. What is Akainu doing? Letting that guy in the sky go unchecked. At this moment, Akainu's ruthless action of slaughtering O'Hara residents deeply triggered Akiji's disgust and rejection, planting a seed of conflict in his heart and foreshadowing future events between the two. Ding! Half of the O'Hara residents have been killed or injured. Player side quest 3 failed to save the island's residents. Luz was slightly taken aback by the sudden system message before quickly regaining his composure as emotions surged within him. Akainu, Luz silently muttered, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. Saron, I originally wanted you to block for me, yet the plan went so smoothly that I didn't even need you. Since that's the case, let us take advantage of the commotion and break through. As he adjusted his direction, Luz, flying several hundred meters high, felt a sense of anticipation. He had almost given up on Saron's side quest, but who knew he wouldn't even be needed? He didn't know if Saron could escape, but since it was one of the only 3 side quests, if there was hope, Luz certainly didn't want him to fall into the Navy's hands. Luz could no longer reach Saron, so there was nothing more he could do. Whether or not he could complete the side quest concerning Saron depended solely on Saron's luck and timing. Earlier, it was both to avoid possible attacks from the Navy and because Luz hadn't figured out how to control the rocket S flight direction. Caught off guard, he and Alvia were almost sent flying to an altitude of 400 to 500 meters before he slowly adjusted their upward trajectory, painstakingly navigating towards the island where the archaeologists had taken Robin to hide. Watching the slowly changing scene below the sea and feeling the powerful currents sweeping past him, along with the clouds rushing by, Luz could clearly sense Alvia trembling in his embrace. She was probably a bit scared of the height. Luz felt helpless about this. He was panicking himself. Just thinking about the fact that the thing carrying him at 400 to 500 meters high was made by the goblins made him uneasy. If it were to explode in this situation, Luz couldn't help but shudder at the thought and dared not dwell on it further. Damn it. Using goblin-made stuff and still thinking like this, am I trying to die faster? Luz cursed silently in his heart, hoping the Cosmic hadn't heard his earlier complaints. However, the rocket pack, which claimed to be able to fly to an altitude of 10,000 meters, was indeed no joke. In a short time, Luz and Alvia had quickly broken out of the Navy's encirclement, piercing through the clouds and flying far away. Moreover, since the clouds obscured part of the flames and the rocket flew at such a high speed, the Navy below lost sight of their target in the blink of an eye, making it uncertain which direction to pursue, forcing them to temporarily give up. Report. Vice Admiral Akainu, CP9 has sent news. Their commander Spandam's body has been found in a forest path, and the archaeologists on the island have also gone missing. Even the books and secret rooms in the Tree of Knowledge have been emptied. and there was no golden transponder snail awarded by Admiral Sengoku found on Spandam's body. It must have been stolen. What? How could these useless people mess things up this badly? Now all the targets have escaped. Our operation has turned into a joke. The furious Akainu grabbed the naval officer by the collar and roared at him, his emotions surging to the point where heat began to radiate from him, the lava flowing beneath his skin becoming visible. What should we do now, Vice Admiral Akainu? The naval officer, seeing the magma starting to bubble on Akainu's face and feeling the rising temperature, asked in fear and panic. Even if the golden transponder snail was stolen, there might still be remnants of scholars hiding on the island contacting other ships. I will activate the Demon Slayer order, Akainu said, releasing the naval officer and speaking with a murderous aura. Understood, sir. Ding. Due to the missing key item, the golden telephone bug, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, along with other Vice Admirals Kazan, Mink, Stoloberry, and Fire Mountain, applied for a vote to activate the Demon Slayer order, which was approved. Ding. Detected that the main quest targets of the dungeon are not within the range of the Demon Slayer order. Checking the life status of the quest targets. Ding. Main quest target 1 has low damage, and targets 2 and 3 are in normal life status. Ding. Detected that Nico Alvia is not within the range of the Demon Slayer order and is in normal life status. Ding. The Navy has not found any trace of the archaeologists, Nico Robin and Nico Alvia. Ding. Congratulations, player, for completing the side quest to protect Nico Alvia, completion 100. Ding. Congratulations, player, for completing the main quest to protect the books collected in the Tree of Knowledge, completion 91. Protect the archaeologists of O'Hara, completion 100. And help Nico Robin leave O'Hara safely, completion 100. Ding. Harwell D. Saron has been subdued, and the side quest to protect Harwell D. Saron has failed. Ding. The player has completed all main quests. Please choose to exit the dungeon within 1 hour for task settlement. Ding. Detected that the player's current status is special, and the player still has the uncompleted task of Nico Robin's wish in the current dungeon. Countdown paused. Ding. The player can choose to complete or abandon the task of Nico Robin's wish and then exit the dungeon for task settlement. While flying in midair, Luze suddenly heard a series of dense clanging sounds near his ear, and the small panel lit up with numerous system prompts almost flooding the screen, leaving him momentarily stunned and almost crashing with Alvia into the sea. At Alvia's exclamation, Luze stabilized his flying direction and then diverted some attention to skim through the system prompts that had appeared. Did that guy Saron really get caught? TSK. Why do I feel a bit guilty toward that big guy? Luze thought to himself, feeling a pang of regret for the failed side quest and a bit embarrassed for letting the other party down. However, it was just a fleeting emotion, and Luze quickly forgot about it, because in the next moment, he distinctly felt a change in the rocket launcher behind him, sending a chill down his spine. This familiar feeling was the instinct of a beast. Luze's eyes widened, and he was about to make a move. However, before his body could react, he suddenly heard a loud bang from behind him. Accompanied by a huge explosion, Luze felt a massive surge of heat and impact coming from behind. The rocket launcher behind him erupted unexpectedly, violently throwing him and Alvia away from a height of 400 to 500 meters. You have received 233 points of explosion damage. Your equipment Black Feather Cloak has been damaged. Due to the sudden explosion, Luze was caught off guard. Although he didn't suffer much damage thanks to his strong physique and the benefits of his robust specialty, Alvia, who he was holding on to, was thrown away. Damn goblins. I should have known better. Loser roared, as if tens of thousands of alpacas were galloping through his mind. He couldn't care less about the pain of his black feather coat and immediately stepped down, using the shockwave to charge towards Alvia, who was rapidly descending after being blown away. Chapter 117. The end. Looking at Alvia, who was falling further and further away, Loser stepped forward repeatedly, advancing in the air without paying any attention to his increasing speed of descent and the growing force of the air currents. With the tremendous speed of descent and the effect of Loser's moon step, he darted in the air like a fish, quickly maneuvering to Alvia's side, grabbing her and pulling her back in his arms. This time, Alvia did not struggle instinctively. Instead, she held onto Loser tightly. Moonstep. Ignoring the fact that Alvia was clinging to him out of fear, Loser gently patted her a few times to signal that she didn't need to be afraid with him around, and his legs began to step continuously in the air. Due to the powerful downward force, Loser didn't dare to exert too much force to shake the air, as that would subject his legs to excessive impact, making it harder for him to perform subsequent actions. Being cautious Every step he took with the moon step only contained a light touch. And although it couldn't immediately alleviate their downward momentum, it could gradually dissipate the force of descent, slowing their fall. However, even so, the distance of hundreds of meters was still closing in rapidly. With Loser's continuous moon steps, the force of their descent had already reached the limit his body could withstand. Seeing the surface of the sea getting closer, Loser unhesitatingly increased the force of his steps, each impact on the air stronger than the last. Olvia, held in his arms, could almost distinctly feel the slowing of their descent speed. Originally terrified and drained, she felt this change and couldn't help but settle down. Her gaze towards Loser now carrying a different meaning. The previous distrust she had for him had vanished without a trace. He had brought her out of the despairing encirclement of the Navy and had also resolved the deadly situation of free-falling from hundreds of meters. What else could this man not accomplish? Olvia couldn't help but think to herself, "Oh, it seems someone mentioned that if it weren't for Loser's rocket backpack exploding, they wouldn't have fallen from hundreds of meters in the first place. Let's choose to ignore that detail." Splash. Water splashed and mist rose. Loser's final step forcefully stomped on the surface of the sea, creating a large splash and generating a tremendous impact that finally dissipated the remaining downward momentum. With the rebound force, he began to run on the surface of the water, holding Olvia in his arms. They weren't too unlucky. Despite the rocket backpack exploding, they were not far from their destination, the small island, and running there wasn't too difficult. Meanwhile, the explosion of the rocket backpack in another direction misled the Navy, allowing them to worry less about the pursuers behind them. "All right, Robin and Dr. Kuroha should be on this island. Let's go find them," Luze said with a smile as he set Olvia down, who had been held in his warm embrace. With the completion of the mission approaching and the advancement to epic status within reach, Luze was in a very good mood. Initially, Olvia felt a bit uncomfortable being set down after leaving the warmth of his arms, but upon hearing the news about Robin, she immediately shook off any unnecessary emotions and took the lead towards the island. Watching Olvia's back, Luze chuckled and shook his head, following after her. "Mr. Kenway, we will never forget what you have done for our O'Hara family," Dr. Kuroha said solemnly, looking at Luze with gratitude in his eyes. "Robin, my child." Luze waved his hand dismissively at Dr. Kuroha's gratitude, but when he saw little Robin, with a face covered in snot and tears in Olvia's embrace, he smiled with a sense of rare accomplishment rising in his heart. Then, the system prompt appeared just in time. "Ding! Congratulations, player, for completing the Mission Nico Robin's Wish. The mission rewards will be collected during the instant settlement." Ding! Friendly reminder. The system has detected that the player has no further tasks to complete in this instance. Please exit the instance within 1 hour for settlement. Players will automatically leave this instance when the time is up. "Are we leaving?" Luze sighed inwardly, feeling a bit reluctant. However, this was ultimately just a virtual instance, and whether what he experienced was real or not was still uncertain. After all, many players in his past life had participated in historical events formed by trial instances, with some failing and others succeeding, but none had truly changed the game's history under the conventional timeline. So, after a brief moment of reflection, Luze steadied his mind, ready to take his leave. "Everyone, since you are all safe now, I should be leaving." He sighed and said to Dr. Kuroha, "What? You're leaving already?" Dr. Kuroha looked at Luze in surprise, his expression showing signs of wanting to say something but hesitating. "Mr. Kenway, you are leaving?" As soon as Luze said this, even little Robin, who was nestled in her mother's arms feeling the long-lost warmth, couldn't help but lift her head in surprise. She broke free from her mother's embrace and ran to Luze, tugging at his pant leg with reluctance, asking, "Can you not go?" Looking at the little one with a face smeared with tears and snot, both adorable and pitiful, Luze's heart softened. He squatted down, took out a handkerchief from the pocket of his tattered trench coat, wiped her face, and said gently with a smile, "I was just here to help you escape this disaster. Now that the task is done, I should leave. Little Robin, you have to live well with your mom, okay? Can't you stay?" Little Robin asked hopefully. "Sorry, I can't." After saying that, Luze stood up, casually handed the handkerchief to Olvia, waved to everyone, and walked out of the cave. "Mr. Kenway." Little Robin wanted to chase after him, but found that with a flash of white light, there was no one outside the cave. Soon, the entire world began to blur. Swish! As the light flickered, Luze found himself standing in a vast space filled with shimmering blue waves. In front of him was a huge screen quickly replaying the process of him completing the tasks in this instance. From blocking rotten tomatoes for Robin, to persuading the archaeologists, then carrying books to the sea every night, and finally escaping the encirclement with Alvia using a rocket backpack. Scenes flashed before his eyes, ultimately freezing on his silhouette as he walked out of the cave against the light. Ding! Player has completed the trial instance of O'Hara. Settlement begins. Chapter 118, Settlement. Ding. Player has completed the trial instance of O'Hara. Settlement begins. Ding. Detected that the player's main quest completion rate is all above 90. With 2 or 3 tasks at 100 completion, basic task evaluation rises to excellent. Ding. Player completed the side quest to save Nico Alvia. Task evaluation rises slightly. Ding. Detected key instance item, golden transponder snail. Does the player agree to consume it to enhance task evaluation? There was no hesitation in this matter. The golden transponder snail was meant to be taken out of the instance, and bringing it into the game wouldn't be of any use. After all, Sengoku had long since been promoted from a Marine Admiral to a Marine Fleet Admiral, and the transponder snail in Liu Zei's hand had already been consumed in history. Even if Sengoku still possessed a golden transponder snail, it probably wouldn't be the original one. So, estimating that even if Liu Zei returned to the game and used the golden transponder snail to issue a demon-slaying order, the Marine Silver Transponder Snail wouldn't pick up this already consumed signal. Given the technological level of the Marines, Liu Zei, who had spent some time in the Marines in his previous life, did not believe they would leave such a loophole for others to exploit. Thus, the thought of using the Golden Transponder Snail to stir things up only flashed through Liu Zei's mind at the right moment, and was quickly dismissed as he chose yes. Ding. Player has chosen to consume the Golden Transponder Snail to enhance task evaluation. Task settlement continues. With the system prompt refreshing, the golden transponder snail that Liu Zei had casually placed in his pocket floated out on its own, flying into the air in front of Liu Zei, beginning to emit sparkling light, which grew more intense, transforming into a massive, glowing sphere, with the sparkling points it dispersed becoming increasingly dense. Then, as the light sphere shrank and exploded, all the sparkling points suddenly vanished, and the system prompt for continued settlement began to change again. Ding. Key instance item golden transponder snail has been consumed. Player task evaluation greatly increased. Current evaluation is unprecedented. Ding. Player has completed the task of fulfilling Nico Robin's wish, triggering a special reward to be released after settlement. Ding. Instance task O'Hara settlement complete. Player's final evaluation is unprecedented. Ding. Based on the unprecedented evaluation, the player's instance rewards are as follows. General Experience 100,000, Skill Points 3, Epic Selectable Reward Draw 2, Character Favorability Inheritance, Special Reward. Skill points are out. It seems the unprecedented evaluation has a high bonus on task rewards. Liu Zei looked at the series of data displayed on the panel in surprise, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. One skill point, no matter what skill it is used for, will ultimately raise its level by 1. At least that is how it was before reaching master level. In any case, the player who obtained 1 skill point in his previous life directly used it on his highest level skill, instantly promoting it to master level, and no one had ever shown the effect of skill points after that. However, even so, Liu Zei was still extremely excited to know he had a large number of advanced skills waiting to be upgraded. If it weren't for being in a position where he desperately wanted to increase his combat power, Liu Zei might have already started using experience to upgrade his skills. However, the rewards had not yet been fully claimed, so Liu Zei calmed his excitement and continued looking down, muttering with some confusion, Epic Selectable Reward Draw. As he spoke, he clicked on that prompt and instantly understood the meaning of the selectable reward draw upon seeing the content that popped up in front of Liu Zei's panel. The task rewards were clearly categorized into items, equipment, weapons, special items, skills, and professions. After clicking on the major categories, there were further subcategories to choose from, such as clothing, jewelry, etc., under the equipment category, while weapons could be subdivided into categories like swords, guns, clubs, etc. Of course, once broken down into specific categories, it would be a draw. The cunning system wouldn't give players the chance to choose their own equipment. All the options shimmered with luxurious purple light, indicating that the drawn rewards would be at least epic level. Looking at the panel before him, Liu Zei instinctively touched his tattered and damaged black feather trenchcoat, and couldn't help but smile, as he had already thought of the first option to draw. Starting the draw for outerwear. As Liu Zei clicked on the draw option, the panel in front of him vanished, and a massive wheel suddenly appeared. The wheel displayed various strange, cool, mysterious, eerie, and odd outerwear silhouettes in its sections, the sheer number of which made Liu Zei a bit dazzled. Before Lu Zhe could touch the wheel again, it began to spin on its own, spinning faster and faster. At first, Lu Zhe could still distinguish some clothing positions, but soon the entire wheel blurred into a chaotic color, making it impossible for him to see the changes or choose his preferred clothing. Moreover, even the pointer on the wheel began to emit smoke and spark as it brushed against the edge of the wheel, causing Lu Zhe to feel a bit anxious. What if it exploded? Would that mean he lost his reward? Stop! Not daring to let the wheel spin any longer, Lu Zhe decisively shouted to stop. To his surprise, the wheel that spun so fast that even his dynamic vision couldn't keep up halted immediately at the first moment he shouted, the pointer steadying on a somewhat unique black high-neck trench coat. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained the equipment Night Cloak. Name, Night Cloak type. Outerwear trench coat quality. Epic attributes. Agility 1, Strength 1 special effect. 1. Dark speed. Just as darkness erodes all things invisibly, you will also gain the speed and strength to kill invisibly. After activation, increase attack speed and attack power by 20. In dark environments, the enhancement effect increases to 30. 1 time per day. Effect 2. Sword of the Night. Like the night, it conceals danger while nurturing vitality. Once activated, it will unleash the sword energy contained within the sword sheath of the trench coat, enhancing the attack power of blade lights. The specific amplification limit depends on the quality of the sword inserted in the sheath, with a minimum increase of 10. Note: born in darkness, cut through darkness. Looking at the mysterious and noble-looking knight robe floating before him, Lu Zhe glanced at his damaged black feather trench coat. With a snap, Lu Zhe didn't hesitate and tossed the tattered black feather trench coat onto the sea blue ground of the space, creating ripples. After putting on the night robe, Lu Zhe tightened the trench coat belt and moved the sword sheath, originally crossed at his back, to his waist, inserting the third-generation Ghost Slash and Snow Walk into it. This cool feeling made him feel like he had reached the pinnacle of life. Chapter 119. Epic feeling a bit vain, Lu Zhe continued to open the reward extraction panel. As for the previous spinning wheel, it had disappeared on its own after the night robe was drawn. Having drawn the night robe, which suited him perfectly, Lu Zhe felt quite satisfied. The saying that system products are definitely quality goods was indeed true. The ancients did not deceive him. However, due to this extremely suitable result, Lu Zhe felt a bit conflicted about the options for the second extraction. For drawing weapons, he had Snow Walk and a third-generation Ghost Slash, so he wasn't particularly lacking in handy weapons. Although both were only rare-level weapons, they would suffice for now. As for equipment, the Demon Windfoot was not high enough in level and would hurt his legs. It would be nice to draw a pair of shoes. Regarding items and special items, even if he could choose types, it still felt very luck-dependent, especially since special items were notoriously unreliable. Without a base luck of 4, it seemed worth considering. As for skills and professions, these two categories could only choose between life or combat, which made the randomness too high. If he drew skills or professions that did not align with his capability system, it would be a waste. This wouldn't do. After much deliberation, it seemed more reliable to draw equipment directly. Lu Zhe calculated and no longer hesitated, clicking on the equipment option for shoes to start the extraction. Items might yield some high-grade but strange functioning things, but equipment, no matter how unsuitable, would at least not be too bad. The spinning wheel, looking just like before, suddenly appeared before Lu Zhe, and the representations in the slots shifted from various clothing to shoes. As if just to give him a glimpse, the next moment, the wheel began to spin rapidly on its own. Zzz. Watching the wheel spin so fast that the eye couldn't distinguish it and the pointers sparking with blue smoke and sparks. Lu Zhe cursed under his breath and didn't bother to wait any longer, shouting for it to stop. The wheel came to a halt the moment he shouted stop. He saw the pointer stop, and a pair of ancient-style leather boots floated before him. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have obtained the equipment Stormstep. Name: Stormstep type. Shoes quality: Epic attribute. Movement speed 20 effect. 1. Tread wind. Passive walks with the wind. Agile as the heart desires. Body burden -10. Body burden -20 when in a suspended state. Effect 2. Storm. Sudden wind and rain. The power of the storm. Once activated, an invisible airflow will attach to the legs, increasing leg attack speed by 10, and each leg attack will inflict 20 to 30 points of wind-type tearing damage, 1 time per day. Note: death like the wind, ever by my side. As Lu Zhe looked at the attribute panel of the Stormstep before him, his eyes couldn't help but brighten. The attributes of Stormstep were perfectly aligned with his current capability system. The increase in movement speed was something he had long needed, and now it filled the gap. The tread wind effect, and the application of Moonstep were a match made in heaven. While Storm could further enhance the use of the Demon Wind Foot, these shoes were simply perfect for Lu Zhe. Without any hesitation, Lu Zhe put them on and instantly felt a refreshing airflow come from his feet, spreading throughout his body in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Lu Zhe felt his body lighten, and his movements became much more agile. This change was good, but he still needed to adapt. After feeling it for a while, Lu Zhe squinted his eyes and said with satisfaction, as the 2 epic-level selectable reward extractions were completed, the task rewards continued to be distributed. Ding! Character Affection Inheritance, special reward, is being distributed. The character for Affection Inheritance is Nico Robin. Ding! Detected that Nico Robin's life status is alive. Affection can be inherited normally. Ding! In the O'Hara instance, Nico Robin's affection with the player is 94, and the current affection with Nico Robin is 0. Ding! Currently, Nico Robin will inherit 50 affection points, which is 47 points. Affection inheritance in progress. With the system prompt refreshing, Lu Zhe's keen senses perceived a strange and distorted wave suddenly emerging in this sea blue space, spreading out before quickly vanishing into nothingness. Ding! Affection inheritance completed. The player can negotiate with Nico Robin. Lu Zhe sighed, his gaze becoming inexplicably deep. It seemed that the instance was just an instance. He still hadn't truly altered history. Had he? Shaking his head, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted, Lu Zhe looked at the panel that had refreshed before him and directly selected Task Settlement. Ding! Player has completed the trial instance. Successfully advanced to Epic. Player is advancing. Rank upgrade. Attribute calculation method has changed. Player body is undergoing transformation. Body attribute completion in progress. Ding! Congratulations, player, for breaking the rank limit and successfully advancing to Epic. Ding! Detected that the player has broken through attributes. Strength, Constitution, Agility, Intelligence, Spirit. Assessment difficulty and rewards are all set for single attribute breakthroughs of 500. Advancement reward, random extraction in progress. Please choose 5 from the following ability tendencies as advancement specialization rewards: attack, defense, speed, resistance, life, swordsmanship, martial arts, mind, energy, crafting. So free. Looking at these options, it seems they are based on the abilities assessed before the test, right? And the number of breakthrough attributes corresponds to the number of selectable tendencies. Seeing the system prompt, Lu Zhe paused for a moment, a bit surprised. At this moment, Lu Zhe's senses were slowed by the system. The immense pain from the body transformation brought on by the advancement had not yet registered with him. In his previous life, no player had broken through to Epic. Almost everyone got stuck at the breakthrough assessment. So, Lu Zhe wasn't sure what the attribute rewards for breakthroughs would be like. After considering his capability system, Lu Zhe weighed his options and made his choice. Attack, defense, swordsmanship, martial arts, mind. Originally, energy was also one of his tendencies, but since he hadn't obtained the fruit he desired yet, it was uncertain what kind of fruit abilities he would master in the future. Hence, he could only choose based on his current capability system. The attack and defense options were needless to say. Being able to hit and withstand damage is the core of combat in the world of One Piece. The swordsmanship and martial arts options were to align with his current mastery of a swordsmanship system based on a focused sword approach and a combat system centered around 6 styles and Demon Wind Foot, to continue enhancing his capabilities. As for the mind option, it was purely a choice Lu Zhe made due to his emphasis on life return and innate hypnosis. Chapter 120. Power of Epic Ding. The player's chosen abilities are attack, defense, swordsmanship, martial arts, and mind. Ding. Advancing specialty extraction in progress. Ding. The player has acquired the following specialties. Critical strike. After 3 attacks, the next strike has a 10 chance to deal 200 damage. Body of the 100 Forgings. When receiving damage of 50 points or less, including true damage, is forced to be counted as 1 point of damage. Swordsmanship Genius. Compatibility with sword-type weapons 20 and attack power 20 when using sword-type weapons. Martial Arts Genius. Attack power 20 when using martial arts abilities, and gain a 1 strength bonus in unarmed combat. Self-Will. Mental Resistance 10, and gain a 1 mental bonus when using mental abilities. Swordsmanship Genius, Martial Arts Genius, and Self-Will are considered standard, while Critical Strike and Body of the 100 Forgings are quite impressive. Lu Zhe looked at the data, refreshed on the system panel, showing a hint of surprise on his face. While Lu Zhe was surprised, the panel in front of him continued to refresh. Ding! The player has been promoted to the Epic Tier and has gained the Epic Tier exclusive specialty, Epic Power. Epic Power. As an epic, its power covers the sea. You will gain an attack power bonus equal to the total sum of breakthrough attributes 1. Seeing this content, Liu Ze couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Realizing that he had been too early in his excitement, an even greater surprise awaited him. With Liu Ze's attributes from the 5 breakthroughs, calculating this bonus is simply terrifying. He could even be considered a strong player in the epic tier right after breaking through. This must be the reason for the significant power gap between strong players of the same tier in the world of One Piece. Liu Ze, in his excitement, glanced at the breakthrough attributes required for the epic power and suddenly understood. At this moment, he truly felt that his previous decision to pursue a multi-attribute breakthrough path was correct. After reaching the epic rank, his strength finally experienced a qualitative leap. The emergence of the epic power bonus indicated that Liu Ze's breakthrough was nearing its end, with the final aspect being the racial specialties brought by the rank breakthrough. Ding! The player has broken through to the epic rank, further uncovering the talents hidden in every human bloodline. Please choose one specialty reward from the following 3 racial specialties. A. Learning talent. Humans are known to be one of the strongest races in terms of learning ability in this world. Learning efficiency 10. B. Environmental adaptation 2. Humans have spread their footprints across almost every corner of this world, thanks to their strong adaptability, suffering a -20 debuff in any adverse environment. This option will override environmental adaptation. C. Manual dexterity. The greatest difference between humans and other beings is their understanding of making and using tools. Improving efficiency by 10 when crafting any item, and increasing item quality by 10. Because Liu Ze chose environmental adaptation as a prerequisite during his extraordinary breakthrough, Option B, Environmental Adaptation 2, was refreshed in the specialty options this time. There was no hesitation. Liu Ze directly chose Environmental Adaptation 2, as it was the most practical specialty option for him. Ding! The promotion to epic rank is complete. With the appearance of this system prompt, the sensory experience that had been slowed down by the system instantly returned to normal, and the pleasure and pain brought about by the transformation of his body feedback to him immediately. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. His heart beat wildly like a war drum, and a massive, scorching flow like magma coursed through every corner of his body, promoting Liu Ze's physical transformation while also bringing a sensation of excruciating pain. Liu Ze's entire body was covered in bulging veins, his skin flushed red, and his expression was a mix of pain and pleasure. Despite several unsteady attempts to stand, he persisted in keeping his body upright, straightening his back and refusing to kneel on the ground of the azure space. In the midst of this agony, Liu Ze completely ignored the subsequent system notifications. Ding! Congratulations to the player for being the first to break through to the epic rank. The first breakthrough reward, a legendary random gift pack, has been distributed. Please claim it yourself. Ding! Congratulations to the player for achieving the title of the first person. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to Edward Kenway for being the first to break through to the epic rank. 3. Seeing the sudden flood of system notifications, the players were momentarily stunned. A group of players exclaimed, "Bang! Table flip! This game is unplayable. Hey, system, there's a guy here using hacks. Are you going to do something about it or not?" At the foot of the upside-down mountain, at Twin Cape, Garen, Bet, and Evans were confronting a group of players. It was precisely because Liu Ze and the others had broken through the upside-down mountain that they had been provoked into daring to attempt the same feat, forming a pirate crew composed of players. From a number of players on the field, it was evident that they far outnumbered the trio, and there were no shortage of extraordinary ranked individuals among them, all working in perfect coordination, mastering various offensive rhythms exceptionally well. Although Evans had greatly enhanced his strength after transforming, he was unable to keep up with these slippery players who refused to engage him in close combat. For a moment, Garen and the others found themselves somewhat worn out, sustaining several hits. Strangely, however, there was no sign of Old Man Coloca's, nor was there any trace of Lab, leaving them uncertain whether they were underwater or elsewhere. "Hey, Garen, you 3 should just surrender quickly. Hand over the good stuff on your ship, and we'll leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." One player sneered, "Garen, are you really that loyal to that Edward Kenway? Why do you have to stand your ground against us NPCs? It's not worth risking your character that you've worked so hard on just to protect a ship. After death, even your real-world abilities will be stripped away. Think it over." Relying on their numerical advantage, this group of players surrounded Garen and his companions, with the leading players slowly closing in while taunting Garen. As the players approached, Garen spat at the leading few and disdainfully replied, "TCH, Sound nice. But isn't it just you guys relying on your numbers because you can't beat us? If you want it so badly, come and kill me. As he spoke, Garen raised his giant sword, a surge of righteous golden energy emanating from him, extending to the sword. Although some players' words were filtered by the system, Bet and Evan still roughly understood the exchange between Garen and the players. Seeing Garen prepare to strike, they also adjusted their stances, readying their weapons. Just then, the system announcement echoed throughout the world. Chapter 121, 1/ Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to Edward Kenway for being the first to break through to the epic rank. 3. As the system announcement rang out, the expressions of all players present, except for the two natives Bet and Evans, changed dramatically. The players led by Doug showed a flicker of panic in their eyes, their faces darkening instantly. And the previously aggressive encirclement lost its momentum, no longer brimming with confidence. Garen, on the other hand, was filled with joy. His fighting spirit surged, and the golden light surrounding him and his sword solidified and shone even brighter. In that brief moment, the momentum on both sides shifted dramatically. The leading Doug, weapon in hand, looked grimly at the three before him. After a moment of silence, he blurted out, "Retreat," and without hesitation, he led the others in a retreat. Players were like rabid dogs. As long as the benefits were significant enough, they would dare to take on even the four emperors. But the premise was that the benefits had to be tangible. If they didn't even know what they could gain, no sensible person would risk challenging powerful entities. Previously, Doug and his crew had the audacity to attempt to rob the Black Flag pirate crew because they were emboldened by their numbers. They believed that Liu Ze had merely broken through to the extraordinary rank before them and couldn't be that strong. With 4 extraordinary rank players on their side, they thought they could easily handle him. In reality, they were not a match. But the players lacked information about Liu Ze and could only deduce his strength based on their own conditions. It was only natural for them to think they could handle him without any issues. However, now that the system notification had been issued, it indicated that Liu Ze had reached a new level of strength in such a short time. They had no understanding of the power that came with this epic rank. Who knew how strong he was now? To avoid a situation where they ended up losing more than they gained, it would be better to strategically retreat. Among the dozens of people in this pirate crew, only Doug and 3 others were extraordinary ranked, while most of the other players were merely elite ranked, with some even being lower than elite, just casual players. After hearing the system notification, the already weak fighting spirit of these casual players diminished significantly. After all, the chances of them getting anything good from the Black Flag pirate crew were slim, and if they offended the strongest player in this phase, it would truly not be worth it. Thus, when Doug called for a retreat, these players fled faster than anyone else, with the one who ran the fastest almost disappearing from sight, already heading back to their ship. However, at that moment, swish, in the blink of an eye, a tangible, sharp blade aura suddenly appeared, like lightning slicing through the air, erupting from the side and tearing through the sea as it slashed towards Doug's ship before the first player could even board. Crash, like a hot knife through butter. The eerie light purple blade aura effortlessly sliced diagonally through the center of the sailboat, as if it was cutting through air. In the next moment, the ship emitted a crisp sound, slightly trembling, and split in two at the point where the blade light passed, crashing down into the water. Looking at the player who had run the fastest, he was frozen in shock, maintaining a forward lunging motion without moving, his face covered in beads of sweat. Even though this player had only been grazed by the aura of that blade and had not sustained any substantial damage, the sharp sensation was something he had never experienced before in his life. He could clearly feel that if that blade had aimed at him, he would have undoubtedly died. This feeling of skirting the edge of death was not pleasant at all. He stiffened for a moment before collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath like a drowning person. "You want to rob my ship and hurt my people, and now you think you can leave?" A casual yet chilling voice broke the stunned and uncertain expressions of the players watching the slowly sinking ship, waking them up. They shuddered and turned to look at the ship behind Garen and the others, where Liu Ze had just returned to the ship after breaking through and exiting the azure space. Liu Ze stood with one foot on the ship's railing, leaning slightly forward, his left hand resting on his knee, and his right hand casually resting the blade of the third-generation ghost cutter on his shoulder, looking at the group of players who were stuck in place with a mocking gaze. He nodded slightly to his 3 crew members, signaling that he would handle the situation. Garen and the others had no objections. In fact, they felt more at ease with Liu Ze's appearance, gaining confidence with a reliable leader. The group of players felt helpless. Their ship was destroyed, and there was no way to escape. They certainly didn't think they could withstand a blow like the last one. seeing Lu Zhe's relaxed demeanor. It seemed like he had just delivered a casual strike. With such a huge gap in strength, who wouldn't he be afraid of dying? Doug gritted his teeth and stepped forward, asking with a grim expression how they could appease the mighty Kenway. It was clear that if things went poorly, they might even lose their lives, so it was no wonder he looked so grim. Lu Zhe glanced at Doug, who had stepped forward and nodded in satisfaction. Here was someone sensible, making negotiations easier. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhe didn't stay on the ship any longer. He stepped off the railing and gracefully floated to Evan's side. He patted Evan, signaling him to revert from his orc form, and nodded to Bet and Garen. Well done. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, the three of them smiled awkwardly, their expressions showing the joy of being recognized for their efforts. However, noticing the somewhat foolish smiles on their faces, Lu Zhe paused for a moment and added, "But in the future, even when I'm not around, don't hold back against the enemy. Anyone who dares to provoke us, as long as they are confirmed enemies, make them doubt their existence and regret opposing us." As he said this, a fierce aura emanated from Lu Zhe, startling the players into retreat. The three who had momentarily stopped their silly smiles at Lu Zhe's, but were now serious, their eyes flashing with determination as they nodded in agreement. Bet and Evan were naturally on board, being the two violent types. As for Garen, while he was a bit of a goofball, he was not someone who would let others provoke him without a response. Lu's words were quite to the taste of the three. "Do you think I'm right, Mr. Doug?" Chapter 122, Navigator Matthew. "Do you think I'm right, Mr. Doug?" Lu's tone shifted as he looked towards Doug, who was standing not far away. Yet his icy aura remained unabated. Under Lu's cold gaze, Doug felt as if two sharp blades were stabbing towards him, causing his eyes to sting and a bone-chilling cold to seep into his marrow, making him shiver all over. He felt as if he were being hunted by a top predator, while he was merely a weak beast with no power to resist against such a powerful presence. Only able to await his fate. Under the immense pressure, Doug dared not even breathe, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from Lu's gaze, Doug knew that his group was completely doomed. If they couldn't satisfy the other party, they might not escape death. Forcing himself to suppress his trembling, Doug took a deep breath to push down his displeasure and managed to squeeze out a flattering smile. What the great Kenway said is absolutely true. Those who dare to provoke the Black Flag Pirate group must naturally pay the price. But I wonder, great Kenway, what price do you require from us to forgive our mistakes and let us go? Doug continued, his smile unwavering. Although his actions lacked backbone, no one stepped forward to criticize him. Instead, they secretly gave him a thumbs up in their hearts, praising his quick thinking that saved them all. To put it bluntly, this group of players were just ordinary people who had not experienced the trials of blood and fire. Without the chance to develop an unyielding will of steel, they wouldn't risk their carefully cultivated game characters, which were linked to their real-life identities. If it were in a traditional online game, where dying only meant losing some experience points with no substantial punishment for the player, they would have already fought Luz to the death out of stubborn pride. However, in Pirate OL, the cost of dying was too high. Dying once meant losing not only a game character that had been painstakingly developed, but also having the physical attributes and abilities that had taken so long to achieve stripped away overnight, reverting them back to ordinary people. Considering this, if they were to abandon their immeasurable accumulation for mere trivial pride, that would truly be foolish. Looking at the anxious faces of the crowd, Lu smiled and suddenly asked an unrelated question. "I see that almost all of you members are players. How did you manage to pass through the Upside-Down Mountain?" Luz had realized how high the requirements for navigators and helmsmen to pass through the Upside-Down Mountain were only after personally experiencing it and elevating his navigation skills to the proficient level. Even with his current elite-level navigation skills, passing through the Upside-Down Mountain would still require some luck. Given the state of the Black Flag Pirate group at the time, Luz's navigation skills were only at the entry level. Without the sea cow moo moo, they would have likely perished at the foot of the Upside-Down Mountain. Therefore, Luz was quite curious about how this group managed to pass through the Upside-Down Mountain and wanted to get his hands on that information. Huh? Doug was taken aback by Luz's question, hesitating as if weighing whether to speak. But soon he realized that if he didn't offer something of value, he might not even keep his life. So what was the point of overthinking it? He glanced at his several extraordinary companions, and they nodded to each other before waving to the back, pulling out a middle-aged man with a weathered face. This person isn't a player, Luz thought, narrowing his eyes at the man being pulled out. He then turned his gaze back to Doug, waiting for an explanation. "Cough, this is Hemingway Matthew, our ship's navigator." Doug emphasized the word navigator, almost gritting his teeth. Seeing Doug's heart-wrenching expression, Luz couldn't help but feel a bit more hopeful about this navigator named Hemingway Matthew. Without avoiding Doug, Luz began to ask Matthew various questions about navigation, and in just a few exchanges, the excitement in Luz's heart was nearly overflowing. He felt he had struck gold. Luz thought to himself, secretly praising his impulse to squeeze some information out of this group of players. Luz himself is not a bloodthirsty person. For players who are difficult to eradicate completely, he believes that rather than sending them back to the pre-liberation era with a single stroke, it is better to squeeze out their value before giving them a chance to live. It's good if they realize their limitations and no longer provoke him. But if there are some foolish individuals who come back for trouble after gaining strength, Luz would welcome them as well, allowing them to serve as transport captains to bring him warmth. This time, even Luz did not expect that his first attempt would yield such sweet rewards. After personally testing it, hearing the confident and skilled responses from the other party's senior management, he realized that this native navigator, Hemingway Matthew, who was brought out by Douglas, had at least expert-level sailing skills, far surpassing his own level. "All right, Mr. Matthew can stay. You all can leave." Luz, having struck gold, lost all interest in this group of players. He waved them off without even looking at them. It wasn't that he didn't want to squeeze them a little more. The key was that Luz had already destroyed their ship and didn't think they had anything good left on them. Rather than pushing them to a dead end, it was better to leave them with some leeway. Surprisingly, Hemingway Matthew, the main character, showed no objection to Luz's words. He merely glanced around and obediently walked behind Luz, indicating his willingness to join Luz's group and sever ties with Douglas and the others. Seeing the middle-aged navigator Matthew's actions, Douglas, who was about to say something, swallowed his words, his throat moving slightly, and his expression stiffened. With Luz standing there, he dared not make any moves, and his already gloomy expression became even more unappealing. "In that case, we will take our leave." Douglas forced a smile and bid farewell to Luz, causing everyone behind him to feel a sense of relief. Finally able to escape from the grasp of the devil. "Let's go." With emotions boiling to the brink of explosion, Douglas turned and headed straight for the small boat on the shore. They considered themselves lucky. The few small boats brought along by the big ship were released after passing through the upside-down mountain, rather than being left on the ship. Unexpectedly, under Luz's single stroke, they were preserved, and at least they still had a means of transportation to leave. "So, Mr. Matthew, welcome to the Black Flag pirate crew." Luz retracted his gaze from the players and turned back to Matthew, extending his hand earnestly. Chapter 123. Exposing shortcomings. Looking at the serious smile on Luz's face and the hand extended toward him, the weathered middle-aged man Matthew showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. After a brief hesitation, he reached out and shook Luz's hand. "It's my honor, Captain." Ding. Hemingway Matthew, native, has joined the Black Flag pirate crew. Current loyalty is 31. Hearing Matthew's words and the system prompt that popped up, Luz's smile widened even more. He shook Matthew's hand firmly before releasing it and casually patted his shoulder. "Everything you need is on the ship. You don't have to worry about what I sank with one stroke. I'll have Bert prepare a bunk for you." Halfway through his sentence, Luz deliberately showed a look of surprise and somewhat awkwardly clapped his hands. "You don't have anything of great importance on that ship, do you?" Seeing Luz's expression, Matthew was momentarily taken aback before chuckling and shaking his head. "Captain, there's no need to worry. Ever since Douglas and the others rescued me onto their ship, I've been all alone with nothing of great value." "Oh, so you were rescued by Douglas and the others before staying on their ship? Can you tell me about your experiences?" Luz's expression shifted slightly, feigning surprise as he asked. Regardless of whether Matthew was trying to gain his trust or truly had no intention of hiding his relationship with Douglas, Luz was very interested. A native navigator with sailing skills at the expert level or even higher was surprisingly rescued by Douglas from the sea. His background surely wouldn't be simple. It might even bring him potential gains or enemies. However, with the loyalty shown on the panel as a reference, Luz was not afraid of Matthew stirring up any trouble. Moreover, the fact that he had 31 points of loyalty upon joining the pirate crew was already quite good, allowing for a certain level of trust. After all, before today, Matthew and his group were still strangers to each other. Noticing that Matthew seemed hesitant and reluctant to speak, Luz glanced at the sky, which was already getting late, and patted Matthew on the back. "If you don't want to talk, there's no need to force it. Since you're on the ship, we're comrades now. You can chat with any of us whenever you feel like it." After saying that, Luz turned and headed toward the cabin. "Bert, go check the food supplies. We have new crew members joining today, so let's have something extravagant. Okay. Hearing Luze's words, Bert suddenly perked up and dashed out from beside Luze, rushing into the warehouse with a long shout. Seeing his reaction, it seemed that their meals had not been very good during this period. Luze watched Bert's actions, feeling somewhat silent for a moment. He explained a bit to Matthew and called him and Evans to help him take out the cooking utensils. He skillfully set up a stove on the shore and began preparing dinner. Oh, is Oleb sleeping at the bottom of the sea? Did old man Kolokas go on vacation inside it? Luze looked at the three companions in front of him with some annoyance. Such a sturdy thigh to hold on to, yet they had no intention of doing so. It was frustrating, especially since he had reminded them before leaving. Forget it, let's not worry about the old man. Luze shook his head and raised his wine glass. Let's welcome our new crew member Matthew. Welcome Matthew. Three looking at the four raised wine glasses and the four pairs of sparkling eyes fixed on him. The middle-aged navigator's expression was somewhat perplexed. The weathered look on his face softened a bit, and he suddenly laughed, raising his glass to clink with Luze and the others. The wine splashed, and everyone was joyous. Matthew, from now on, the navigation of our pirate crew will be entrusted to you. After taking a big gulp of wine, Luze let out a sigh and said seriously, Yes, Matthew, our pirate crew finally has a navigator. You don't know how it was when the captain was navigating before. It was quite a challenge. Bang! After taking a swig of wine, Bert, who was in high spirits, had just started to speak when he suddenly jerked. And the next moment, he flew out like a cannonball, crashing against the rock wall and getting stuck there, unable to escape for a while. Yet even so, he still held tightly onto the meat and wine cup in his hands, refusing to let go. This scene was truly touching. Meanwhile, Luze acted as if nothing had happened, retracting his legs and sitting down with a joyful expression, humming a little tune while flipping the roasted meat and taking a sip of wine. Seeing this scene, Matthew broke out in a cold sweat, hesitated for a moment, and asked Evans beside him, Is Bert going to be okay? Evans focused on gnawing on meat and drinking wine, heard Matthew's question, and nonchalantly shook his head. Don't worry about him. Who told him to try and expose Kenway's shortcomings? He'll come down by himself in a bit. Come on, let's drink. As he spoke, Evans clinked glasses with Matthew once again. After downing a big gulp, perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, Evans first glanced sneakily at Luze, who was roasting meat, and then leaned in close to Matthew as if he were meeting with an underground organization, lowering his voice. But it's a good thing you came. To be honest, I never want the captain to navigate again. Boom! The flames flickered again, and Bet suddenly had a companion by his side. With a blank expression, Luze retracted his legs, smiled at Matthew, and walked up to him for a toast. Don't forget, these two wouldn't have made it here without me. Ha! After taking a sip of wine, Matthew subtly wiped his sweat and began to doubt whether joining this pirate crew to achieve his goals was the right decision. After a perfect bonfire dinner, once the mess was cleaned up, Luze lay back on the bed, planning to first sort out the changes in his attributes after the breakthrough. However, upon opening the system panel, he saw the legendary random gift pack brought by the epic breakthrough and the achievement of being the first person. His heart suddenly raced. This was a legendary gift pack. No one had even shared pictures of it in his previous life. He decided to open this thing first. Luze licked his lips. A wave of uncontrollable impulse surged in his heart. I want to open it. Therefore, Luze directly claimed it, not paying attention to the cool and luxurious appearance of the gift box. Like an eager beginner lacking experience, he chose to open it roughly without any foreplay. Whoosh! A dazzling orange light, bright as the sun, exploded before Luze's eyes, the brilliance so intense that it almost turned the dimly lit room with candlelight into broad daylight. Damn, this time I might really be blinded. Faced with the flashing gift package, a thought flashed through Luze's mind, and he stared with blurred eyes, eagerly reaching into the brilliant orange light inside the package. Hey, what's this round thing? Still surrounded by a white haze. Luze muttered in confusion as he pulled it out of the gift box. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained Chapter 124, Evan's Strange Reaction. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained an egg of an unknown creature. Luz listened to the system prompt, his curiosity reaching its peak. He quickly extended his other hand into the orange light cluster and felt a round object that wasn't small. It seemed like he couldn't pull it out with just one hand. At this moment, his eyesight had mostly recovered due to his enhanced physique, allowing him to see the objects in front of him clearly. However, the orange light cluster and the gift pack in front of him disappeared as the items were taken out, causing the room to suddenly darken. But after losing the orange light cluster, Luz's room didn't become too dim because a new light source appeared. The egg in his hand. Name: unknown biological egg type. Biological food material quality. Legendary status. Alive attribute 1. Can be cooked attribute 2. Can be used to make potions attribute 3. Can be hatched special effect. None notes. This egg comes from an unknown creature in another world. The special patterns on the eggshell and the faint vitality and pressure emanating from it indicate that its origin is anything but ordinary. You can eat it as food, which might grant you some special powers, but it may also come at a cost. Of course, you can also try to hatch it and see what kind of existence is developing inside. What the hell is this? Looking at the egg in his hand, Luz felt like his worldview was about to be refreshed. From which world did this thing come? Did it run into the wrong scene? In fact, it wasn't surprising that Luz was so astonished. After all, what exactly was this thing in his hand? It was slightly larger than a soup basin, but smaller than a wash basin, with a shape similar to a chicken egg. The shell was covered with intricate and mysterious purple spots and blue patterns, and the faint light was emanating from these spots and patterns. Moreover, Luz could distinctly feel the weak vitality and strange pressure hidden within the egg. The vitality was one thing, but the pressure, though faint, clearly made Luz feel a bit uncomfortable. It was like how lower life forms would feel submissive in the presence of higher life forms, where no physical confrontation was necessary. The mere change in the aura, due to the difference in life levels, could be enough to subdue them. Of course, this didn't mean much to Luz, as he was now an epic powerhouse. Not to mention his strength, in terms of mentality and will. This weak force that could easily be crushed was almost incapable of affecting him. But this clearly didn't seem like a creature that could exist in the world of One Piece, right? How come I didn't know that a lottery could even yield a living creature? Luz looked at the egg as if he had gained new knowledge, marveling at it. After examining the information about this thing, he speculated, could it be that this thing was classified as a material? But what use does that have? For a moment, Luz was at a loss for words, holding the egg and feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. I can't really eat it, can I? Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have rushed to draw. While muttering, Luz opened the door and called outside for someone to bring him a basket. No matter what, he should at least store it properly first. Hearing Evans acknowledge him, Luz stared blankly at the glowing egg lying on the bed while waiting for him to come over. Am I really going to eat it? Luz thought hesitantly, then shook his head. Although I don't know what creature's egg this is, according to the notes. Eating it might have benefits, but the risks are also significant. I can't take that chance. Moreover, something that clearly isn't simple would be a waste to just eat. What if it hatches into some legendary creature? But how do I hatch it when I don't even know what kind of egg this is? Luz was conflicted. Wow, what is this thing? At the door, Evans, holding a basket, looked at the egg Luz had tossed onto the bed with astonishment, his eyes shining with inexplicable excitement. You ask me? I want to know too. Without much patience, Luz took the basket from Evans, lined it with some cloth, and placed the egg inside. But it should be an egg, Luz casually replied. In just a few moments, without realizing it, Evans leaned closer and closer to the egg in the basket, his face unconsciously showing a hint of desire, a mix of longing and enjoyment. So, can we eat it? The light in Evans' eyes grew brighter, gazing at the egg in the basket with evident cravings. Now Luz realized that although Evans loved to eat, he wouldn't just dare to put anything in his mouth. Seeing his face almost pressed against the egg with an expression of longing was indeed strange. And it was quite disgusting. Hey, you wake up. Watching the expression on the big guy's face, Luz felt a chill run down his spine and, without thinking, slapped his shoulder. Ouch! Evans cried out in pain, rubbing his shoulder while complaining at Luz. Hey, Kenway, what are you doing? Your face is almost glued to that egg, and it looks like you're about to drool. What do you expect me to do? Luz replied flatly, feeling a bit curious himself. Why does he have almost no reaction, while Evans is like this? I don't know why, but as soon as I saw this egg, I really wanted to eat it, and the power it emanates makes me feel both repulsed and delighted. I couldn't help but lose control, Evans said, feeling wronged and confused, glancing at the egg again and quickly swallowing. Could it be because of the devil fruit ability? Luz speculated. Forget it, you should go back for now. Tomorrow, let us take this thing out and show it to others and see if they have any different feelings about it. The two of them couldn't come to any conclusion for the moment, so Luz waved his hand to let Evans go first. Oh, okay then. Evans replied and stepped outside, but his slow pace and constant glances back at the egg made it unbearable for Luz, who had to kick him out. With a bang, Luz shut the door, shivering from the goosebumps that emerged on his skin. He looked at the egg with a slightly changed gaze. Perhaps this time he really found a treasure. Shaking his head, Luz casually placed the basket with the egg on the cabinet at the bow of the ship, then sat back on the bed to continue looking at the panel. Since the gift pack had been opened, he might as well check the highest achievement of the first player. First player. Excellent, you have consistently led other players, setting an example for them and guiding them. You are truly the undisputed first player. Achievement reward. Selectable talent modification. Chapter 125. 10,000 me. Selectable talent modification. Luze was taken aback for a moment, feeling somewhat surprised. He had seen people flaunt rewards related to talent in forums during his previous life, but the option to select a talent transformation seemed to have not appeared in his memories from that life. He didn't know if it was hidden by someone or if no one had met the conditions to achieve this. Moreover, regarding talents, even in his previous life, only a portion of players with special physical constitutions or unique encounters had activated their talents, and he was not among them. As a transmigrator, not having activated his own talent was a testament to how poorly Luze had fared in his previous life. However, at this point, there was no need to dwell on it. Luze directly chose to claim the reward, hoping to make up for what he missed in his previous life. Ding! The player has obtained a chance for a selectable talent transformation. Would you like to use it? Luze was too lazy to comment on such a trivial system prompt and directly selected yes. Ding! It has been detected that the player's talent is in an unawakened state and the transformation mechanism has changed. Please make a choice from the following options. A. Randomly transform the player's unawakened talent and assist the player in completing the awakening. Success rate, 65. B. Based on the player's current attributes and ability system, assist the player in awakening and transforming their talent. Success rate, 76. C. Only excavate and enhance the player's original talent and assist the player in completing the awakening. Success rate, 83. Friendly reminder. Random transformation has a chance to significantly improve the player's talent rating, potentially exceeding the original limits of the player's talent. Friendly reminder. The success rate is the chance of successful transformation. Failure to transform may result in unknown changes to the player's body. Please choose carefully. Is it really like this? Looking at the options and friendly reminders that popped up, Luze pondered for a moment before choosing B. The A option was obviously a gamble, although there was a possibility of hitting the jackpot and getting an excellent talent. A success rate of only 65 was indeed not very high, and the random outcome was completely out of Luze's control, which was hard for him to accept. It was neither safe nor necessarily suitable for him, and as someone who preferred stability, he had no intention of choosing that path. The C option was actually quite appealing to Luze, but he also had concerns that his original talent might not align with his current ability system. Now that Luze's ability system was nearly formed, if the awakened talent was completely unrelated, he would be unable to change either and unable to create a synergy between the two, which was not the awkward situation he wanted. That said, he was very satisfied with this reward. Compared to awakening an unsuitable talent in the future, this selectable talent transformation provided him with a lot of leeway. After some calculation, the B option would not completely abandon his original talent, thus preventing significant changes to his body, and it would not deviate from his current ability system. Although the success rate was only 76, with a lucky 4 bonus, it seems sufficient. Ding! The player has chosen option B. The talent transformation awakening process will involve some pain. Would you like to disable this? The system is surprisingly considerate this time. Luze was momentarily stunned. But after thinking it over, he decided not to disable it. He had endured the intense pain from so many breakthroughs before, so he could handle this as well. Moreover, based on his own experience, he still believed that fully experiencing the process of bodily change would help him master his own power. A bit of pain was insignificant compared to the benefits. Ding! The player has chosen not to disable the pain perception. The assistance for talent, awakening, and transformation begins. With that, as soon as the system prompt refreshed, an energy resembling chains suddenly erupted from within Luze, jumping and sparking as it continuously stimulated his body, bringing him unprecedented convulsions of pain. At the same time, as the electric energy fluctuated, Luze's skin suddenly turned bright red and nearly transparent, with veins of varying thickness protruding like the roots of an ancient tree, making his appearance extremely hideous. And this was merely a change in appearance. Inside Luze, the bulging veins seemed to be flowing with something other than blood. It was like searing magma, coursing through every corner of his body alongside the electric energy that caused his convulsions, uncovering the special power hidden within him, while quietly transforming and enhancing that power in the process. Luze gritted his teeth, letting out a faint, muffled groan from his throat. His body was a mix of blue and red, with electric sparks swirling around him, and his breath fluctuated unpredictably. By the end, even the light of electricity began to flicker in his eyes, bringing him to the brink of his limits. In this state of extremity, Liu Ze's spirit was magnified countless times, and his perspective suddenly shifted, transforming him from a direct experiencer to an observer. Despite the pain still raging within him, it did not affect the clarity of his thoughts. At that moment, he clearly sensed the emergence of a new power within him, originating from his limbs and bones, which was intrinsically connected to him, allowing him to harness it without any obstacles. In the next moment, the lightning-like energy suddenly vanished, and the seething, magma-like warmth within his body dispersed, causing all pain to begin to subside. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have awakened the talent 10,000 me. 10,000 me. S-level talent. Among all things in the world, only I possess power. You can have any one of your attributes and add it to any other attribute, excluding the halved one. During the effect period, the attribute remains unchanged, lasting for the sum of the halved and added attributes multiplied by 1 second, with a cooldown of 6 hours. As the pain faded, Liu Ze gradually regained control over his body and felt the brand new power surging within him. When he looked at the refreshed content on the system panel, he was filled with overwhelming joy. With this ability, doesn't it mean I can even hold my own against generals now? Of course, he was also aware that it was merely holding for a moment, given that he could only temporarily enhance a single attribute to boost his combat power, although he could significantly improve a certain aspect of his abilities in a short time. It did not mean he had truly reached that level. If one were to compare, this talent was somewhat similar to Luffy's Gear 4th, but the enhancement was not as comprehensive, although the attribute boost of Gear 4th was not as terrifying as his. However, this meant he finally had a trump card that combined explosive power and life-saving potential. Even if Carp or Zifa came looking for trouble, he now had the strength to respond. Relaxing his body, Liu Ze's eyes shone brightly, and he felt a sense of calm in his heart. At least after awakening 10,000 me, the first half of the Grand Line was no longer a den of dragons and tigers for him. He could venture forth. Chapter 126, Flowing Experience, Ironclad Resolve. Calming his emotions, Liu Ze felt that the pain brought by the awakening and transformation of his talent had mostly subsided. He stepped outside to fetch a basin of water, stripped off his clothes, which were nearly soaked with sweat, and carefully wiped the sweat from his body. Fortunately, in the world of One Piece, the technology for filtering seawater into fresh water was quite advanced. Almost every ship was equipped with a seawater filtration device, so water was not a significant issue. Otherwise, he might have to endure a sticky body to sleep. After tidying up the mess, changing into a fresh set of clothes, Liu Ze lay back down on his bed, the soft blue light emitted by the eggshell beside him illuminating his face. He opened his personal panel, realizing that his strength had changed significantly during his journey, and it was time to sort out his attributes. Liu glanced at his current accumulation of general experience, which had reached over 270,000. He could also enhance some of his skills to match his current tier, and he still had 3 skill points that needed careful consideration. The general experience required to upgrade basic skills from expert to master is about 30,000, while advanced skills require approximately 50,000. However, due to his exceptional talent, the proficiency required for skill upgrades is reduced by 50, so he only needs 15,000 and 25,000, respectively. This gives Liu the confidence to develop his ability system with a dual-core approach. After some thought, Liu directly consumed 90,000 general experience to elevate several basic skills to master level. However, since he had already reached the epic tier, there was no increase in attributes. Next, he spent 180,000 general experience to upgrade his One Mind Sword Path, Demon Windfoot, Stormfoot, Shave, and Moonstep to expert level, and also upgraded paper drawing to proficient level. Naturally, when One Mind Sword Path and Demon Windfoot were upgraded to proficient level, reward options appeared. Ding! The player's One Mind Sword Path has reached proficient level. Please choose a proficiency reward from the following options. A. Blade of the Heart. When using blade-type weapons to attack, automatically inflicts an additional 20 mental damage. This effect can stack with Blade of the Mind. B. Intent like a Blade. Mental Resistance 5. Liu Ze directly chose A. Although the 10-20 points of mental attack were weak, they could still slightly disturb the enemy's mind, and in battle, this was a rare opportunity. Ding! Player Demon Wind Kick has reached the Mastery level. Please choose a Mastery reward from the following options. A. Hellfire. Adds an extra 30 points of fire damage per second to Demon Flame. B. Demon Foot. When using kick-related abilities, Strength Judgment 1. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Ze still chose B. Although Hellfire was also very practical, judgment-related bonuses would never be too much. At this point, all the general experience that Liu Ze had accumulated over time was used up, but he did not stop and continued to operate on the panel. He still had 3 skill points that had not been used. After weighing his options, Liu Ze invested his skill points into One Mind Swordsmanship, Demon Wind Kick, and Shave, raising these 3 skills to the master level as well. Although he could use the basic skills to enhance personal attributes, only a comprehensive improvement could provide enough stable combat power. Purely pursuing attributes was not advisable. In fact, Liu Ze's choice proved to be correct. After One Mind Swordsmanship was upgraded to the master level, in addition to the increase in power, the third effect that Liu Ze had longed for finally appeared. Movement of all things. Movement of all things. Perceive the movement of all things. That which cannot be cut cannot be cut. The introduction of the special effect was quite vague, but at this moment, Liu Ze clearly felt the change in the world. The movement of all things was at his fingertips, and it could be followed or destroyed. That which cannot be cut is probably like this. As for Demon Wind Kick, while its power increased, it transformed from a charged usage to an instantaneous shock, and it no longer caused damage to oneself. Although it was not as helpful as One Mind Swordsmanship, it was still quite useful. As for Moonstep, it was an extension of the Shave technique. Now that he had raised Shave to the master level, it shouldn't take long for Moonstep to receive a corresponding improvement. In the absence of too much leeway, choosing Shave was undoubtedly the most appropriate. After raising both basic skills and advanced skills to the master level, Liu Ze's Swordmaster and Fighter classes were also upgraded to the master level, resulting in new attribute enhancements. At this level, the class's attribute bonuses began to show a tendency. Swordmaster leaned towards strength and agility, while Fighter leaned towards strength and constitution. Together, they provided Liu Ze with a bonus of 2 strength, 1 agility, and 1 constitution, effective until the corresponding attributes reached 40 points. With such a large amount of general experience spent, although Liu Ze's attributes did not show a significant increase, his combat skills had undergone a substantial leap, making his overall combat power even stronger, and his attribute panel became incredibly splendid. Character panel name: Edward Kenway Race. Ordinary human title: Near Sea Killer, Enemy of Fishmen. Strongest in the EC class. Commoner, max level, Chef Expert, Sword Master, Iron Cutting Master, Fighter Master. Pirate, 40 million level. Rank, Epic Health, 100 Strength, 38-4, Constitution, 34-1, Agility, 36-3, Intelligence, 32 Spirit, 32 Luck. For note, in the world of One Piece, the average attributes of normal adults are 10. This basic attribute is the result obtained through the system's scan of the player's body. Talent: all of Mia's specialties: Extraordinary Talent, Steel Mind, Storm Baptism 2, Strong Body. Beast Instinct, Environmental Adaptation 2, Strength Specialist, Recovery Constitution, Strong and Sturdy, Flash of Lightning, Abnormal Resistance, Mental Will, Critical Hit, Body of 100 Temperings, Swordsmanship Genius, Martial Arts Genius. Self-Will, Power of Epic Basic Skills. Sea Survival 42, Swimming 47, Performance 36, Deception 37, Negotiation 56, Intimidation 103, Healing 20, Blocking 32, Evasion 44, Parrying 31, Valuation 42, Taunt 36, Scouting 29. Life Skills: Navigation, Mastery, Cooking, Expert, Extreme Cooking, Chef Template Acquired Skill, Combat Skills: Cold Weapons Long Blade, Master, Basic Swordsmanship, Master, Meditation, Master. One Mind Swordsmanship, Master, Iaido, Swordmaster Template Acquired Skill, Unarmed Combat, Master, Hot Weapons Light Firearms, Master, Basic Footwork, Master, Talent Hypnosis, Master, Demon Wind Kick, Master, Shave, Master. Moonstep, Expert, Gale Kick, Expert, Paper Drawing, Mastery, Finger Gun Proficient, Iron Block, Entry, Life Return Proficient, Strength Burst, Fighter Template Acquired Skill, Story Points: 93, 300 Turtle. Am I now a boss? Looking at his personal panel and thinking about the overall level of players in his previous life, Liu Ze was even scared of himself. Chapter 127. About Evans and the egg the next day, taking advantage of the calm sea of Laboon, while Elder Coloca's was out for his routine inspection. Liu Ze bid farewell to the old man and set sail under his feigned disdainful urging. Just out of Twin Cape, the weather was still normal. The sun was just right, and there was a gentle breeze. On the deck, Liu Ze handed the log pointer to Matthew and said with a smile, "I'll leave the next journey to you." Matthew took the log pointer, rubbed it a few times while looking down, then nodded at Luze with a calm smile. Leave it to me. To Matthew. Luze outwardly expressed almost complete trust in him as a newcomer, showing no signs of distrust. In reality, with the loyalty provided by the system panel as a reference, knowing whether the other party was trustworthy, Luze was only placing trust within a certain range, and the necessary precautions were not lacking. However, although Matthew was a middle-aged man with a story and clearly had another purpose for joining their group, Luze still tried to treat him sincerely, hoping that Matthew could develop a genuine sense of belonging to the Black Flag Pirates. What the opponent's combat power was like was still unknown, but in this day and age, a navigator with a bit of skill was not easy to find. Therefore, this matter still had to be approached gradually, so as not to let the talent slip away. So, the next destination is Whiskey Peak. Luze stood beside Matthew, looking at the log pointer and the map of the first half of the Grand Line, and asked with a slightly strange smile. Yes, the pointer indicates this. If you want to change to another route, Captain, I can try it. Matthew, upon hearing Luze's words, first looked at him in surprise, then casually replied. Immediately, Luze broke out in a cold sweat. Turtle, what kind of level of navigator have I picked up? Although they hadn't truly entered the route yet, it seemed not so easy to change direction with the log pointer already determined. Hey, and why is Matthew so familiar with the use of the log pointer? While thinking about this, Luze revealed an awkward yet polite smile and waved his hand. No, that's not necessary. It's impossible to change the route. If I change the route, wouldn't my foresight advantage in the plot be wasted? Loser muttered to himself, glancing at Matthew at the helm and the others practicing the 6 forms on deck before walking directly into the cabin. Moments later, when he came out again, his previously empty hands now held a basket. Almost immediately, Evans stopped his actions, his eyes darting towards Loser's direction with a strong expression of desire, eagerly moving towards him without a second thought. His strange behavior caught the attention of a few others, and several pairs of eyes followed Evans as he approached Loser. Looking at the nearly 3-meter-tall, muscular Evans with a face full of longing coming towards him, Loser felt a chill run down his spine. Just as the others also looked at him, he called out, "Come over and take a look at this egg. See if any of you have a different feeling about it." Luze had already made up his mind. If others also had the desire to eat this egg, then he might as well just eat it. However, if only Evans had the desire, then it wouldn't be fair to waste it so casually. After all, this egg was classified as a legendary item, making it quite precious, having already invested significantly by letting Evans consume the ancient animal type Triceratops fruit. It would be extremely unfair to both Luze and the other crew members to expend another legendary item on him. What the hell is this, boss? On the ship, only one person would call Luze boss instead of captain, and that was Galen. As a player, Galen clearly saw the orange glow enveloping the egg, since Luze had chosen not to conceal item information, which was the main reason he exclaimed. Another part of the reason was that Evans had already leaned his face against the egg in the basket with a look of indulgent enjoyment. Seeing him occasionally rub the egg, coupled with his expression, one might think he had awakened some strange fetish. The crowd, including Luze, who had initially gathered around, took several steps back, all looking at Evans with uncertainty and discomfort. The impact of a big man showing such expressions and making such movements was indeed quite overwhelming for them. After nodding at Galen and glancing around at everyone, Luze pointed at Evans and said, "I got this egg by chance, and as you can see, it looks very peculiar and rare, while Evans seems quite interested in it. However, I don't feel anything special about it. So I took it out to see if any of you have different feelings about it, so I can decide what to do next." Galen, how do you feel? Do you sense anything different? You're the only ones on this ship, along with Evans, who are devil fruit users. Looking at Galen's bewildered and uncomfortable expression, Luze asked. Galen pointed at himself, leaned towards the egg, closed his eyes, pondered for a long time, and then suddenly blurted out, "Nothing." Bang. Ouch. Why did you keep me waiting for so long if you felt nothing? Luze smacked him on the head, feeling a bit exasperated, thinking Galen might have actually sensed something different and had some expectations. Ignoring the pained Galen, Luze looked at Bert and Matthew. "What about you two?" "Nothing." Both of them shook their heads. After that, Matthew returned to the helm, while Bert looked at Evans with a mischievous grin, almost pulling out a camera to take a picture. Was the issue only with Evans due to the nature of the Triceratops fruit ability? Luze speculated that if that was the case, then the origin of this egg might be even more significant. As he thought about it, Luze's desire to hatch the egg grew stronger. It was known that Pirate OL also had a pet system. As long as one gained the submission of an animal, they could capture it as a pet recognized by the system and establish a special link with it. Even in the real world, besides directly exchanging it for storyline points, one could choose to summon or possess it to amplify their abilities in a short time, aiding in combat, rather than just functioning in the game. And the egg was classified as a legendary item. If it were to hatch, no matter what kind of creature it became, it likely wouldn't be inferior. In any case, whether in the game or reality, it would be a significant boost. Luz had no reason to abandon it. The key issue was that he didn't know how to incubate the egg. Chapter 128, Roasting the Egg. Glancing at Evans, who was holding the basket with his face pressed against the egg, looking utterly enchanted, Luz silently cursed and dismissed the thought of handing the egg over to Evans for incubation. Although the two seemed to have an extremely compatible affinity, he was genuinely afraid that Evans would turn around and eat the egg, even if Evans might gain great benefits from it. It wouldn't be such a wonderful thing for Luz himself. Moo! Suddenly, the manatee's large head emerged from the water, letting out an ambiguous low roar, its cow-like eyes staring at the egg in Evans's hands with a mix of fear and longing. Oh, you want it too? Luz looked at Moo in surprise, feeling a slight stir in his heart, increasingly convinced of his guess. Moo, eat it, benefits become stronger. Moo nodded without hesitation, repeatedly roaring. Was it the power and bloodline information contained in this egg that could enhance Evans's devil fruit abilities and Moo's evolution, which was causing their desire? Luz continued to speculate, and in the absence of enough information, he could only rely on his wild guesses. The downside of extracting items from other worlds is that unless they are items with very clear functions, the information about them is always somewhat vague, leaving people unable to guess their origins and specific uses. While thinking, Luz waved his hand directly. This egg is very precious, even if you want it. I can't give it to you. Go back and pull the boat. What a joke. He couldn't even bear to let Evans eat this egg. So it was even more impossible for Moo, who could only be used to pull the boat. Moo, after being unhesitatingly rejected by Luz, Moo looked at him with a forlorn expression, letting out a low roar in grievance under his calm gaze, before diving back into the sea. Having a sea beast to pull the boat is great. We don't need to worry about power issues anymore. Watching Moo retreating back underwater. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing it, the helmsman Matthew still changed from his previously frostbitten, silent middle-aged appearance, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Huh, as long as you think it's fine, Matthew. Luz smiled and took a few steps forward to slap the basket-holding hand of Evans. With his strength far surpassing Evans's, he startled him into dropping the basket, while Luz's other hand conveniently caught it, not stopping to linger as he brushed past Evans, carrying the basket toward the house. Hey, Captain, don't take it away. Ignoring Evans's mournful cries from behind, Luz had no intention of turning back to hand it over to him again. It wasn't that he was truly stingy. It was just that the sight of the tall and robust Evans rubbing his face against the egg with a look of enjoyment was too visually striking, and he feared that his group would end up getting eye strained from watching. As he walked toward the kitchen, Luz muttered, "It's just incubating an egg. Just provide a suitable temperature environment. Who can't do that?" Deciding to take action, once he reached the kitchen, Luz didn't hesitate at all, raising one foot and kicking out a spark to ignite the nearby fireplace. Is this the practical application of the devil wind foot? Luz sarcastically commented to himself, placing the basket by the fireplace. With Luz adding fuel, the flames in the fireplace grew stronger and the temperature in the room slowly rose. Although the series of actions seemed a bit reckless, Luz wasn't foolish enough to actually cook the egg. He could clearly feel the powerful vitality contained within the egg and the hardness of the shell, and he roughly understood that just a bit of fussing around wouldn't kill the egg. Perhaps sensing the rising temperature around it, Luz noticed that the patterns on the surface of the eggshell were subtly glowing brighter, exuding a hint of liveliness. TSK, it seems I made the right bet. Now I need to think of a way to maintain the temperature of the environment the egg is in. Luz thought with some surprise. Although he wasn't sure what the incubation temperature for this egg was, since it had shown a clear reaction, the issue should not be significant. Next, he only needed to maintain this temperature and wait. Just at that moment, a faint and unfamiliar mental fluctuation suddenly emerged, which he keenly detected. From it, he roughly received a message. Not enough. Huh. Following the source, Luz suddenly looked at the egg placed on the ground. In his perception, the previous faint mental fluctuation originated from this. The world is vast, and anything could gain intelligence. Luz was only slightly surprised and lifted the basket to move it closer to the fireplace, causing the edges of the basket to begin to char. Not enough. Still not enough. This should be able to roast an egg, right? Luz was startled, But soon some egg-laying, extraordinary creatures that required high temperatures to hatch flashed through his mind. Not wanting to dwell too much on it. He thought for a moment and directly moved the burning firewood in the fireplace to one side. Then took the egg out of the basket and placed it on the empty side of the fireplace. It should work, right? Luz muttered. The flames, typically ranging from red-orange to yellow-white, had temperatures reaching 3,000 to 4,000 degrees. Even if it wasn't directly roasted but just placed nearby, it should provide enough heat for hatching. If that wasn't enough, given the current conditions on the ship, Luz had no way to meet the requirements. To avoid waste, he could only consume it. Sure enough, the next moment, a comfortable spiritual fluctuation was transmitted, and the flickering glow of the egg stabilized, no longer exhibiting any other changes, only a faint life force gradually solidifying. Standing up and brushing off the dust from his hands, Luz checked the egg one last time, confirmed there were no issues, and then exited the cabin. Hey, you guys pay attention. I placed that egg in the fireplace for hatching, so keep an eye on the fire and don't let it go out. Wow, Canway, you're so great. You knew I wanted to eat and even roasted that egg. Get lost. That egg is not for you to eat. Besides, it asked me for such high temperatures to hatch. Luz shot a glance at the emotionally moved Evans and said expressionlessly, How is that possible? It's just an egg. How could it communicate with you? In fact, it really was like that. Luz shook his head, somewhat helpless, and waved his hand to say no more. All right, I've mentioned this to you. Remember to add some firewood from time to time. However, this group still didn't believe him. After all, they had just arrived at the Grand Line and had not seen many magical things. For them, this was indeed a bit fantastical. At Luz's request, everyone, including Matthew, rushed into the not-so-spacious kitchen, and when they saw the egg glowing calmly in the fireplace, they finally believed Luz's words. Now you believe it? The Whiskey Peak shouldn't be far now. Go out and keep watch. Chapter 129. Anomaly, everyone exclaimed and returned to the deck, starting to busy themselves. They were still not at a distance where they could see Whiskey Peak with the naked eye, so they had some free time, rather than sitting idly. It was better to find something to do. Besides Matthew returning to the helm, even Garen practiced his moonwalk, while only Evans, feeling dejected, crawled out of the cabin and thudded against the ship's railing, showing a look of dissatisfaction. Ignoring the resentful gaze of this guy, Luz took the binoculars and looked into the distance, seemingly spotting the outline of Whiskey Peak, which resembled a pile of cacti. We're almost at Whiskey Peak. It's publicly known as a town that welcomes pirates, but in reality, it's a gathering place for bounty hunters. We need to stay there for a while to wait for the recording pointer to recharge, and we can also resupply. As Luz spoke, he noticed the surprise on his crew's faces and added, although none of them should be our opponents. Even a lion must exert full strength to catch a rabbit. We can't let our guard down against unknown enemies, no matter how weak they may seem. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you when you capsize in the gutter. He said this with a serious tone, and everyone listened earnestly. Even the dejected Evans, who was lying on the railing, sat up and paid attention to Luz's words. Even Matthew, who had just boarded the ship, despite being older than everyone present, nodded seriously after hearing this, his gaze towards Luz filled with more recognition and respect. Ding! Native Hemingway Matthew's loyalty increased by 7 points. Current loyalty is 49 points. Just 1 point short of trust? This increase is so fast. It seems I do have some charm. Looking at the freshly updated system notification, Luz's lips curled up slightly, feeling good and somewhat smug. However, he also understood that in the short term, this was probably the limit, as it seemed Matthew was not someone who would easily let his guard down. Nevertheless, the main purpose of Luz saying this was to instill some cautious habits in his crew from now on, so that in the future, when the situation escalated, he could trust them to handle things independently. Matthew's loyalty increase was just a bonus. After all, while players might not gain strength to surpass Luz's crew in a short time, when it came to various special abilities, the player group could claim the second spot, as no one could claim the first. Moreover, players had access to items, equipment, and abilities beyond just the one-piece world, under the system's reward mechanism. One could never know what lucky individuals might draw, and those are the real threats to be wary of. Being cautious can never be wrong. Seeing the serious nods from everyone, Luz stopped talking and clapped his hands. All right, tidy up and prepare to dock. With an excellent navigator leading the way and the sea cow Moo Moo pulling the ship, their speed was significantly faster compared to other ships of the same class. Originally, the journey from Twin Cape to Whiskey Peak would take about a day, but now they reached their destination in just about half a day. In other words, while talking, the Whiskey Peak, which they could only see with binoculars before, was now clearly visible with its giant cactus-like outlines. "Eh, Captain, didn't you say there would be a lot of people?" Looking at the desolate little town, Bet asked in surprise. With the sea cow Moo pulling, the ship quickly entered the canal surrounded by two mountains. But the lively scene Luz previously described, where inexperienced pirates were greeted warmly, did not appear. There weren't even shadows. They saw no one on the shore. Instead, in Luz's perception, it seemed that there were people peering at them from the mountains on both sides, but daring not to approach. He didn't know what was going on. This is not what we agreed upon. Facing the puzzled looks of his companions, and noticing the desolate silence shrouding the riverside town, Luz frowned. Don't rush. Something seems to have gone wrong here. While pondering, Luz looked at Garen, who was peeking around. How many people passed through Upside Down Mountain before I returned? Garen, not being foolish, understood whom Luz was referring to. After thinking for a moment, he replied, aside from the group you destroyed their ship, Doug and his crew, there were about 3 batches of people before and after. Then he paused, and just as Luz was about to speak, Garen suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, right? There was one more. That guy came down the canal from Upside Down Mountain, and his ship was in pieces, looking like a wrecked sack, almost dead. If it weren't for old man Coloca's inspecting the lighthouse and saving him, he would probably have to start over. Listening to Garen's words, Luz's eyes lit up as he asked, "Where's that guy? What is his name?" A person daring to venture into Upside Down Mountain with a small, shabby boat. Not only survived, but successfully made it through, is definitely not a simple character among the current players. He might even be an old acquaintance of Luze from a previous life, so he can't just let him slip away. Faced with Luze's question, Garen scratched the back of his head, looking confused, and replied, "I don't know either." Then, seeing Luze's darkening expression and his slowly raised hand, he hurriedly added, "Boss, wait, that guy left the next day." According to old man Coloca's, he asked about a place called the Alabasta Kingdom, and left with a borrowed ship without even recovering from his injuries. It seems that the changes in the Alabasta Kingdom are probably caused by that guy, and who knows if he's still around. He mustn't kill Nefertari Vivi, or else it would really be a pain. As a task guide, even if Nefertari Vivi dies, it wouldn't prevent the Alabasta storyline from starting. But she is still a key character, and there are related tasks to be obtained from her. If she were to die here, then everything would be lost. Putting down his hand, which served as a deterrent, Luze thought for a moment and decided to let the boat dock directly, preparing to go ashore to see what was happening. With his high attributes, granting him keen senses, and gradually improving scouting skills, he easily caught snippets of human conversations. Painful groans and the sounds of banging. It felt somewhat like post-war cleanup. Moo, watch the boat. The rest of you come with me ashore. Chapter 130. The boring first stop after docking at the shabby port and tying the mooring rope securely, while Moo kept watch for other strangers. The group walked along the port towards the small town. At this moment, the town was shrouded in a faint mist, with not a single passerby on the road. Instead, there were plenty of dilapidated ruins and scattered debris everywhere. As they ventured further in, they could occasionally hear painful groans coming from the houses on both sides of the street, creating a desolate and eerie atmosphere. "Hey, Captain, why does it seem like this place has just been through a ruckus?" On the way, Bet said in surprise, looking at the scene in the town, and the others couldn't help but nod in agreement. No one expected that the first island they reached after entering the Grand Line would look like this. It must be said, it was somewhat boring. It felt like a waste of the expectations they had after hearing Luze's explanations earlier. What is that? Probably they wanted to rob passing people, but ended up hitting a brick wall and got counterkilled. Luze shrugged, saying indifferently, just as the words were on his lips. He suddenly changed expression, and in the next moment, his figure abruptly vanished from spot. At the same time, a muffled sound came from a dark alley by the street, and Luze emerged from the alley, holding a dark-skinned, muscular woman. As for why it was a woman, judging by her lipstick, pink short hair tied into 2 braids, and a dress, if not a woman, could be a big ex-cute girl. Moreover, such a distinctive image matched his memories perfectly, so he naturally wouldn't mistake her. Miss Monday, just in time. Luze was thinking to himself, and didn't wait for Evans and the others to ask questions before casually throwing the person to the ground. He said calmly, "Although I see you already have injuries, I didn't use much force, so you shouldn't have lost consciousness, right?" Mississippi Monday. Hearing Luze's words, Mississippi Monday, who was originally sprawled on the ground and possibly thinking of launching a surprise attack when they were off guard, suddenly jumped up from the ground, took a few steps back to distance herself from Luze and the others. Luze didn't stop her. He allowed her to get up. The reason he had briefly incapacitated her before was simply because he didn't want to lose sight of the person who had suddenly appeared. "How do you know my identity?" Seeing the wary expression on Mississippi Monday's face, Lu Zhe chuckled nonchalantly. Do you really think the identity of you members of the Baroque Works is hidden so well? As soon as Lu Zhe said this, Miss Monday moved her lips as if to retort, but couldn't find the right words. So she could only snort coldly. You dare come here knowing the details about Whiskey Peak? You really have guts. Having been subdued by Lu Zhe in an instant, she was well aware of his strength. However, due to her confidence as a member of the Baroque Works and her long-standing sense of superiority, along with the unpleasant experiences she had recently faced, she couldn't help but speak with a hint of anger. Listening to Miss Monday's words, Lu Zhe's gaze flickered, and instead of arguing with her, he waved his hand to calm her down. Don't be nervous. We're not here to cause you trouble. Seeing your place in such disarray, with not a single person on the road and only the groans of the wounded everywhere, it looks like you've been attacked. Lu Zhe's words were quite tactful. He didn't directly say that they had wandered too far at night and ended up hitting a ghost, which was a way of sparing the other party's feelings. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's question, Miss Monday's vigilance slightly relaxed, and a hint of frustration and embarrassment flashed across her face. However, due to Lu Zhe's strength, she hesitated for a moment and then said, a couple of days ago, a very strong guy came here in a small boat, beat up our people, and left after stealing our supplies. Did you think you could trick others, but ended up being counterattacked? Lu Zhe secretly cursed in his heart, too lazy to say more, and simply grinned, exposing his white teeth. Since that's the case, gather all your people here for me, and also prepare a supply for me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Since that formidable player had already left, Lu Zhe didn't want to waste more time talking to her, and prioritized getting down to business. Moreover, none of these bounty hunters were good people. They had filled the grave markers of passing pirates with cacti. Although he wouldn't go so far as to act like a righteous hero, he wouldn't engage in equal trade with them either, especially since he needed supplies for his ship. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, Miss Monday, in a fit of anger, wanted to make a move, but just as she showed the slightest sign, Bet and Evan stepped forward, hands on their blades, exuding a menacing aura that made her heart sink, causing her to freeze in place, afraid to act. That's more like it. Just obediently gather everyone for me to see and hand over the supplies. Once we're fully stocked, we'll leave immediately. Seeing that the other party was sensible enough not to continue their actions, Lu Zhe nodded, his smile growing wider, though the cold, killing intent radiating from him did not diminish in the slightest. All right, go call them. Get everyone out here so I can recognize them. Lu Zhe waved his hand, signaling Bet and Evans to step back, allowing the non-lucky muscular woman in front of him to call for the others. The term non-lucky muscular woman was truly fitting. Lu Zhe couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. Mississippi Monday, despite being reluctant, ultimately left to call for help with a sullen face, pressured by the threat of Lu Zhe and his Group S force. As for whether she would call people to deal with Lu Zhe or bring them out for Lu Zhe to identify, that would depend on her own choice. Lu Zhe was also curious about this. Although the final outcome would be similar, this stop was really too boring, so he had to find some fun for himself. Watching Mississippi Monday quickly disappear at the street corner, a somewhat bored Evans yawned and said, Captain, is this the only level of enemies in the Grand Line? They don't seem much stronger than those in the East Blue. Exactly. Even if I ate a devil fruit, I feel like I'd be much stronger than this kind of trash. This is just too lacking in challenge. Hearing Evans' words, Bet also complained, his tone reflecting disappointment in the enemy's strength. Listening to these two, Lu Zhe found it amusing. It was rare for Bet and Evans to agree, and it turned out to be in their dissatisfaction with the enemy's strength. Smiling, Lu Zhe lightly tapped the ground beneath them and said, Hey, you guys are too anxious. This place is just the beginning of the Grand Line, and what is here is merely a bunch of trash bounty hunters who rely on fake appearances to ambush passing pirates. Among the strong in the Grand Line, they're just small fry at the bottom of the food chain. Above them, countless big fish and even giant beasts are waiting for us. If you think you can easily crush small fries and look down on all the heroes in the world, that would be truly ridiculous. Saying this, Lu Zhe's expression turned serious. So, put away your nonchalance. In this place full of monsters, we should never lose the necessary caution towards our enemies. Just then, unexpectedly, it came. Chapter 131. I'll hold him off, you go first. Just as he was speaking, Lu Zhe suddenly smiled as if sensing something and pointed toward the street corner. For reasons unknown, Mississippi Monday still didn't obediently follow instructions. Perhaps it was because Lu Zhe and his group hadn't shown their true strength. Give her a bit of luck. When Lu Zhe told her to call for help, she actually shouted for a group of armed bounty hunters with combat capability to rush over. Seeing these guys looking indignant and shouting, Luze was curious about what that unlucky muscular woman had said to them. Just in time, I was feeling bored. Evans grinned wickedly, not transforming into an orc, but instead drawing his great saw blade, ready to charge forward. However, before that, he glanced at Luze, waiting for the captain to give the order. Luz glanced at the few guys beside him, seeing their eager expressions filled with fighting spirit, except for Matthew. He nodded. You guys go ahead, hold back a bit. If you see a blue-haired woman riding a duck and a big-haired man, be careful not to kill them. As for the others, just leave a few alive for questioning. Within a few words, the group of bounty hunters had already rushed forward, and the eager Evans and the others, with their knives itching for action, wasted no time in charging ahead after hearing Luz's words. In an instant, the air was filled with flashing blades and gunfire, and the seemingly fierce bounty hunters turned into an overwhelming victim as they clashed with Evans and the other three. Whether it was Evans, Bet, or Garen, anyone who struck knocked down several at once. No matter how many bounty hunters came, they were all cut down. What a one-sided massacre. Not a single capable fighter among them. In less than a minute, the already narrow street became extremely crowded with the fallen, gasping bounty hunters. And those remaining dared not continue their charge, instead desperately trying to flee. Run. These guys are monsters. We are no match for them. They even have devil fruit users. Run. Get away. Don't block my way. That damn Miss Monday. How dare she trick us into dealing with these monsters? We must not let her go. Just as it seemed the enemy was nearly dealt with, they still hadn't seen Vivi riding the duck or Uncle Icolum with his hair hiding a machine gun. And even Miss Monday, the unlucky muscular woman, had disappeared without a trace. Luz frowned and walked forward, telling Evans and the others to hurry up and not forget to leave a few alive for questioning. The three guys responded, and with a stomp of their feet, they leapt into the air, swiftly crossing over the bounty hunters who were frantically fleeing, and without any unnecessary movements, they struck like lightning, defeating them one by one, sending them flying towards Luz. Hey, what about those high-ranking agents from the Baroque works? Luz asked, stepping on the chest of a large-bearded bounty hunter who had landed in front of him. Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday went on a mission, Mr. 8 was injured by that man who came here earlier and is still recuperating, and Miss Monday hasn't been seen since she tricked us here. Woo-woo. I've told you everything I know. Please spare my life. The bounty hunter, pinned down by Luz, trembled and cried, his face smeared with tears and snot, begging for mercy. Damn, am I that scary? Why are you making such a ghostly face? Seeing the frightened bounty hunter, Luz cursed under his breath, applying a bit of pressure with his foot, and heard a series of cracking sounds as the bounty hunter's ribs shattered. The man with the distinctive beard's eyes bulged, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Perhaps those passers-by you guys killed said the same thing, but who knows if you spared them back then. Without looking back, Luz stepped forward, called out to the others, and leaped into the air, then moved like lightning towards the group of bounty hunters. Since Vivi isn't here, these guys who took the initiative to attack us don't have much significance left. Except for Uncle Akaram, they can all be killed. Luz thought as he felt the breeze brushing past him. The town wasn't large, and from his elevated position, Luz saw a boat at the edge of the shore behind the mountain, along with a muscular woman and Mr. 8, who was being helped by her and struggling to move forward. Uncle Akaram. Seeing this scene, Luz's expression shifted slightly, and without hesitation, he lightly landed in front of the two, looking at their surprised faces with a faint smile. Mr. 8, you should go quickly, I'll hold this guy off. Miss Monday hesitated for a moment before rushing towards Luz, clearly wanting to buy a chance for the injured Uncle Akaram to escape. Uncle Akaram didn't hesitate much either and prepared to charge out with Miss Monday. Although he wasn't clear about Luz's exact strength, he could tell from his partner's reaction that this man who had suddenly appeared in front of them was definitely not easy to deal with. Burdened with the responsibility of saving the kingdom, reality didn't allow him to hesitate too much, compared to his desire to fight alongside his partner. He had to prioritize the heavy responsibility he bore, surviving at the cost of his partner as sacrifice. However, before he could finish his train of thought, and just as he was about to charge out, he was struck by the overwhelming strength displayed by Luz. As Miss Monday charged at Luz, her punch was easily caught by him. Luz stepped forward, and with a simple yet swift punch, he struck the muscular woman hard in the abdomen. The punch produced a dull thud, causing her to bend over, her eyes bulging, saliva flying out, and in the midst of intense pain. She rolled her eyes back and collapsed, unconscious. At that moment, Uncle Akaram had just taken a step, his face filled with pain and conflict as he prepared to rush out, only to see his partner already lying on the ground with her eyes rolled back. If he didn't retract his leg, he would likely step on her hand next. Akaram, what the hell? Ikaram was stunned, thinking, damn it. You said to hurry up and hold this guy off for me. But did you even hold him for a second? It was unclear whether the opponent was too strong or the teammate was too weak, but with only one teammate selling themselves out and getting defeated instantly, Ikaram found himself in an awkward position where running away wasn't an option, but staying wasn't good either. Chapter 132, Banter. Hey, don't act like you're ready to fight me. I mean you no harm. Seeing Uncle Ikaram, who was awkwardly pulling out a hidden mechanism from his hair to shoot at him with a machine gun, Luz shrugged and casually changed his steps, walking towards him while effortlessly dodging the bullets that followed a clear trajectory. Why should I trust you? Watching Luz approach him step by step with a relaxed expression, Ikaram's wariness intensified, and he continued firing the machine gun without stopping for a moment. It's such a strange habit to always warm up your voice before speaking, Luz thought sarcastically as he watched Ikaram's defiant expression. How come no one believes the truth these days? There was no other way, since sincere, truth-telling wasn't being believed. Luz had to resort to his strongest form of persuasion, physical persuasion. As he thought this, Luz exerted a bit of force with his feet, instantly darting in front of Ikaram, his fist tracing an arc in the air as he delivered a punch to Ikaram's stomach, neither too light nor too heavy. Ugh! Ikaram's body bent over, and in the next moment, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. The severe pain from the blow robbed him of his strength, and in the blink of an eye, he lost the ability to continue fighting. Can we talk now? Luz squatted in front of the pained Ikaram, looking at his curly hair with curiosity. What do you want to do? I want to tell you the information about the organization. Hearing Ikaram's fragmented words, Luz smacked his lips. Oh, you're really into character, and that muscular woman is out cold too, so stop pretending. Ikaram's pupils contracted as he thought of a possibility, but maintained a tough facade. I don't understand what you're saying. Luz smiled and said with great interest. Can't understand? Let me think. Should I call you Mr. 8? Or should I call you the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard? Ikalam, what do you actually know? Upon hearing Luz's words, Ikalam was shocked to the core, and disregarding the pain and injuries, he desperately struggled to pounce towards Luz, completely in a stance of wanting to die together with him. If his undercover identity alongside Princess Vivi was exposed, the kingdom would be completely destroyed by that man. Even if I die, I cannot let the news leak out. While Ikalam was thinking this, he was knocked down by Luz with a casual move as he struggled. Helplessly patting his forehead, Luz pulled Ikalam up and leaned him against the wall, making him sit properly. Don't get excited. My goal is the same as yours. We should be allies. Looking at Ikalam sitting in the corner, calming down a bit and no longer attacking, Luz casually shrugged his shoulders. See, I told you from the beginning that I mean you no harm. To be honest, if I really wanted to kill you, I wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just a look would be enough. Well, judging by your expression, you don't believe me, but it doesn't matter. Luz shook his head and continued. In light of our potential cooperation, let me share some information with you. You might think it's just you who has been exposed, but in fact, Miss Wednesday is indeed Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom. I know this too. And it's not just me. Even Mr. Zero, one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, knows this very well. This is impossible, Ikalam exclaimed, but the next moment, he started coughing violently due to the strain on his injuries. Luz shook his head and continued speaking after the other party finished coughing. You think you've done everything flawlessly, even successfully uncovering the enemy's details. However, while the intelligence you've gathered is indeed real and accurate, it was also intentionally revealed to you by the enemy. Your actions have always been within their grasp. At this point, Luz looked at the other person with a hint of pity. In his view, Crocodile's strategy for statecraft was nearly perfect, with each step of the plan executed very well. Even the actions of the princess, whom they regarded as a beacon of hope, were fully under their control, leaving no room for the other side to turn the tables. It can be said that, given the current situation where neither the world government nor the Navy has noticed Crocodile's plotting, if it weren't for Luffy, who relies on his protagonist's aura to overturn the situation, the kingdom of Alabasta, which was only one step away from falling into the abyss under Crocodile's scheme, would have had a possibility of at least 70 of being completely eradicated and renamed, after being bombarded by Luz's series of revelations. Ikalam was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The tall figure of Ikalam slightly curled up against the wall, his previously resolute expression replaced by panic and confusion. The information brought to him by Luz directly negated all the efforts he and Vivi had made. Since their actions had been under the control of the other party from the beginning to the end, what could they use to overturn the other schemes? Ikalam couldn't help but think. In fact, from Luz's perspective, rather than them struggling like mayflies trying to shake a big tree, It would have been better to inform the Navy as a princess of a nation as soon as they received the intelligence. If they were lucky enough to encounter a just Navy, perhaps the matter would get reported up and attract the intervention of the world government, giving them a chance for salvation. If they were unlucky, the information reported might be intercepted by corrupt Navy officers, who would not only fail to report it, but also seek to cooperate with Crocodile. In that case, taking advantage of the opponent's chaotic emotions, Luz seized the opportunity to speak continuously, using the advantage of foresight to drop a bombshell. All your actions are under Crocodile's control. It is impossible for you to reverse the current situation on your own. Moreover, the hearts of the people in the Alabasta Kingdom are unsettled. Many soldiers and generals in the Royal Army, whom you rely on, are disappointed with the kingdom and have started to make contact with the rebel army. It won't be long before a large number of Royal Army members defect to the rebel army. By then, is what you said true? Regarding the survival of the nation, the situation seemed to have deteriorated to the extreme in Luz's words. Although Icolum felt panicked, he did not dare to be careless. Watching the other party gradually regain a resolute expression, Luz shook his head. You may not believe my words, but if you continue to lurk like this, I only hope that you won't regret it when the time comes. Chapter 133. The Birth of the Seven Warlords and the Brotherhood. Target. After saying this, Luz did not look at Icolum anymore. Coincidentally, Evans and the others were also coming this way. He brushed off the dust on his clothes and stood up, preparing to walk towards them. If Icolum were not also a mission target in the storyline, and given the current chaotic situation in the Alabasta Kingdom, if he could have the cooperation of the royal family, it would be easier for him to deal with Crocodile. Otherwise, Luz would not bother to waste so much breath on him. If he insisted on being stubborn and deluded, that was his own business, even without the royal family's cooperation. When the time was right, Luz would still take action himself. However, by then, his target would only be Crocodile himself and the Baroque works. As for the survival of the Alabasta Kingdom, what did it have to do with him? Mr. Kenway, please save the Alabasta Kingdom. We are willing to pay any price. Seeing Icolum's demeanor, he probably finally matched Luz's appearance with the wanted poster in his memory after a few words of conversation. Hearing the voice coming from behind, Luz's mouth curved slightly, and he turned to look at Icolum, whose expression was filled with despair, as if he were looking at a lifeline. Silently retracting his smile, Luz shook his head. I can cooperate with you, royal family, but I cannot save the Alabasta Kingdom. Only you can rescue it. My target is just Crocodile and his Baroque works, so don't treat me as a savior. Other matters, like dealing with the rebel army, must be handled by you yourselves. Luz said in a deep voice. He was not like Luffy, who would directly take on everything. The reason Luz dealt with Crocodile was simply for his own interests. After all, a large part of what he wanted happened to be in the hands of the Sand Crocodile. Unfortunately, he wasn't particularly strong, and for his own development, he had to create trouble for someone else. As for the great matter of saving a country, it's better left to those protagonists to handle. As for cooperation, I'm not in a position to make decisions on that. Can we discuss it again after Princess Vivi returns? Icolum hesitated slightly and asked. Luz glanced at him and said lightly, I'm in a hurry to get to the next island, so I'll only wait during this recording of magnetic fields. And I won't wait after that. However, if she hasn't returned by then, I can leave you my phone bug number to contact me later. Seeing Icolum's startled expression, Luz added. He had long been looking forward to the next stop, the little garden. Whether it was the volcanic landscape, dinosaurs, giants, or the giant goldfish known as the Island Eater lurking in the surrounding waters, he was quite interested. Compared to the boredom of Whiskey Peak, where there was only a bunch of useless bounty hunters, it was clear that the little garden was the place he longed for, full of opportunities and risks. Moreover, with the Straw Hat Pirates about to set sail, and a large group of players who had accumulated enough strength preparing to venture into the Grand Line, if he didn't act quickly to develop his pirate crew and establish a solid advantage, it would be much harder to secure a foothold when the situation at sea became chaotic with the protagonists and players stirring things up. All right, let's do as you say. Icolum agreed after a bit of hesitation. The information bombarded by Luz had almost driven him to the brink, but now he felt somewhat relieved. Although he didn't know how strong Edward Kenway, who had a bounty of 80 million berries from the Navy, truly was, just by looking at his bounty, which was not much lower than Crocodile's 81 million before he became a warlord of the sea, it was worth Icolum's gamble this time. Yes, after Luz killed the promising new generation Marine, Smoker, and broke through the Navy's blockade to enter the Grand Line, the Navy headquarters raised Luz's bounty again. To kill a Logia fruit user, even if it involved some tricks with the environment, required a bounty of that magnitude to measure. Furthermore, Other members of the Black Flag Pirates also received corresponding bounties. Evans, for demonstrating the ancient species Triceratops fruit ability with great potential, had a bounty of 40 million berries, only slightly lower than Luze's, after performing well in 2 naval breakout battles. Bet and Garin, on the other hand, had not shown much impressive performance, so the Navy considered them to be a minor threat, with bounties of 13 million and 10 million berries, respectively. This was also the most frustrating part for Bet during recent arguments with Evans. No matter what he said, Evans could always retort with, "Your bounty is lower than mine," making it impossible to have a proper conversation. As for Garin, his high bounty was likely due to his defection from the Navy to join the pirates. Otherwise, based on his previous performance in naval battles, where he barely contributed, the Navy didn't think much of him. Of course, this was also the reason why he chose to hide his devil fruit ability for some unknown reason. Otherwise, with his ability to continuously accumulate justice power, as long as he upheld his own sense of justice, this ability, which aligned perfectly with the Navy's values, would probably lead him to be taken to the headquarters for focused training, creating a legendary story of a pirate king's just admiral. But for now, haha, Luz chuckled, feeling a bit puzzled. Even in his previous life, without his influence, Garin also didn't stay in Navy for long before going off on his own. He wondered what was going on. Maybe he should ask about it when he had some free time? Luz thought curiously. Although this guy's fate had been altered by him in this life, he was still the same person and could always find some clues. "Mr. Kenma, what are you laughing about?" Ikelum, who had just finished clearing his throat, asked curiously. Now that the big boss had this person taking the lead, he felt less nervous and was able to engage in some casual conversation. "It's nothing." Luz shook his head and walked over to greet a few companions coming his way. "Captain, the bounty hunters have all been dealt with. What is next?" Evans said as Luz approached. "Search for supplies. Also, handle the bodies of the dead bounty hunters. Let the ones still alive fend for themselves." Luz nodded and replied. "And this is Ikelum, the captain of the Royal Guard of Alabasta, who is undercover in the Baroque works. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be one of our partners for a while." Luz continued. "Our next target is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. He is causing trouble in his country, and coincidentally, I am also very interested in his position. So we have a common goal and can cooperate. What do you all think?" Luz looked at his crew, his expression inquiring. "The 7 warlords of the sea?" For a moment, everyone fell silent. Chapter 134. Matthew's Revenge, ha ha ha. Truly worthy of being the captain. Going to confront the 7 warlords of the sea. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. I smell a storyline mission. "Boss, when do we start? Tell us. What is the plan, Captain?" After a brief silence, several people erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm, showing a determined and eager demeanor. Whiskey Peak as the first stop was just too boring, making their expectations for the Grand Line drop somewhat. The flames of wanting to make a big move in their hearts had also been considerably doused. Even though Luz had said that these guys were just small fries and not worth mentioning compared to real strong opponents, they couldn't help but feel bored. But then, Luz mentioned that their next target was the 7 warlords of the sea at the top of this ocean, which instantly ignited the weak flames in everyone's hearts in a towering infernos. Everyone believed in their own strength and had confidence in Luz, who had truly revealed his limits yet, not worried at all that they would be no match for Crocodile. After all, what if he was a Logia user? Their captain had killed them before. Therefore, they not only felt no fear, but instead sought greater challenges and more opponents to fight, regardless of their individual motives. This was a heartfelt desire shared by all. Meanwhile, Matthew stood among them, his gaze flickering and somewhat silent. Seeing their expressions, Luz took the opportunity to explain the background of Crocodile and Alabasta. Of course, he didn't mention the source of the information. Everyone assumed it was Ikelum who told him and didn't think much of it. But when Luz said that the president of Baroque Works, Mr. Zero, was Crocodile, Matthew, who had been silent all along, suddenly exclaimed, "What?" Luze turned his head and saw that Matthew was actually in tears, nearly collapsing to the ground but gritting his teeth to stay upright, his fists clenched and trembling in place. Anger, ecstasy, regret, guilt, and other complex emotions surfaced on his face, revealing the vulnerability of a middle-aged man who had weathered many storms, crying like a child. "Lita, Ellie, I finally found my enemies. Wait for me, I will avenge you." Seeing this scene, even without Matthew saying anything, Luze could roughly guess how the story was unfolding. Thinking to himself, "I knew something was off with Matthew after I introduced him to the details of this island. It turns out it was like this." Although he found a bit glitch, he didn't say much, just waved his hand to signal others to disperse, allowing Matthew to be by himself for a while. Once Matthew had released his emotions, if he was willing to share, he would naturally tell his story to his companions. Everyone had different expressions, wanting to say something but holding back. However, they still followed Lu Zhe's instructions and moved aside to start cleaning up the mess in the town. Lu Zhe thought for a moment, and without disturbing Matthew, he walked straight to Miss Monday, whom he had knocked out, lifted her up, and tossed her to Icolum. This woman is your partner, right? I was somewhat merciful and didn't hit her too hard. You can decide how to deal with her. Icolum was naturally very grateful. He had been worried that Lu Zhe would kill his partner, and now that the other party was willing to spare her, he couldn't be happier. After expressing his thanks, Icolum carried his unconscious companion toward a nearby room. Both of them were injured and needed to settle down before dealing with anything else. Most importantly, he could tell that Lu Zhe didn't want him to continue watching the show. So since the other party had given him a reason to leave, he naturally wanted to be considerate. Before long, Matthew's emotions gradually calmed down. He wiped his tear-streaked face and the snot from his nose on his clothes and forced a smile at Lu Zhe, who was standing not far away. Sorry for the spectacle. Lu shook his head, saying nothing to indicate that it was no big deal. As he watched several new companions and the captain approaching him, Matthew took a deep breath, his expression firming up as if he had thought of something. You must be very curious about my experiences. I come from. Following that, Matthew began to recount his story to everyone present. He said he was from the North Sea and was originally the captain of a luxury cruise ship, with a happy family, a beautiful wife, and a lovely daughter. Until that day, when he took his wife and daughter on the ship for a vacation. They were suddenly attacked by pirates mid-journey. His wife and daughter were killed in the crossfire, and he was thrown into the sea to fend for himself, until he was later rescued by Doug and the others. Whether it was a glitch or coincidence, he vaguely remembered hearing terms like Baroque works during the pirates' conversations. And filled with hatred, he naturally committed it to memory, waiting for a chance for revenge. To his surprise, he found his target right after joining the Black Flag crew, and he and Luz hit it off perfectly. To achieve his goal, he had nothing to hide. In Matthew's view, not only did those who robbed his cruise ship and killed his wife and daughter deserve to die, but the entire Baroque works should be destroyed. Captain, as long as I can annihilate Baroque works, I am willing to pay any price. Seeing the deep hatred reflected in Matthew's expression as he was about to kneel before him, Luz quickly reached out to support him and pulled him back up. With a hint of helplessness, Luz thought for a moment and said, even if you don't say it, destroying Baroque works is something I will inevitably do. However, I'm very interested in some of its members. If I happen to achieve victory, and if they are willing to surrender to me, I will accept them. I hope you understand this. After all, the ones who committed those acts against you were at most mid-level agents or lower-tier members of Baroque works, and they're likely not related to my target candidates at all. I cannot abandon these valuable talents just because of your hatred. If you can't accept this, you can leave. Luzitan paused for a moment, looking at Matthew, whose eyes flickered with a hint of despair, and continued. However, I will still go against the Baroque works, so you don't have to worry about that. After hearing Luzitan's words, Matthew hesitated slightly before gritting his teeth and saying, no, I accept, as long as you can eliminate the evil leader and those pirates from back then to complete my revenge. My life is yours. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have triggered the quest. Matthew's Revenge. Quest description. Matthew, whose wife and daughter died at the hands of suspected Baroque works members, has discovered part of the truth about Baroque works and has asked you to help him seek revenge. For this, he is willing to pay any price. Quest requirements. 1. Identify and kill the pirates who killed Matthew's wife and daughter. 2. Eliminate Crocodile, the sand alligator. Quest rewards. Matthew's loyalty remains at 100. Failure penalty. Matthew's loyalty minus 50. Chapter 135. Crocodile and Robin without hesitation. Luz Eaton chose to accept, suppressing a hint of surprise in his heart, and stepped forward to pat Matthew on the shoulder, feigning reproach as he said, what are you talking about? Life or death? You are my navigator. Besides, that crocodile guy is also my target. So leave your revenge to me, the captain, right? Matthew, you underestimate us too much. Since we are partners, you should have told us earlier. Exactly. Just leave it to us. With the captain around, you will definitely get your revenge. Hearing Luz Eaton and the others, Matthew's eyes glimmered with gratitude. And though he hesitated a few times, he didn't say more. All right, it's settled then. Let's gather the valuables and supplies from this town first. It shouldn't take too long to record the magnetic signals. Luz Eaton patted Matthew again and walked towards the other empty houses. Since we are here, it would be too rude to leave empty-handed. After taking a few steps, Luz Eaton suddenly looked up at the roof of a nearby house. Just in time to see a sunglasses-wearing vulture grabbing a sunglasses-wearing otter dressed in pajamas, taking off into the sky, with what appeared to be a sketchbook in the otter's hand. Stopping the others who were about to act, Luz Eaton chuckled with interest. Isn't that the unlucky duo? Let's see what kind of people Crocodile sends to deal with us. After all, he was certain that these two weren't present when he revealed confidential information to Akaram. And aside from his key information, there wasn't much else he could tell Crocodile other than that his people destroyed his base on Whiskey Peak. Naturally, Luz Eaton had no objections to providing the enemy with somewhat meaningless information, but rather aimed to facilitate it. At his current stage, aside from Crocodile himself, who as the boss made Luz Eaton feel a bit difficult to handle, the other members were no match for him. Anyone who dares to come will be taken down. After all, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap compared to when he killed Smoker and revealed his bounty. If the enemy relied on previous information to gauge him, it would be hard not to be taken down. With such confidence, he was eager to resolve this group of guys early, so that when Crocodile wanted to execute his plan and gather his net, he would find himself in a dilemma of insufficient manpower. That would make it much easier to confront him later. Don't mind them, just let them know we exist, and it's good for them to send someone over to deal with us. Luz Eaton smiled and explained to the puzzled expressions of the others, then said no more. A day passed, and the magnetic recording pointer had been set, pointing to the next island, Little Garden. Although Nefertari Vivi had not returned, Luz Eaton was eager to head to Little Garden and directly gave the ship's transponder snail number to Akaram, preparing to set sail. Moo! With a cheerful long moo, the ship quickly sped away from the town's port and headed out to sea. Hey, Captain, is it appropriate for us to take all the money and supplies? What about Mr. Akaram and the others? On the deck, Garen looked at Akaram, who was waving to them not far away, and couldn't help but ask Luz Eaton, "What are you thinking? We didn't take his personal money, and the supplies we took were just enough to fill the ship's cabin. The remaining portion is enough for him and the other bounty hunters who survived under your command for a while, so there's no problem," Luz Eaton said helplessly, finding it ridiculous that Garen was asking such questions at this time after not taking the job seriously before. Moreover, it was a bit presumptuous of him to think that they could take away an entire town's supply reserves with such a tiny ship. Did he really think of himself as a villain, intending to destroy what they couldn't take? If nothing unexpected happens, after finishing up in Little Garden, we should be waiting for Princess Vivi to come and take us to the Alabasta Kingdom, not bothering with the silly Garen any longer. Luz Eaton gazed silently at the ever-changing sea in the distance. Alabasta Kingdom, Rain Dinner Casino. Mr. Zero, there's new information about the unlucky duo. A lazy, mature voice tinged with a hint of laughter echoed in the dim underground hall, with some light filtering through the large pool filled with banana crocodiles. A curvaceous woman dressed in leather and wearing a hat walked from the shadows towards the man sitting behind the desk in the hall. Oh, the bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak were all captured by the Black Flag pirates Edward Kenway? The man in a fur coat with a slick-back hairstyle and a long scar on his face took the stack of papers handed to him with his only hand, speaking with a defiant expression. 80 million berries. Crocodile flipped through the information a few times, finally fixing his gaze on Luz Eaton's bounty notice, revealing an ambiguous smile. Beside him, Robin stood elegantly with her arms crossed, casually observing Luz Eaton's photo on the bounty notice. Edward Kenway clearly didn't know him, but why did this feeling seem so familiar? Robin's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of confusion, and her heart stirred with rare ripples. When the bounty of 45 million was first announced for Luz, Robin had already seen his appearance, but at that time, she felt no fluctuations in her heart. It wasn't until recently that Luz's bounty was updated to 80 million berries. When Robin encountered news about Luz again and looked at the photo of him, she unexpectedly felt a sense of familiarity, as if they were longtime friends. Although she didn't know why, it didn't prevent her from burying this feeling deep in her heart, waiting for an opportunity to explore this connection. Perhaps he indeed had some link to her. However, more than 20 years of dark life had taught her that if you truly care about something, you should try to appear indifferent to it. Otherwise, those with ill intentions might control it and use it as a means to threaten you. This was a form of self-protection, as well as protection for the other party. Despite appearing to have considerable strength, Robin had never expressed any differing opinions about Luz, and this time was no exception. Inform Mr. 1 and Mr. 3 to take their partners and deal with the Black Flag pirates in the Little Garden, Crocodile said in a hoarse voice, taking a deep drag from his cigar. Mr. 2's abilities are crucial for my next plan. and we cannot take risks with an opponent whose strength is unclear. Chapter 136. Little Garden Boom. 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 Thick smoke and dust rose as hot magma spewed from the volcano, creating a series of loud noises. Wow, is this a volcanic eruption? Garen exclaimed, leaning over the ship's railing, staring excitedly at the island not far away. As a modern man with a strong homebody trait, Garen had never witnessed a volcanic eruption or scenes like primeval forests. Therefore, Liu Ze could completely understand his excitement. After all, in his past life, he had reacted similarly when seeing various strange sights of the Grand Line. However, despite this understanding, Liu Ze couldn't suppress his desire to tease him. Aren't you a bit too excited too early? We haven't even set foot on the island yet. Garen's reaction made it seem like he was already overwhelmed with emotion before the foreplay had even begun, leaving the others on the ship feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief about where to start with their teasing. Just seeing a volcanic eruption has you this excited? There are prehistoric creatures, like dinosaurs and giants on this island. What will you do when you actually see them? What? Dinosaurs and giants on this island? Moo moo. Hurry up. I can't wait to get on the island. Seeing Garen blushing and getting overly excited, Liu Ze exchanged glances with a few companions, and they all recognized a shared look of concern in each other's eyes, leading to a smile. After laughing, Liu Ze pulled Garen aside and reminded everyone, "All right, aside from the two giants on this island, there shouldn't be anyone else around. If you encounter any strangers, be cautious. They might be high-level agents sent by Baroque works. If they show any intention to attack, feel free to eliminate them, except for those in drag and those with their hair tied in a three-part style." He continued, "Once we land, feel free to explore. I'm taking this one to the volcano." As he spoke, Liu Ze lifted the basket he was carrying, where a quietly resting egg emitted a subtle glow. After absorbing heat for a while, the egg he had extracted had undergone some changes. The purple-blue spots and patterns on its shell had now transformed into fiery orange-red flame patterns, appearing vibrant as the glow shifted. However, after this period of incubation, Liu Ze received another wave of mental energy from the egg, which mainly conveyed one word: volcano. Although he couldn't understand its full meaning, Liu Ze roughly grasped that simple flames wouldn't satisfy its hatching conditions. It needed the volcanic environment to truly hatch. This was easy to manage since the little garden had an active volcano, and Liu Ze would find a way to help it hatch quickly. Moreover, even though it appeared to be a remarkable creature, it seemed to have accumulated enough energy, but the hatching process wouldn't be short. Therefore, Liu Ze planned to resolve this matter first before attending to anything else. Bet. Go up and scout the situation on both sides of the island so we can find a docking position. As the ship sailed along the natural river into the little garden, Liu Ze instructed Bet. Okay, Bet replied, and his lower half suddenly became indistinct, transforming into a mist that seemed formless yet solidified, allowing him to float in the air. Nodding, Bet said no more, his lower half swirling with smoke as he flew toward the sky, leaving a long trail of mist behind him. Everything in the world is subject to the law of true fragrance, and Bet was no exception. Although he had firmly rejected eating the smokesmock fruit before, after seeing the significant boosts in strength brought by Garen and Evans's fruit abilities multiple times, he eventually blushed and knocked on Liu Ze's door one night after leaving Whiskey Peak. Now, seeing him adeptly using the smokesmock fruit abilities and recalling his smug expression when practicing with Evans after eating the fruit, Liu Ze couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly fragrant. Flying in the air, Bet carefully surveyed the surrounding situation and, confirming there were no special circumstances, returned to the ship. There are no large beasts or threats nearby. We can dock the ship here, Bet said as he returned to the deck. If they all went ashore, it would leave the sea cow Moo Moo watching the ship, and although it looked large and fierce, it was quite useless. Without confirming potential dangers around, Liu Ze and the others truly couldn't rely on it. All right, Matthew, prepare to dock. It's time for us to go ashore, Liu Ze said, nodding at Bet. I'll go ahead. You all can explore freely. Watching Matthew signal Moo Moo to prepare for docking, Liu Ze smiled and stepped forward, lifting the basket with the egg and soaring into the sky, disappearing among the dense canopy of the island in a few flashes. The remaining few exchanged glances, all looking at each other with expressions of disbelief. Did he just leave like that? Since the boss has already gone to the island, I'll follow suit. Garen excitedly dashed into the island after Liu Ze. I'll go take a walk too, Matthew. Want to join? Bet shook his head, preparing to go ashore as well. It would be a shame not to explore such a unique island. Maybe not. Let me tidy up first. Matthew thought for a moment and agreed. After Liu's promised to help him take revenge, he began to consciously integrate into the Black Flag pirate group rather than remaining on the periphery. Then let's go together. I heard the captain say there are dinosaurs on the island. I want to see whether they are strong or I am. With a large sword in hand. Evans said this and jumped off the ship, disappearing into the jungle. There seems to be smoke and flames coming from that direction. It must be the volcano. In midair, Luz moved casually, feeling the airflow around him, soaring freely as if he were truly flying, rushing towards the suspected volcano. The combination of storm steps and the further enhanced moon steps allowed Luz to truly experience the thrill of flying. The effortless sensation of lingering and gliding in the sky was immensely enjoyable, and he couldn't help but praise in his heart. I must say, storm steps and moon steps are truly a perfect match. Just as he was happily thinking, the next moment he suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand on end, sensing a huge shadow looming over him. Without thinking, he instinctively kicked off to the side to dodge. Hey, I found something. A lone human. Chapter 137. Volcano. The sound of the wind howled in his ears, and the pressure from the giant hand above made Luz feel slightly unsteady in midair. But he quickly regained his balance, stepping lightly a few times and instantly flashing out of the giant's grasp. He landed lightly on a protruding boulder and looked up at the enormous creature wearing a horned helmet not far away, shouting, "Hey, big guy, why did you suddenly attack me? Do you want to fight? Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I haven't seen a living person in a long time, and you're a flying one. I couldn't help it. Ha 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 ha. I couldn't help it." The giant with a big beard, large nostrils, and a round face scratched his head in embarrassment, laughing as he explained to Luz, his expression full of cheerfulness. After laughing, this guy changed his tone. "But with your little frame, you want to fight me? No, 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 I don't want to hurt you." While saying this, the round-faced giant shook his head like a rattle, showing a worried expression for Luz's safety. Really? Listening to the other party's words, Luz's mouth suddenly curved into a cold arc. He casually set down the basket, and two cold gleams instantly erupted from his waist. Clang! In midair, Luz's expression was playful as he swung his long sword down fiercely at the giant. Boom! The sword clashed with the shield, and sparks flew. A full 38 points of strength were poured into Luz's long sword without reservation, making contact with the giant's shield, leaving deep knife marks on it. While the force of the sword surged towards the giant, catching him off guard and numbing his shield hand, nearly causing the shield to fly out of his grasp. However, after that one strike, Luz did not continue to press the attack. He turned in midair, stepped down, and landed back on the boulder where he had stood before. "Do you still think you can hurt me now, big guy?" Luz asked with a sharp gaze and a cold smile. The giant, who had initially blocked Luz's strike, felt his strength and was first surprised, followed by an unprecedented excitement at the prospect of a good fight. Just as he was about to counterattack and have a good battle, Luz pulled back after one strike, which left him feeling a bit disappointed. Having fought the same opponent for nearly 100 years, both sides understood each other's strength, moves, and combat habits thoroughly, and the giant began to feel bored, wanting to fight a new opponent. However, having lived for over 100 years, although his fighting spirit had never changed, he had gained a bit of reason over time and lost some impulsiveness. But that was all. He wouldn't hold back anymore. So after noticing Luz's strike, he immediately stopped, and instead of continuing the attack eagerly, he laughed even more awkwardly after hearing Luz's words. "You are a powerful warrior. I should not doubt your strength. I am from Elbaf, the warrior Bragi, and I apologize to you. Ha 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 ha, but you are really strong. Won't you fight me?" After apologizing, Bragi excitedly asked. Seeing the eager giant, Luz smiled and calmed his momentum. "I also want to fight with you, but not now. I still have this to deal with." Saying this, Luz lifted the basket he had just set down on the rock, the egg with orange-red flame patterns appearing dazzling under the sunlight. "What kind of creature's egg is this? I've lived so many years, but I've never seen an egg that can compare to it," Bragi exclaimed in surprise, looking at the small egg in the basket. This was something he had never encountered in his long life, making him very curious. "I don't know either, but it told me that it can only hatch successfully in a volcanic environment," Luz explained, shaking his head. "It told you? Ha 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 ha. That's really interesting." Bragi couldn't help but laugh, and after a while, he said to Luz, "Come on, friend, follow me. I'll take you to the volcano. After we take care of it, I'll introduce you to my kin and rivals." As he turned and walked in a direction, Bragi laughed while speaking to Luz. Luz lightly jumped on a Bragi's shoulder and looked at the giant face beside him, pretending to be curious as he asked, "Kin and rivals?" "Yes. His name is Dori, and we have been dueling on this island for nearly 100 years. Speaking of which, Do you have any alcohol? Feeling the sound that pierced his eardrums, Luz nodded. I have enough alcohol on my ship. If you want to drink, we can go get it later. Ha 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 ha. That's great. Let's hurry up. I don't even remember how long it's been since I had a drink. Broggy was immediately excited upon hearing about the alcohol and took big steps forward, eager to resolve the matter of the egg and drink as soon as possible. The island is called Little Garden simply because, in the eyes of its giant residents, its size is like their own backyard. The area is small, and the creatures here are merely pet level. Thus, under Broggy's footsteps, the volcano soon came into view. However, it is unknown whether it was because the central volcano was the starting point of his duel with Dory. Broggy did not lead Luz to the nearest central volcano, but instead went to a slightly farther one. All right, this volcano should meet your requirements. Looking at the volcano that was not much taller than himself, Broggy said to Luz. Thanks, I'll let it take a look. Luz thanked him and jumped directly to the volcano's mouth, holding the basket up to look at the egg with the glowing flame patterns above. After hesitating for a moment, he still asked, Are you really sure you want to sink into the volcano? Actually, Luz was also puzzled. Clearly, the highest temperature of magma is only around 1,400 degrees, which is vastly different from the orange-red flames that can reach a minimum temperature of 3,000 degrees. Yet, it was still not satisfied. It absolutely required a volcanic environment, which was somewhat inexplicable. Perhaps it was not just the temperature that it pursued, but also some special qualities that only a volcano could provide. Luz thought to himself, waiting for the egg's response, completely unaware that Bloki beside him was staring at him with wide eyes. Perhaps the volcanic environment really stimulated the egg's vitality, as the flame patterns flickered slightly, conveying a very definite meaning. Since that's the case, I won't believe that a legendary egg would end up costing itself. After a moment of hesitation, Luz gritted his teeth and lifted the egg out of the basket, only to feel a scorching temperature hot enough to roast meat, leaving him momentarily puzzled. Why is it so hot? Not caring about his surprise, in a state where his hand was almost being roasted, Luz gritted his teeth and sprang to the center of the volcano, looking down at the rolling, searing red and white magma, and let go of his hand, throwing the egg down. Chapter 138, The Giant Splash. With a gentle step, Luz rolled in the air above the volcano's mouth and landed back beside Bloki. Watching the orange-red egg gently bobbing in the volcanic magma without sinking, the light on the flame patterns seemed to shine even brighter. Luz let out a slight sigh of relief and signaled for the giant to leave. Let's go. I'll take you to get some wine. Ha ha ha. Hurry up. I can't wait any longer. Bloki responded and leaped into the air, following Luz as they headed outside. Boom. Just as Luz had just brought Bloki to get the wine, and the latter had just had a barrel to quench his thirst, the volcano in the center of the island erupted. Turning to look at the erupting volcano, Bloki smacked his lips, tossed aside the wooden barrel, and picked up his axe and shield. It's time for our duel. Do you want to go see? Let's go. The wine can wait until you're done fighting. Luz replied enthusiastically, eager to witness the battle between the two giants, and he was very curious about their combat skills. Ha ha, then let's go. Bloki laughed heartily and strode directly toward the center of the island. Clang! The battle-worn axe clashed violently with the equally old great sword, and through this medium, their owners once again engaged in familiar grappling. Have they really been fighting like this for 100 years? Not far away on a rocky hill, watching the two giants on the flat ground exchanging blows powerfully, Bet swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask Luz, who stood behind them, while Matthew also looked shocked and speechless. The giant race is quite rare across the seas. Previously, they had never seen one and could only rely on illustrated books and their imagination to speculate, which did not leave a strong impression. It was only now, seeing the living giants in person, that they realized how shocking the existence of this race truly was. Turning to glance at the two who had somehow crossed paths with a blue-skinned giant Bloki, Luz thought for a moment and explained, the lifespan of giants is 3 times that of ordinary humans, and I've also heard stories about the giant warrior pirates. So what they say is probably true. After this brief explanation, Luz couldn't help but add with a bit of sarcasm, however, for the sake of warrior glory or whatever, abandoning their companions and kin to fight on this island for 100 years is quite enough. While the two have fought to the end for their warrior's eternal glory and indomitable spirit, other tribesmen from Elbaf have been continuously searching for their whereabouts without rest. Moreover, from the original story, just mentioning the whereabouts of these two could prompt the giants to willingly exert themselves, showing how important their status is in the hearts of the Elbaf giants. To find Bloki and Dory, Those giants have paid an unknown price. Some giants have even been deceived by the Navy into becoming soldiers. But since I'm here, with these two as a stepping stone, the giant race will surely be brought on my warship in the future. Watching the two giants fighting fiercely, Liu Zhe felt a surge of passion and began to plot secretly. Relatively speaking, he is a pragmatist. If the glory of the giants helps him enhance his own power, he would certainly support it wholeheartedly. Watching the two giants battling with vigorous energy, sparks flying from their weapon clashes and casually sweeping down rows of trees, Liu Zhe suddenly thought of something, and a dazzling light burst from his eyes. Perhaps I can have them help me try something, Liu Zhe muttered to himself, then turned to Bet behind him. Looking at them, it seems they won't be able to determine the winner in a short time, or they finish quickly. You go back to the ship and bring the wine. This is something I've already arranged with them. Oh, okay. Bet replied unexpectedly, then nodded resignedly. With a reluctant glance back at the battlefield, a thick and solid mist suddenly surged from Bet's body, and he soared into the sky, flying toward the ship moored by the riverbank. Since I want to ask the two giants for help, I should show the necessary sincerity. After all, it's better to be soft-hearted when asking for a favor. Even if I bring up Dory and Bloki later, they might not refuse out of pride. Liu Zhe secretly thought. The smile on his face grew stronger, and his fighting spirit surged like a tide. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by Bet, who had transformed into smoke and flew away, was also noticed by Broki and Dongli, who were engaged in their duel. These new pirates seemed to have quite impressive strength, even having a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. After a clash between sword and axe, Dongli laughed and told Broki, swinging his great sword mercilessly at his opponent. Broki blocked Dongli's slash with his shield and laughed heartily as he swung his axe. Their captain, that golden-haired Edward Kenway, is quite strong. I underestimated him when I first discovered them, and he caught me off guard with a single slash, almost splitting my shield in half. In fact, with Liu Zhe's current strength and mastery over the laws of all things, breaking Broki's tattered shield earlier would not have been difficult at all. The reason he didn't break it was that he did it on purpose. He came to make friends, and showing off his powerful strength to gain their recognition was enough. There was no need to destroy someone's personal weapon that had been used for over 100 years. Even if the giants had big hearts, they wouldn't hold grudges like that. However, people always have feelings for the things they have used for a long time. And if it were broken at Liu Zhe's hands, Broki would inevitably associate that bad memory with him, which wouldn't be good. Oh, you're killing me. The captain of the giant pirate crew almost capsized. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Broki's words, Dongli laughed heartily while blocking Broki's axe with his shield, and then he thrust his sword straight towards Broki's vital points. What's so funny about that? You'll understand how strong this guy is once you face him yourself. Broki snorted coldly, sidestepping the upward thrust of Dongli's long sword and kicking out fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. The two giants were so well acquainted with each other's moves and strength that neither could defeat the other while their powers were on the same level. This was the true difficulty of determining a victor in their duel. Just as the two giants were still exchanging blows, enjoying their fight, Bet, who was flying in the air toward the seaside, made a new discovery. Are there other people coming to this island besides us? No, they are coming from another direction. Could they be the high-ranking agents sent by Baroque works that the captain mentioned? Flying high allowed Bet to see far, and as he gazed at the ships heading towards the small island, he silently pondered before turning back to return the way he came. I need to inform the captain. Chapter 139. Capturing People Mr. 3. It seems like there's a person flying on that island, on a yacht heading towards Little Garden. A cute little girl, wearing a pink hat pointed in the direction where Bet had just stopped, looking surprised as she spoke to her partner beside her. Did you see wrong? The intelligence on the Black Flag pirates didn't mention anything about flying. It must be one of the strange birds on this island. Hearing the girl's words, her partner, a thin man with glasses and hair styled at a 3, turned to look in the direction she pointed but found nothing. He took a sip of the exquisite Darjeeling tea in his cup and leisurely replied, "However, Miss Golden Week, this island has indeed surprised me. To deal with those guys from the Black Flag pirates, I took the liberty to check the information on this island, and I didn't expect to discover that there are two giants here with a bounty of 100 million each. If we could take care of them together, ha 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 ha." Changing the subject, Mr. 3 revealed a hint of excitement, his eyes sparkling as he spoke. Perhaps already plotting what kind of schemes he could use to deal with Liu Zhe and the giants. But didn't Miss Sunday also send Mr. 1 and Miss Double Fingers to deal with the Black Flag crew? Aren't we waiting for them? The little girl, Miss Golden Week, took a bite of the senbei, chewing it loudly, and slowly asked, her expression full of reluctance to work. We won't wait for them. If they come, we will have to share the bounty. As long as our plan is perfect, we can easily take care of them by ourselves, and then all the bounties will be ours. Mr. 3 sneered, adjusting his glasses, his face showing a confident expression. For him, the bounty was secondary. The thrill of using his intellect to defeat powerful enemies was what truly pleased him. This time was just a great opportunity. But before he could finish his daydreaming, a plump man enveloped in smoke suddenly fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto his wax yacht, followed closely by a golden-haired man in a black trench coat, also falling from the sky. The enemy appeared out of nowhere. And before Mr. 3 could react, he saw the golden-haired man swiftly approach Miss Golden Week, his movements as quick as lightning. The little girl didn't even have time to use her ability before she was knocked unconscious by what appeared to be a light chop, collapsing into his arms. To be honest, Miss Golden Week was just a 10-year-old girl with somewhat special abilities. Her physical capabilities were not strong at all. Luze truly controlled his strength to the utmost, fearing that he might accidentally knock her out to the point of death. That would be a terrible joke. Not to mention he doesn't kill children, but also because the girl's ability was quite good. If she turned into a box, it wouldn't align with his intentions. In the blink of an eye, his partner was captured, and Mr. 3's expression darkened instantly, his arm beginning to transform into white wax oil, ready to attack. However, before he could launch his offense, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck and looked down to see a gleaming long knife resting against his throat. If you don't want to die, I suggest you better not make any rash movements. Turning his head, he saw the plump man enveloped in smoke smiling at him. One of his arms, apart from the hand holding the knife against Mr. 3's throat, having transformed into a solid, elongated strip of smoke, continuously emitting thick smoke. Logia-type smoke fruit user? Without panic, Mr. 3 looked at the smiling plum man and the golden-haired man with a dark but calm expression, asking with certainty, "Well, congratulations. You got it right. Too bad there's no prize." Bet smiled as he walked towards Mr. 3, the arm that had transformed into smoke gradually shortening, while the hand holding the knife remained steady. "I didn't expect you to not only kill Smoker, but also get his smoke fruit. Was that a coincidence?" Mr. 3 casually engaged in conversation, as if there wasn't a knife at his neck. "That is not something you can ask about. And raise your hands. Don't think I can't see your little movements." Before Bet could get close to Mr. 3, Luze spoke from behind. After speaking, he pointed at Mr. 3's arm, which was behind his back and had a trace of white wax oil silently surging on it. Candle shackles. When Mr. 3 heard Rhodes' words, he realized that his secretly prepared counterattack had been exposed. Without thinking, he flung a large chunk of white wax oil towards Rhodes. At the same time, a layer of white wax quietly covered his neck, blocking the long knife slashed by Bet. He intended to crash outwards and jump off the ship to escape. At this moment, his ship had already reached the shore. All he had to do was jump down to reach the island. It was definitely better than getting entangled with these two, who were clearly much stronger than the intelligence suggested. The outcome of such a confrontation would surely end in his defeat. However, with such combat tricks, how could he possibly stop Rhodes and Bet? Who had eaten the smoke fruit? Rhodes, holding Miss Golden Week, merely tilted his body slightly to dodge Mr. 3's sudden wax candle shackles, not making any extra movements since Bet had already made his move. Although the threatening strike was ineffective, Bet was not the least bit annoyed. He suddenly burst into a large cloud of smoke that quickly dispersed in all directions, then abruptly gathered in front of Mr. 3, who was flying through the air after being thrown off the ship, forming a thick, muscular leg that kicked fiercely at his opponent. Bang! Being kicked in the face. Mr. 3's calm expression instantly twisted into a mess, saliva flying everywhere, his glasses shattering and flying out. With great force, he crashed back, directly overturning tables and chairs, landing awkwardly in front of Rhodes, covered in tea, sunbae, and other items. Looking at Mr. 3, whose face was half swollen and bore clear shoe prints, Rhodes showed no mercy this time. He immediately delivered a stunning combo that knocked him out, then took out the ropes he had prepared earlier and tied Mr. 3 up tightly. While binding him, Rhodes sighed, "I need to find a way to get some sea prism stone handcuffs, otherwise it will be difficult to handle any ability users I want to capture in the future. It seems Crocodile has quite a few of those, right? After taking him down, I should be able to gain a lot. No need to rack my brain to find them elsewhere." Just as Rhodes was talking to himself, he suddenly felt something and abruptly looked up toward a certain direction on the island. The next moment, the island shook, a volcano erupted, and a clear chant echoed throughout the sea. Synopsis: Rhodes is seen as a junior in Zoro's eyes, a rival in Sanji's, a competitor in Luffy's, a heartthrob in Nami's, and a troublemaker in Sengoku's. People on the sea have various opinions about Rhodes, whether good or bad. Perhaps the 7 warlords, the 3 admirals, and the 4 emperors all have something to say about this guy.